The Pope Bibi Dong mistaken for his sister? Fam, I'm dumbfounded by this operation. Tian has been in the Douluo world for 3 years, and after finally becoming an invisible rich man by the EC, he was just waiting for his sister, who works as a maid in the Wuhuan Palace, to come home. Guess what? The ones who came knocking were actually Bibi Dong and Hulaina. Who understands this? Bibi Dong, in a tight-fitting long dress, had an amazing figure. She and Hulaina were inquiring about Tian, and the villagers praised, young Master YearsWaiting is better than the main city of the Wuhuan Palace. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. What an interesting guy. Meanwhile, Tian was excited. My sister is finally coming back. Little did he know, his so-called maid sister didn't exist at all. It was purely a mix-up in memories. Clutching the Tai divine, needle martial soul, which could cure all ailments and was his source of wealth. How should I explain my sudden wealth to my sister? Tian was still tangled in thoughts when there was a knock on the door, and he happily opened it. Fam, do you think Tian would call out sister when he saw Bibi Dong? If Bibi Dong knew she was mistaken for a little maid, would she explode on the spot? Tian pushed open the big door and looked at the two with clear eyes. The next chapter is going to be intense. Tian stared at Bibi Dong with delight. Sister, you're finally back. Hulaina struggled to hold back laughter, while Bibi Dong's lips twitched. Who are you? Sister, I heard you often stay up late at the Wuhuan Palace, causing headaches. Come in quickly, and he'll give you 2 needles to ensure you're full of energy, fam. I can't stop laughing. Tian actually called Bibi Dong sister and said he would give her needles for her headache. Who understands this? Bibi Dong, in her tight-fitting long dress with powder-purple curly hair and eyes, was mistaken by Tian for a maid returning from the Wuhuan Palace. Hulaina was completely stunned and was about to burst from holding in her laughter. Tian even seriously told Hulaina, Sister, are you experiencing chaotic soul power? I can give you 2 needles too. Then he started complaining about the Wuhuan Palace. That place won't last long, it will definitely perish within 3 years. Even Pope Bibi Dong will be finished. The Wuhuan Palace is on the verge of destruction, staying there any longer might implicate you. Hiding by the EC, I will protect you, that's the safest option, and I can rest easy. Bibi Dong's eyes widened, while Hulaina exploded. Do you know what you're talking about? How could the Wuhuan Palace possibly be destroyed? But Tian was even more intense. I like the Wuhuan Palace, but it will lose due to divine calculations. Someone is targeted by the god of Shura and the sea god, and that person is an enemy of the Wuhuan Palace. Not to hide it from you, on the Douluo continent, someone has already been targeted by the god of Shura and the sea god, and has been chosen as the inheritor of the 2 great divine beings. And this person is also an enemy of the Wuhuan Palace, as the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong was stunned by this statement. This little brat knows too much. Fam, when do you think Tian will realize he mistook someone? Will Bibi Dong expose her identity and crush him? The next chapter is going to be intense. Bibi Dong smiled and asked, Oh, who is that person you mentioned? Tian blurted out. Who else could it be? Tang-san. Bibi Dong's expression instantly turned cold. Chosen as the inheritor by 2 great divine beings? How do you know about such a secret matter? Fam, Tian's operation is too impressive. He directly revealed the 3 divine estates, the City of Slaughter, the Elder Hall, and Sea God Island. Hulaina was stunned and looked at Bibi Dong. Does the Elder Hall have divine inheritance? Bibi Dong's heart sank. This was a top secret of the Wuhuan Palace. How did this kid know? Tian was still holding Bibi Dong's wrist and walking into the house. Don't worry about that. I prepared some delicious food for you. Hulaina wanted to expose his identity, but was stopped by Bibi Dong's hand gesture clearly. The Pope found this mix-up amusing and wanted to gather more information. This one is, Bibi Dong waved her hand, signaling Hulaina not to say anything. Tian named Hulaina Nana and retorted, By seniority, I'm still your uncle. What's wrong with calling you sister? Hulaina was puffed up with anger, but had no way to refute. The next moment, Tian brought out a big hot pot. I guarantee you've never had this before. What kind of thing has been seen on the Douluo continent? Hulaina leaned over to sniff it. Her eyes widened. Tian demonstrated cooking tripe and beef, and Bibi Dong was surprisingly sitting next to him. Hulaina panicked. Why are you sitting next to the teacher? Tian rolled his eyes. What's wrong with sitting with my sister? If I don't sit with my sister, should I sit with you? Hulaina picked up a piece of beef and was stunned. This is too delicious. Bibi Dong looked at the boiling red oil pot, and her powder-purple eyes flickered, clearly attracted. Fam, what do you think will happen if Bibi Dong eats hot pot? Will she fall in love with the taste on the spot and forget why she came? If Tian knew he was cooking meat with the Pope, would he faint from shock? The next chapter is going to be intense. Tian picked up a piece of tripe for Bibi Dong. Sister, this is the best part to eat. Bibi Dong actually followed his lead, and Hulaina's eyes were about to pop out. This is salt. Isn't salt supposed to be green? Fam. Bibi Dong was shocked by a bag of salt. The salt on the Douluo continent was usually impure and green, but Tian pulled out pure white snowflake salt. Hulaina exclaimed how delicious the hot pot was without salt, and Tian teased her. You think it's fragrant even without salt? Tian dragged both of them into the laboratory and demonstrated how to refine fine salt lighting the alcohol lamp. Coarse salt turned into fine salt, and white salt grains fell down. Sister, look, this sea salt can be eaten after purification. Our family has made half a villa's worth of money selling this salt. Sister, look, by dissolving, filtering, removing impurities, and purifying, we can get fine snowflake salt. Sister, don't doubt it, the entire EC is eating salt from our family workshop. Bibi Dong was dumbfounded. She, as the Pope, knew too well what this technology meant. The entire continent's salt prices would be overturned. This was simply a moving gold mountain. If the Wuhuan Palace mastered this technology, they wouldn't have to worry about military expenses. Yet Tian advised her, don't think about promoting it lacking strength, is just delivering vegetables to others. Bibi Dong looked at the young man before her. Her expression changing. This was no ordinary villager. He was clearly a business genius. Hulaina was lying on the sofa, rubbing her belly after eating, and Tian invited her to stay. The villa is big, we don't mind you. She secretly glanced at Tian, thinking, this brother is quite nice. Fam, do you think Bibi Dong would want to snatch this salt-making technology? If Tian knew he was educating the Pope on how to make money, would he run away overnight? The next chapter is going to be intense. Tian pulled out the Tai divine needle. Sister, they'll give you needles for your headache. Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment and actually extended her hand. Hulaina was so scared she almost jumped off the sofa. Tian pulled out the golden needle and aimed it at Bibi Dong's face to stab down. Fam, I was dumbfounded by this operation. Hulaina exploded. What do you want to do to the teacher? Tian rolled his eyes. I'm treating my sister's headache. What's your rush? Who understands? Bibi Dong actually smiled and said, let him inject. What bad intentions can my brother have? In the next moment, 3 needles went in. Black blood rushed out, and Bibi Dong instantly perked up. Not only did her headache disappear, but her mental strength also increased significantly, and she thought to herself, this needle is amazing. This is my unique skill, Tai Xingong. Headaches are mostly caused by overtraining and fatigue, leading to poor mental energy flow. Just need to inject 1 needle each at the Yangbai, Higu, and Shunting acupoints, and use soul power to guide the mental energy flow to eliminate it. Tian turned to Hulaina. Sister, your soul power is unstable if you delay. You'll go into a frenzy. Hulaina was startled, could see this. As a result, Tian took advantage of the situation. Call me brother, and ill-treat you. Hulaina's face turned red as a dignified saintess of the Spear Hall. How could she endure such humiliation? Bibi Dong cheered from the side. Go ahead, it's quite good. Hulaina had no choice but to softly say, brother. Tian smiled so widely that he couldn't close his mouth. That's more like it. Family, do you think Tian's Tai divine needle is more powerful than immortal herbs? If Bibi Dong knew that her brother had injected her and improved her strength, would she immediately take him as her royal physician? The next chapter is directly high energy. Tian took Bibi Dong and Hulaina to visit his secret base, and as soon as the door opened, Hulaina was stunned. Is this an army? In just a moment, I actually leveled up 3 times. Family. Tian's needle is too incredible. He injected Hulaina from a distance with 3 needles, and she directly leveled up 3 times. Even the Soul Emperor was shocked. Is this the power of the Tai divine needle? Tian laughed. Not entirely, mainly because your hidden ailment has been cured, allowing your soul power to flow normally. But in the next second, Tian said something shocking. I don't even have half a level of innate soul power, and I haven't added a soul ring yet. Hulaina was stunned. Such amazing medical skills. Yet he isn't a soul master? Bibi Dong was also dumbfounded. Then in this chaotic world, how do we protect ourselves? Tian put his arm around Bibi Dong's shoulder, calm and collected. Sister, don't worry. I've trained a unit called the Tiansu Army. Even if a tidal Douluo comes, we can easily take them down. Hulaina burst out laughing. Brother, don't joke. An army can kill a tidal Douluo? You are just bragging. In the past 3 years, I've secretly trained an elite unit called the Tiansu Army, and even if a tidal Douluo targets us, we can easily kill them. Tian was unconvinced. I've invented new weapons that guarantee tidal Douluos won't return. Let's go, we'll show you. He pulled Bibi Dong and Hulaina out, and just as they stepped outside, a middle-aged man in a black robe knelt down. Young master, greetings. Hulaina's eyes widened. Is this a soul emperor? A soul emperor serving a boy with no soul power? That's too ridiculous. Your subordinate is of Seoul Emperor level? Family, how powerful do you think this Tian's army is? Even a Seoul Emperor is willing to be a subordinate. Could Yi Tian's new weapons be a Douluo version of cannon? The next chapter is directly high energy. Yi Tian took them to the military camp, and when Hulaina saw what the soldiers were holding, she exclaimed, "What? What kind of monster is this?" However, this law does not apply to Yi Tian. This is a genuine Seoul Emperor. A Seoul Emperor is enough to be the lord of a large city. Yet he is actually serving under Yi Tian. It's truly unbelievable. Yi Tian chuckled softly, since they were all his own people. There was nothing to hide. My subordinates include not only a Seoul Emperor, but also a titled Douluo. These were all recruited by me over the past 3 years. Soul Masters require a large amount of rare materials for cultivation, and some lower-level Soul Masters simply cannot bear such a huge economic burden. Over the past 3 years, I have seen my wealth soar through selling salt, mining metal veins, and developing maritime trade. What attracts Soul Masters even more is that as a healer with a medical martial soul, I can also refine pills. Pills that can enhance soul power are extremely appealing to Soul Masters. 2 years ago, I recruited a Soul Douluo who was on the verge of going insane and close to death, thanks to these pills. After my treatment and adjustment, that Soul Douluo successfully advanced to title Douluo, named Scorpion Douluo Zhoulong. Now, Zhoulong has become my closest subordinate, responsible for managing the secret troops of the Tiansu army. Title Douluo. Hulaina was completely stunned. Even the Spirit Hall finds it extremely difficult to recruit a title Douluo. This is under the circumstance that the Spirit Hall has a long-standing reputation as the #1 power in the world. She didn't expect that Yi Tian, someone seemingly weak, could actually gain the allegiance of a title Douluo. It seems that he is not as simple as he appears on the surface. No wonder her teacher has taken an interest in him. Yi Tian lightly tapped Hulaina's forehead and said, "Sister, you still need to broaden your horizons. Intelligence is also a part of strength. Just because I don't have cultivation doesn't mean I lack strength." Hulaina playfully rubbed her forehead and chuckled. "If I knew your sister was an imposter, could you still brag about your intelligence?" Yi Tian said to the middle-aged man in black robes beside him, 13. "Go bring the horses." "Yes, young master." The man in black immediately sprang into action. Yi Tian introduced to the 2 girls, "Since I train the army only for self-defense, I have no intention of revealing it. The army is located in the valley to the north, and it's a bit far, so we need to ride horses to get there faster." Hulaina tilted her head and smiled. "I'm a bit looking forward to seeing what kind of army can defeat a title Douluo." Yi Tian said calmly, "I will definitely surprise you then." 1 hour later, Yi Tian brought the 2 women to the mountain in the north. This towering mountain range is called Haijun Mountain, a well-known peak by the East China Sea. Inside the mountain, there is a flat valley named Haijun Valley, where the secret troops usually conduct their training. This unit is primarily for self-defense, so it is not large, with only 5,000 members, but all are the elite of the elite. The valley appeared very calm on the surface, as if no one had ever been there. Hulaina, who has strong counter-surveillance abilities, noticed that several pairs of eyes were watching their group as soon as she entered the valley. She turned to Bibi Dong and used a coded signal to indicate that there were observers. Bibi Dong smiled at her calmly, clearly having also noticed the observers around them. What an excellent unit. It was unexpected that they were discovered as soon as they entered. Hulaina pouted. Yi Tian smiled slightly and said, "Of course, training them took a lot of effort on my part. You're impressive too, sister, to have discovered the hidden sentinels I arranged." He wanted to add, "I am someone who has undergone special training in the Spirit Hall, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I am among the top tier of the Douluo continent." However, those words clearly couldn't be spoken. The 3 continued forward and unexpectedly encountered a troop marching on foot. The soldiers marched in unison, singing military songs loudly. Upon seeing Yi Tian, they shouted from a distance, "Good day, young master." These soldiers were all children from poor families, and after being recruited by Yi Tian, their monthly salaries were comparable to those of middle-class households, so they were all grateful to Yi Tian. Yi Tian set a strict training program for them, and the soldiers would undergo various drills every day. After more than 2 years of training, the soldiers had become extremely loyal to Yi Tian and possessed strong combat capabilities. The soldiers of the Yi Tian dynasty waved their hands in greeting. Hulaina looked up and noticed that this troop was not large, only 100 men. However, their steps were remarkably synchronized, and their combat morale was high. There was something else that caught Hulaina's attention. The weapons in the soldiers' hands were long iron objects with a tubular shape. She curiously asked Yi Tian, "Why aren't they wearing armor? And what they're carrying on their shoulders, doesn't look like weapons at all?" Without weapons, How do they fight the enemy? In response to Hu Lai's series of questions, Tian pointed to the soldiers and explained, they don't wear armor because it hinders movement, and besides, wearing it wouldn't be of much use. Hu Lai pouted. On the battlefield, there is a huge difference between not wearing armor and wearing armor. This is basic military knowledge. Tian can't possibly not know this, right? Wearing armor on the battlefield is almost equivalent to having a second life. With equal strength, 100 armored warriors can face 1,000 unarmored warriors. Tian looked at Hu Lai and sighed. Sister, the times have long changed. The soldiers are holding the new weapon I developed, called the 98K rifle, which can easily kill soul masters below level 50. With such powerful capabilities, do you think armor is useful? Upon hearing this, Hu Lai opened her mouth in shock. Easily kill soul masters below level 50? Does that mean they're comparable to soul emperors? Even I can handle 1 or 2 5-ring soul kings. But if there are more than 5, it's hard to determine the outcome. If faced with 10 soul kings, defeat is almost guaranteed. And I am the top of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. If it's an ordinary soul emperor, they might not even be better than me. According to your statement, doesn't that mean each of these 100 people has strength comparable to a 5-ring soul king? Hu Lai said in disbelief. Tian nodded confidently. You can think of it that way. Seeing Tian's confidence, even Bibi Dong's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. If what Tian said is true, then what kind of weapon is this? If the army of the Spirit Hall can be armed with 98K rifles, their combat power could increase by 3 or 4 times. At that time, defeating the 2 great empires would be no difficulty. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Tian's shock to her was truly overwhelming. She said calmly, could you demonstrate it for me, sister? Tian rode over to Bibi Dong's side and said with a smile, sister, since you want to see, what difficulty is there? He clapped his hands. Immediately, a soldier ran up to Tian, bowed, and knelt down, saying, please give your orders, young master. Go call the scorpion Douluo, Tian instructed. Yes. The soldier bowed and withdrew to notify the scorpion Douluo. Tian glanced at the 2 girls and said, since we've already reached the valley, let's dismount. Okay. Bibi Dong smiled gently and nodded. Hu Lai secretly glanced at Bibi Dong, unable to hold back a laugh, jumped off the horse, and looked at Tian with a pout, saying, my good brother, hurry and take us over to have a look. Tian was quite pleased, rubbing Hu Lai's delicate nose. Since you're being so good, I'll let you broaden your horizons later. I'll let you both know that although my cultivation is not high, I can still protect you well. Before long, a powerful pressure descended upon the 3 of them. The strong aura of a martial soul left Hu Lai breathless. Following that, a middle-aged man with white hair in military uniform floated down. He half knelt and said, Scorpion Douluo Zhou Long, at your service, young master. Chapter 7. Times have changed, Uncle Zhou. No need for such formalities. Tian quickly helped Zhou Long up. He had saved Zhou Long, but did not regard him as a subordinate. Although Zhou Long had always held him in great respect and would even lay down his life for him, Tian understood the significance of a title Douluo, so respect was necessary. He introduced the 2 women. This is the head of my secret army, Scorpion Douluo Zhou Long. After a pause, he turned to Zhou Long and introduced, this is my biological sister, and this is my newly acknowledged sister, Nana. Zhou Long bowed respectfully. Since they're the young master's sister and younger sister, they're the most respected people to me. So please feel free to give any orders in the future. Bibi Dong nodded indifferently. After all, she was a super Douluo herself. In the Spirit Hall, she often faced title Douluo and was already unfazed. However, Hu Lai was startled. As a 6-ring soul emperor, she still felt apprehensive in the presence of a title Douluo's pressure. Tian did not notice the different expressions of the 2 women. He looked at Zhou Long and said, Uncle Zhou, activate exercise plan A. I want to see the results of the recent military training. Zhou Long's face was resolute as he immediately saluted Tian, saying, yes, young master. He then took out a firework from his storage belt, pulled the lever, and a signal flare shot into the sky. A piercing alarm began to swirl around everyone's ears, and the soldiers who were in the midst of their routine training quickly assembled in an orderly manner, entering a state of combat readiness. Tian pulled his sister and Hu Lai's hands, chuckling, let's go take a look. After the alarm sounded, the entire army in the valley was mobilized. Tian had already organized the troops. The structure was based on battalions, with each battalion consisting of 500 men, totaling 10 battalions. At this moment, the soldiers of the 10 battalions were assembling in an orderly manner on the large training ground in the middle of the valley, resembling 10 squares. Just this impressive display of order startled Hulaina. As a saintess cultivated by the Spirit Hall, she had also taken military theory courses and understood how difficult it was for a 5,000-strong force to maintain such uniformity. It couldn't just be for show, right? Being orderly without combat effectiveness was pointless. Hulaina looked at Tian with skepticism. How about a bet? Tian chucked it lightly, gazing into Hulaina's beautiful eyes. If the army's combat effectiveness is decent, you have to kiss me. Hulaina's face turned slightly red. What if the combat effectiveness is lacking? You wouldn't expect me to kiss you, would you? That would be a bit unfair for me. If the combat effectiveness is insufficient, I'll help you advance to Soul Saint. That should be acceptable, right? Tian said irritably that this sister was really stingy. Hulaina's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Tian could assist in advancing. In the Douluo continent, helping someone advance in soul power was almost unheard of. If it could be accomplished, it would be an incredibly powerful ability. Even Bibi Dong couldn't help but glance over, asking, "Little Tian, you can help people advance?" Facing his sister, Tian had nothing to hide. What's so special about it? I just need to refine a few pills and then use my Tai divine needle combined with acupuncture at certain points. It's not a problem to stabilize an advancement of 7 or 8 levels in a short time. However, these methods consume a lot of mental energy, so I won't use them lightly. Zhou Long, standing nearby, confirmed, "Young Master indeed has this ability. When I first met Young Master, I was seriously injured, damaging my soul power foundation, and I was about to go berserk with only an 84th level as a soul Douluo. Without Young Master, I would have undoubtedly died. Fortunately, I met Young Master Tian, and after his treatment and solidifying my foundation, in just 2 years, I am now a 94th level title Douluo." Upon hearing Zhou Long's words, Bibi Dong fell in a deep thought. The advancement from Soul Douluo to title Douluo was undoubtedly the most difficult, far more challenging than advancing from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint. She never expected that Tian could help a Soul Douluo advance to title Douluo. Such a method was simply extraordinary. The number of Soul Douluo in the Spirit Hall was countless, but there were only a few title Douluo. Among her subordinates, there were only Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo. If Tian were willing to help the Spirit Hall's Soul Douluo advance in cultivation, wouldn't she be able to become powerful immediately? In that case, with title Douluo support, she could bypass the Elder Hall's constraints and strengthen her control over the Spirit Hall. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's heart raced. Tian's shocking revelations were simply too much for her. Moreover, this was probably just the tip of the iceberg. There might be even more surprises waiting for her. Upon hearing Zhou Long's confirmation, Hulaina pouted, still not believing Tian's words. She suspected that the two were colluding to brag. Her own strength had been painstakingly improved level by level, and she knew better that the leap from Soul Emperor to Soul Saint was a significant hurdle in the world of Soul Masters. It couldn't be that simple to break through. While she was in doubt, Bibi Dong suddenly smiled and said, "Nana, why don't you agree to little Tian?" Where teacher spoke, Hulaina's face flushed instantly. If she lost, she would have to kiss Tian. She had never kissed a boy in her life. But since her teacher had already spoken, Hulaina could only agree. She puffed out her cheeks and stared at Tian with flushed cheeks, whispering, "All right, I agree." Hearing Hulaina's voice, which was barely louder than a mosquito, Tian chuckled softly. "Uncle Zhou, load the bullets for the first squad of the 1st Battalion and prepare to shoot at the target range." "Understood, young master." Uncle Zhou immediately flew to the 1st Battalion to personally direct the shooting. Tian held the hands of the 2 girls and sat down in the viewing seats beside the shooting range. The 100 members of the first team were already standing at a shooting position 800 meters away, waiting for Tian's command. Before the shooting began, Hulaina couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Tian, how can the soldiers hit the target from so far away? Even a master at the level of Soul Douluo couldn't possibly hit an enemy from 800 meters, right?" Tian smiled faintly. "This is what you don't understand. The maximum range of the 98K is 1,200 meters. Within that distance, it can easily penetrate armor. That's why I said the times have changed. Wearing armor in a battle is no different from not wearing it." Hulaina's eyes lit up at these words, and she fell silent. Her gaze fixed on the wooden target in the shooting range. That was as hard as iron, made of ironwood, with strength comparable to a Soul King of the defense type. It was difficult for ordinary weapons to penetrate ironwood. Could it be that the soldiers with the 98K rifles in their hands truly had power that exceeded that of a Soul King? Fire! Tian looked at Hulaina's fair profile, chuckled softly, released a signal flare, and gave the order to the soldiers. "Sister, just wait to lose." Upon seeing the signal flare, The soldiers instantly pulled the triggers. Then they chambered rounds in one smooth motion. Within just 30 seconds, each soldier fired 8 shots. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds were continuous. As the smoke cleared, the 100 pieces of ironwood in the shooting range were in tatters. Seeing this scene, Helena's pupils dilated, her breath caught in her throat. And she exclaimed, "How is this possible? The attack power is terrifying. Not to mention a 5-ring Soul King. Even a 6-ring Soul Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand this dense firepower. And this is just the attack from 100 soldiers. What if it were 5,000? It's unimaginable, truly unimaginable. How could it be impossible?" Tian smiled and moved closer to Helena. "Facts speak louder than words. Now you understand the power of the 98K, right? You understand that I, Tian, can protect you, right? Hurry up and admit defeat." Chapter 8, Within Range. Truth abounds. Tian blinked and pointed at his own cheek. That's not counting. Helena stuck out her tongue. Seizing on Tian's earlier statement. "You previously said that even if a tidal Douluo came, your troops could defeat them. Although the 98K rifle is powerful, it is almost ineffective against Soul Sage level experts. Not to mention facing a tidal Douluo who can easily crush Soul Sages." Tian curled his lips. "I knew you would quibble like this. The 98K rifle is just standard equipment for the secret troops. Of course, we need secret weapons to deal with the tidal Douluo." Bibi Dong, standing nearby, quietly watched Tian with great interest. Tian didn't notice Bibi Dong's expression and clapped his hands towards Zhou, who was not far away. "Go and mobilize the artillery battalion. The second exercise task of Plan A is about to begin." After crossing over to the Douluo continent, Tian obtained many blueprints for modern weapons through the Endurance system. With substantial financial support, he recruited a group of highly skilled blacksmiths to manufacture many weapons. The howitzer used by the artillery is one of them. Tian led his sister and Helena to the artillery position. At this moment, an entire artillery battalion stood straight, all saluting Tian. "Good day, young master." "Hello, brothers." Tian waved his hand. Then, a soldier jogged over and handed him 3 binoculars. Tian distributed 2 of them to Bibi Dong and Helena, explaining, "Because the power of the shells is too great, it is not advisable to watch from close range. But with this telescope, you can still see everything clearly." The 2 women curiously picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. They were both stunned and amazed. They could clearly see the mountain peak 5 kilometers away. Helena even saw a caterpillar crawling on a tree 5 kilometers away. "This is too clear," Helena exclaimed in surprise. Although Bibi Dong was shocked inside, she appeared much calmer on the surface and asked, "Xiao Tian, did you invent this too?" "Yes," Tian said with a smile. "Its structure is very simple. It only requires 2 polished lenses to make it." Bibi Dong sighed. "The simpler things are, the more magical they become." This statement was indeed correct. Tian agreed and looked at Helena, confidently raising his index finger. "Later, you will know what it means to be unable to fly even with wings as a tidal Douluo, and that within range, there's truth everywhere. I just don't believe that these metal tubes can defeat a tidal Douluo." Helena stuck out her tongue. She looked at the dark metal tubes on the positions and the sharp, round metal shells. Although she had never learned blacksmithing, just one glance gave her the confidence to replicate it. With just these, can they defeat a tidal Douluo? That's simply absurd. While Helena was pondering, Tian issued commands to the artillery troops with great strategy. "Target the mountain ahead. Fire coverage. Fire." The messenger conveyed Tian's command. "Target 43 degrees straight ahead. Wind speed 23. 3 rounds simultaneous fire. Fire." After receiving the order, the artillerymen immediately loaded the shells and propellant and pulled the bolts. The next moment, boom, boom, boom. The airwaves on the position rose and fell. A strong sense of crisis swept past Helena, making her hair stand on end. Through the telescope, she saw the lush green mountain peak in the distance erupting with mushroom clouds. The sound of explosions was incessant, and the terrifying aura made Helena gasp in shock. What kind of weapon is this? It's truly terrifying. 5 minutes later, the bombardment stopped. As the smoke cleared, the once lush green mountain peak had no vegetation left. Even the peak had been flattened by the artillery fire. Through the telescope, it was clear to see that many large craters had formed on the mountaintop. This was the aftermath of the artillery shells' explosions. After seeing this, Helena completely believed what Tian had said earlier, too shocked to speak. Even a tidal Douluo would find it hard to survive under such powerful fire coverage. Just as Helena was immersed in shock, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder. She looked up and found it was Tian. Tian smiled brightly. Sister Nana, do you finally believe it this time? I believe it. Hulaina nodded seriously as she came out of her shock. But don't forget our bet. Tian gestured with his hand and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's face suddenly turned red, unable to look directly at Tian. Beside them, Bibi Dong gazed at the distant mountain peak, unable to let go for a long time. She looked at Tian with a solemn expression. Xiao Tian, what kind of weapon is this? Tian smiled and explained. This is a grenade launcher, which can deal with tidal Douluo below level 95. However, if the opponent possesses a top-level martial soul, or is above level 95, the grenade launcher will be difficult to inflict damage. All right, you tricked me, Hulaina said fiercely upon hearing this. Tian pinched Hulaina's pouting mouth with annoyance. What did I lie to you about? Even those below level 95 are called tidal Douluo. Moreover, I have other secret weapons that I haven't revealed yet. If I take them out, no matter what kind of martial soul it is, or whether it's a super Douluo, they'll still die. Upon hearing this, Hulaina was surprised and blinked her big eyes, asking, what? You have even more powerful weapons. In front of his sister and younger sister, there was nothing much to hide. Tian nodded lightly, indicating confirmation. Of course. Hurry up and take it out, and give us a demonstration. Hulaina's eyes sparkled as she pulled Tian's hand, eagerly saying. Tian flicked Hulaina's forehead in annoyance, causing her to cry out in pain. He continued, not all weapons are suitable for demonstration. If a strategic level weapon designed to deal with super Douluos is exposed, its threat level will be greatly reduced. Moreover, such weapons are expensive to produce and cannot be tested lightly. It's just a bit expensive. How much can it be? Hulaina pouted. As Bibi Dong's personal disciple, she was spoiled since childhood and had no concept of money. How expensive? Worth this amount. Tian looked at Hulaina and extended 5 fingers. 50,000 gold soul coins? That's not too expensive. Hulaina showed a puzzled expression. With his salt production technology, Tian shouldn't be unable to produce 50,000 gold soul coins, right? Last time, she commissioned the renowned forging master Xian Yun to create a set of protective armor, which cost her 100,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins were nothing in her eyes. 50,000? Tian scoffed and bluntly said 50 million. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Hulaina gasped. 50 million in value. What does this concept mean? The tax revenue of the 2 great empires in a year is only about 50 million. She didn't expect that one of Tian's weapons would be worth this price. That's too expensive. It's simply unaffordable. Tian explained, however, the 50 million gold soul coins is the total cost invested in research and manufacturing. Subsequent production shouldn't cost that much. The key issue is that the materials are too rare and hard to find. It took me 2 years to create just 2, so I can't use them lightly. Can you at least tell me the name? Hulaina asked curiously. Rocket shell, Tian replied casually. Upon hearing the cost of the rocket shell, Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly. It was indeed a bit expensive. Even the powerful spirit hall couldn't afford such a high price. She turned her gaze to the dark cannon beside her and asked with a smile, I wonder what the cost of the howitzer is? Chapter 9. I choose Bibi Dong. Tian turned to face his sister and smiled as he explained, the cost of a howitzer isn't expensive. It can be settled for 20,000 gold soul coins. But the shells are precious. Just like during the exercise earlier, we flattened the mountain 5 kilometers away, which cost a full 90,000 gold soul coins in shells. Hulaina opened her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, what you fired wasn't just shells. It was simply a shower of gold soul coins. Tian helplessly said, it was you who requested the visit earlier. I just wanted to show my sister and younger sister that I have the ability to protect you. If I don't prove that I have the capability, it would be uncomfortable for me to see the 2 of you worried all the time. This is a good opportunity to test the combat capability of the army. Tian chuckled and said, so now you understand why the secret troops can't be easily mobilized, right? When you're poor, you rely on tactical maneuvers. When you're rich, you rely on firepower. Our family is currently very poor, so we can only stay by the East Sea and protect this small piece of land. If we leave the East Sea, I can't guarantee your safety. Hulaina giggled, wrapping her arm around Tian's wrist. You're really a good brother. She playfully looked at Bibi Dong. Teacher, you really have good. Bibi Dong's expression remained calm, not changing her demeanor. Before meeting Tian, she had never considered that there could be weapons to deal with soul masters on the Douluo continent. Now, seeing what Tian demonstrated, Bibi Dong was actually shocked inside. If the Spirit Hall's army were equipped with powerful howitzers, Bibi Dong was confident that she could seize all the power from the Offering Hall and that old man Douluo. Within 3 years, she would lead the Spirit Hall to unify the continent. However, Tian had also mentioned earlier that the cost of ammunition was expensive. The Spirit Hall's annual tax revenue was only around 70 to 80 million. Moreover, at most half of that could be applied to military purposes. At this rate of consumption, the Spirit Hall's economy would collapse in no more than a month. It seemed necessary to gain Tian's support. With his top-tier intelligence and her strong military power, the Spirit Hall could have a future. Perhaps binding Tian to herself through marriage would be a good choice. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong smiled at Tian. Your performance truly surprised me. Of course, Tian replied nonchalantly, as the saying goes, after 3 days apart, one should look at another with new eyes. Besides, sister, you have been away for 3 years. The me of today is no longer comparable to the past. He spread his arms, looked at the sky, and said with a relaxed mood, from now on, we siblings will focus on developing here by the East Sea, living quietly. No matter how turbulent the Douluo continent becomes, it won't affect us. After a pause, Tian looked at the golden-haired Hulaina and chuckled. And you too, little Nana. Hearing this, Hulaina's face turned red, and she pouted. I never said I wanted to stay here. What? Tian suddenly changed his expression. You want to leave? Hulaina raised her neck and questioned. Why not? My secret has all been exposed to you. What if it leaks out after you leave? Tian gave a sideways glance to Zhou Long. The scorpion Douluo, Zhou Long immediately stepped forward, his soul power surging forth. Seeing the scorpion Douluo, Hulaina appeared slightly flustered, taking a step back, her small face warily staring at Tian. What do you want to do? Tian did not respond, but instead looked at his sister. Sister, is she reliable? Bibi Dong smiled and said, of course she is reliable. Nana has been an unfortunate girl without parents since she was little. She has been by my side since coming to the Spirit Hall, so you can trust her. Hearing his sister's words, Tian waved his hand at Zhou Long, signaling him to step back. He stared at Hulaina and threatened. Why didn't you say you wanted to leave earlier? For my sister's sake, I won't hold it against you. But if you dare to reveal my secret, that would be a big mistake. Nana actually wanted to leave. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought her to the Sea Spirit Valley. Bibi Dong watched the two and covered her mouth while laughing, saying to Tian, Xiao Tian, I have a way to ensure that Nana won't leak the secret. Hearing this, Tian's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and asked, Sister, what is the method? Bibi Dong replied, you two should get married. That way, Nana will always be yours and of course won't reveal anything. Teacher, Hulaina's face turned red to the roots of her ears as she stomped her foot. Tian looked at Hulaina with a strange expression. I haven't agreed. Yet you're blushing like a teapot. He rested his forehead against his hand, examining Hulaina and commenting, well, your figure is not bad, and your face is quite pretty, but your temper is not good. Tian looked at his sister unabashedly and said, to be honest, my ideal type is that one from the Spirit Hall. After saying this, Tian's face was filled with anticipation. If he could marry someone like her, it would be worth it for this lifetime. Oh, Bibi Dong chuckled lightly, resting her forehead. She had heard privately that the two most recognized beauties of the younger generation in the Spirit Hall were Hulaina and Qianrenxue. Now, that Hulaina stood in front of Tian, he actually showed no interest. Could it be that he was referring to her daughter, Qianrenxue? If it were Qianrenxue, it would be a bit tricky. After all, her relationship with her daughter was not very harmonious, making it difficult for her to intervene in her marriage. Hearing Tian's words, Hulaina's pretty face also flushed. Does Tian like Sister Qianrenxue? But they have never met before. Could it be that she is not pretty? Or is it that her figure does not satisfy Tian? As a girl, Hulaina still has a competitive spirit. She raised her eyes, stared at Tian, and asked with a flushed face, Tian, who do you prefer? Hulaina from the Spirit Hall or Qianrenxue? Hulaina and Qianrenxue? Tian was a bit bewildered. Although he had never seen the real person, he had read the Douluo continent novel. Facing Nana's question, he pondered for a moment and hesitated, saying, if we're talking about looks, then Hulaina is a bit more attractive. But in terms of figure, it's obviously Qianrenxue with her long legs that is better. In short, both have their merits. Oh, Hulaina's fair face was filled with a smile as she said, your answer is quite meticulous, mentioning the strengths of both sides. Then, she fixed her gaze on Tian's eyes and said, but just like there are rankings in learning, there must be a distinction between the two. If you want to marry a wife, which one from the Spirit Hall do you want to marry? After saying this, Hulaina's heart couldn't help but race. Her eyes fixed on Tian. Do you really want to know? Tian's expression was strange, He didn't expect Nana to be so gossipy. Filled with yearning, he said, "Do I even need to think about it?" Hulaina paused, her heart in her throat. "You already have the answer?" Of course. Tian tilted his head back, his eyes full of longing as he said, "If I had to choose, I would definitely choose Pope Bibi Dong." Chapter 10. Butterfly Farm. As soon as he said this, Hulaina was stunned. She instinctively glanced at the teacher beside her. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong also looked momentarily taken aback. Tian, however, ignored the expressions of the two girls and confidently shared his thoughts. "Just think about it. Bibi Dong has such a great figure, fair skin, beautiful looks, long legs. And most importantly, her face is stunning. She practically has all the advantages of a girl." Tian looked at the two girls and said mysteriously with a smile, "Of course, looks are secondary. When it comes to marriage, what matters most is valuing each other's talent and abilities. Just look at Bibi Dong. She holds a high position and is the current pope of the Wuhuan Hall. Not only that, but she is also one of the only two dual martial soul possessors in the world, and, at a young age, she has already become a super Douluo with outstanding strength. I'll let you in on a secret. Bibi Dong is actually the heir of the Rakshasa god. A woman who embodies talent, beauty, and strength like her is truly my favorite. Hulaina and Qianrenxue are nothing compared to her." Tian was extremely pleased with his own judgment. However, in his moment of pride, he noticed that both his sister and Nana were staring at him with unfriendly eyes. He was slightly taken aback and, with a strange expression, asked Sister Nana, "What kind of look is that? Did I say something wrong? Could it be that you two are jealous?" Tian was taken aback. It seemed that his sister and Nana also counted as members of the Spirit Hall. He had just been thinking about Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Qianrenxue, completely forgetting to include his sister and Nana. It must have been his oversight that led to those unfriendly gazes. Indeed, women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea, hard to guard against. Tian was at a loss for words, feeling both amused and helpless. At that moment, Hulaina shot a glance at Tian and mechanically turned her head to look at Bibi Dong. This Tian was too arrogant. Not only did he comment on the teacher's appearance in front of her, but he also exposed the teacher's secret. To be honest, she was shocked as well. She didn't expect that the teacher was actually the inheritor of the divine throne. This meant that it wouldn't be long before the teacher would become a god. My goodness, the teacher is too powerful. It's over. Tian is done for. Hulaina silently prayed, hoping the teacher would go easy on him. However, Bibi Dong's expression was inscrutable, and she looked at Tian with a hint of interest. "Don't you know that Qianrenxue is Bibi Dong's daughter?" Tian was full of disdain and chuckled lightly. "Sister, what era is this? So what if I have a daughter? Who's to say I can't marry two at once? Isn't that good?" Upon hearing this, Hulaina gasped and silently stepped back. If Tian had a chance to salvage the situation before, it seemed completely hopeless now. Noticing his sister's displeased expression, Tian scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Sister, why are you suddenly unhappy?" "I'm just talking about my ideal wife. The Spirit Hall is about to collapse, and I don't have time to hide. How could I possibly bring Bibi Dong home?" He attempted to remedy the situation. "In my opinion, compared to you, Bibi Dong is like a firefly next to the bright moon. So, in the future, I want to marry someone as gentle as you. At the very least, I should marry a lovely wife like Sister Nana." He had previously focused on discussing the women of the Spirit Hall and had forgotten that his sister and Nana were among them. He hoped that this remedy would still be timely. This statement was quite good. Bibi Dong smiled with narrowed eyes, showing no sign of blame. However, Hulaina seemed somewhat dissatisfied and huffed. "Humph, smooth talker." In the end, Bibi Dong did not pursue the matter further regarding Tian's words. Tian didn't think too deeply. After showing the two girls around the Tian Su Army's performance, they left the valley. It was a rare sunny day, and Hulaina looked up at the sky, took a deep breath, and cheerfully suggested, "Teacher, how about we walk back to the villa? We rode the horses too fast on the way here. I didn't have time to enjoy the scenery around us." Their initial purpose was to vacation by the East Sea. The beautiful surroundings were not to be missed. "I have no objections," By said lightly. Hulaina turned her gaze to Tian. "What about you?" Tian shrugged. "I have no opinion. If my sister wants to travel and enjoy the scenery, I can recommend a place." This piqued Hulaina's interest, and she leaned in closer, her eyes filled with hope. What place? Having spent years in the noisy environment of Spirit City, she had grown tired of the tall buildings and longed for the tranquil and beautiful countryside scenery. This was also why she suggested to her teacher to take a break by the East Sea. Tianquan's large hand pointed to the lush mountains in the distance, and he chuckled. "The butterfly farm must be a place you long for." "Butterfly farm?" The peculiar name caught Hulaina's attention, making her glance slightly sideways. Even Bibi Dong cast a curious look. Noticing the surprise on both women's faces, Tian smiled and explained. The butterfly farm is on the other side of the Sea Soul Mountain. We passed by on our way here, but you didn't notice. I bought the butterfly farm 2 years ago to grow some experimental plants. The scenery there is beautiful, especially with the numerous butterfly-type soul beasts that dance gracefully in the evening, like startled swans and swimming dragons. Wow! Hulaina covered her cheeks, her eyes sparkling. She hurriedly took out an ancient map from her bosom and compared it, saying, I seem to have heard of this place in the guide. After a while, she held up the map marked with butterfly farm and joyfully displayed it to Tian. Look, I even specially marked the butterfly farm. This surprised Tian a bit. And he asked, how do you have a map of the East Sea coastline? In this era, maps are considered strategic assets. Drawing a map requires a significant amount of manpower and money, and the technical skill involved is enough to stump most people. Therefore, maps have always been precious items, only possessed by major sects or the two great empires. A hint of unease flashed in Hulaina's eyes. She didn't expect Tian to recognize the value of the map, although it was just an ordinary topographic map that she had taken from the Wuhuan Temple's library as a travel guide. Revealing this could expose her identity and potentially ruin her teacher's hidden plans. She tried to conceal her surprise, pursing her lips as she explained, Brother, have you forgotten? Both I and the teacher are maids of the Wuhuan Temple. The East Sea coastline is not an important place. Its map is kept in the ordinary library of the Wuhuan Temple, so I copied a version. I see. Tian believed her explanation. The Wuhuan Temple was indeed not an ordinary organization. Even a small place like the East Sea coastline could be taken into account with corresponding maps available. This made Tian feel a hint of unease about whether his plans for self-preservation in these chaotic times could be smoothly executed. Everyone arrived at the butterfly farm, each with their own thoughts. An elderly man with slightly hunched shoulders and white hair greeted Tian and the others. Greetings, young master. The hunched old man showed great respect. I didn't expect you to come to the butterfly farm today. I'll have someone prepare dishes for you right away. Please spend the night here. The old man Tian Chao slightly nodded and introduced the two girls. This is Chun Jian. You can call him Elder Chun. Don't be fooled by Elder Chen's age. He is a genuine auxiliary type soul Douluo with a cultivation level of 87. Chapter 11. Is the strength of a plow ox great? 87 level auxiliary type soul Douluo. Hulaina's eyes widened in disbelief. It is well known that auxiliary-type martial spirits in Douluo continent find it very difficult to achieve great accomplishments. Even the powerful Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has its leader, Ning Fengji, at only 79 level soul sage, not even a soul Douluo, let alone other soul masters without a sect to provide resources. However, Tian told her that this hunched old man before her is an auxiliary-type soul Douluo, and at level 87, such cultivation could break the record for auxiliary-type levels in Douluo continent. She incredulously asked, Elder Chun, what is your martial spirit? Elder Chun showed a kind smile and released his martial spirit in his hand. Nothing special, a sunshine mushroom, which can assist in the growth of plants. What can assist in the growth of plants? Hulaina stepped back in shock. This is too outrageous. At first glance, it seemed nothing special, but when applied in practice, one would realize how extraordinary this martial spirit is. The history of the Spirit Hall once recorded a 69-level auxiliary-type soul master with a sunflower martial spirit, whose ability was also to accelerate the growth of plants. Moreover, it could accelerate growth by 1,000 times. What does that mean? The growth cycle of a heavenly material is 1,000 years. With the assistance of a soul master's aura, it could mature in just 1 year. The enhancement effect of heavenly materials on a soul master's soul power goes without saying. Having such a soul master means a massive acquisition of heavenly materials to boost the soul master's strength. This is simply a strategic figure that any force would dream of having. Seeing the indescribable shock in Hulaina's eyes, the white-haired Chun Jin chuckled, Little girl, there's no need to be so surprised. Before meeting young master Tian, I didn't even know what my martial spirit could do. I once thought my martial spirit was a useless one, with a soul power of only 48. But after meeting young master Tian, I realized that planting plants is my talent, and my soul power has rapidly increased, all thanks to young master Tian. Young lady, since you were brought to this butterfly farm by young master Tian, it shows that you have a good relationship with him. As long as you stay by young master Tian's side for a few years, I believe your achievements will surpass mine. Upon hearing this, Hulaina mechanically turned her head to look at Tian. No wonder the teacher wasn't angry at Tian's earlier frivolous remarks. The other party's abilities are actually this great. Sister, what kind of look is that? Tian felt uneasy under her gaze, changing the subject. I didn't expect you to have such great abilities, Hulaina murmured. Just average. Tian waved his hand dismissively. He pointed to the farm and said, inside, there are not only beautiful butterfly soul beasts, but also a lot of delicious food. Let's hurry in. By the side, Bibi Dong looked at the hunched old man Chen Jian with great interest. Then she turned her gaze to Tian with a hint of jealousy and said, now that you have a sister, you've forgotten about me. Your sister? How could that be? Tian rolled his eyes and took his sister's hand. How can Laina compare to you, sister? After all, we are family. This made Bibi Dong smile brightly. On the other side, however, Hulaina was somewhat displeased, pouting her lips high, crossing her arms, and murmuring softly, I owe you a kiss from our earlier bet. But now I've decided to break the contract and not be a good person anymore. I have no objection to you not being a good person. Who cares? Tian shot Nana a glance, took his sister's hand, and strode into the farm. The previous bet was just a joke. He wasn't really concerned about the girl being unable to move. Whether they were affectionate or not didn't matter. Compared to his sister, he could do without this younger one. Hulaina was taken aback, but saw the teacher being pulled away by Tian, who turned back and made a heart gesture toward her. Hulaina stomped her feet in anger. So frustrating. The old man Chen Jian, witnessing this scene, shook his head with a smile and advised Hulaina. The young master and young lady have relied on each other since childhood. You could say the young lady raised the young master. If you insist on comparing yourself to the young lady, how could the young master possibly give way? That's true. Hulaina, feeling dejected, realized that her current identity and that of the teacher were not comparable in Tian's eyes. It's normal for Tian to lean towards his teacher. However, Hulaina immediately felt confused. Why should I be jealous? Did she really just compete for attention with her teacher? There's no need to dwell on things that don't make sense. Hulaina shook her head to clear her thoughts and quickly caught up with Tian and the teacher. She grabbed Tian's other hand and said unhappily, after all, I'm your sister. Isn't it reasonable to hold my sister's hand? Then you should fulfill our previous bet first, Tian said, staring at Hulaina's delicate face. Hulaina looked around, on both sides of the farm road. Many farmers were working. If she fulfilled the bet now, wouldn't most people see it? Her face turned red. There are too many people. So what if there are many people? Nana, you're too timid. Tian shook his head, but he didn't pull his hand away from Hulaina's grip. Bibi Dong curiously looked at the farmers plowing the land on both sides of the farm road. The farmers were holding the plow, continuously turning the soil under the pull of the oxen. At first, Bibi Dong didn't feel that there was anything special about this. Suddenly, her expression froze, and the more she looked, the more surprised she became, even stopping in her tracks. Feeling the sudden slack in the pull on his hand, Tian turned around, puzzled, and asked Bibi Dong's sister, why did you stop? Bibi Dong mumbled, it shouldn't be. What shouldn't be? Tian asked curiously, moving beside her, admiring her beautiful face, and following her gaze to see the farmers plowing the fields. Sister, what's wrong? Tian asked again. Even Hulaina leaned over curiously to look at the plowing farmers. The oxen are pulling the plow to till the land. There's nothing special about it. However, Bibi Dong's eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. As a soul master who came from a rural background, Bibi Dong was very concerned about agriculture. Agriculture was not only vital to the livelihoods of the common people in the Douluo continent, but it was also an important source of tax revenue for the two great empires. It could be said that most of the wealth needed for the living of soul masters and nobles was extracted from the farmers. One of Bibi Dong's important goals in unifying the continent was to stop the exploitation of farmers by the nobles. If it were anyone else who wasn't familiar with agriculture, they wouldn't be surprised by what they saw. But she was Bibi Dong, and she knew agriculture very well. The speed at which the farmers were plowing the fields was incredibly fast, at least twice as fast as in other places. This meant that in the same amount of time, farmers could cultivate more land and gain more profits. If this method could be promoted, it would be a revolutionary change for farmers across the continent. Bibi Dong didn't care that the roadside was a bit muddy and that the mud would get on her. She directly walked into the field and asked the plowing farmer, how can you plow the land so quickly? Is it because the oxen are strong? Chapter 12. Yield of 5,000 Jean. Permu seeing his sister so concerned about the farmers. Tian had no choice but to follow her. Hulaina hesitated for a moment, then finally took off her expensive shoes and followed Tian barefoot into the fields. Facing Bibi Dong's inquiry, The farmer uncle stopped his work and looked up to ask, "Who are you?" "He is my sister," Tian explained as he caught up. When the farmer saw Tian's appearance, he was shocked. "Oh my, young master, why are you in the fields? You shouldn't be in such a dirty place." Tian interrupted the farmer's voice with a light laugh. "Don't forget, all the farming techniques are personally taught and promoted by me. It's not like I haven't been to the fields before. Besides, I don't think getting dirt on my hands is messy. It's also a kind of joy in life." The farmer looked at Tian with a grateful expression. Last year, the coastal areas suffered from flooding, causing many to starve. Only they were spared from the disaster's impact. The farmers on the farm were able to live in warmth and abundance, all thanks to Master Tian. The farmer then turned to Bibi Dong, surprised to find that this stunning beauty was actually Tian's sister, a true celestial being. Her smile was gentle, and she was just like Master Tian, without any airs. Since she was Tian's sister, there was no need to hide anything about the farming issue. So the farmer explained straightforwardly, "Our plowing speed is fast. Not because the oxen are strong. The secret lies in this plow head." The farmer smiled as he patted the curved plow head. Bibi Dong bent down to take a look and quickly noticed something unusual about the plow head. It was curved. "Yes," said Jian, the farm manager. As he explained to Bibi Dong, this is called a curved plow, invented by Master Tian. Changing the curvature of the plow head can save a lot of effort. Using this kind of plow head, the plowing speed naturally increases, and it can also plow deeper. After hearing Jian's explanation, Bibi Dong looked at Tian in surprise. "I didn't expect, brother, that you not only have a business mind, but also possess unique talents in agriculture." Tian smiled faintly and did not speak. This was merely a product he had replicated based on the curved plow from Earth's history, and it truly had no technical content. After seeing the curved plow, Hulaina couldn't help but ask, "Is there really any difference between the straight plow head and the curved plow head? Why does using the curved plow save effort?" The farm manager, Jianku, whose wrinkled face was filled with smiles, explained, "Some things are hard to distinguish on the surface, but the differences are significant. For example, when lifting a bucket of water, is the effort the same when your arm is perpendicular to the ground compared to when it is parallel? Clearly, it's different." Hulaina blurted out. Jianku chuckled lightly and said, "The same principle applies to the curved plow. As young Master Tian said, the point of force application is different, and thus the useful work done is also different." Hulaina was surprised. Her eyes slightly widened. "Useful work? What is that term?" Young Master Tian said, "It's called physics. In fact, I only understand a little bit about it," Jianku replied. "Physics?" Upon hearing this term, even Bibi Dong became interested, her beautiful eyes looking towards Tian. Tian said seriously, "Physics is the principle of all things. It can't be explained clearly in a short time. However, a year ago, when I was free, I wrote a few textbooks on physics. The textbooks are in the villa. When you have time, sister, you can take a look." Of course, he wouldn't mention that the textbooks weren't written by him, but were gifts from the system during a festival. About the principle of all things? Bibi Dong nodded slightly, memorizing the 3 words physics in her heart. She must study them carefully when she returns. Then, a hint of curiosity flashed through Bibi Dong's mind, and she looked at Tian and said, "Brother, such a useful tool must be kept hidden. We can't let outsiders know." Tian let out a light sigh. "Sister, your vision is too narrow. Such a useful tool should be promoted, allowing more farmers to use it so that it can achieve its maximum benefit. It seems that you are truly afraid of poverty. Keeping the secret of the curved plow can indeed help your farm make more money. But this is not the kind of money I want to earn. Moreover, the secret of the curved plow is too simple. It's so simple that you can remember it just by taking a glance and then replicate it. So rather than keeping it a secret, it's better to openly announce it and win people's hearts." This response brought a hint of surprise to Bibi Dong's eyes. She did not expect Tian to be not only intelligent, but also very principled. As the Pope for many years, she had rarely encountered someone as principled as Tian. "Have you already promoted it?" Bibi Dong suppressed her surprise and inquired. Tian sighed lightly. "It's not exactly the case. Along the entire coast of the East Sea, only 1/3 of the farmers are using my curved plow." Hulaina, on the side, was surprised. Since the curved plow can improve efficiency, why are only 1/3 of the farmers using it? Tian explained that everything has a process, and he is not the ruler of the East Sea, so he cannot force the farmers to use the curved plow. "I see." Hulaina expressed her regret. "Even in a small place like the East Sea, promotion is so difficult. I wonder how many years it would take to promote it across the entire continent." Indeed, Jian deeply agreed. It is truly a pity that such a useful tool cannot be promoted throughout the continent. Bibi Dong smiled and said, what if there were forces behind it pushing for it? For example, the two great empires or the spear hall? Tian heard his sister's words and let out a nasal laugh. How is that possible? The two great empires and the spear hall would pay attention to such a small place like the East Sea shore? They could even accurately find the invention of the curved plow and promote it. This is no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Upon hearing this, Hulaina covered her mouth and let out a chuckle. Tian stared at Hulaina's profile. Sister Nana, what are you laughing at? Am I laughing? Hulaina replied with a sincere expression, denying it. Tian actually said in front of the Pope that the Wuhuan temple wouldn't notice him. That's just too funny. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a cart on the road. The cart was filled with a bunch of round yellow things. This was a plant she had never seen before. And she turned to Tian and asked, brother, what is that round plant? That's a potato, Tian straightforwardly replied, having nothing to hide. Potato? Even Bibi Dong was intrigued by this term. She had never heard of such a crop. Seeing the confusion on Bibi Dong and Hulaina's faces, Chun Jinku's expression brightened as he explained to Bibi Dong, Miss, it's normal for you not to know what a potato is after not returning home for years. This is a crop that young Master Tian discovered in the deep mountains, with a yield of up to 5,000 gene per mu. Chapter 13. Volcanic fertilizer, huh? Bibi Dong could no longer maintain her composure. Did she just hear that correctly? A yield of 5,000 gene per mu? What kind of crop is this? The main crops on the Douluo continent are wheat, which can yield about 400 gene per mu with sufficient irrigation, already considered a bumper harvest. And potatoes can yield 5,000 gene per mu. Doesn't that mean there will be no more famine on the Douluo continent from now on? It's known that tens of thousands of people die from famine due to droughts or floods in various regions of the Douluo continent. Agricultural disasters are also issues that the two empires and the Wuhuan temple have to face every year. But what is Chun Jian saying? A yield of 5,000 gene per mu for potatoes. Planting 1 mu of potatoes means it's equivalent to 12 mu of good farmland. Bibi Dong felt a bit breathless. This number was truly terrifying. Compared to Bibi Dong's inner shock, Hulaina's reaction was more direct. She pouted and said, Old Chun, are you trying to fool me and the teacher? Although I haven't worked the fields, I know that fields yielding 500 gene per mu are rare across the continent. If you said 1,000 gene, I could still believe it. But 5,000 gene is just too much. Even if they grow by drinking water, they can't possibly yield 5,000 gene. Chun Jian stroked his white beard and chuckled. It's normal for you not to believe it. When young Master Tian first told me, I also didn't believe it at all. How could there be such high-yielding crops in the world? But after I actually saw the potatoes being planted, I completely believed it. Meanwhile, Tian walked over to Hulaina, patted her shoulder, and said nonchalantly, well, have I ever lied to you? Right now is the season for potato harvesting, and the southern part of the farm is the potato planting area. If you don't believe it, you can go see for yourself. This not only caught Hulaina's attention, but also drew Bibi Dong's interest. The significance of potatoes was immense. If what Tian said was true, the benefits could not be measured by a single number. This would not only solve the problem of the people's basic needs, but also be beneficial for increasing the Wuhuan temple's tax revenue. It meant that the Wuhuan temple could recruit more powerful soul masters. Seeing that his sister was also quite interested, Tian suggested, why don't we dig up some potatoes ourselves and have the farm kitchen help us make a potato dinner? Good. This suggestion was first met with a response from Hulaina, who raised her hand. Harvesting crops by hand is the sweetest way to eat them. She had been training in Wuhuan City and rarely got to experience such joyful activities. Now that she had the opportunity, she had to give it a try. Hearing Hulaina agree, Tian turned his gaze to Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong also nodded lightly. Ever since becoming the Pope, she had to face numerous political affairs every day, let alone entertainment. Sometimes she didn't even have time to eat. She truly missed the days of helping her parents harvest crops when she was young. That was one of the few warm memories hidden deep in her heart. Under Tian's lead, everyone headed toward the southern part of the farm. Hulaina didn't forget to jog on the road, pick up her shoes, and then return to Tian's side, taking his wrist again. Soon, they arrived at the southern part of the farm. They saw vast fields of green, mature potato plants. The tall potato vines stood upright, and many farmers were diligently digging for potatoes. Bibi Dong was the first to step forward and pulled up a potato plant. Because it was sandy soil, the potato plant was easily uprooted. Then Bibi Dong froze. The roots of the potato plant were covered with various sizes of potatoes, weighing at least 5 to 6 gene in total. She stared at the potatoes and murmured, "It's actually true." Hulaina, witnessing this scene, also widened her eyes. My goodness. There really are crops with such high yields in the world. Tian approached Bibi Dong and chuckled. How could I deceive you, sister? Now you believe me, right? With such a high yield, could it possibly taste bad? Bibi Dong voiced her doubts. Everything has its pros and cons. Since potatoes have such a high yield, there must be disadvantages in other aspects. Not all. Potatoes can not only serve as a staple food, but can also be stir-fried. Moreover, if you cut them into strips and fry them until golden brown, paired with a secret blend of spices, they become a delicacy. Jian took over the conversation. Potatoes can be ground into powder, which can be made into potato flour. The potato flour produced on the farm has already become popular along the coast of the EC and is well received by everyone. Hearing Tian's words, Hulaina was almost drooling as she stepped forward, grabbing Tian's collar, and eagerly asked, "Brother, is this potato really as delicious as you say? You greedy little thing. You'll find out tonight," Tian said, pressing her forehead, truly a food lover. Hulaina didn't mind Tian's action at all and nodded earnestly. This reminded her of the hot pot she had at Tian's house earlier, which was simply exquisite. She even thought about staying by Tian's side permanently, so she could keep enjoying delicious food. No, how could I have such an idea? Being greedy will make me gain weight. Besides, I am a future saintess of the Spirit Hall, and my teacher definitely wouldn't allow me to stay. Then perhaps I should persuade my teacher to stay together. While Hulaina struggled internally, Bibi Dong, who was deep in thought, suddenly noticed the land beside the potatoes. On the adjacent land, there was a long-stem plant with long vines, unlike the thick roots of potatoes. She looked at Tian, pointed to the land beside them, and curiously asked, "Is this also a potato?" Tian shook his head and pointed out, "This is sweet potato, but it's not fully mature yet. It needs a layer of fertilizer, and then we have to wait for another month before we can harvest." Fertilizer? Bibi Dong was taken aback. Following Tian, she always encountered novel terms. The old man Jian stepped forward to explain, fertilizer is the nutrition that plants need to grow. Just like how we humans gain weight when we eat meat, land that is fertilized can yield more. Jian also gave an example. I once conducted an experiment on a farm. In the same wheat test field, the wheat without fertilizer only produced 500 gene per mu. However, the wheat field with fertilizer could yield up to 1200 gene per mu. We can yield 1200 gene per mu. Bibi Dong, who is usually good at reading expressions, was completely astonished. It is known that increasing wheat yield has always been a focus of research for the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall even has a department dedicated to studying related issues, filled with food system and support system soul masters. After years of research, they had not solved this problem. Unexpectedly, it was resolved by Tian. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Old Chun, when you conducted the experiment, were you sure that the wheat variety did not mutate? If the wheat variety mutated, that would be understandable." However, Jian firmly replied, "I am sure there was no mutation. This could be easily explained. According to young master Tian's theory, in addition to sunlight, plants also need elements like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium to grow. Young miss, you might know that if a piece of land is fertilized with manure, its growth will be better than other fields." Chapter 14. War and Peace. Bibi Dong nodded in understanding. She grew up in the countryside and knew a saying in the village: "Not fertilizing the land is like messing around." This shows how much farmers value fertilizing their fields. Jian explained, "Manure has a high nitrogen content, so applying manure is essentially adding nitrogen to the soil. Fertilizer is a combination of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and applying to the land will naturally increase the yield." Bibi Dong eagerly asked, "Is it complicated to produce fertilizer? Is there a possibility of it being widely promoted? Is it expensive?" She was too eager to know. If the entire continent could use fertilizer just based on this, the Spirit Hall could win over most people's hearts. With the people's support, victory would be within reach. This way, the resistance faced during the unification of the continent would be much smaller. If potatoes and fertilizers could be promoted together, the continent could completely say goodbye to famine. Isn't this exactly the dream and belief she has pursued for many years? Bibi Dong took a deep breath, suppressing her inner excitement. She had never thought that the distance to her dream could be so close. She subconsciously glanced at Tian, realizing it was fate that she encountered him. Jian explained, "Regarding the production of fertilizer, young miss, you should ask young master Tian. In fact, I only know about the effects of fertilizer and know very little about its production." Bibi Dong's eager gaze felt oppressive, making Tian a bit uncomfortable. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Why are you suddenly interested in this? Bibi Dong stared seriously at Tian and said, I see the possibility of an agricultural reform that could improve the lives of all the lower-class people on the continent. Tian didn't think there was anything wrong with her ambition. After all, Bibi Dong also came from a difficult background and had spent several years in the spirit hall. So it was normal for her to have such a far-sighted perspective. He shrugged and explained, the fertilizer used on the farm is actually processed from volcanic ash. The raw material cost is almost zero, so it's not difficult. The processing does require some technology and money, but overall, the price is still within a reasonable range and has already been promoted along the coast of Onhai. The Seasol mountain beneath their feet is actually a volcano. The ridge has a thick layer of volcanic ash, rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, which can be turned into qualified fertilizer with relatively simple purification and impurity removal. Tian established a butterfly farm here, mainly because he valued the convenience of transporting fertilizer. There are several volcanoes like Haihun Mountain along the coast of the EC, so there's no need to worry about a shortage of raw materials. Bibi Dong's expression changed. Xiao Tian, have you ever thought about promoting the fertilizer across the entire continent? Tian was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and said, let's not think about that for now. After all, the conflicts on the continent are about to begin. Promoting it would be futile. Sister, it's better for you to stay here with me by the East Sea and enjoy life. Hulaina asked in confusion, brother, why do you think a war is about to start on the continent? As the future heir of the Spirit Hall, she was unaware that the Spirit Hall was about to go to war with the two major empires. Why is Tian so confident? After speaking, Hulaina couldn't help but look at her teacher. Does the teacher hope for the war to start? It shouldn't be. Is there even a need to explain? Tian said confidently, have you forgotten the reasons for war that I mentioned earlier? The war doesn't necessarily start because of the wishes of the Spirit Hall and the two empires, but rather because the gods are stirring things up behind the scenes. Hulaina pouted. Isn't that the same as not explaining anything? Brother, didn't you also say that the gods cannot descend on the Douluo continent? If they can't descend, how can they influence the occurrence of war? Tian sighed lightly. This is the effect of the dark law taking place. Let's do a little test. Suppose both of you are divine beings and heirs of the Douluo continent. Sister represents Bibi Dong, and Nana, you represent the two great empires. Tian first looked at his sister and said, if you were Bibi Dong, what would you most hope for the Spirit Hall to do? Bibi Dong was taken aback for a moment, but still answered without hesitation, I hope the Spirit Hall can unify the continent. Of course, under the condition that no large-scale war occurs. If a large-scale war must happen, I would rather postpone the dream of unifying the continent. Once a large-scale war breaks out, the only ones who will ultimately be harmed are the interests of the common people. Tian did not continue the conversation with his sister and turned to look at Hulaina. Sister Nana, what about your dreams? Standing from the perspective of the two great empires, Hulaina thought for a moment and said seriously, I hope to limit the Spirit Hall's infiltration into the empire, strengthen the governance over the common people, and strive to maintain the current situation. If the Spirit Hall invades, I will mobilize all my forces to resist the invasion, because the invasion of the Spirit Hall would shake my position. Then Hulaina spread her hands in confusion and said, look, neither of us wants to start a war. Why does brother think a war could happen? Tian sighed and said, this test is not over yet. Don't forget that you have another identity, which is the heir of the gods. He then turned to Bibi Dong and said, if you obtain the divine throne, it will create an absolutely overwhelming power over the two great empires. However, obtaining the divine throne requires exchanging all the faith of the Douluo continent, which means waging war to unify the continent. Bibi Dong, with a firm gaze, replied, I have said before that the cost of total war is too great, and it will only harm the ordinary people. I will not initiate a war. So that means you refuse to inherit the divine throne? Tian asked. Yes. Bibi Dong nodded slightly. Tian did not speak, but turned to stare at Hulaina. Sister Nana, do you think the two great empires could defeat the Spirit Hall? No, the Spirit Hall is just too strong. Once the war starts, it is very likely that the Spirit Hall will win at a great cost, and the two great empires will be defeated. Hulaina shook her head. Tianzheng said seriously, all right, next step. The Spirit Hall now possesses the divine seat. Do you think you could defeat the Spirit Hall? Hulaina was surprised and laughed silently. The Spirit Hall doesn't possess the divine seat. The two great empires couldn't defeat it, and now that it has the divine seat, it definitely can't be defeated. Brother, isn't your question pointless? Tian said irritably. Don't argue with me, just answer. You now have the opportunity to inherit the divine throne. If inheriting, it could possibly defeat the Spirit Hall, of course. The price is that you must destroy the Spirit Hall and offer the faith of the Douluo continent to the gods. Will you inherit it? Upon hearing this, Hulaina fell silent and asked, "Is the premise that I already know my teacher possesses the divine throne but has not yet inherited it?" Of course. Tian confirmed. Hulaina remained silent. This was an extremely difficult choice. The two empires were in a hostile state with the Spirit Hall, and there was hardly any trust between the two sides. Chapter 15, Mortal Body. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods, the Spirit Hall was already subtly suppressing the two empires, and it might even possess the power of the divine throne. For the two empires, this was like a sword hanging over their heads, with the risk of being pierced at any moment. No, it could already be said that defeat was certain. No one wanted the initiative to be in the hands of the enemy. Understanding this, Hulaina knew how to choose. That is to inherit the divine throne and seek power equal to that of the Spirit Hall. If luck were on her side, if she inherited the divine throne first, there was a great possibility of defeating the Spirit Hall. Hulaina slowly raised her head, a glimmer of clarity flashing in her eyes. But her expression was somewhat difficult. "I understand what you mean, brother. The two empires cannot be sure whether Bibi Dong has inherited the divine throne. But even if the chance is small, it is still a significant threat to the two empires. The two empires will definitely do their utmost to prevent Bibi Dong from becoming a god. Similarly, the Spirit Hall cannot be sure whether the two empires will choose to inherit the divine throne. But they will certainly do everything to stop the other side from becoming gods. Because once one side becomes a god, it will be a devastating blow to the other. War will not only break out, but it will also accelerate. Only war can provide a glimmer of hope for survival." Tian snapped his fingers and patted Hulaina's forehead, sighing. "You understand correctly. Now you know why I determined that war is inevitable, right?" Hearing these words, Bibi Dong fell into a silence. She had never thought that the divine domain was indeed the main factor for the outbreak of war. This was the blatant conspiracy of the gods. Not inheriting the divine domain would only lead to waiting for death. Inheriting the divine domain meant a fight to the death with the other side. Bibi Dong's fingers were tightly intertwined, her chest heaving violently. She had actually been calculated against by the gods, and there was no turning back. "Hey, sister, why are you so down? It doesn't concern us anyway. As long as we stay by the East Sea, the war won't threaten us." Tian took Bibi Dong's hand, lightly patted her shoulder, and comforted her. Hulaina angrily questioned, "Tian, don't you care at all about the war outside? Many people will die." Tian rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Is the war between the gods something we can intervene in?" Hulaina was momentarily speechless. Indeed, how can mortals compare to the gods? Bibi Dong fell into deep thought, her expression filled with despair, and murmured, "Is there really no way to stop this war?" Tian casually replied, "There is a way, but it's too troublesome." A glimmer of hope flashed in Bibi Dong's eyes, as if she had grasped a lifeline, and she grabbed Tian's hand, asking, "What method?" "Ha!" Tian smiled and said, "Sister, why are you always concerned about these problems? But it's okay to say it out loud. Why do the gods want to provoke this war? It's nothing more than a struggle for faith. What do the gods want with faith? They want to become stronger through faith. If one side seizes the faith first, then is there still a need for this war to exist? Faith can make the gods stronger and can also forge new gods. Gathering the faith of the Douluo continent is enough to shape a new god. And the gods are invincible in their own world. Even a god-king level powerhouse, when projected to the Douluo continent, cannot defeat the local gods who can manipulate the laws of the Douluo continent. Can we still contend with the gods for faith? Bibi Dong was astonished. In her understanding, gods were incredibly powerful beings. So powerful that even a plane like the Douluo continent could not accommodate the complete descent of a god. With a mere gesture, a god could turn mountains into seas and create the world. Such control over heaven and earth was something even Douluo-level powerhouses could not achieve. She had never imagined how to overcome such formidable power if she were to oppose it. While pondering, Tian's leisurely voice came, "Sister, don't think of faith too complicated. You can imagine it as the people's hearts. Isn't it much simpler to strive for the people's hearts? It's just that we are not gods and cannot immediately convert faith into power. But that doesn't mean this power is without significance. For the gods, faith is both a source of power and can also lead to their destruction. Didn't I say before that in 3 years, the war on the Douluo continent will break out? If we take proactive action during these 3 years, There is a chance to reverse our fate and expel the god's interference in the Douluo continent. Bibi Dong gently nodded. Striving for the people's hearts? Aren't these inventions of Tian the strongest weapons? Hulaina curled her lips and said, Brother's words are like nothing at all. What exactly should we do? Understanding the theory is one thing, but putting it into practice is not easy, right? Tian shrugged and said casually, it's just the same old Cold War tactics. Cold War? This new term caught Bibi Dong's attention. Her eyes were fixed on Tian's chiseled face as she asked, what is that? Is a Cold War a war of coldness? Hulaina also turned her gaze to Tian. Cold War? She had never heard of this concept before. Tian was amused by Hulaina's curious understanding. He couldn't help but explain, the Cold War is in relation to real wars with guns and knives. In the 20th century on Blue Star, the Cold War was always the international environment, with the rivalry between the US and the Soviet Union having a profound impact. Whether in middle school history classes or high school history classes, there are many discussions about it. Tian was very familiar with this and smiled. In summary, it is about engaging in all forms of struggle with the opponent except for war, infiltrating economically, invading culturally, and conducting deception militarily. Fundamentally and comprehensively dismantling the opponent's war capabilities to subtly change their goals. Hulaina listened in a haze, scratching her head, as Tian's words were truly perplexing. She couldn't quite understand. However, Bibi Dong, upon hearing Tian's words, was astonished and said with a serious expression, are you saying to assimilate and dismantle the opponent? Isn't this exactly what I want to achieve after unifying the continent? To transform Douluo continent into a whole, where everyone shares a common ideal of building a beautiful Douluo continent. She hadn't expected that this ultimate dream buried in her heart could be realized without going through war. If Tian's previous performance had surprised her, his current words truly shocked her. If these theories could be put into practice, the term genius could no longer describe Tian. A mortal body, standing shoulder to shoulder with the divine, is probably what people mean when they talk about someone like Tian. He was simply too smart. Seeing the indescribable shock on his sister's face, Tian said casually, Sister, you have grasped the essence of my words. Bibi Dong suppressed her inner excitement and asked eagerly, how can the theory you mentioned be implemented in practice? Tian smiled and said, if this is to be implemented, it would take 3 days and nights to write the plan, and sister, you are not the Pope of the Spirit Hall, so why add unnecessary worries? He turned his gaze to Hulaina and continued, all right, regarding the issue of the divine war, let the Pope Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall worry about it. I'll take you to a good place. Upon hearing this, Hulaina stole a glance at Bibi Dong and covered her mouth with a giggle. Yes, let the Pope worry about it. We're here to have fun, not to think about these profound matters. Chapter 16. Oh my, the Crystal Palace. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes and glared at Hulaina without saying a word. However, the smile on her delicate face was enough to create a strong sense of pressure. Hulaina fell silent, quickly suppressing her smile, and shyly ran to Tian's side. Linking her arm with his sleeve, brother, didn't you say you would take us to a good place? Let's hurry and go. The teacher is really scary. It's important to slip away. Tian turned around and took Bibi Dong's hand, chuckling, come on, you have to take my sister with you. This caused Bibi Dong's fair face to pause for a moment, her actions stalling slightly, and then she followed Tian's lead, stepping forward with her long legs. This made Hulaina puff up her cheeks in anger, realizing that she was the one who was superfluous. Tian referred to the good place, which is actually the Butterfly Valley in the farm. The Butterfly Valley is located deep within the farm, stretching north to south, as if a gap has been cleaved by the Sea Soul Mountain. It is lush with flowers and plants. The sky is approaching dusk. Swarms of butterflies flutter in the air, dancing up and down, creating a spectacular sight. Hulaina followed Tian's pace into the valley, immersing herself in the scene. She was immediately captivated by what she saw inside. However, it was not the dancing butterflies that attracted her attention, but a large wooden water wheel reminiscent of a Ferris wheel. The gigantic water wheel stood by the stream, powered by the flowing water, which lifted the stream upward and flowed through dense bamboo pipes to all corners of the valley. Next to the water wheel, there was also a towering wooden tower. At the top of the wooden tower, several large fan blades were particularly conspicuous. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, causing the fan blades to slowly rotate. The generated power was connected to the water wheel through a set of iron and wooden gears, becoming another source of power for the water wheel's rotation. What is this? Hulaina stared at the water wheel with wide eyes, unable to look away. She had never seen water flowing upward like this before. Although she clearly understood the principle, that it was the water and wind driving the operation of the water wheel. Witnessing it all unfold before her eyes was simply unbelievable. How magical! The farm manager, Tian, who had been quietly following behind Tian and others, pointed ahead and said, "This is the irrigation system invented by young Master Tian. It consists of a water wheel, a windmill, and bamboo pipes for transporting water." An irrigation system? Is it used to irrigate the fields? Hulaina's expression changed slightly. Tian nodded. Yes. How amazing! Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect such a small device could transport water over such distances. This must save so much effort. Bibi Dong showed a look of astonishment. Coming to the farm, little Tian, you have truly surprised me so much. Tian chuckled and said, these are just simple things. Not worth mentioning. After you see them, sister, you can make them too. There's really no difficulty. On Blue Star, the ancient and wise Eastern people had long invented the water wheel. I just had the craftsman replicate it based on my memories. Bibi Dong shook her head and said, it is indeed very simple, but learning and creating have always been two different dimensions. Moreover, the simpler something is, the greater its value. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong had rich knowledge of the geography of the Douluo continent. Every year, many fields on the continent could not be cultivated due to drought, especially in the northwest region, where there are strong winds and little rain. The fields are exceptionally dry, and farmers must carry water from distant rivers to irrigate their farmland. They work tirelessly from the beginning of the year to the end, burdened to the point of collapse, yet they hardly see any harvest. The people live in constant hunger, and it is common to die of starvation. If the area had a windmill irrigation system, it would be different. It could transport water from the lower rivers to higher places, solving the irrigation problem. It could be foreseen that once windmills and water wheels are promoted across the continent, millions of acres of uncultivated land will turn into fertile fields. This would bring tremendous benefits both to the local commoners and to the Spirit Hall in terms of increasing tax revenue, especially since the construction of windmills and water wheels is extremely simple, requiring no professional carpenters. Just a few people can complete it. Wherever there is wind, windmills can almost be built. Where there are rivers, they can be utilized to establish water wheel irrigation systems. At this moment, in her eyes, the water wheel and windmill irrigation system in front of her were no longer just a few simple pieces of wood, but had become invaluable treasures. This made her even happier than obtaining a 10,000-year spirit ring. However, Tian interrupted Bibi Dong's soaring thoughts. What is so special about windmills? The end of water irrigation holds a big secret, Tian mysteriously said. This didn't cause much of a ripple for Bibi Dong. Tian's tone was completely like that of someone trying to deceive a child. For her, it was almost immune. She continued to think about what benefits the water wheel could bring to the Spirit Hall. If the Spirit Hall fully promoted water wheels and windmills across the continent, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the public support and trust in the Spirit Hall. This was an effect that the Spirit Hall could not achieve even after years of effort. In contrast to Tian's tempting words, Hulaina beside her was not so calm. Covering her little face, she stepped forward and curiously asked, Brother Tian, what is the end? Tian smiled mysteriously and pointed, go take a look and you'll know. His words truly captivated all of Hulaina's curiosity, and she couldn't even spare a moment to admire the dancing butterflies. Lightly, she followed the bamboo waterway. Weaving through the grass in search of the mysterious place, Tian mentioned. Teacher, hurry up. Hulaina called as she turned around, her sweet smile inviting. Bibi Dong couldn't refuse and shook her head helplessly as she followed. This child, Nana, had never smiled so happily before. It seemed the cutthroat environment of Spirit City was indeed oppressive. She usually managed Hulaina quite strictly. Today was meant for a trip, so let her enjoy herself. Everything else could wait, Bibi Dong thought. As everyone walked on, the stream and windmills gradually faded away. Nearby, the sound of flowing water could still be heard coming from the bamboo pipes extending along the stream. They continued forward. A transparent building came into view. Upon seeing this scene, both Bibi Dong and Hulaina were stunned. Hulaina even exclaimed, "Oh my, is this the Crystal Palace? It's too extravagant. Even the main hall of the Spirit Hall isn't this luxurious. It's truly magnificent." Bibi Dong also looked at Tian with reproach in her eyes. Xiao Tian, how much did this cost? Try to avoid such ostentatious things in the future. Hearing his sister's reproach, Tian felt wronged. It seemed his sister was truly afraid of poverty and couldn't stand any waste or extravagance. He couldn't help but point to the transparent building in the distance and explained, "This is a greenhouse made of glass, used for growing fruits and vegetables. And glass is made from sand, which isn't expensive. Is brother Tian deceiving me? How can sand be turned into something so transparent? This is clearly crystal. Hulaina stretched her neck and pouted. Although she usually focused on her training in Spirit City, she wasn't completely unaware of the outside world. She still had some basic common sense. She could distinguish between sand and crystal. Sand consists of tiny particles and is not transparent at all. Only high-quality crystals can be polished into such clear and translucent sheets. Tian is really wealthy. He previously spent 50 million gold soul coins to develop rockets to deal with Super Douluo. Now he is spending a large amount of money to build a huge and luxurious crystal palace in this tranquil valley. What a waste. Tian, he said irritably. Do I really need to deceive you, sister and younger sister Nana? Jian, who was at the back, stepped forward with a smile and explained for Tian. What young Master Tian said is true. The buildings ahead are indeed made of a material called glass. The workshop that produces glass is not far from the farm. If you have time, you can visit it. To be honest, when I first saw the glass-making process, I was just as surprised as you are. It really is amazing. Ordinary sand, after being washed and dried, combined with other materials and forged in fierce fire, can indeed become transparent. Really? Hulaina still looked puzzled, seeming to believe Jian's words, but not completely. If you don't believe it, Miss Nana and the young lady, you can take a look around the greenhouse. I'm not bragging. Even the transparency of high-quality crystal can't compare to glass. Moreover, the greenhouse is home to many precious fruits and vegetables that you have never heard of or tasted before. You're in for a treat. Chapter 17. I owe you a kiss, and I've decided to return it. Hulaina covered her mouth and laughed. Then I have to go in and take a good look. Tian crossed his arms and said confidently, Don't you dare sneak a bite when we go in later. I wouldn't even consider it. Hulaina pouted. As the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, what delicious food had she not seen? The various branches of the Spirit Hall would present many rare and peculiar fruits to the main city every year. These priceless fruits were even hard to come by in the courts of the two great empires. Yet, she could eat them at will, and there were so many that she couldn't finish them all. Why would she be tempted? What a joke. The main reason for going in was merely out of curiosity. A house made of glass truly had its charm. Hulaina stuck out her tongue at Tian, ignoring him, and cheerfully moved towards the greenhouse. Tian looked at Hulaina's back and chuckled, shaking his head. Beside him, Bibi Dong elegantly stepped forward with her long legs, slowly following along. Before they reached the door, they heard Hulaina's astonished voice coming from inside. Wow. The plants inside are so vibrant and green. Following Hulaina's gaze, Bibi Dong curiously looked in. Inside the greenhouse, the greenery was lush. Unlike the greens in the valley, the greens in the greenhouse were fresh, extremely fresh. All the plants looked like newly sprouted buds. Together, they created a striking visual impact. Not to mention, under the backdrop of this fresh green, the colorful and enticing fruits were even more alluring. Even for someone like her, who was used to all sorts of treasures and precious bonsai, she felt that what was before her was unique. This was not just a place for cultivating plants. It was practically a large artistic treasure trove. As night gradually descended, the supplementary lights in the greenhouse quietly turned on. In this tranquil valley, the soft white light felt particularly comfortable. Jian revealed a kind expression and introduced to Bibi Dong. You may not know, but all the plants in the greenhouse were purchased by young master from a distant island. They have never appeared on the Douluo continent, and each one is exceptionally precious. Oh, Bibi Dong glanced at Tian with slight surprise. Tian smiled and said, These are just some fruits and vegetables, actually nothing special. The reason they are grown in the greenhouse is just to make them produce more seeds and then promote them. These fruit and vegetable seeds were actually given to him by the system during the holidays over the past 2 years. They were not purchased from a distant island. He stated it this way to avoid exposing the system's secrets. Jian's latter statement was indeed true. These vegetable and fruit seeds had never appeared on the continent before. In fact, Douluo continent has always focused on sole master cultivation. Apart from farmers growing crops, almost no one pays attention to agriculture. There are very few types of vegetables on the continent. Even when cooking, they just add a little salt, without any other seasonings. The fruits are mostly unrefined varieties, sour and gritty, and most of them are extremely unpalatable. When Tian first arrived on Douluo continent, he found this very uncomfortable. But later, after the system rewarded him with many vegetable and fruit seeds, and through his relentless efforts in farming, the vegetables and fruits he usually ate gradually became more abundant. Ahead, Hulaina eagerly pushed open the glass door of the greenhouse. As soon as she stepped inside, she suddenly felt a wave of warmth. The subtle difference caught her attention. She turned and asked, "Brother Yi Tian, does temperature also affect plant growth?" Yi Tian nodded lightly. "Of course, I didn't expect you, Nana, to discover this." Hee hee. Hulaina revealed her pure white teeth and smiled. "Staying by my brother's side. Of course I will become smarter." Soon, she was attracted by the fruit above the door, which was shaped like a stick and was dark purple. "This grapevine's fruit is so strange. Why isn't the fruit round, and why is it so dark purple and long?" Chun Jian introduced proudly. "This is the seedless gemstone grape." "Seedless gemstone grape?" Hulaina stretched her neck and subconsciously repeated. "Yitian similit biraiti." His right middle finger slightly bent, revealing the golden martial soul, Tai divine needle. He flicked his finger, and the Tai divine needle quickly flew out, precisely hitting the junction of a bunch of grapes and its vine. With a soft pop, the gem-like grape bunch fell into Yi Tian's hand. Hulaina licked her rosy lips, her eyes sparkling like a fox that had spotted its prey, poised to pounce. "Thank you, brother," she said, her expression joyful, as she darted in front of Yi Tian in a swift motion. Yi Tian cleverly sidestepped and held the gemstone grape high. Hey, what does the little girl want to do? Isn't it meant to be given to me to eat?" Hulaina put her hands on her hips, frowned her delicate nose, and tilted her head. Yi Tian looked at her with disdain. "I never said that." He condescendingly picked a grape from the high bunch and handed it to the eagerly watching Hulaina. "Here, just one, no more." "Ah." Hulaina put on a pained expression and glared at Yi Tian. "Just one, no more." Yi Tian chuckled lightly and split the grape in half. Someone seemed to be saying earlier, "I wouldn't care at all." Caught off guard, Hulaina's pretty face flushed. Yet her hands were honest as she accepted the grape Yi Tian offered. She popped one in her mouth to vent her dissatisfaction. As the grape entered her mouth, she was immediately stunned by the taste on her tongue. It was fragrant, sweet, and soft, a hint of milky aroma and an exquisite sweetness. MMM. Hulaina's pupils gradually widened, too excited to speak, and hurriedly popped another grape in her mouth. She had never tasted such delicious fruit before. The fruits offered by the spirit hall were nothing compared to this. They were like sour and astringent wild jujubes from a mountain valley. Soon, Hulaina danced joyfully in the greenhouse like a bird soaring into the sky or a fish returning to the deep sea. She picked a shiny red strawberry, then set her sights on the smooth, juicy snake fruit. Even the not-so-ripe cherry tomatoes and the fresh green lettuce were worth a taste. Yi Tian merely glanced at Hulaina with indifference before retracting his gaze and walking up to his sister, handing her the half-bunch of gem grapes in his hand. Bibi Dong stood in the greenhouse, equally captivated. However, what attracted her was not the delicious fruits and vegetables, but the lighting system in the greenhouse. Bibi Dong casually took the gem grapes, but her interest remained focused on the incandescent lights on the ceiling. They were neither luminous pearls nor gems, yet they could emit light at night. Yi Tian smiled slightly. This indeed involved a great deal of knowledge. However, he couldn't directly say that it is the energy overflow in the process of electronic transition that manifests in the form of light waves. Could he? The more specialized something is, the harder it is to explain. After pondering for a moment, he made an appropriate analogy. "Sister, you should know that during battles, soul masters use soul power, which radiates light. If we can reasonably utilize the correspondence between releasing soul power and radiating light, then the soul master's soul power doesn't need to generate destructive force. Instead, it can all be used to radiate light. The final product would be such a lighting tool." As soon as he said this, Bibi Dong lowered her head, lost in thought, seemingly trying to understand the principle behind it. Yi Tian smiled and shook his head. Although the metaphor was simple, it lacked a solid theoretical foundation. Understanding it was still somewhat difficult. Just then, Hulaina approached like a gust of wind, her expression unfriendly. Seeing her not in a good mood, Yi Tian was puzzled. "Sister Nana, what's wrong?" Hulaina's bright red lips parted, but she didn't answer Yi Tian's question. Instead, she said angrily, "Brother, didn't I owe you a kiss earlier? I've decided to give it back to you now." "Huh?" Yi Tian was taken aback and tugged at the corner of his mouth. What was wrong with Sister Nana? Did she want to kiss him? Had she lost her mind? The previous bet was just a joke. He wouldn't force anything. Before he could react, Hulaina's rosy lips pressed against his in surprise. Suddenly, a wet and spicy sensation came over him. Yi Tian's lips could no longer feel anything else. There was no need to think about the soft and tender touch of any girl. All that remained was spiciness. An extreme spiciness. Yi Tian's pupils contracted. Nana just wouldn't have tasted the devil's chili, would she? Chapter 18. A Cruel Person. Spicy. Yi Tian fanned his tongue with his hand. tears streaming down his face. The devil's chili is renowned as the title Douluo among peppers. Its spiciness can make someone cry even when diluted 1,000 times. The sourness is truly indescribable. After a long while, Tian finally recovered, panting with his mouth open, staring at Hulaina. Nana, you're so mean. Oomph. Who told you to plant such spicy peppers? Hulaina's lips were red all around, almost swollen, looking like she had put on a thick layer of lipstick. She crossed her arms, turning her head away in annoyance, refusing to look at Tian, trying to maintain her ladylike demeanor. But the chili was just too spicy. She couldn't hold on to her ladylike act for a moment before, like Tian, she began to pant and fan her tongue. Tears also uncontrollably flowed from her crystal-like eyes. Tian, you clearly put it in your mouth yourself, okay? How can you blame me for that? The farm manager Tian explained with a smile. The devil pepper is actually a material used to make meridian training elixirs, with strong pharmacological effects, and is extremely precious. Although it is a bit spicy, there is no harm in eating it. My mouth is all swollen. Hulaina covered her small mouth, tears streaming down her face. Of course, it was from the spiciness. She wasn't that overly dramatic. It's really too unfair. Tian mockingly said, who told you to be greedy? All right. Bibi Dong stepped forward, clapped her hands to stop the escalating argument between the two, and suggested, the farm has plenty of vegetables. How about we have a barbecue? Upon hearing the word barbecue, Hulaina's face, which was filled with grievance, brightened up a lot, and she nodded eagerly. Okay. Nowadays, only by eating something delicious can she soothe her wounded heart. Tiangu feigned a light sigh and waved to Jian. Old Chun, help Sister Nana get a glass of milk with ice. This can reduce the burning sensation from the devil chili. After speaking, he noticed Hulaina's swollen lips and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sister Nana's appearance right now was just too funny. Jian, although he also wanted to laugh, was older and more composed, so he managed to hold it in. He nodded and turned to carry out Tian's instructions. Hulaina, who initially felt a bit grateful for Tian's words, was now furious. How could her brother laugh at her? She was so angry. All right. Tian stepped forward and put his arm around Hulaina's shoulder, softly comforting her. I also suffered the punishment of your kiss and felt the devil chili too. It's okay, just drink a glass of iced milk and it will be fine in a while. Hulaina looked up at Tian with her tearful eyes. Really? Fake. Tian burst into laughter and quickly retreated behind his sister. After eating the devil chili, her swollen lips couldn't possibly go down that quickly. If it could, it wouldn't be called devil chili. Hulaina, extremely frustrated, grabbed her golden hair and yelled hysterically. Ah, I'm really going crazy. I will never overeat again, she secretly vowed. Just then, a middle-aged man in a linen black robe with dark blue hair, named Shursan, hurried over. He exchanged a glance with Tian and then looked at Bibi Dong and Hulaina beside him, hesitating to speak. As a sole emperor, Shursan was not only Tian's personal guard, but also the head of the intelligence department he had established. Is there something wrong? Hulaina noticed Shursan's hesitation and couldn't help but ask. She had seen him once before leaving the villa, and he seemed to be an important subordinate of Tian. Shursan did not answer, but instead looked at Tian. The first rule of intelligence is that secrets can only be told to superiors. Tian, who personally established the intelligence system, naturally wouldn't break this rule. He joked with the curious Hulaina. It's probably something commercial. You two stay here. I'll discuss it with Shursan. Bibi Dong's expression changed slightly as she looked at Tian's back, wondering what it was that he was keeping from her and Nana. Hulaina leaned closer to Bibi Dong and whispered, Tian has secrets too. The conversation between Tian and Shursan was not long, only lasting for a minute. After they finished talking, Shursan left and hid far away, as the guards could not let their master feel uncomfortable while on duty. Tianzi returned to the two girls' side. Hulaina eagerly asked, Brother, hurry up and tell us what happened. Tian only felt a bit of a toothache and sighed lightly. We have been targeted by the spirit hall. The two followers are not weak. Both are six-ringed soul emperors. He took out a seemingly ordinary maple leaf and displayed it in front of the two women. This is their coded signal. The holes on it that look like worm-eaten are actually a kind of code. Hulaina pretended to look serious. Has the code been cracked? Meanwhile, she secretly complained in her heart, realizing that it was their own people who had exposed them. No, Tian shook his head. The coded signals we received are too few to be of reference value. The spirit hall is so good, there surely won't be any issues. Hulaina calmly patted Tian's shoulder and comforted him. Let's hope so. Tian, with a serious expression, gestured it's getting late. Let's head to the farm cottage to rest. All right. X2 Tian's pace was quick, while Bibi Dong and Hulaina deliberately slowed down. Bibi Dong pondered and said, "The coat on a maple leaf earlier belongs to our Pope's knights. The two holy knights who were tailing us. Were they secretly sent by you, Nana? The Pope's knights are the best of the 3 knight orders of the Spirit Hall. Knights start with a cultivation level of at least 61. They have strong combat abilities and are proficient in assassination, surveillance, and covert protection. However, what frustrates Bibi Dong is that the most elite holy knights of the Pope's knights were actually detected by Tian right away. Tian's intelligence organization is actually stronger than the Pope's knights. Her interest in Tian has become increasingly intense. No, Hulaina shook her head. We didn't arrange any guards for this outing. After all, you, teacher, are super Douluo. Sending these holy knights over wouldn't be of much use. She rested her delicate chin on her hand, pondering. Could it be that Uncle Yueguan sent them? Only Uncle Yueguan knows that we are out here to relax. It must be him. Bibi Dong nodded. That guy, Ju Yueguan, is always particularly sensitive about her safety. Given his personality, he definitely couldn't stay in Wuhuan City. He must have secretly come to the East Sea coast to protect her from behind the scenes. Bibi Dong used her soul power to lift a fallen leaf from the ground and flicked it towards Hulaina, using a coded message to tell the lookout and Yueguan to stay away from us. All right, Hulaina nodded, using her soul power to quickly mark the coded message and soul power imprint on the leaf, tossing it to the ground before quickly following Bibi Dong. The two women followed Tian's figure and arrived in front of the small farm courtyard. They happened to encounter 2 anxious farmers with tear-streaked faces, rushing in while carrying a young girl who was bleeding profusely and barely conscious. Seeing this scene, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow. What happened? The anxious farmers didn't have time to respond to Bibi Dong and knelt in front of the small courtyard. With tears and snot, they pleaded, "Please, young Master Tian, save our little Xin." At the courtyard entrance, Chun Jian, who had been chatting with the farm workers, stepped out first. Seeing the kneeling middle-aged couple, he looked puzzled and asked, "Are you Xin? What happened?" Xin was an ordinary farmer from a nearby village who had come to apply for temporary work at the farm during the busy season, so Chun Jian recognized him. Chun Jian walked forward, his eyes narrowing as he saw the bloodied and unconscious girl, Xin. She had worked on the farm just yesterday, taking care of the fire spirit chickens. How could she have sustained such severe injuries today? He noticed Xin had a bruise on her forehead and 3 long torn wounds from her abdomen to her chest, clearly inflicted by claw-like attacks. He hurriedly squatted down, took Xin's hand, and checked her pulse. His expression gradually became serious. Her pulse was extremely weak, and she had lost a lot of blood, likely beyond saving. Xin, the middle-aged man, saw Chun Jian and knelt down, crawling forward to hug Chun Jian's thigh, crying bitterly. "Chun Lao, please save our little Xin." This morning, Xin went to the Zizhu forest on Haijun Mountain to gather bamboo shoots. By chance, she dug up a 1,000-year-old purple blood shoot. Unexpectedly, she encountered a young master from a big family in Donghai City who wanted to take the purple blood shoot and make Xin his concubine. Xin refused, and he acted so ruthlessly. Chapter 19. A difficult operation. Xin's mother also stepped forward to cry out, grasping at the last straw to save her daughter. "Chun Lao, please help save Xin." Chun Jian maintained a stoic expression, but inside he felt troubled. The blood loss was severe, and given the extent of the girl's injuries, she was likely beyond saving. He couldn't bring himself to tell Xin and his wife the truth. So he turned to the 2 farm workers who had gathered and waved. Quickly, carry Xin into the courtyard. Even though he held little hope, he decided to at least try to remedy the situation as a consolation to Xin and his wife. Yes, the 2 workers responded. They walked to either side of the makeshift stretcher, lifting the gravely injured Xin and heading toward the small courtyard. Before they could enter, Tian, hearing the commotion outside, approached quickly with a glass of iced milk in hand, looking puzzled. "Chun Lao, what happened? Why is it so noisy?" Hulaina, who was observing the scene, stepped forward and pointed at the girl on the stretcher, saying to Tian, "Brother, please save this girl. She is about to die." As Tian raised his eyes, he suddenly saw Xin on the stretcher. Although he didn't often visit the farm, he recognized this once lively and cheerful girl. 2 months ago, she had given him half of a roasted fire spirit chicken. They were at least ordinary friends. Who did this? Tian's voice carried a hint of anger as he clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles. How dare they run wild around the farm and harm innocent civilians? Xin's father, with tears in his eyes, hesitated to speak, finally saying, "Young Master Tian, it's better not to ask. The aggressor is a young master from a big family in Donghai City. someone we can't afford to provoke. 13, who had also rushed over upon hearing the commotion, looked furious and glared at Xian and his wife. Just let the young master handle it. Don't hold back. Xian stammered, his eyes revealing a sense of reluctance. Young Master Tian had always been kind to their family. He didn't want Tian to get involved and be harmed. We'll talk about this later. Saving the person is the priority. Seeing Xian hesitate to speak, Tian frowned and stopped 13 from continuing to question him. With the farm worker's assistance, Xian was lifted onto a stone bench in the courtyard. Hulaina kindly brought a soft blanket from inside and laid it over Xian. Chunjian looked at the worried expressions of everyone and leaned closer to Tian, whispering, Xian has lost too much blood. I'm afraid she is beyond saving. Upon hearing this, Tian handed his glass of milk to Hulaina and stepped forward to carefully examine Xian's injuries. He extended his right index and middle fingers to press against Xian's pulse. From within his body, he squeezed out a thread of pure soul power and sent it into Xian's meridians. The soul power flowed through her blood, spreading throughout her body. At the same time, in Tian's mind, the flow of Xian's meridians and blood vessels quickly appeared in a three-dimensional view. As the three-dimensional diagram of her meridians became clearer, Tian's frown deepened. The capillaries in her brain had ruptured, causing blood clots. Several arteries in her chest were severed, resulting in severe bleeding. Even her internal organs had shifted position due to the heavy impact. He couldn't help but curse. Xian is just an ordinary person. The attacker Tian covered his head to keep calm, took a deep breath, and said, It's a bit tricky, but there's still a glimmer of hope. Xian appeared to be unconscious due to excessive blood loss. But in reality, that was just a facade. The true reason was a concussion. If the damaged blood vessels in the cerebral cortex couldn't be sealed in time, it would be truly hopeless. Upon hearing this, Hulaina breathed a sigh of relief. She privately felt fortunate for Xian. If Tian weren't here, there probably wouldn't be anyone else on the Douluo continent who could save her. Chunjian was also shocked and said, I didn't expect your medical skills to have reached this level, young master. He still remembered 2 years ago when he had just met Tian. At that time, Tian often asked him about basic medical knowledge. One could say that part of Tian's medical theories was established with his help. Little did he expect that in just 2 years, Tian had surpassed him. If he had to handle such a condition alone, he would have likely declared the person dead right away. Beside him, Bibi Dong asked, Do you need our help? Her eyes flickered with a hint of dark fire. She didn't expect that in such a pleasant place by the East Sea, there would also be bullies running rampant and harming lives. After this, she must investigate the local spirit hall's branch for its negligence. Not for now. Tian rolled up his sleeves, took another deep breath, and adjusted his mental energy to its best state. He stepped forward, focused on Xian's head, and compared it with the meridian diagram he had previously obtained in his spiritual sea. There were 6 capillaries ruptured in the cerebral cortex. The first step in treatment was to drain the stagnant blood and seal the meridians. However, the human brain is a three-dimensional and intricate organ, and if treated incorrectly, the person would instantly fall into irretrievable despair. This required every needle he inserted to be precise. After thinking for a full 2 minutes, his hand slowly lifted, and he rubbed out a Tai divine needle. When he inserted the needle, it was not slow like when he raised it. Instead, it was extremely swift. With a whoosh, 6 golden divine needles formed by soul power had already pierced Xian's brain. Before long, the black stagnant blood flowed out along the Tai divine needle. Accompanying this was Xian's chest rising and falling violently. Upon seeing this scene, Xian and his wife were overjoyed. Tian did not speak. Beside him, there were those he tried hard to protect, yet such a heinous event still occurred. How many ordinary people, like the Xian couple in the entire Douluo continent, are suffering persecution? Who will their daughter turn to for treatment? Who will seek justice for their grievances? Tian tried not to overthink this issue. What was urgently needed right now was to save Xian. Saving a person is an extremely energy-consuming task. He must not get distracted. Releasing the blood clots in the cerebral cortex was just the first step. The next step of sealing the meridians was even more tricky. There were 6 damaged meridians, 4 of which were extremely fine capillaries. For such meridians, sealing them directly with the divine needle would be acceptable. After all, there are countless capillaries in the human body, and even if a few are missing, it can still function. However, the remaining 2 were crucial meridians responsible for delivering nutrients to the brain. If these were sealed off, it could lead to sluggishness of the brain at best, or direct dementia at worst. Therefore, these two meridians must be bridged to connect them. Bridging was not too troublesome, but the fear was that Xiao Xin might wake up during the process. If she woke up at that moment, the stimulation from the Tai Yi divine needle, combined with the ruptured blood vessels, would cause her nerves to experience excruciating pain. When a person is in pain, their body tends to tense up involuntarily. Under such tension, the blood vessels would increase in pressure, and at the damaged meridian sites, a larger scale of blood clotting would occur. Even the Tai Yi divine needle would not be able to contain such a massive amount of blood clotting. At that point, even a deity would not be able to save her. Therefore, if he wanted to proceed with the meridian bridging, he must first anesthetize Xiao Xin. Tian lowered his head in thought. In the villa where he lived, there was indeed anesthetic, but going to get it and returning would take too long for Xiao Xin to wait. Chapter 20. Is the murderer from the spirit hall? Strong liquor? Chun Jian shook his head, looking embarrassed. The farm is full of farmers. No one drinks, so there are no reserves. This is a problem. Tian seeked lightly, checking Xiao Xin's pulse. She couldn't hold on for much longer. While sighing, Gulaina stepped forward and asked, "Is the anesthetic going to make her fall into a coma? If so, I can give it a try." Tian's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "Yes, that's right." "Good." Gulaina walked over with her long, white legs, bent down, and placed her delicate hand on Xiao Xin's head. She silently chanted, "Second soul skill, charm." A wave of pink soul power radiated from the tip of her right index finger, spreading over Xiao Xin's body. As the skill took effect, Xiao Xin's chest gradually stopped rising and falling. This is the effect of charm, which can cause the target to fall into a brief state of unconsciousness, similar to the effect of an anesthetic. "All right." Gulaina stood up and said casually. This little task was completely easy for her. Tian's attention was entirely focused on Xiao Xin. After hearing Gulaina confirm that the anesthesia was complete, he immediately manipulated the Tai Yi divine needle to bridge the damaged meridians in Xiao Xin's cerebral cortex. Under Tian's operation, several soul power threads, finer than hair, appeared at the tip of the Tai Yi divine needle. These soul power threads were extremely resilient, capable of remaining in the human body for half a month. After half a month, they would slowly dissipate, transforming into nourishment for the body, making them the best suturing material. After determining the meridian suturing route in his mental realm, Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He relied entirely on the memory circuit of his spiritual power to stitch the damaged meridians. In the depths of Xiaoxin's cerebral cortex, golden threads moved like wandering spirits, traversing back and forth along the meridian vessels. 5 minutes later, the two broken meridians were finally sutured seamlessly. However, beads of sweat had already formed on Tian's forehead. Although the time was short, each stitch required an immense amount of spiritual power to control. Even with his top-tier martial soul, the Tai Yi divine needle, he would likely have fainted without a strong spiritual power to support him at this moment. Gulaina, who had been watching Tian intently, saw that the suturing was complete. She took out a handkerchief scented with honeysuckle and helped wipe the fine sweat from his forehead, then looked up and asked, "How is Xiaoxin?" Tian Song took a deep breath and said, "We've temporarily escaped danger, but her blood loss is too severe." Upon hearing this, Chun Jian felt a tightness in his heart. Xiao Xin has lost too much blood. I'm afraid her life is in grave danger. Tian glanced at Chun Jian and said, "So, we need to give her a blood transfusion to save her." Blood transfusion? Chun Jian was astonished. "Young master, can we really give Xiao Xin a blood transfusion? This is something that has never appeared in medical books. Medical books only state that if a person loses too much blood, they will undoubtedly die. They've never mentioned that a blood transfusion can extend life." No wonder young master Tian knows so much. Gulaina, with a pained expression, extended her arm and said, "I'm a girl just like her. Take my blood. To save this little sister in front of her, losing a bit of blood is worth it." This made Tian laugh. Not just any blood can be used. Blood types are different. Only matching blood types can be transfused. Generally, there is a hereditary relationship between parents and children, which maximizes the matching probability. Gulaina nodded. "Some understanding. I see, but how do you test for blood type? Isn't all blood red?" Confused, she thought that Tian knew a lot, and all this knowledge was new to her. Of course, it can't be observed with the naked eye. Tian chuckled lightly. "However, due to the special nature of my martial soul, testing for blood type is not difficult." Hearing Tian's words, the distraught Xian trembled as she stepped forward. Extending her hand, Young Master Yi Tian, take my blood. I'll give as much as needed to save my daughter. And me. Xiao Xian's mother gently glanced at Xiao Xian. Her gaze firm. Yi Tian shook his head. Xiaoxi needs at least 2,000 milliliters of blood, and even if your blood types match, you can only contribute 200 milliliters. In this era, the common people are malnourished and weak. Drawing 200 milliliters of blood is already the limit. Any more would be harmful to health. Yi Tianchao said to Chun Jian, Old Chun, go call the farm staff over to donate some blood. Chun Jian nodded. Okay. Many of the farm staff had seen a lively and lovely little Xian before. With Yi Tian's encouragement, they were very eager to donate blood. Yi Tian used the Tai divine needle to test each sample and soon gathered the required blood. He didn't let the staff give blood for nothing. He secretly instructed the farm manager, Chun Jian, to distribute 2 gold soul coins to each blood donor at the end of the month. 2 gold soul coins were enough for a family of 5 to eat for a month, which was several times the monthly salary of the farm workers. This move was also a small reward for those with compassion. He set the blood bags aside and shifted his focus back to Xiao Xian. Taking a deep breath, he said, Next, we will stitch up the wound on your chest. He used a sharp knife to cut the clothing that had adhered to the flesh and formed a scab with the blood. Using a small amount of clean water, he washed the wound. The attack marks of 3 claw marks stood out prominently on her fair skin. This made the Axian couple unable to hold back their tears and turn away in distress. Even Hulaina turned her head away. Such a small child should not have to endure such painful experiences. Although the claw marks were prominent and deep, they were, after all, superficial injuries. For Yi Tian, this kind of injury was the easiest to handle. He first used golden soul power to nourish the flesh. His long hands skillfully maneuvered the Tai divine needle rapidly over the wound. In less than 3 minutes, the 3 wounds on Xiao Xian's chest were completely stitched up. Moreover, unless one looked closely, the wounds would not be visible at all. Girls always love beauty, and Yi Tian took this into account, stitching delicately so that there would be no scars left behind. Then, he took a slender bamboo tube, pierced Xiao Xian's wrist, and connected it to the blood bag to transfuse blood. The reason for using a bamboo tube was unavoidable on the Douluo continent. There were no medical plastic tubing devices for infusion. They had to use bamboo as a substitute. Yi Tian told Xian and his wife, Xiao Xian is safe and sound now, but with her current physical condition, she cannot move. Your home is too far from the farm, so let Xiao Xian stay at the farm for now. Xian and his wife were extremely grateful and were momentarily speechless. They knelt down again, repeatedly bowing their heads, murmuring about working like oxen and horses. Yi Tian looked at the two and sighed, shaking his head. They were the bottom-tier commoners of Douluo continent, a tragic portrayal. The colorful soul masters and the noble world had nothing to do with them. Sometimes they couldn't even afford the most ordinary steamed bun. Their only purpose was to create a few more gold soul coins for the noble lords. Saving Xiao Xian was merely a trivial task for him. But who would save the miserable commoners in other regions of Douluo continent who were bullied by the despicable soul master nobles? Thinking of this, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel a deep sorrow. Being able to stay by the East Sea, protecting his sister, was probably his limit. For other matters, he could only mourn in silence, feeling powerless. At that moment, a commotion arose outside the small farm courtyard. The farm staff, somewhat flustered, tried to stop them. This is young Master Yi Tian's residence. You cannot enter. Get lost. A dark and menacing voice replied. You dare to block the path of young Master Zhou, grandson of the East Sea City Spirit Hall branch master? What young Master Yi? In front of young Master Zhou. All of you are trash. Chapter 21. It's your uselessness. The previous chapter has been revised. Not long after the cold voice was heard, a group of unfriendly-looking soul masters arrived in the small farm courtyard. Yi Tian looked up to see a young man in his 20s at the forefront, well-built with fiery red hair and a hint of a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. This person was probably the so-called young Master Zhou. Before he could speak, Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow, showing her displeasure. Is this the person from the Spirit Hall branch in EC City? A middle-aged, overbearing guard stepped forward, casting a cold gaze at Yi Tian and his group, and bowed to young Master Zhou, arrogantly declaring, Exactly, this is Zhou Wu, the grandson of the branch master of the Spirit Hall in East Sea City. You harmed Xiao Xian, didn't you? Bibi Dong clenched her jade hand, her eyes carrying a hint of killing intent as she looked at Zhou Wu. If it was indeed him who committed such a vile act, it would be a slap in the face for her as the Pope. Facing Bibi Dong's murderous gaze, Zhou Wu felt a chill, but he didn't attribute it to her. A small farm. Could anyone really deal with him? After all, he was a Soul Zong himself, and his close guard, Black Scar, was even a Soul Emperor. Zhou Wu smiled and glanced at Yi Tian and Bibi Dong, clasping his hands together and casually moving them in front of him, speaking with a relaxed demeanor. Yes, it was indeed me. If I find something good by the East Sea, it must belong to me. That dead girl not only hid things, but also dared to defy me. Giving her a scratch was just a slight punishment. This was also a reminder to the other party of who was the boss by the EC. He casually walked in front of Yi Tian, sat down on a stone chair, and indifferently said, "Of course, as the grandson of the branch master, I understand that injuring someone requires compensation. Since Xiao Xin is yours, I'll just pay. Black Scar, give him 10 gold soul coins, and the extra will be considered my kindness." "Yes," the strong Black Scar responded, taking out 10 gold soul coins and scattering them in the air, coldly saying, "This is what you deserve." Seeing this, Zhou Wu let out a mocking laugh. "Black Scar, we are friends. No need to be so overbearing." His face was filled with wicked charm as he looked at Yi Tian. "I didn't come here to pick a fight today, but to talk business with you, Yi Tian." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but feel disgusted. If it weren't for his sister being present, the other party would have been lying on the ground by now. The only reason he hadn't acted was that he didn't want his sister and Nana to see a bloody scene. "There's nothing to discuss between us," Yi Tian said, crossing his arms and maintaining a blank expression. "Don't be in a hurry." Zhou Wu clapped his hands, standing up and wickedly staring at Yi Tian. "Ask your subordinates first, then it won't be too late to reply to me." Hearing this, Yi Tian frowned. At that moment, Shursan stepped forward and whispered in his ear, "The scouts just reported that they brought 200 soldiers from the Spirit Hall and have surrounded the farm's entrance. But don't worry, young master. Our hidden forces are enough to deal with them." Processing the information from Shursan, Yi Tian's expression became grave. Killing Zhou Wu alone wouldn't be a loss, but the other party's identity, tied to the Spirit Hall, made things a bit troublesome. Seeing Shursan quietly inform Yi Tian about their forces, Zhou Wu laughed heartily. "Yi Tian, can we sit down and talk properly now? You should know, offending us at the Spirit Hall won't end well." Coldly watching Zhou Wu's smug demeanor, Hulaina stepped forward, fuming. "You dare to claim to be from the Spirit Hall? Bold." The guard Black Scar suddenly stepped forward, his voice icy. "You dare to slander our Spirit Hall? Are you tired of living?" This made Hulaina laugh in anger. She couldn't stand the existence of such scum in the Spirit Hall, and was about to step forward to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Bibi Dong beside her. Seeing her teacher shake her head silently, Hulaina realized she had been a bit impulsive. She then snorted coldly, casting a sweeping glance at Black Scar, and fell silent. In Zhou Wu's view, Black Scar's words had threatened Hulaina. He felt it necessary to clarify things a bit. So he casually brushed off the dust from his clothes and said indifferently, "Your business by the EC is quite profitable. Someone like you, who has no power or influence, should understand the principle of having treasure brings trouble, right?" In fact, Zhou had only recently learned from his grandfather that there was a hidden wealthy man like Yi Tian by the EC. Moreover, he had no power or influence. Such a person was the easiest to bully. The reason they could investigate Yi Tian's situation was that the Zhou family, being the leading family among the 4 great families in EC City, controlled the EC City docks. During the year-end accounting at the docks, the Zhou family was astonished to find that the cargo throughput at the EC City docks had increased tenfold in the past 2 years. They had made a considerable profit from it. As a small, unremarkable seaside town, such rapid growth was obviously abnormal. Following the clues, the Zhou family discovered that many workshops had sprung up in the rural areas outside EC City in the past 2 years. And the owners of these workshops all pointed to a man named Yi Tian. The most important thing was that Yi Tian was an orphan, having no real power, having wealth but unable to protect it, with a juicy piece of meat right in front of them. How could the Zhou family not be tempted? No one would complain about earning too little money. If they could seize the profitable stakes from Yi Tian, it was believed that before long, the Zhou family would dominate the East Sea. There was even a possibility that the Zhou family's power could advance further, taking on the role of the master of the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the patriarch valued Yi Tian highly and sent Zhou Wu to personally meet with him. Upon hearing the obvious threat in Zhou Wu's words, Yi Tian was secretly shocked that his business empire had been discovered by the other party. Indeed, as long as it was a secret, there would come a day it would be found out. But all the wealth had been earned by him through legitimate means. Whoever wanted to take it would have to pay a bloody price. Even if the other party had ties to the Spirit Hall, it didn't mean he was afraid. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he would never fear it. If the Zhou family thought he was a soft persimmon, They were truly walking into a trap. He looked at Zhou Wu indifferently. I am just an ordinary commoner. I dare not go against young Master Zhou, but please remember when a commoner is enraged. Blood can also spill 5 steps. His expression then turned cold as he waved his hand. Sure, San. See them off. It seems Tian, you still don't understand. Black Scar stepped forward and cackled. Outside the farm, we have arranged 300 soldiers. If you don't hand over 80% of your shares to my young Master Zhou today, you can only die on your own farm. Black Scar. My grandfather is the master of the spirit hall. How could our Zhou family forcefully take things from others? Zhou Wu said with a smile. The guard Black Scar immediately bowed. Sorry, young master, it was my subordinates who were too presumptuous. Zhou Wu waved his hand, glancing at Tian with amusement. Black Scar? There are some laws of the spirit hall I can't quite remember, but you're an old hand in the spirit hall. You should still recall. Let me ask you, if someone attacks a member of the spirit hall, what would be the punishment? Replying to the young master. According to the laws of the spirit hall, attacking a member of the spirit hall is a death penalty. Black Scar bowed again. Zhou Wu retracted his smile, his eyes narrowing slightly, greedily looking at Bibi Dong's chest. And what about forcibly taking a common woman? Black Scar replied, replying to the young master. There is no such punishment. Even according to noble laws, based on your status, young master, the punishment would be lighter. Upon hearing Black Scar's response, Zhou Wu pretended to be surprised. Is that so? He spread his hands and pointed at Bibi Dong, mockingly looking at Tian. If this young master wants to make a move on your sister, do you think you would resist and attack this young master? Scar stepped forward to add, Tian, my young master is a reasonable person. I hope you reconsider. Otherwise, he chuckled, we'll have to abandon reason. Upon hearing this, Tian's expression turned icy. Anyone who dared to harm his sister was undoubtedly touching his reverse scale, whether or not they made a move. As long as they had such an idea, they would have to pay a bloody price. 13. Cripple him for me. Tian's voice was devoid of any warmth. Yes. Upon receiving Tian's command, 13 no longer hid. The 6 soul rings, purple, black, 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 red, burst into brilliance, and a ball of ice blue suddenly appeared in his hand. This was his martial soul, void, devouring flame. 13's expression was cold as he scanned Zhou Wu and his group. Young master has already given you a chance. It's your incompetence. Chapter 22. The problem of the Spirit Hall. Upon seeing 13 showcase the void devouring flame, Zhou Wu's expression changed drastically. He didn't expect that after knowing his identity and arrangements, Tian would still dare to make a move against him. He also never anticipated that the person in front of him, named 13, would have such a terrifying soul ring configuration. 6 soul rings, with only 1 purple, while the other 4 were all 10,000-year black, and the last one was a striking red. Even a titled Douluo would not have such a terrifying configuration. Zhou Wu was filled with panic and couldn't help but wonder, was Tian really just an ordinary person as investigated earlier? He involuntarily stepped back behind the guard Scar, his expression flustered as he threatened. I am a person of the Spirit Hall. If you dare to make a move against me, consider the consequences. Tian had a grim expression and didn't even look at Zhou Wu. I've already considered the consequences. I'll pay you 20 gold soul coins for the injury later. This is the price you set. After saying this, he waved his hand. Do it. Yes. 13's expression was emotionless as he stepped forward with his left leg, the ghostly blue flames in his palm instantly expanding. I don't even need to use my ultimate move to deal with you lowly ones. 3rd soul skill, fire breath, arrow rain. As the words fell, countless small flames erupted from the ghostly blue flames. The flames absorbed the soul power emanating from 13, burning more fiercely as they gradually formed into a ghostly blue sharp arrow. Go! 13 gently pushed his palm forward, and a sharp arrow shot out, racing toward Zhou Wu and his group. The guard Black Scar felt his scalp tingle at this sight. What kind of soul master were they dealing with? The soul ring configuration was too terrifying. Although both were soul emperors, they were not on the same level at all. He couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. However, if he didn't resist at this moment, he would only suffer more serious injuries. Black Scar could only grit his teeth and summon his martial soul, the violent terror bear. The muscles on his body began to bulge, and hair sprouted from his arms, shoulders, and face. 6th soul skill, Heavenly Gang Bear Shield. Black Scar immediately used his strongest soul skill, hoping to block 13's attack. Zhou Wu behind him was sweating profusely, secretly praying. You must hold on. If you can't hold on, I'll be the one getting hurt. He regretted not bringing 2 more powerful guards with him. This way, he wouldn't have to put himself in danger. However, there's no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. In the next moment, the arrow made of flames collided with the heavenly gang bear shield. Crack! Without any pause, the arrow made of flames pierced through the heavenly gang bear shield and struck Black Scar in the abdomen. The sound of sizzling flesh burning filled the air. Black Scar let out a painful groan, clutching his stomach and falling to the ground. Haha, utterly useless. I don't know how you have the courage to cause trouble for young Master Tian. 13 coldly looked at the fallen Black Scar and approached, kicking him indifferently. He was merely the head of the intelligence department, and his strength could only be considered average under Tian. If the elite Polaris team members of the Heavenly Strategy Army were dispatched, this person in front of him would probably be dead before he could even release his soul skill. Then, 13 turned his attention to Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu instinctively shrank back, pointing at 13 and hysterically saying, "What are you doing? My grandfather Zhou Qinkuan is a soul Douluo, and my father Zhou Dupo is a soul saint. Besides, I have the spirit hall backing me. You better consider the consequences." 13 completely ignored Zhou Wu's threats, his soul rings lighting up again as he continued to advance. "Sorry, my orders are to take you out. I won't concern myself with anything else." Seeing that 13 was unfazed, Zhou Wu was utterly terrified. He wanted to call on the other guards beside him to come forward, but he didn't expect them to kneel down neatly and shout for mercy. Zhou Wu panicked and looked at Tian with his last glimmer of hope. "The spirit hall holds grudges. Aren't you afraid of retaliation?" "Retaliation? Ridiculous." The one speaking was Liina, her eyes flashing with anger, wishing she could kill Zhou Wu on the spot. "Do you think everyone in the spirit hall is as foolish as you? Having someone like you in the spirit hall is the greatest shame." Tian stared at Zhou Wu, expressionless, not responding to the other party's words. He was already annoyed at such petty individuals. So what if they were members of the spirit hall? If they made mistakes, they must be punished. If the spirit hall really wanted to take revenge indiscriminately, he wouldn't mind eliminating all the incoming threats. After all, the spirit hall would perish within a few years. He could just take his sister and hide on island. But before that, he had to vent his anger. No. As 13 stepped forward, Zhou Wu's psychological defenses completely collapsed, and he was scared to tears. However, this didn't stop 13 from making a move. The sounds of violence echoed in the courtyard as Zhou Wu's soul rings were crushed one by one, and his martial soul was utterly destroyed. He would never be able to become a soul master in this lifetime. Tian stepped forward, looking at Zhou Wu with compassion. "For the sake of the Wuhuan Temple, I will spare your life. Go back and tell your family that I, Tian, am not someone to be trifled with." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Wu fainted. However, it no longer mattered whether the other party had heard his words. After all, there were so many guards nearby. Someone would definitely relay his words to the Zhou family. Tian clapped his hands and glanced at the Black Scar lying on the ground. "Let's go. Do I need to send you off? We are leaving right away. The Black Scar endured the intense pain from his wounds and climbed up in panic. Not want to stay here for even a moment. This boy in front of him was truly terrifying. He turned around and glared at the ineffective guards, angrily saying, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and carry young Master Zhou away." Yes. The guards were terrified and immediately supported Zhou Wu, scrambling away. Watching Zhou Wu and his group leave, Liina couldn't help but step forward and say, "Brother, not all the branches of the spirit hall are as bad as they are." "Oh." This made Tian smile brightly at Liina, as it seemed she had a deep connection with the spirit hall. He asked with great interest, "How do you know that other spirit halls are not like this?" Liina thought for a moment, blushing as she argued, "I once had the opportunity to accompany the Pope to inspect other branches. We went to many places randomly, and their reputations were all very good." Tian smiled faintly and tapped Liina's fair forehead. "What the upper echelons favor, the lower echelons will surely follow. What you see with your own eyes may not be the truth. It could also be something they intentionally reveal. They did it on purpose?" Liina was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but ask. This was something she had never considered. Even Bibi Dong, who was beside her, fell into contemplation after hearing this. She had always been busy opposing the Elder Hall and had been rather negligent regarding the management of the Spirit Hall branches. It was only after hearing Tian's words that she suddenly realized that the Spirit Hall's poor reputation among the common people was likely related to the actions of these branches. Seeing that both her sister and Nana did not understand, Tian explained with his hands behind his back, "You have been in the strictly managed Spirit City for a long time, so you may not be aware of the situation of the Spirit Hall branches. In fact, the arrogance of the Spirit Hall branches is not much different from that of the nobles. Hulaina's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't the situation of the Spirit Hall branch in East Sea City an isolated case? Isolated case? Tian scoffed and patted his sister's shoulder. Nah, you still lack experience. The Spirit Hall's heritage history is not less than that of the two great empires. The flaws that the two empires have, the Spirit Hall can be said to possess them all. Take East Sea City, for example. Who do you think the next branch master of the Spirit Hall will be? Hulaina tentatively said. Probably Zhou Wu's father, Zhou Dupo. Be more confident. Remove the word probably. Tian looked at the two women intently. Perhaps the original system of the Spirit Hall was good. Any outstanding soul master could join the Spirit Hall. But based on the current situation, the powers of each branch have long been held by a single family. What do you think is the difference between these families and the nobles? I would even boldly say that since the strength of the soul masters is greater than that of the nobles, they're even more arrogant than the nobles. After hearing all this, do you still think the Spirit Hall branch in East Sea City is just an isolated case? Hulaina was speechless. She had never thought that the Spirit Hall could also be seen as a villain in the eyes of ordinary people. Then why, brother? Did you still lean towards joining the Spirit Hall before, knowing this? Hulaina appeared a bit flustered, her little hands fidgeting. Chapter 23. Marry him? Perhaps the ideals of that person in the Spirit Hall are very attractive to me. Tian looked up at the sky and said, as a descendant of the flower family, he naturally leaned towards a unified country. In the Douluo continent, the person closest to achieving this was only Bibi Dong. Then he smiled. Why is I not asking these questions? Can't I fantasize? After all, it won't lead to action, and I won't lose anything. He said calmly. As for the current Spirit Hall, it is fundamentally a force tightly controlled by the angel family. How can we expect the branches below to perform better? Oh, Hulaina nodded thoughtfully, not knowing what she was pondering. Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly as she stepped forward. Xiao Tian, you are too kind. You crippled Zhou Wu's martial soul. Do you think the Zhou family will let you go after they find out? Letting Zhou Wu go back is no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. Hearing her sister's reminder, Tian looked at her in surprise and said, I didn't expect you to have learned something in the Spirit Hall. He had originally thought that his sister would not be able to stomach bloody scenes. Little did he know, he was overthinking it. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Hulaina also showed concern. Brother, what do you plan to do? Tian chuckled lightly and said, I'll let Zhou Wu go back, but it's just to give the Zhou family a chance. If they can't grasp it and want to concentrate their forces to deal with me, then it saves me the trouble of searching for their whereabouts. After a pause, he looked firmly at Bibi Dong and said, No one can hurt you, sister. He turned to the people behind him and stared at Dao. Send more people to keep an eye on Donghai City. He had no grand ambitions and did not want to oppose anyone. However, if those fools were unaware and came to cause trouble, then they would have to be buried. Yes, San replied and bowed before retreating. Tian's firm tone warmed Bibi Dong's heart. No one had ever cared for her like this. Her only biological daughter, Qianren, had a strained relationship with her. How nice it would be to have such a brother. Unfortunately, she was only pretending to be his sister. During dinner, the barbecue party went on, as usual. However, the three of them seemed preoccupied, burdened with their own thoughts. In the quiet of the night, in the small courtyard bedroom, Bibi Dong and Hulaina stood in front of the window, wearing pink pajamas, gazing at the bright moonlight outside. Nana, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes fixed on the moon, suddenly spoke up. Do you think what Tian said about the Spirit Hall today is true? Hulaina's delicate face showed surprise as she looked up at her teacher's stunning profile. Huh? Why is the teacher suddenly asking this question? It's nothing. I just want to hear your opinion. Bibi Dong extended her snow-white left hand, resting it on Hulaina's shoulder, gently tousling her golden hair. This made Hulaina's pupils contract slightly. Tian's words today are completely slandering the Spirit Hall. He actually compared the Spirit Hall to the two great empires. Isn't he implying that the Spirit Hall is colluding with them? It should be known that the Spirit Hall's consistent is to strive for peace on the continent, allowing people to live and work in peace and contentment. The meaning in Tian's words is clearly expressed. The mainland has become what it is now, and the Wuhuan Hall is largely responsible for it. Faced with her teacher's inquiry, Hulaina was momentarily at a loss for words. She didn't want to speak ill of Tian in front of her teacher. However, not wanting to lie, she had already sensed that what Tian said seemed to be true. What was the difference between the actions of the Wuhuan Hall's sub-branches and those ruthless nobles who devour people without spitting out their bones? As her gaze struggled, Hulaina suddenly looked up, only to find her teacher's purple eyes already fixed on her. This made Hulaina feel somewhat unnatural. Bibi Dong spoke. You don't want to speak ill of Yi Tian? You also don't want to say that the Wuhuan Hall under my rule is also a monster that devours people without spitting out their bones? No. Hulaina quickly lowered her eyes, not daring to meet her teacher's gaze, her slender fingers nervously gripping a corner of her clothing. Seeing Hulaina's slightly panicked rebuttal, Bibi Dong's face suddenly filled with a smile as she raised her fair neck. It seems that what Yi Tian said is true. Those in high positions often cannot see some of the harsh realities of the world. Even you, Nana, in order not to anger me, have to conceal some things. I wonder how many people below will be sycophantic behind the scenes? Hearing this, Hulaina raised her head again, looking at Bibi Dong. Teacher, do you also think Yi Tian's words make sense? Immediately, Hulaina became confused again. Since the Wuhuan Hall is such a force, what is our effort for? They worked hard to improve their cultivation and recruit powerful individuals into the Wuhuan Hall. Wasn't it to provide those beneath them with the capital to act as accomplices, allowing them to intimidate ordinary people? Even in the small Donghai city, there were people using the name of the Wuhuan Hall to harm lives and openly rob others of their property. How many heinous incidents are happening across the continent every day? While pondering, her teacher's voice came from the side. In order to change all of this, Nana, Bibi Dong's gaze was firm, and the hand resting on Hulaina's shoulder suddenly exerted some strength. This was my goal when I became the Pope. It is also my ultimate purpose for wanting to seize power from the Elder Hall. Unfortunately, that old guy Tian Douluo is truly cunning. The angel family has deep roots in the Wuhuan Hall, and after more than 10 years of effort, I still have not fully grasped the Wuhuan Hall. Perhaps Yi Tian can help you, teacher. Hulaina looked into her teacher's eyes earnestly. With Yi Tian's intelligence, combined with your powerful strength, you should be able to overthrow that old guy, Tian Douluo, and take control of the Wuhuan Hall. Bibi Dong gently stroked Hulaina's hair and sighed. Yi Tian is so close to us, but it's just that he mistakenly thinks I am his sister. But if we reveal our identities, will he really help us? Hearing this, Hulaina fell into confusion. Yes, they were not related to Yi Tian. How could he help them for no reason? Moreover, Yi Tian was a person with very low desires, and he didn't care about holding any important positions. High officials and rich rewards could not entice him at all. As for wealth, it was even less necessary to mention. The entire Wuhuan Hall combined probably did not have as much wealth as Yi Tian. His ideal seemed to be simply staying in a small place by the EC, living a quiet life. Such a person is very hard to recruit. Hulaina couldn't think of any good ideas for a moment. Should they continue to deceive him? But deception would eventually be discovered. Moreover, once the deception was found out, it would only provoke even more hatred from him. Thinking of this, Hulaina frowned and said, "It seems very difficult to persuade Yi Tian." Suddenly, a glimmer of cunning appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes as she gently looked at Hulaina. "I do have a way to bring Yi Tian to our side." "What way?" Hulaina's eyes lit up. As expected of her teacher, she was smarter than this silly student. Bibi Dong did not say directly, but leaned down to whisper in Hulaina's ear. Upon hearing her teacher's whisper, Hulaina's cheeks immediately turned as red as an apple. And she repeated in surprise, "Teacher, you want me to marry him?" Chapter 24. The four great families of Donghai City. Hulaina's mind suddenly fell into chaos. They had only known Yi Tian for a day. It could be said that they were completely unfamiliar with each other. But this was the teacher's order. It put her in a difficult position. Seeing Hulaina's struggling expression, Bibi Dong smiled and comforted her by patting her shoulder. "The teacher is just making a suggestion. You are also like my half-daughter. I won't force you to do something against your will." Deep down, she was very willing to see Yi Tian and Hulaina together. The two were a perfect match, a match made in heaven. This was undoubtedly the best marriage alliance. It could not only win over Yi Tian, but also provide Nana with a good home. Hulaina was the future heir to the Pope, with outstanding talent and exceptional looks. If Yi Tian married her, it wouldn't be a loss for him either. However, all of this ultimately depended on Hulaina's personal opinion. As someone who had experienced a lot in life, a failed mother, she did not want to be a failed teacher as well. Hearing her teacher's gentle words, Hulaina felt a warm sensation in her heart and seriously said, "Teacher, I understand your meaning. Yi Tian is indeed very outstanding. But marriage is something that requires mutual understanding between both parties. Please give me some time to get to know Yi Tian." Bibi Dong gently stroked Hulaina's hair and nodded. "All right, then let's set a month as the period. During this time, you can communicate more with Yi Tian or test him a little. If you are willing, then I will take the lead and betroth you to him. If you feel it's not suitable, that's fine too. I can select another outstanding girl from the Wuhuan Hall to marry Yi Tian." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's heart skipped a beat. After all, it was a matter of marriage. Was a month too rushed? But she knew that this was already a special concession from her teacher, giving her a chance to make mistakes. Tian is very important to the Spirit Hall and must be won over. If it were someone else, as the Pope, they would probably directly arrange a marriage contract, leaving her no room to argue. Hulaina looked at the moon outside the window and nodded in agreement. Teacher, I understand. After a long time, she came back to her senses and remembered what happened with Xiao Xin today, saying, Teacher, the Spirit Hall branch in EC City is too despicable. Should we just let it be? Why not let Uncle Yuan take action and settle the Zhou family? When she said this, Hulaina showed no emotion, and her eyes were somewhat cold. Although she laughed around Tian all day, she had taken many lives. Bibi Dong waved her jade hand dismissively. Eliminating one family from the EC City Spirit Hall branch won't solve the problem of Spirit Hall branches across the continent. If Yuan acts officially, it would only alert other families in different cities. There is no need to rush. Zhou Wu's grandson has had his martial soul destroyed by Xiao Tian and will definitely not let it go easily. He will surely send someone back for revenge. I'm actually a bit curious about how Xiao Tian will resolve this tricky issue. Hulaina nodded in understanding and raised her hand. I see, teacher. You want to test Tian's abilities. Bibi Dong smiled, not denying it. It's getting late. Let's rest. Upon hearing this, Hulaina happily hugged Bibi Dong's soft waist and leaned in. It's really nice to sleep with teacher. At your age, still clinging to your teacher like this. Bibi Dong lightly chided, but in her heart, she felt a heartfelt relief, as she had given all her maternal love to Laina. East Sea City, Zhou family, conference hall. The hall echoed with the sounds of whips and screams. Several doctors knelt in panic on the ground, not daring to meet the gaze of the thin old man sitting in the main seat. Waste. All of you are waste. The thin old man glared angrily, exuding a powerful pressure at the level of a soul de law. He was Zhou Qiankun, the head of the Zhou family and the master of the Spirit Hall branch in EC City. The doctor closest to the whip, his face contorted, cried out, Lord Zhou, please spare me. Young Master Zhou's martial soul has been destroyed. I really couldn't do anything. Who would have known that Zhou Wu, accompanied by a soul emperor guard, went to the countryside and ended up having his martial soul destroyed and turned into a vegetable. When he was brought back to the Zhou family, he had even lost the ability to speak. Hearing the doctor's explanation, Zhou Qiankun's face turned green with rage, and with a sudden slap of his broad palm, the nearby sandalwood table shattered with a loud bang. You incompetent doctors. Someone, take them away. If my grandson doesn't wake up today, execute them all. As soon as these words came out, the doctors collectively knelt down, begging for mercy. However, not a single person stood up to plead for them. The next moment, a team of soldiers in black armor walked in from outside, dragging the doctors out of the conference hall by their legs. With the doctor's screams gone, the hall fell silent, and no one dared to speak. Everyone knew that Zhou Wu was the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Zhou family, and the most favored grandson of Zhou Qiankun. When Zhou Wu was brought back after the incident, the family head Zhou Qiankun was so enraged that he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Pleading for the doctors at this moment would be like rushing to the muzzle of a gun. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a white crown stepped forward, his face filled with barely contained anger. He was Zhou Wu's father, Zhou Douluo. With an angry expression, Zhou Douluo looked at Zhou Qiankun and knelt down, saying, Father, is this how it ends? Xiao Wu is your most favored grandson. Zhou Douluo felt uncomfortable, seeing his own son turned into a vegetable. The Zhou family was the foremost of the four great families in EC City, a family with a legacy of being the master of the Spirit Hall branch. He never expected that someone would lay their eyes on his family. Of course, this cannot be let go. Zhou Qiankun snorted, his old face wrinkled enough to crush a mosquito. Do you really think my Zhou family is easy to bully? He clenched his fists, cracking them. This time, I will not only take away all of Tian's wealth, but I will also make him pay with his life for Wu heir, and his sister will forever become Wu heir's slave. After saying this, he looked toward the person kneeling in the corner of the conference hall and said in a stern voice, Hey Ba, come forward and tell me about Tian's cultivation. Hey Ba approached in fear and said, Master, I didn't see Tian make a move. But one of his companions, a soul emperor, has a purple black, red soul ring configuration. I urge the master to think this through. Tian is probably not simple. Zhou Douluo scoffed. Is this your excuse to evade punishment? Even a titled Douluo level powerhouse might not be able to withstand the backlash of a 100,000-year soul ring. You say he has a companion with such soul ring configuration? That's absurd. Ba directly knelt on the ground, his head touching the floor. Master, young master, everything I said is true. Zhou Qiankuan angrily threw down his sleeve, coldly huffing. As the master of the Spirit Hall branch, I have never seen such a monstrous figure in the Spirit Hall. No matter how powerful it is, you blind guard must have been bewitched by some soul skill, always undermining my authority and raising other spirits. Hearing this, Ba seemed to realize something. Yes, how could a soul emperor have such a terrifying soul ring configuration? This must be a tactic to confuse us. Ba regretted secretly. If only he had launched an attack directly, perhaps Tian could have been captured. He knew very well that since Zhou Wu was turned into a vegetable, he could not escape responsibility. So he hurriedly knelt down and said, "Family head, I am willing to take the lead in attacking Tian, considering your loyalty to my Zhou family. I will allow you to redeem yourself for your sins for now." Zhou Qiankuan waved his sleeve and coldly said. He then scanned the members of the Zhou family in the conference hall, saying coldly, "I command, gather all the family's strong fighters, and 3 days later, capture Tian." Zhou Doupo expressed concern. "Father, is it a bit unsafe to only use our family as strength? That Tian, after rising in 3 years, doesn't he seem to lack power?" I have already communicated with the other 3 great families in the city. 3 days later, the 4 families will jointly eliminate Tian and divide his wealth. Chapter 25 Late night contemplation in the small courtyard of the farm. In front of an antique desk, Tian had not yet rested. He was engrossed in reading the history of Douluo, his pupils dilated, lost in thought. At that moment, a shadow flashed by the window. The shadow had no intention of entering the room, standing respectfully in the darkness in front of the window, cupping his hands and bowing, saying, "Young master, we have investigated clearly. The Zhou family in EC City is stirring, and they have colluded with the other 3 families, preparing to take action against you in 3 days. This news has already reached the Scorpion Douluo. The Scorpion Douluo has sent someone to inform you that the Polaris team has already infiltrated EC City. As long as you give the order, the 4 families will immediately fall." "Okay, I understand." Hearing this voice, Tian came back to his senses and spoke lightly. In fact, he was not concerned about the actions of his Zhou family. In his eyes, their behavior was no different from that of a clown, akin to a moth flying into the flame. The other 3 major families were equally foolish, actually thinking of collaborating with the Zhou family to seize his wealth. Greed is insatiable. They did not consider their own capabilities. He wouldn't mind eradicating the 4 major families of Donghai City together. For him, it was merely a matter of raising a hand. The only thing he needed to worry about was the response from the Spirit Hall. If the 4 major families were to be destroyed at the same time, Donghai City would undoubtedly be shaken, prompting an investigation from the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. This concern was not unfounded. This afternoon, the intelligence organization led by San discovered that the scouts from the Spirit Hall were active near the farm. In terms of both cultivation and operational organization, they were a high-level intelligence team. If it weren't for San and their use of modern reconnaissance thinking, they might not have discovered the presence of the other party at all. The existence of such a high-level intelligence team lurking on the shores of Donghai made him worry that this could lead to greater trouble. Tian sighed softly and lightly tapped his forehead, feeling quite troubled. The consequences of dealing with the 4 major families were not just that. The public security of Donghai City would also be affected. The Tianxi army could step in, disguised as ordinary soldiers, to maintain order. But that would go against his initial intention of staying hidden. Annoying. Tian frowned, and with a loud slap, he closed the book heavily. He just wanted to live in seclusion in Donghai City, protecting his sister while leading a life free from conflict. Yet, there were always some ungrateful scoundrels who came knocking. His hand gradually clenched into a fist, and he slammed it heavily on the desk. Sometimes, if one did not strike with force, the enemy would never realize what a foolish decision they had made. Tian slowly raised his right palm, his piercing eyes fixed on the darkness outside the window. He spoke each word clearly. "Pass on my order. At midnight tomorrow, annihilate the 4 major families. As you command." A voice responded from the darkness, and then there was no more sound. It was as if no one had ever come, nor had anyone responded. Tian slowly stood up, walked to the window, glanced at the bright night, and slowly pulled the curtains shut. The night was deep. It was time to sleep. In Donghai City, inside a hotel, Zhu Yuguan held the intelligence papers he had just gathered, his expression cold. Or rather, His expression had always been cold, but at this moment, it carried an extra chill. The family of the Wuhuan Temple in Donghai City was truly foolish. They actually dared to act recklessly in front of the Pope. The paladin beside him bowed and said, "Your Excellency, Lady Hulaina sent a message, instructing us not to reveal ourselves or interfere as if we had never been here. This is the will of Pope Bibi Dong." Upon hearing this, Jugwin rubbed his hands together, producing a ball of flame, and burned the intelligence papers in his hands to ashes, snorting coldly. "Consider them lucky. Besides that, have you investigated Yi Tian's background clearly?" As Jugwin spoke, he clenched his fists. This kid actually dared to hold hands with Bibi Dong. He didn't even spare Hulaina's hand. He was truly living on borrowed time. Hearing the commander's inquiry, the paladin bowed again and said, "Our team investigated all day today and has roughly clarified some connections. Yi Tian seems to have inherited some medical skills and has gained fame for his healing abilities along the Donghai coast. In recent years, he has opened many workshops in various mountainous areas along the coast, with products sold far and wide to coastal regions. And even some independent islands occasionally send ships to purchase goods produced by Yi Tian. Yi Tian often helps the common people. Last year, when a flood occurred along the Donghai coast, the 4 major families of Donghai City were unwilling to intervene. It was Yi Tian who secretly sent people to distribute food, helping the people through the crisis, and they are very grateful to him. This is just a part of it. In short, he has a significant reputation along the Donghai coast. Just a name for himself." Jugwin flicked his sleeves and snorted coldly. In his view, in this world where strength is paramount, all reputations are illusory. Only outstanding strength will earn genuine respect. He said lightly, "You seem to have investigated the other party's wealth and fame quite clearly. What about strength? Does he have any powerful figures around him? Does he have any connections with other forces?" The paladin chuckled softly as the head of the 3 night groups of the Wuhuan Temple. "My intelligence personnel would not overlook these matters." He explained, "Although Yi Tian is very clever and wealthy, he is a 0-level martial soul by nature and cannot cultivate at all. However, he can refine some medicinal pills to assist soul masters in their cultivation, and with this, he has attracted quite a few soul masters to serve him. According to our estimates, he probably has about 20 soul masters under his command, the most powerful of whom is a soul emperor. As for connections, Yi Tian seems to have a solitary personality. He usually just enjoys flowers, personally grows some crops, and goes fishing, rarely leaving the Donghai coast." Upon hearing this, Jugwin moved his wrists, staring at his martial soul in his hands, revealing a mocking smile. This guy knows how to enjoy life. Unfortunately, without desire, there is no motivation to grow stronger, and he will ultimately be abandoned by the times. After hearing this, Jugwin's wariness towards Yi Tian diminished significantly. Both Bibi Dong and Hulaina are people with high aspirations, naturally not looking at a country bumpkin like Yi Tian. They probably find him quite interesting and want to relax a bit. If that Yi Tian has no ulterior motives, then so be it. If he does, then he shouldn't blame Jugwin for being unceremonious. The next day, Butterfly Farm. Yi Tian has never liked sleeping in, so he got up early. After washing up, he walked through the long vine-covered corridor and noticed that there were quite a few more staff around the small courtyard. These were probably the guards arranged by 13. Yi Tian ignored it and crossed the grassy area, stepping over the threshold to arrive at the room where Xiao Xin was placed. The other party was not a soul master, had poor physical resistance, and had just undergone surgery, posing a risk of infection. Therefore, he needed to check on her. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, a young woman approached and slightly bowed to Yi Tian, saying, "Young master, good morning." Yi Tian nodded in acknowledgement. The person before him was someone he had seen before, a healer from the medical room in Zizhu village. In order to improve the health standards in the surrounding area, Yi Tian had trained many healers, and Qin Xian was one of them. Although these so-called healers only knew how to brew some traditional Chinese medicine and handle simple wounds, it was enough. It is important to note that before there were healers, when people in the mountains encountered serious injuries from falls, amputations due to infections were almost inevitable. As for fevers, adults with strong resistance could endure, but for children, having a survival rate of just 50% was already considered good. After the healer system was established, the probabilities of these two situations suddenly dropped to 0. The mountain villagers were immensely grateful to him, and even Yi Tian himself couldn't help but admire the power of modern medical theory. When he was on Blue Star, he hadn't realized its significance. It was only upon arriving in this world that he suddenly recognized the benefits of widespread medical care. Yi Tian asked, Has Su Xiaoxin woken up? Qin Xian replied. She woke up once last night, but then fell back asleep. Yi Tian's gaze fell on Su Xiaoxin, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. He tiptoed and slowly approached the bedside. To avoid disturbing her rest, he gently lifted the blanket. It was still autumn, and the blanket wasn't very thick, so the chance of her noticing was slim. After lifting it, Yi Tian discovered that Su Xiaoxin's blood-soaked clothes had been replaced, and the stitches were neatly wrapped in bandages, tied together with a lovely bow. It must have been done by Qin Xian. Her bandaging skills were excellent, and he had personally praised her during training. Do you need scissors? Qin Xian quietly turned to him and asked in a soft voice. Yi Tian shook his head, pinched his fingers, and revealed the Tai divine needle. His needle was much faster than scissors. Chapter 26. The role of a healer with a swift motion. The needle pierced, and the bandage was completely opened. The wound was perfectly sutured, leaving only a tiny trace of blood, making it hard to tell that it had been a serious injury. After observing that there were no signs of infection, Yi Tian withdrew his gaze and turned to Qin Xian, instructing her, be sure to disinfect the wound frequently. Change the bandages regularly, and don't let Xiao Xian move too much. The wound is too deep, and I'm afraid movement could cause it to tear again, increasing the risk of infection. Qin Xian slightly bent down and said, Young master, don't worry, I will pay attention to these things. Then, she instinctively glanced at Su Xiao Xian beside her. To her surprise, she found that the other party had already woken up and was secretly staring at her and young master Yi Tian. She smiled warmly and said, Xiao Xian, you're awake? Just in time, breakfast time for the farm is coming soon. I'll get some for you in a bit. Su Xiao Xian felt the embarrassment of being completely unclothed, her face blushing. She looked at Yi Tian beside her, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Thank you, young master Yi Tian. Thank you for saving me. When she woke up last night, she learned from Qin Xian that Yi Tian had saved her. Su Xiao Xian was so moved that she couldn't speak. When she faced Zhou Wu yesterday and was gravely injured by the martial soul, she had even seen the Grim Reaper beckoning her. She never expected that it was young master Yi Tian who pulled her back from the gates of death. Young master Yi Tian is really a great person. It's no trouble, just a small effort. Yi Tian waved his hand and said. At that moment, a voice came from the door. Brother, so you are here. The speaker was Hulaina, who sounded cheerful, but when she saw Su Xiaoxin on the bed, she felt that her laughter was somewhat inappropriate and quickly reined it in. She didn't go directly to Yi Tian, but walked up to Xiaoxin and asked with concern, Little sister, how are you feeling? Good, much better, Su Xiaoxin replied, feeling a bit uncomfortable under the concern, and said shyly. You're shy. Qin Xian smiled at Su Xiaoxin, picked up a bottle of medical disinfectant from the nearby table, and twisted the cap open with her hand. At the same time, she took a ball of pure white cotton and dipped it in the disinfectant, then walked in front of Xiaoxin and smiled after disinfection. I'll help you cover up with a blanket. Hearing this, Hulaina's face turned slightly red, and she looked at Yi Tian with jealousy, saying, You must have seen this often, right? Huh. Yi Tian was taken aback and lightly tapped Hulaina's forehead. What are you thinking about? Ouch! Hulaina winced, covering her head and looking at Yi Tian with a hint of grievance. In the blink of an eye, the two began to playfully tussle again. Bibi Dong covered her mouth and laughed as she walked in. Then, she was attracted by Qin Xian's actions and asked, What are you doing? Disinfecting. Qin Xian glanced back at Bibi Dong and explained. Upon hearing the word disinfect, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows in confusion and asked, Did Xiaoxin get poisoned yesterday? Seeing her sister's puzzled expression, Yi Tian couldn't help but laugh, saying, Sister, disinfection and detoxification are not the same concept. The disinfection here is actually to prevent bacterial infection. He pointed around. There are many invisible bacteria in the air around us. Then he seemed to realize something and added, Bacteria can actually be understood as a type of parasitic toxin. Hearing Yi Tian's explanation, Bibi Dong lightly touched her forehead, deep in thought. Hulaina opened her mouth. She understood every word Yi Tian said. Why was it so hard to piece them together? Seeing that the two didn't understand, Yi Tian further explained. Perhaps you should know that if an injury is serious, the wound can become infected. That is actually caused by bacterial infection. If disinfection is not done in time to kill the bacteria, the injured person may have to undergo amputation or could die in a few days. After hearing Yi Tian's example, Hulaina quickly recalled a street in Wuhuan City called Veteran Street. It was home to retired soldiers from the Wuhuan Palace Army, and the teacher would visit that street every year at the end of the year. She had been there with the teacher before. In her memory, Those veterans seemed to have lost limbs due to infections from battle wounds. Thinking of this, Hulaina suddenly looked up at Tian and asked, so, after disinfection and bandaging, can we avoid wound infections? Yes, Tian nodded. As expected of you, Sister Nana, you understand quickly. Hulaina's eyes lit up, so, if soldiers on the battlefield get leg injuries, can disinfection and bandaging prevent amputations? If it's just cuts from swords, amputations can basically be avoided. Tian answered directly without much thought. Upon hearing this, Hulaina looked at the teacher, her eyes full of excitement. If this medical technology could be brought back to the Wuhuan Palace Army, then in every battle, there wouldn't be so many people losing limbs due to injuries. This would be an incredible breakthrough. Tian is really amazing. Bibi Dong smiled back, subtly approaching Qin Xian and thoughtfully said, Miss Qin Xian, you shouldn't be a soul master, right? Qin Xian hesitated a bit as to why Bibi Dong would ask this, but still answered, yes, I'm just an ordinary person. How long did it take you to learn these medical skills? About 2 months, I think. I don't remember the specifics. At that time, young Master Tian trained many people. As the trainer, he should know. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was shocked. Are you saying you were trained in batches? And only learned for 2 months? Batch training, and a short training period, means there is a possibility of replication. That's really impressive. She originally thought Tian only had outstanding talent in training troops. Unexpectedly, Tian could also make such a significant contribution in medicine. In just 2 months, he could teach someone to become a qualified healer. Indeed, outstanding people are great no matter which industry they enter. Hearing this somewhat strange statement, Qin Xian awkwardly smiled and said, you could say that. In fact, every village along the East Sea has healers like me. While we can't treat major illnesses, we can easily handle injuries, fevers, and colds. Every village has them. Bibi Dong couldn't hide her surprise. Yes. Qin Xian smiled again and thought to herself, why does it seem like Tian's sister doesn't seem like a real sister? Why does she know nothing? Seemingly seeing Qin Xian's embarrassment, Tian smiled and said, my sister hasn't been home for many years, and she is always curious about the huge changes in her hometown. So that's how it is. Qin Xian understood. Indeed, 3 years ago, the village of Zizhu where she lived still struggled to have enough to eat. But this year, almost every family has rebuilt their houses, and there's more than enough food. Even on ordinary days, they can eat meat. All of this was brought to Zizhu village by the appearance of young Master Tian. After a long while, Bibi Dong, who had come out of her surprise, approached Tian and asked, are you still training healers now? I've been training, but I'm no longer involved. The healer school is right behind my villa. If you like this work, you can go learn there. Anyway, since Sister's not going back to the spirit hall to be a maid with her personality, she probably won't be able to sit still. The work of a healer is very suitable for women. It's a good choice. All right, I will go. Bibi Dong smiled brightly. Tian always manages to give her unexpected surprises in an unintentional way. The role of a healer is self-evident, having great benefits for both the Wuhuan Temple Army and the civilians. Moreover, it is significant in both reputation and utility. Chapter 27. A special breakfast? In the small farmyard, Tian, Bibi Dong, and others sat on stone benches around a stone table eating breakfast. The breakfast was simple, deep-fried dough sticks and spicy soup. On the stone table, there were also 2 plates of pickled vegetables, namely spicy seaweed strips and fermented yellow fish. The pickled vegetables were a sideline of the farm. Being near the coast of the East China Sea, there wasn't much else, but there was plenty of seaweed and yellow fish. During the farming off-season, the restless farmers would take their small boats and go in groups to the nearby sea to harvest seaweed and yellow fish. Although their fishing techniques were still quite primitive, after a month of hard work, they could not only have enough for daily use but also sell the surplus to merchants, earning a bit of extra income. For coastal people, seaweed and yellow fish were among the few vegetables and meat available throughout the year. 2 years ago, after the establishment of Butterfly Farm, under Chen Jian's leadership, they used the farm's surplus funds to purchase several large boats. Since then, the nearby farmers' fishing teams gradually became more professional. Whether it was the trawlers specifically for catching fish or the encirclement tactics for chasing fish schools, they became more sophisticated. There were dedicated staff who would go out to sea every month to harvest yellow fish and seaweed. Nowadays, this industry accounts for nearly half of the farm's income. The seaweed and yellow fish harvested at that time were sold directly after being dried. Seaweed was fine. After soaking in water, its taste was almost the same as when it was just harvested. However, yellow fish was different. After drying, its taste became dry and bland, making it unappetizing. It was a shame to discard it. After learning about these situations, Tian thought of the pickling process for vegetables on Blue Star. Pickled vegetables can, to some extent, maintain the freshness of the dishes. Prior to this, he had received many crop seeds from the system, including commonly used seasonings like chili peppers and soybeans. Additionally, he owned a large workshop for salt production, where the expensive salt in the eyes of commoners was as trivial as sandam. Utilizing these resources, he quickly formed a new industrial chain. Thus, the pickled vegetable workshop of Butterfly Farm was born. Moreover, seasonings like chili peppers and fermented black soybeans, which had never been seen before, quickly captured everyone's taste buds. People rushed to buy them, leading to a shortage of pickled vegetables. Nowadays, even in the coastal area of East Sea, where pickled vegetables are produced, they have become synonymous with luxury. In distant places, a bottle of pickled vegetables can even be sold for dozens of gold soul coins by the yellow cattle. Opposite Tian, Hulaina's chopsticks hardly stopped moving. Mmm. Her mouth was stuffed full, making indistinct sounds. Crispy and refreshing. Is this really kelp? It's so delicious. She stared longingly at a small plate of spicy kelp strips, and when she saw the bottom, she reluctantly shifted her gaze away and exclaimed at Tian, "And this fish, how come I've never eaten it before?" This scene made Bibi Dong, who was nearby, unable to hold back her laughter. "Nana, you've only been at the East Sea for 2 days, and the teacher can see you've gained a bit of weight." Hulaina hurriedly looked down to check, patted her belly, and found she was still slim and well-proportioned. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Not worried, it wasn't a big deal. Tian you was soaking fried dough sticks in spicy soup and smiled, saying, "Sister Nana, can't you even tell the difference between kelp strips and yellow fish? The taste is completely different. Especially this yellow fish, it has a fresh and salty fragrance, melting in your mouth. Definitely not a taste that can be made by yellow fish." Hulaina's eyes sparkled as she reached out and tapped the plate with her chopsticks, eagerly asking, "Is there more?" "No," Tian replied irritably, giving Hulaina a glare. "You can't eat too much pickled vegetables." He slowly picked up the bowl of spicy soup and took a sip of the steaming broth before saying, "This is the difference in seasoning that brings about different flavors. The taste of fermented yellow fish is actually mainly based on fermented black beans. On the other hand, the spicy kelp strips have a unique flavor formed by the fermentation of pickled peppers, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and other seasonings." I've never heard of that," Hulaina said, full of confusion. In her understanding, it seemed that seasonings only consisted of salt. Tian smiled and said, "As long as it's delicious, that's enough. Not understanding the reasoning behind, it doesn't affect your taste buds from enjoying the flavors." "That's not bad." Hulaina giggled, her expression showing some struggle as she picked up a fried dough stick and started eating. With a muffled voice, she said, "Brother, such delicious food could make a lot of money if sold." Tian put down his chopsticks and complimented, "You have quite a business mind." Chunjian, who was standing behind him, kindly explained, "Miss Nana, in fact, pickled vegetables have already become popular in the cities around the East Sea. Almost every batch of pickled vegetables that comes out of the workshop is sold out within a day. That must make quite a bit of money, right?" Hulaina casually remarked. Chunjian smiled and replied, "Not much, just about 1,000,000 gold soul coins a year." Upon hearing Chunjian casually mention 1,000,000, Hulaina's eyes widened, and she blinked in surprise, exclaiming, "1,000,000 gold soul coins. You have to know that the budget for the most elite Pope's Night Order, which is supported by the Holy See, is only 1,000,000 gold soul coins a year. Does that mean Tian can just sell pickled vegetables casually and support the most elite night order on the continent? But this is just ordinary yellowfish and kelp strips, right?" Hulaina felt a bit insecure. She never thought kelp strips and yellowfish could be worth 1,000,000 gold soul coins. This is not just selling pickled vegetables. It's almost like robbing money. "Value is determined by rarity," Chunjian said earnestly. "On the entire continent, only the Butterfly Farm can produce pickled vegetables, so the price is naturally high. However, with the expansion of the workshop, the price is continuously decreasing. I believe it won't be long before it can enter the homes of ordinary people. This is also what young Master Tian hopes to see. Young Master Tian often advises him that it doesn't matter whether one makes money or not. What is important is being able to enter the homes of ordinary people. However, the current production scale is too small and scalpers are rampant. If prices are not raised, the money will only be earned by the scalpers. So rather than letting the scalpers profit, it's better to raise prices. Once production increases, the prices can be gradually lowered." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong looked at Tian with admiration in her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, "Xiao Tian, your mind is truly unmatched." Just 2 plates of delicacies can generate a profit worth millions of gold soul coins. It's all useless. Tian smiled. To be honest, selling pickled vegetables was just a sudden idea of his at the time. He was hardly involved in the entire process. It was Chun Jian who was responsible for the production and sales. An annual income of 1,000,000 gold soul coins was almost insignificant to him. While the two were discussing, Hulaina secretly ate another youtiao when no one was paying attention. Acting as if nothing happened, she picked up the spicy soup and slowly began to drink it. As soon as it entered her mouth, her eyes widened. What kind of soup is this? With a hint of spiciness and a rich aroma, as it went down her throat, a warm sensation spread through her. This feeling is amazing. She never expected that the breakfast at the farm could be so exquisite. Even the soup. At the Spirit Hall, her breakfast standard was comparable to her teacher's, being one of the most luxurious in the Spirit Hall. Yet she had never eaten such a delicious breakfast. Whether it was the side dishes, the main food, or this seemingly casual soup, they all successfully captured her taste buds. Hulaina showed an expression of gratitude. Her face flushed and looked at Tian. Brother, did you specially prepare this breakfast for us? You're truly thoughtful. Tian had a strange expression, leaning back and looking at Nana across from him. Sister, what kind of look is that? This is just the standard breakfast of the farm, nothing special. Hulaina was taken aback, feeling a sense of disappointment in her heart. It turned out to be just a standard breakfast. Chapter 28. The Letter from Jiuyue Pass. Seeing the disappointment in Nana's expression, Tian placed the bowl on the stone table and said mysteriously with a smile, Don't be sad. I'll personally make you something delicious for lunch. The fire spirit chicken from the farm is really fragrant. Hulaina's eyes suddenly lit up, leaning forward and pouting. You better not go back on your word. Tian rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Fine. Do we need to make a pinky promise? It's not impossible. Hulaina covered her mouth and chuckled. Just then, a staff member walked into the courtyard and headed straight for Bibi Dong. He respectfully bent down and greeted her, Miss. There's a young man outside the farm who claims to be your friend and is waiting for you at the gate. Hearing this, Bibi Dong was taken aback, and her expression changed. Could it be that the person at the farm gate is Tian's sister's friend? If so, wouldn't that put her at risk of exposure? But then she thought again. Yi Xinglan had been a maid in the Spirit Hall for 5 years and hadn't returned. And even Tian himself didn't remember what his sister looked like. It seemed that the friend wouldn't remember her too clearly either. Bibi Dong quickly composed herself and calmly asked the staff member, Did he introduce himself? Knowing the name was crucial, otherwise it would truly reveal a flaw. The staff member replied, Reporting to you, Miss, he said his name is Guan Yu. Upon hearing this name, Bibi Dong raised her eyebrows. She stood up slowly, her long, snow-white legs parting, and looked at Tian beside her. Xiao Tian, I'm going to meet that friend. Teacher, I'll accompany you. Hulaina quickly stood up from her seat, leisurely raising her hand. Hearing the name Guan Yu, she had roughly guessed the identity of her teacher's friend. Tian waved his hand indifferently and smiled, Sister, remember to keep your friend here for lunch at the farm. I'll go prepare the ingredients for noon. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, taking Hulaina with her as they strode out of the small courtyard of the farm, crossing the concrete road to the front gate of the farm. When she saw a silver-white tuft in front of the golden-haired figure, she already understood in her heart that it was undoubtedly Zhu Yueguan. Zhu Yueguan in front of her had changed into a more ordinary outfit, but his hair color and dark circles under his eyes were too recognizable. Uncle Yueguan, what brings you here? Hulaina cheerfully walked up to Zhu Yueguan, nudging him with her shoulder and laughing softly. Did you receive the secret letter I sent you? Although I haven't written a secret letter in a few years, the format should still be accurate, right? The code used for writing to the members of the Pope's Knights was something Hulaina learned during her general studies classes at the Wuhuan Temple Academy a few years ago. She primarily focused on cultivating her martial soul, so she hadn't used much of this general knowledge. Now, using it felt a bit unfamiliar. Zhu Yueguan smiled faintly. Your Highness, your talent is exceptional, so it must have been accurate. However, Bibi Dong beside them had a cold look in her eyes, her voice laced with ice. What is it? If there's nothing, Zhu Yueguan wouldn't come to find me without permission. Zhu Yueguan was accustomed to the coldness of Her Holiness the Pope, as she had always presented herself in this manner. He slightly bowed, full of respect. I originally intended to send a message to Her Holiness the Pope, but the defenses of this farm are too strict, so I had to take the liberty of coming here disguised as your friend. He silently took out a letter from his pocket and said, This is a secret letter delivered by the Holy Knights while patrolling the main hall of Wuhuan in Tianlong City. The Knights are responsible not only for protecting Her Holiness the Pope, but also for inspection duties and capturing criminals. Bibi Dong raised her delicate eyebrows, and her slender hand took the letter, opening it to read carefully. The more she read, the more her chest heaved, and she unconsciously gripped the letter tighter. Finally, she crumpled the secret letter into a ball, her pretty face filled with anger. This is outrageous. Seeing her teacher's expression, Juliana stepped forward and asked, Uncle Yueguan, what exactly happened? Zhu Yueguan explained, the master of the Wuhuan main hall in Tianlong City, Sun Kai, has been forcibly taking local women. When the families of these women went to negotiate, Sun Kai sent people to beat them up. In desperation, the families prepared to go to Wuhuan City to complain. Upon learning this, Sun Kai actually killed the entire family in public. He even declared that in Tianlong City, he is the one who decides everything. What? That Sun Kai is too despicable. Juliana exclaimed in surprise, not expecting such a scoundrel to exist within the Wuhuan temple. Bibi Dong's expression turned frosty as she looked at Zhu Yueguan. Such a heinous act, severely affecting the reputation of the Wuhuan temple. Do I even need to ask you? Remove him from his position and execute him publicly in the market. Zhu Yueguan quietly replied, Sun Kai's family has considerable power in Tianlong City. From the commander of the Wuhuan temple soldiers to various positions, they are all from the Sun family. The law enforcement knights patrolling the area are simply no match for them. Then you go there personally. Bibi Dong angrily waved her sleeve, saying coldly, there is no reason to show leniency towards such evildoers. Zhu Yueguan said, there is another complication. Sun Kai is a direct disciple of the fifth elder of the Elder Hall, Douluo. In fact, several years ago, many people from Tianlong City wrote numerous complaint letters to you, Your Holiness, but they were all suppressed by the fifth elder. This was only discovered after the law enforcement knights conducted their investigation. Zhu Yueguan continued, the fifth elder knows this matter cannot be suppressed, so he personally wrote to you, asking you not to interfere with the matters of Tianlong City, as he will personally teach Sun Kai a lesson. After saying this, Zhu Yueguan handed Bibi Dong the fifth elder's handwritten letter. However, Bibi Dong didn't even glance at it, her cold gaze fixed on Zhu Yueguan. The fifth elder teaching him a lesson personally? This is clearly a cover-up for Sun Kai. I am now giving you an order in the name of the Pope to immediately take the holy knights of the Pope and bring Sun Kai to justice. As for the response from the Elder Hall, you need not worry about it. I understand, Your Holiness. Zhu Yueguan placed his right hand on his chest, bowed, and turned to leave. Watching Zhu Yueguan's back, Bibi Dong's pretty face was filled with frost. Did the Elder Hall truly think of her as a puppet pope to be manipulated? Then she would let the elders see whether she had any real power. Bibi Dong gazed into the distance, lost in thought. If the abuses of power and misconduct by the various Wuhuan subhalls were not resolved, it might really be, as Tian said, that they would be doomed within 3 years. These issues must be changed. Juliana came to Bibi Dong's side, her face showing concern. Teacher, won't this lead to a falling out between the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall? Not all, Bibi Dong replied indifferently. Although that old man Douluo is despicable, he won't allow the Wuhuan temple to appear divided on the surface. As for the cooperation between the two halls, there has never been any, and I don't expect it either. Come, let us go back, Bibi Dong waved to Juliana. By the time the incident in Tianlong City is resolved and reaches the ears of the Elder Hall in Wuhuan City, it would probably be a week later. Worrying during this time would only add to her troubles. The two returned to the small courtyard of the farm, where they saw Tian using a shovel to build an earthen stove. Tian looked up and saw that the two had a not-so-good expression. Curiously, he asked Sister, Nana, what happened to you? Juliana sighed and said, I heard a tragic piece of news from a friend of the teacher. Tian inquired, what about your friend? Why didn't he come back with you? Bibi Dong smiled indifferently and said, he came back from business, passing by here to see me. He was in a hurry to go home to find his family. I see. Tian realized, continuing to shovel the soil in his hands, smiling at Juliana. What tragic thing has happened that makes you so sad? Juliana sighed and said, the master of the Spirit Hall in Tianlong City cruelly killed an ordinary family. Upon hearing this, Tian paused his actions for a moment. The smile on his face disappeared, and he casually asked, did the other party face any punishment from the Spirit City? Juliana glanced at Bibi Dong and said, it is said that the Pope has already sent someone to Tianlong City. Given the Pope's character, that master will undoubtedly die. I hope so, Tian said silently. Juliana felt a surge of emotions, her eyes filled with complexity. Is there really no way to stop the masters of the Spirit Hall from acting recklessly everywhere? Tian casually replied, there is a way, but it depends on the determination of Pope Bibi Dong. Do you have a solution? Hulayina exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, Bibi Dong, who had been deep in thought with her head down, suddenly raised her head and looked at Tian. He has a solution? Chapter 29. Crumbling the Spear Hall family. Tian put down the shovel in his hand, patted his hands lightly, stood up and said, "To solve the problems of the Spirit Hall, we must take decisive action and eliminate all these families of the Spirit Hall. The reason for the gradual decline of the Spirit Hall's reputation and its low administrative efficiency is due to these families that are entrenched in various cities, draining resources. If we do not completely eradicate these rotten and malignant tumors, the massive entity of the Spirit Hall will eventually rot to its core and collapse. Without this determination, no matter how hard the Spirit Hall tries, it will be in vain. In fact, it's not just the Spirit Hall. Even the two great empires are the same. If the situation of the nobility entrenched in local areas is not resolved, the empires will eventually face disintegration. Tian has also watched Douluo and knows that not long after the destruction of the Spirit Hall, the two great empires fell into chaos. The Tian Empire was even split into two countries, the Tiangong and the Douluo. However, the two empires are currently facing the massive enemy of the Spirit Hall, and the external pressure has prevented the internal conflicts from surfacing. Well, the problem is that these families of the Spirit Hall are the pillars of the Spirit Hall. Eliminating them would be tantamount to completely denying the existence of the Spirit Hall, Hulayina said with concern. Tian's perspective is too one-sided. Not to mention eliminating all the Spirit Hall families. Just by slightly moving against a few Spirit Hall families, those families will likely unite to confront the Papal Hall. It's important to note that a significant portion of the Spirit Hall's power is still in the hands of the Elder Hall. The authority that the Papal Hall can exercise is actually quite limited. If it ends up offending all the Spirit Hall families and drives them to ally with the Elder Hall, it would essentially be a reduction in the Papal Hall's influence, which is truly not worth the loss. This is also the tricky and complex aspect of the Spirit Hall families. Moreover, not all Spirit Hall families will have vicious individuals like the Lord of Tianlong City. At most, they will use some illegal means to acquire wealth, but their crimes are not severe enough to warrant death. Hulayina said. Tian came to Hulayina's side and said with a light smile, "Sister, you might have misunderstood my words. When I said eradicate, I didn't mean to kill them. I meant to dismantle their family-centered forces. Only by dismantling these deeply rooted families can we clear the paths of the Spirit Hall's meridians. This will make the Pope's orders executed smoothly and create a powerful administrative machine to drive the enormous and formidable giant that is the Spirit Hall." What method of dismantling, you ask? Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly. Tian's words truly resonated with her. However, dismantling these families with centuries of heritage is no easy task. Decades ago, the Spirit Hall conducted a protracted siege against the super families, specifically the sect forces. Yet, even after she became the Pope, these major families remained as solid as a rock for over a decade. The only change was that they moved from the front stage to the back stage, acting less ostentatiously. The only way Bibi Dong could think of to completely dismantle these super families was to resort to force. She planned to gather the top combat power of the Spirit Hall and swiftly destroy these families. For this purpose, the Pope's Hall had formulated a plan codenamed Soul Hunter several years ago. However, due to the lack of unified goals among the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, the Soul Hunter plan remained on paper. The strength of the small families is not as great as that of the major families. However, they are numerous, and disturbing one would affect the whole. When dealing with major families, the Spirit Hall could weave reasons, claiming that these families acted unjustly and brought it upon themselves. After all, as colossal entities, how could major families not have a few blemishes? As long as they slightly articulate this, even if the Spirit Hall sent troops to crush these families, no one would stand up to oppose it. Who would dare empathize with major families? But small families are different. It's not just about taking action against all. Even if they randomly target one small family, the other small families would immediately feel insecure. This sense of crisis among small families would create a powerful resistance, capable of toppling even her as the Pope. If she wanted to resolve the issue with small families, this resistance could not be ignored. In response to her sister's inquiry, Tian smiled lightly. Just as a meal is eaten one bite at a time, a family must also be dismantled step by step. If they acted hastily against them, they would likely end up shooting themselves in the foot. He looked into Bibi Dong's eyes and said, "I wonder if you have heard of boiling a frog in warm water? I know this." Hulayina happily stepped forward. Brother means to take it slow and not rush. Tian lightly snapped his fingers, patted Hulayina's head, and smiled. "Correct. The reason these families within the Spirit Hall have cohesion and combat power is that they not only steal the authority of the Spirit Hall, but also hold local connections and wealth. To put it simply, they operate in both the black and white markets, and on top of that, they're soul masters with martial power. After staying in one place for a long time, small groups will naturally form. Tian extended his index finger. The first step to dismantling these small groups is to separate them and make them consume each other internally. How do we separate and create internal consumption? Hulaina asked eagerly. As expected of Tian, he is so smart. If it were her thinking, she probably wouldn't be able to come up with an answer even after pondering for half a year. But Tian could quickly find the key to the problem and sort out the answers. This ability is truly impressive. It's very simple. Tian smiled mysteriously and said 2 words, swap. In short, the leaders of each branch should be rotated every 2 or 3 years to prevent them from having the opportunity to root themselves in the local area. When the leaders of each branch go to a completely unfamiliar city to take office, they will inevitably compete and clash with the local soul master families. With both sides on guard against each other, many disputes will be reduced. The branch leaders are often the core figures of family. When they take office, they cannot go alone. They will definitely bring along several key members of their family, thus splitting the power of the family group. Upon hearing Tian's words, Hulaina's expression suddenly brightened, and she exclaimed, "The method of swapping is great." After the local families have conflicts and friction with the incoming branch leaders, the Spirit Hall can only send someone to mediate, which will enhance the Spirit Hall's control over each branch. Brother Tian, you are amazing. Hulaina gave a thumbs up in praise. Bibi Dong, who was listening nearby, did not speak but fell in a deep thought. It must be said that Tian's words were truly enlightening for her. Swapping. What a correct and simple policy. How could she not have thought of it? Perhaps this is the difference in intelligence, Bibi Dong thought to herself. Tian gently caressed Hulaina's hair and chuckled. The adjustment is merely the first step to resolving the power struggles of the Soul Master families. Addressing the Soul Master families is, in fact, a long-term issue. The adjustment can quickly eliminate the internal conflicts that the Spirit Hall is currently facing and reduce the public's criticism of the Spirit Hall. But it cannot completely solve the problem. After all, even with the adjustment, the families within the Spirit Hall still objectively exist. Hulaina raised her head and asked, "So what should we do next?" Tian patted Hulaina's head and laughed. After we separate them, the next step is, of course, to give them a good beating. Chapter 30, Who is this girl? Seeing that both girls did not understand the meaning behind his words, Tian clasped his hands behind his back and said leisurely, "To dismantle the small factions of Soul Master families in various places, we naturally need to deal with them. Otherwise, it will be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. After the adjustments, we can also transfer some young core members of the Soul Master families to Wuhuan City under the guise of training. I believe that once they hear that the Wuhuan Temple is personally training Soul Masters, they will eagerly sign up without much promotion. In this way, the strength of each Soul Master family will be further weakened." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's eyes lit up with joy. She took over Tian's words and said, "This way, during the training period, the Wuhuan Temple can conduct investigations in various places and deal with families involved in illegal activities. I must say, Tian's idea is truly brilliant. The Wuhuan Temple can completely isolate the training Soul Masters from the outside world, making sure they do not communicate with each other. In a sense, those participating in the training are akin to hostages, right? The families in various places, even if they want to create chaos during the investigation, will have to think twice. Otherwise, the entire family will be implicated. Sister Nana is really smart," Tian smiled and said, "making position adjustments a norm and frequently clearing out illegal families. Once these actions are completed, the Wuhuan Temple's cancer will basically be eradicated. The families controlling the Wuhuan Temple's power in various places will also be weakened." After hearing Tian's words, Bibi Dong was deeply shocked. She had never imagined that it was possible to dismantle the Soul Master families of the Wuhuan Temple through these means. If this feat could be accomplished, the strength of the Wuhuan Temple would further consolidate. Moreover, the Pope's control over the branch temples in various places would undoubtedly be greatly strengthened. This way, she could directly issue orders to various places, bypassing the Elder Hall, and become a true Pope in control of power. Bibi Dong took a deep breath. The inability to truly control the Wuhuan Temple had always been a lingering concern for her. She never expected to see hope for a solution one day. Bibi Dong's chest rose and fell slightly. To be honest, she was too excited. If it weren't for Tian being in front of her, she would have been eager to implement the ideas he spoke of. Tian chuckled and said, I didn't expect you two to care so much about the Spirit Hall. Of course, doing all this will largely weaken the various families. To completely dismantle these families, a system with reasonable mobility needs to be established. If there isn't fresh blood joining the Spirit Hall and no elders stepping down from their positions, the Spirit Hall will ultimately remain stagnant. Even if the impurities in the stagnant water are cleaned out, after a while, the impurities will automatically reappear. Therefore, reasonable mobility is necessary. In this regard, the ancient Eastern dynasty created the imperial examination system early on, allowing children from humble backgrounds to have opportunities for advancement. The Spirit Hall can actually learn from this. We shouldn't let the branch master of places like EC City always be from the Zhou family, working until retirement and then passing the position onto their sons. Reasonable mobility? Hulaina and Qianrenshua looked puzzled, and with a playful expression, Hulaina leaned closer to Tian and asked, Brother, can you tell us more? Tian gently tapped Hulaina's forehead and lightly exclaimed, Sister Nana, your curiosity is really strong. I just want to know, Hulaina said, placing her little hand on her ear, pouting her lips with a cute expression. Really want to know? Tian asked. Hulaina nodded seriously, full of anticipation. I won't tell you. Tian waved his hand and turned to leave. He still needed to gather firewood to prepare roasted chicken, and he didn't have time for these troublesome, theoretical discussions. As for the issues of the Spirit Hall, let the Pope Bibi Dong worry about them. Anyway, it had nothing to do with them. Looking at Tian's straightforward departure, Hulaina was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at her teacher beside her. Bibi Dong smiled slightly and pressed her hand down, saying, There's no rush. Just the adjustment of the branch hall masters will keep us busy for months. It doesn't have to be done right now. Hulaina sighed. Brother Tian is really smart. Although he is not part of the Spirit Hall system, he understands it so thoroughly. Talents like him probably won't appear in 1,000 years on the continent. Hearing this, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she placed her jade hand on Hulaina's shoulder. Looking in her eyes, what are you thinking? Once this opportunity passes, you won't find a husband as outstanding as Tian. Hulaina's pretty face flushed instantly, and her voice became somewhat unnatural as she stuck out her tongue and said, Well, I've only known him for 3 days. Seeing the reaction on Hulaina's face, Bibi Dong smiled gently without refuting her. In her heart, she understood that although the little girl was verbally denying it, her heart had probably already run off to Tian. She walked straight to the lounge chair in front of the small courtyard and sat down, saying softly, Nana, write up what Tian said today into a document and find an opportunity to send it to Spirit City. Let Elder Gue Mei and his team draft an adjustment list within a week. Hulaina suddenly looked up. Are we going to execute it right now? Isn't that a bit hasty? Executing such a large adjustment plan would undoubtedly cause turmoil in the various branches of the Spirit Hall. The dark forces hidden on the continent might take the opportunity to attack the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the Elder Hall could be difficult to deal with. The Grand Elder Qian Douluo might not agree to this matter. Bibi Dong's eyes deepened as she gazed into the distant sky. Time waits for no one. If any problems arise, we'll just have to solve them. As the Pope, she could sense that both the Soul Master World and the two great empires were brewing with unrest. If the Spirit Hall, this colossal ship, did not patch its leaks in time, it might sink before colliding with other ships. All right, Hulaina nodded seriously, as the two discussed the road in the distance. Tian walked over with a girl in a blue dress and deep blue hair. The girl had beautiful features that caught the attention of passing farm workers. However, this stunning girl was carrying a bundle of bamboo firewood, which was quite incongruous. A woman working on the farm noticed the girl sweating profusely on her forehead but the girl politely declined. From a distance, Hulaina observed this scene and showed a hint of jealousy on her pretty face. When Tian got closer, Hulaina's jealousy was evident in her voice. Brother is really in a good mood. Go get a bundle of firewood and even bringing back a beautiful sister. After saying this, she pouted and silently walked over to Bibi Dong, looking quite aggrieved. Bibi Dong calmly watched this scene without saying a word. Tian glanced at the girl beside him and shrugged helplessly. I don't want to either. The girl with deep blue hair placed the bamboo sticks on the ground, wiped the fine sweat from her forehead, and walked over to Hulaina with a smile, saying, Little sister, you misunderstood. It was my initiative. Initiative? Hulaina looked at the deep blue-haired girl warily. Was this statement a challenge to her? Suddenly, her heart trembled. Perhaps Tian had known this girl for a long time. Perhaps she was the third party. Thinking of this, Hulaina felt a bit breathless. She didn't dare to think further and even felt like crying. Tian's brother clearly. She clearly likes him so much. If they had been together earlier, would she really have to let Tian go so easily? Struggling, hesitating, feeling lost, and a myriad of jealous emotions gradually surged in her heart, making her somewhat at a loss, shrinking back slightly. Seeing Nana's dejected appearance, Tian smiled in surprise, approached her, placed his hand on her shoulder, and leaned down to ask, "Sister, what are you thinking about? We just met." Chapter 31. Li Jiuchuan's request just met? Hulaina showed a puzzled expression. Yes. Tian lightly tugged at Hulaina's golden hair, causing her to wince in pain and involuntarily frown, turning her gaze towards him. He pointed at the girl in the blue dress and explained, "This is Li Jiuchuan, from the Li family of Golden Ao Island. The Li family's fleet is quite sizable along the coast of the East China Sea, and we have business dealings. So, you came here as a guest?" Hearing this, Hulaina briefly scanned Li Jiuchuan's fair profile and relaxed her guard slightly. Her body unconsciously leaned closer to Tian to show their special relationship. The other party's uninvited presence had a clear purpose. She had to be cautious. Then, Hulaina realized her psychological shift. After a moment of daze, her jealousy became somewhat evident. Li Jiuchuan approached Hulaina with graceful steps, slightly bowed, and smiled charmingly. "I suppose so. But my main purpose is to invite Tian to visit Golden Ao Island." After saying this, her beautiful eyes held anticipation as she glanced at Tian. Tian was not interested in this at all. He had no desire to visit Ao Island. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If he agreed to go, he would have to bring some guards to ensure his safety. This would expose the hidden forces lurking in the shadows, which was something he did not want to see. On the other hand, if the Li family was simply looking to strengthen their relationship, there was no need for it at all. Business dealings are always based on profit. His goods could be transported far away on the Li family's fleet, allowing him to sell for more money. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. As long as there is mutual benefit, there is no need for either party to turn against each other. If there is no such benefit, then strengthening relationships would be pointless. Tian pointed to Bibi Dong beside him and politely declined, saying, "My sister just returned from afar, and I don't want to leave home, so I can't agree." This was half the truth. With his sister at home, he wouldn't travel far. Hearing this, Hulaina smiled happily, and the tension in her heart eased significantly. It seemed that Li Jiuchuan didn't hold much weight in Tian's heart after all. She clasped her hands in front of her, looking like a lady, and a hint of a smile crossed her lips. "I'm really sorry, Miss Li." Hulaina's words sounded like a victor's smile. Bibi Dong also showed interest. Resting her jade hand on her forehead, her gaze shifting back and forth between Tian and Li Jiuchuan. Upon hearing Tian's words, Li Jiuchuan was momentarily stunned. With her beauty, she had never been rejected by anyone throughout her life. However, when she looked up and reassessed the two women beside Tian, she found some answers. Behind Tian stood a girl who was serious and unsmiling, resembling a snow beauty. Her appearance surpassed that of anyone else. Li Jiuchuan did not expect that Tian, with his handsome and chiseled features, would have an equally stunning sister. Truly, they were a family with powerful genes. She then turned her gaze to the smiling blonde girl beside Tian, who was also breathtakingly beautiful. There was a hint of charm mixed with cuteness in her demeanor, making her seem full of allure. Li Jiuchuan had to admit she was not on their level. Seeing the two girls' appearances made Li Jiuchuan feel a bit insecure. However, she quickly reminded herself that she wasn't there to compare looks. She hurriedly shook her head, a trace of pity flashing between her brows, and sighed softly. "I asked you, young Master Tian, to go to Golden Ao Island because I have an urgent matter to request." "What matter?" Tian stepped forward, removing his hand from Hulaina's hair. He immediately thought of the possibility that the Li family's ship had been attacked by pirates. However, the likelihood of that happening was very low. Li Jiuchuan's grandfather, Li Haitian, was in existence at the level of an 89th rank soul de law. Additionally, he was a sea soul master, capable of displaying even more terrifying skills in the ocean. No pirate would dare to go against the Li family. This was also the reason why Tian chose to cooperate with the Li family for transporting goods. Li Jiuchuan's expression darkened as she leaned forward, preparing to whisper in Tian's ear. However, before she could do so, Hulaina pulled Tian behind her. With vigilance in her big eyes, she spoke somewhat unnaturally. "There are no outsiders here to say it out loud." After a pause, she quietly told Tian, "Be careful of others having ulterior motives." Seeing Hulaina's actions, Yi Tian felt a bit helpless. He had to admit that Lyena's strength was quite impressive. She had easily pulled him behind her. Perhaps Lyena was doing this for his own good. He chuckled awkwardly, stepped out from behind Lyena, and looked at the dim-faced Li Juchuan. Sorry, my sister is too cautious. It's okay. I was the one being abrupt. Li Juchuan managed a faint smile and waved her hand. She knew her relationship with Yi Tian was very thin. This was her first time visiting the butterfly farm and meeting Yi Tian. If her family weren't business partners with Yi Tian, she might not have even had the chance to meet him. With complex emotions in her eyes, she ultimately decided to be frank and extended her hand to bow again, saying, "To be honest, I came here to ask you to treat my grandfather. My grandfather went to the deep sea to hunt a 30,000-year-old soul beast, the poisoned two-sea lion, to advance to a title Douluo. During the battle, he was poisoned. At first, he didn't notice, but after absorbing the spirit ring and returning home, he has been feeling intense pain in his heart and lungs every day, and his forehead has been darkening. The time he is awake is getting shorter each day." Her eyes looked sincerely at Yi Tian. "I hope, young Master Yi Tian, that considering our family's business dealings, you can go to Douluo Island to save my grandfather. The Li family is willing to pay a reward of 1 million gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian frowned. Li Haitian was poisoned? This was a serious matter. Douluo Island was situated at a crucial shipping route, making its location extremely important. Countless pirates were eyeing this golden territory. The reason the Li family could stand firm amidst the surrounding wolves was that Li Haitian was an 89th rank soul Douluo, capable of unleashing the power of a tidal Douluo in the ocean. Now, the Li Haitian was severely poisoned. How could those pirates stay calm? They would surely have designs on Douluo Island and the Li family. This trip to Douluo Island would probably not be as simple as just treating an illness. Danger was inevitable. Thinking of this, Yi Tian shook his head internally. He did not want to get involved. 1 million gold soul coins were just pocket change to him, hardly worth his attention. The benefits and risks were mismatched. It was better not to go. Moreover, his biggest dream was simply to quietly stay by the East Sea. Yi Tian stared into Li Juchuan's beautiful eyes and pretended to sigh. "I'm still young, and my medical skills are quite limited. The reason I have a good reputation in the East Sea is simply because I often treat people for free, and they are grateful to me." He spread his hands and said, "In reality, the illnesses I treat are just fevers, colds, and minor injuries, which don't require much skill. Your grandfather was poisoned by a toothy sea lion, but I've never seen one, nor do I have experience treating such poisonings. So, I'm truly sorry, but I am powerless to help." Hearing this, Li Juchuan paused for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "My Li family is willing to pay for the toothy sea lion's soul bone." Chapter 32. This is really a bargain for Li Juchuan. Soul bone. Upon hearing Li Juchuan's offer, Lyena beside them took a deep breath. Soul bones are even more precious than 10,000-year soul rings. Even the spirit hall. Soul bones are extremely valuable and not easily obtained. It seems that the head of the Li family is indeed in a dire situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't be willing to part with such a precious item. Hearing this, Yi Tian was completely unconcerned. He didn't cultivate. So what use was a soul bone to him? If Li Haitian lived by the East Sea, he could do him a favor and help him expel some toxins. However, Douluo Island was indeed quite dangerous and far, so it wasn't worth it. He sighed and said, "Alas, Miss Juchuan, why don't you understand? It's not a matter of price, but rather that I am powerless." Li Juchuan's eyes turned red, and she half knelt on the ground. Completely disregarding the gazes of the surrounding staff, her voice choked with sobs. "Young Master Yi Tian, please go just once. Even if there's a slim chance. If young Master Yi Tian is willing to help, Juchuan is willing to swear an oath to always stay by your side and be a maid, doing anything you ask." After saying this, Li Juchuan lowered her gaze. For someone as proud as her, saying such words indeed required great courage. This was equivalent to indirectly selling herself to Yi Tian. Upon hearing this, Lyena was the first to step forward, warily retorting, "Miss Juchuan, oaths should not be made lightly." It was clear that Li Juchuan's words were trying to take advantage of Yi Tian. She even began to doubt whether the other party's motives were pure. "Miss Juchuan, don't do this." Yi Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth and reached out to pull Li Juchuan up from the ground. The series of behaviors from the other party raised his suspicions. Why was Li Juchuan so certain that he could treat the poison of a sea lion? It should be known that what he said earlier, although there were humble parts, was mostly true. He had never treated a poisoning case before. Logically speaking, no one should know about it. The other party kept pestering him to take precautions, which was indeed too suspicious. He voiced his doubts, saying, "Miss Jiuchuan, how can you be so sure that I can treat your grandfather's poison?" Li Jiuchuan's pale face was tear-streaked, and her eyes were downcast. "I can't hide it from young Master Yi. Before coming here, I sent someone to inquire about you. Young Master, you help people treat illnesses, and it has never taken more than 3 minutes. Even the patients themselves may not know what illness they have, yet you can treat them accurately and without error. Such medical skills are top-notch on the continent. If even you cannot do anything about my grandfather's poison, I believe there is no one else on this continent who can treat it." Tears streamed down Li Jiuchuan's face as she pleaded pitifully, "No matter what, please, young master, go take a look. Jiuchuan is willing to serve you for a lifetime." Hearing this, Tian showed surprise. He had truly been careless. It turned out that treating illnesses too quickly could also leave behind a handle. He had to admit that Li Jiuchuan was very clever, able to draw the conclusion of his medical expertise from such subtle clues. It was clear that she was very filial, willing to use herself as a bargaining chip to seek a glimmer of hope for her grandfather. This was indeed admirable. Tian's expression was serious as he pondered for a long time. "All right, I agree to you, but you must make 3 vows. No matter how many vows, I am willing." Li Jiuchuan was overjoyed to hear Tian's agreement and wiped away his tears. Hulaina puffed up her cheeks, walked to the middle of the two, looked up at Tian, and said angrily, "Brother, you don't actually like her looks and want her to be your wife, do you? It's just infuriating. She clearly came first. I absolutely cannot let Li Jiuchuan get ahead." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuchuan was momentarily stunned. Then his face turned red. I have no such intention. I'm just happy to be by Tian's side." Tian didn't notice the blush on Li Jiuchuan's face and helplessly looked down at Hulaina. "Sister, what are you thinking? I promised you Chuan, but it was just to try to save her grandfather. I can definitely treat him. However, I mentioned before that I have no experience in this area. I can't let that slip." As for Hulaina's questioning, Tian glanced at Li Jiuchuan. The other party was indeed quite beautiful, with blue hair, a fair oval face, straight and proportionate long legs, and a well-endowed chest. Everything could be called perfect, but she wasn't his type. He wasn't the kind of person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman. Li Jiuchuan was simply not in his sights. "Then why did you want her to promise you 3 oaths?" Hulaina said, with her hand behind her back and her head held high, angrily. "You clearly didn't agree earlier because you were coveting her beauty." Seeing Hulaina's increasingly unfriendly expression, Tian helplessly looked at Bibi Dong not far away. "Sister, please take your student away quickly." After a pause, he lightly flicked Hulaina's forehead and said, "I made Jiuchuan swear just to protect my own interests. It has nothing to do with any nonsense about wives." He then turned to Li Jiuchuan and patiently advised, "Miss Jiuchuan, I understand your eagerness to save your grandfather, but there is no need to pay such a price." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuchuan lowered her brows and nodded slightly. Bibi Dong, who was behind Hulaina, approached with a smile, took Hulaina's arm, and teased, "Why are you sulking? Xiao Tian is my brother. Isn't it normal for him to find a girlfriend?" Hulaina wilted, drooping her head and looking up at Bibi Dong, with a face full of grievance. Tian was not a fool. How could he not understand the hidden meaning in his sister's words? Looking at Hulaina's expression and recalling her previous behavior, he suddenly realized that this younger sister was up to something. He leaned close to Hulaina's ear and whispered, "You don't intend to plot against me, do you?" "I'm not. I didn't stop talking nonsense." Hulaina straightened her back and vehemently denied it, but her gaze was darting around, uncertain. "That's for the best. I am a man you can never have." Tian said indifferently, hands on his hips. If such a foolish sister were to become his wife, he would surely be driven mad. He then turned to Li Jiuchuan and waved his hand. "To treat your grandfather's illness, we need some medicinal herbs as aids. Many of the herbs need to be fetched from outside, so you should rest at the farm for a day. Tomorrow night, we will set off." The Tai Divine Needle has detoxifying properties, but judging by Li Jiuchuan's words, her grandfather's poisoning was likely not a recent issue. Li Haitian had been concealing the illness to stabilize the Li family situation. Over time, this would surely take a toll on his health. If they didn't find some herbs to replenish him, it would take at least 1.5 years to recover. Choosing to depart at night was for safety considerations. Traveling to Golden Ao Island under the cover of darkness would also facilitate the arrangement of guards to accompany them. He certainly wouldn't put himself in danger. "Let's agree beforehand. Treating your grandfather's illness will cost 1 million gold soul coins plus a soul bone, and the cost of medicinal materials will be calculated separately." In business terms, he was moved by Li Jiuchuan's filial piety towards her grandfather and agreed to treat the illness. but the treatment fee he would charge could not be less. Li Jiuchuan was extremely grateful. Please rest assured, young Master Yi. The Li family will never go back on our word. Hearing their conversation, Hulaina blinked her big, sparkling eyes. 1 million gold soul coins? That's too easy to earn, plus an additional soul bone. With such a price, one could easily hire Super Douluo. After thinking for a moment, Hulaina quickly felt relieved. With Yi Tian's abilities, he could match 5 Super Douluos. It's truly a bargain for Li Jiuchuan. Chapter 33. The last rampage of the Zhou family after Yi Tian agreed to Li Jiuchuan. He ordered Chen Jian to go to several pharmacies under his command to gather medicinal materials. The Li family, as a lineage that has been passed down for hundreds of years, can be considered the wealthiest in the East China Sea. Since he had this opportunity, he intended to make a significant profit. After giving instructions to Chen Jian, Yi Tian began to prepare the earthen stove. In the morning, he had promised his sister and Nana that he would make roasted fire chicken. He couldn't go back on his word. Li Jiuchuan, standing nearby, eagerly came forward to help, showing no signs of being a young lady from a wealthy family. This made Yi Tian regard her with a higher opinion. It should be noted that Li Jiuchuan was not like him. She had been accustomed to a life of hardship since childhood, so she was completely unconcerned about getting dirt on herself. It could be said that from a moment Li Jiuchuan was born, she had servants and maids taking care of her daily needs. Over the past few years, Yi Tian has encountered many young ladies and young masters from prestigious families. Their days are filled with either admiring flowers and willows or strolling around, always appearing as if they are untouched by the mundane world. Not a speck of dust on them. Li Jiuchuan is not shy about this, which is commendable. On the other hand, Hulaina can hardly bear to watch. She is increasingly convinced that Li Jiuchuan has ulterior motives for approaching Yi Tian. Miss Jiuchuan, I can handle this little task, Hulaina said as she moved closer, skillfully igniting a fire in the earthen stove while avoiding the firewood in Li Jiuchuan's hands. In the daily teaching at the Spirit Hall Academy, students are not only taught cultivation techniques, but also survival skills in the wild. As soul masters, cultivation is just a small part. It is only through battle that they can grow rapidly. Therefore, making a fire is a piece of cake for Hulaina, who has learned wilderness survival. Li Jiuchuan, whose task was snatched away by Hulaina, felt a bit at a loss. She could tell that Hulaina cared a lot about Yi Tian. She hadn't expected her presence to threaten the girl in front of her. This made Li Jiuchuan feel somewhat disappointed, yet secretly relieved. The disappointment came from the fact that a boy like Yi Tian is always surrounded by outstanding beauties, making him hard to pursue. The relief came from the realization that her presence could make Hulaina wary, indicating that there might still be a chance for her. Just then, a strong middle-aged man with white hair walked over. Hearing the footsteps, Yi Tian turned to look and met the gaze of Zhou Long. With a resolute expression, bowed and said, "Greetings, young master." Yi Tian could guess that Zhou Long had come in person, probably regarding the matter of Donghai City. He clapped his hands, stood up, and smiled at the two women beside him. "There's something to attend to in business. You two carry on. I'll be back soon." "All right." Hulaina replied obediently, then cautiously stared at Li Jiuchuan beside her. Li Jiuchuan smiled bashfully. After all, she was a guest and shouldn't overshadow the host. After waving to her sister, Yi Tian led Zhou Long to a secluded spot under a grapevine. Yi Tian casually picked a fresh green grape leaf and asked, "Does the Zhou family have any intention of repentance?" Adhering to the principle of low profile, he wanted to give the Zhou family another chance. His decision last night was indeed fueled by anger. At this moment, Zhou Long bowed and said, "There is absolutely no intention of repentance." Several doctors in EC City were executed by the furious head of the Zhou family because they could not treat Zhou Wu's injuries. The Zhou family is now fully mobilized and has allied with the other 3 major families to distribute weapons. Hearing this, Yi Tian's expression suddenly turned cold. Some of the doctors in EC City were trained by him personally. He never expected that the Zhou family would execute them all due to ineffective treatment. Since that was the case, there was no need to ease the situation. It was better for these families to gather together, saving him the trouble of sending people to hunt down the remnants. He crumpled the grape leaf in his hand and threw it out directly. His voice icy, "The plan remains unchanged. By midnight today, let the 4 major families of East Sea City disappear." "Yes." Zhou Long bowed again. Then Yi Tian said, "You don't take action. Let the Polaris team act on their own. It's time to test the results of their training." With Zhou Long's power as a title de law, it would be easy to destroy the 4 major families. Since he was determined to eliminate them, it would be a waste to miss this practical opportunity. The Polaris team is a special forces unit within the Tian army. Every member is an exceptionally gifted soul master. To train them, Tian invested a lot of rare materials to refine pills for their use. The minimum strength of each member is Soul Sage. Each member is equipped with the most advanced weapons, using strange methods to kill invisibly, perhaps in terms of real strength. These Polaris team members may not even be able to match ordinary soul masters of the same level. But when it comes to assassination, even titled Douluo-level experts would find it hard to escape death once targeted by the Polaris team. After all, combat requires fairness and respect for strength. But the Polaris team, operating in the shadows, only cares about the result of the enemy's death. Whether their methods are just is not within their consideration. Additionally, I need to go to Golden Turtle Island tomorrow night. You will act as my guard. Okay. Zhou Long slightly bowed and nodded in agreement. As a subordinate, he clearly understood not to ask why. He only needed to follow orders. Even as a titled Douluo at level 94, he had never been arrogant in front of Tian. On one hand, he was grateful for Tian's life-saving grace back then and the selfless support of pills over the years, which made it possible for him to reach the peak of titled Douluo. On the other hand, as a core member beside Tian, he was very clear about how terrifying Tian's strength was. Not to mention ordinary titled Douluos, even if dozens of super Douluos teamed up, as long as Tian was willing, he could easily destroy them with a flip of his hand. It was this dual reverence, stemming from strength and gratitude, that made him willing to faithfully follow Tian. Zhou Long knew that in the Douluo continent, there were hardly any people as outstanding as Tian. The benefits gained from staying by Tian's side far outweighed the costs. After finishing his discussion with Zhou Long, Tian returned to the small courtyard. Hulaina and Li Jiuchuan had already started the fire, slowly adding bamboo to the earthen stove. The bamboo crackled loudly in the roaring flames. Seeing this, Tian covered his face and walked over, helplessly saying, "Sisters, we're not roasting. If you burn it one by one like this, by the time it's done, the fire will probably be out. We need to fill in all the bamboo and burn it down to charcoal before we can barbecue." Upon hearing this, Hulaina looked at Tian with wide, innocent eyes, as if she were a child who had done something wrong. "Brother, I was wrong." After saying that, she cast a slightly smug glance at Li Jiuchuan beside her. Clearly, admitting her mistake was not the goal. Demonstrating her closeness to Tian was her true intention. Li Jiuchuan, feeling a bit awkward, stood up and tried to step back, saying, haha, this is my first time barbecuing. Let me do it myself." Tian rolled up his sleeves, crouched down, and picked up the bamboo to make charcoal. The timing of the charcoal fire is very important for roasting the fire spirit chicken. If the two girls were to handle it, he would probably end up eating air today. Chapter 34. The Economics of Fire Spirit Chicken. Tian's technique was very skillful. He built a bamboo rack on both sides of the charcoal fire, using bamboo. He placed the prepared fire spirit chicken on top to grill, constantly turning it. Before long, golden oil dripped onto the charcoal, making a sizzling sound. A fragrant aroma wafted from the fire spirit chicken. The fire spirit chicken is a type of soul beast, different from ordinary domesticated chickens. It can absorb soul power, and its meat is extremely delicious, providing great benefits to the body. Regular people who eat it can replenish their bodily deficiencies and strengthen their physique. Soul masters who consume fire spirit chicken over a long period can even enhance their soul power. The fire spirit chickens from the farm are specially bred and selected by Tian, making them 10 times more effective than wild fire spirit chickens found in nature. On the other hand, the free-range fire spirit chickens on the farm grow up carefree, without facing competition from the wild, resulting in even more delicious meat. Because of this, a 5-kilogram farm fire spirit chicken sells for as much as 200 gold soul coins in the market. Even with such a high price, soul masters are frantically buying them. Brother, you wouldn't raise fire spirit chickens for no reason. This wouldn't be your money-making treasure, would it? Hulaina stared at the fire spirit chicken, licking her lips, and asked curiously. Before Tian could respond, Li Jiuchuan, standing nearby, chuckled and said, "Miss Nana, you guessed correctly. My Li family has a business transporting fire spirit chickens with young master Tian. Whenever the Li family's cargo ship carrying fire spirit chickens approaches the port, people rush over madly, crowding to buy them, and most of them are soul masters." Hearing this, Hulaina's eyes widened as she looked at the fire spirit chicken, her small face full of astonishment. Tian truly has a remarkable business mind. A small fire spirit chicken in his hands can turn into a bestseller. Hulaina tugged at Tian's clothing and shook it, saying, "Brother, how many fire spirit chickens are there on the farm? You'll have to ask Elderchin about that. He oversees the farm." Chanjian, who was behind them, chuckled and said, raising a finger with a grin, "Not many, just 100,000. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Hulaina gasped, feeling a bit breathless. Looking reverently at the mid-hills of the butterfly farm, didn't that mean the mountains were filled with fire spirit chickens? This scale of farming is terrifying. What about the price? Hulaina suddenly thought of a key question. Li Jiuchuan next to her replied, about 200 gold soul coins? The fire spirit chicken is a standard meal for our Li family soul masters. I shouldn't be mistaken about the price. Hulaina was stunned, counting on her fingers, struggling to calculate the enormous figure behind this. After a while, she finally figured it out. Doesn't this mean the value behind the fire spirit chickens amounts to 20 million gold soul coins? My goodness, what a huge number. To know that the Spirit Hall's annual military budget is just about this amount. To allocate such a massive military budget, even the Pope Hall has to be frugal. Who would have thought that Tian could casually sell some chickens from farm, comparable to the Spirit Hall's annual military expenditure? At this moment, she even thought about advising her teacher to change careers and let the Spirit Hall buy and raise chickens. What kind of soul master job could compare to raising chickens for profit? It's so imbibed. No wonder earlier, when Tian said selling pickled vegetables could earn 1 million gold soul coins, he seemed so nonchalant. It turns out that not only 1 million gold soul coins, but even tens of millions of gold soul coins are just a drop in the bucket in Tian's eyes. Suppressing her inner shock, Hulaina asked, what is so special about the fire spirit chicken? Why is it sold for such a high price? She was indeed puzzled. If pickled vegetables could be explained by their rarity, the fire spirit chicken clearly could not be explained by this theory. Who can't raise chickens? Any farmer might have a few chickens at home. Moreover, fire spirit chickens are not a rare breed. Many forests have wild fire spirit chickens. Hearing Hulaina's question, Li Jiuchuan showed a look of surprise. Nana, you don't know that fire spirit chicken meat can help soul masters in their cultivation, do you? What? Hulaina's mind momentarily couldn't wrap around this. Fire spirit chicken meat can aid in cultivation? As soon as this was said, even Bibi Dong on the other side was a bit surprised. It's known that in the Douluo continent, any treasure that can help in cultivation is, without exception, extremely difficult to obtain and very rare. Yet the fire spirit chicken is completely the opposite. It's a commonplace existence, with a growth cycle similar to that of ordinary chickens. She simply couldn't associate the fire spirit chicken with aiding in cultivation. Seeing Nana's shocked expression, Li Jiuchuan was a bit puzzled and explained this is something that everyone along the coast knows. Otherwise, the sales of fire spirit chickens wouldn't be so hot. She looked slightly moved and asked, since you were Tian's sister, how could you not know about this? Tian leisurely turned the fire spirit chicken in his hand to heat it evenly while explaining, my sister and Nana were maids in Wuhuan City, and they just returned recently, so they know very little about this. I see. Li Jiuchuan seemed to understand and glanced at Hulaina with a hint of envy. Nana was really lucky to have casually become Tian's sister's disciple and had the privilege of staying by Tian's side. As for her, she could only watch from a distance. She didn't even have the qualification to make friends. At most, they were merely acquaintances. Li Jiuchuan's gaze fell, and her expression couldn't help but show some disappointment. But soon, she concealed it again. After all, she was just an outsider. Moreover, before this, she had only heard about Tian's abilities from her grandfather. This was her first time meeting Tian. In a way, wasn't this also a form of superficial attraction? Thinking of this, Li Jiuchuan couldn't help but smile. It turned out that she was also a somewhat frivolous person. Beside her, Tian saw that the fire spirit chicken was almost done. He took out many bottles and jars from his pocket and sprinkled some seasonings on the chicken. The heat, seasonings, and grease worked together on the fire spirit chicken, and immediately, an enticing fragrance different from the chicken's meat aroma wafted through the air, making it hard for people to focus their gaze anywhere else. Hulaina fell silent, her big eyes eagerly staring at the fire spirit chicken, nearly drooling. She nudged Tian beside her and tentatively said, how about letting me taste it to see if it's cooked? Upon hearing this, Tian smiled and glanced at Hulaina, saying, if you take a bite, I'm afraid you might swallow the whole chicken. No way. Hulaina puffed her cheeks, wiping her palm on her clothing, her expression wavering. Tian continued to turn the fire spirit chickens. Don't worry, there's enough for you. 15 minutes later, the 2 fire spirit chickens on the grill were finally cooked, their golden brown exterior exuding a delicious aroma that could be smelled even from dozens of meters away. So fragrant. Hulaina rested her chin on her hand, eagerly watching, wanting to grab a piece, but feeling the need to maintain her ladylike demeanor in front of Li Jiuchuan. As a guest, Li Jiuchuan maintained good etiquette, simply smiling beside Tian. The only one unaffected by the food was Bibi Dong. Her expression was calm as she gazed into the distance, clearly preoccupied with thoughts not about the fire spirit chickens, but rather contemplating the resistance faced when transferring officials from the spirit hall to other locations. Large-scale relocations were bound to lead to chaos. It would be very difficult to get past the high priest Tian Douluo. Bibi Dong revealed a determined expression, her jade-like hand gradually tightening into a fist, resolutely deciding that no matter what, she would proceed. Chapter 35. The Reaper, so fragrant. Hulaina, who received a chicken leg, sniffed it and couldn't wait to taste it. Due to the added pepper, the crispy and numbing sensation entered her mouth, perfectly complementing the chicken's freshness. And Hulaina was instantly amazed. Kazalin's big eyes widened to the extreme. This is too delicious. Li Jiuchuan also praised it endlessly. I often eat fire spirit chickens in my family, but I've never tasted one this delicious. She looked at Yi Tian while holding the chicken leg. Is this your unique method of cooking, young master? Yi Tian chucked it lightly, raising a few small bottles of seasoning in his hand, and said there's a method called standardized production process. When the addition of each seasoning is precise to the gram, and the roasting time is strictly controlled, creating a uniquely flavored roasted fire spirit chicken is really nothing remarkable. Standardized production process? The two girls blinked, their faces full of confusion. Yi Tian smiled faintly, did not explain in detail, stood up, walked to Bibi Dong's side, and handed a chicken leg to her. Sister here? Bibi Dong, lost in thought, was interrupted by Yi Tian's action, and a faint smile appeared on her fair face. She took it with one hand. Thank you, Xiao Tian. No need to be polite between us, Yi Tian said earnestly. A curve formed at the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth as she stared at Yi Tian's face, her smile growing deeper. That night on the farm road, Bibi Dong strolled leisurely. Ahead, the sound of hoofbeats grew closer. Eventually, a person dismounted from a horse. It was Hulaina. She spoke. Teacher, the confidential letter has been delivered to the Paladin Corps. Bibi Dong's expression was calm as she nodded lightly. Then leave the rest to Elder Gue Mei. After that, Hulaina hesitated to speak. Noticing this, Bibi Dong squinted her eyes. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Laina's nature was ultimately too shallow. A little worry would show on the surface. Bibi Dong understood that it was probably the arrival of Li Jiuchuan that stirred Laina's competitive spirit. In a way, Li Jiuchuan coming to find Yi Tian could be seen as a good thing. She smiled brightly at Hulaina. You should seize the opportunity. Hulaina's charming face flushed. What is teacher talking about? She puffed out her chest and argued. I have known Yi Tian for less than a week. It's too early to talk about that kind of thing. I can't get flustered. Hearing this, Bibi Dong chuckled and refrained from speaking further. Her disciple was indeed straying further down the path of ignorance. But that's fine. At least she had managed one aspect. Next, it was time to find an opportunity to lay everything out with Yi Tian. In any case, this marriage had to be settled. Then she raised her head and asked, when you handed over to the Paladin Corps, did they mention any news from Donghai City? Yes, I almost forgot to tell you, teacher. The four great families have already mobilized and will take action against Yi Tian in 2 days. As for Yi Tian, it seems he hasn't made any moves. At this point, Hulaina couldn't help but feel worried and looked up. Could it be that Yi Tian thinks the four great families won't act against him? So he hasn't prepared? With Yi Tian's strength, dealing with the four great families of Donghai City should be more than enough. The current lack of action might be because Yi Tian was being careless. She didn't expect someone as meticulous as Yi Tian could overlook something. Perhaps it was because he had a good heart and never considered that the Zhou family would retaliate. To become a soul master, one must be a battle-hardened individual, ruthless and cunning. Being merciful to such people is being cruel to oneself. Hulaina stepped forward. Why not let the Paladin Corps take action against the Zhou family to control the situation in advance, to prevent it from being unfavorable to Yi Tian? After pondering for a while, Bibi Dong raised her hand. Let's not rush. If Yi Tian hasn't noticed by tomorrow, we will make arrangements then. Hulaina nodded slightly. On the Donghai City side, there were spies from the Paladin Corps watching, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Arranging it tomorrow would not be too late. She linked her arm with Bibi Dong's and leaned in closer. Teacher, there's one more thing. Tomorrow, when Yi Tian goes to Jinao Island to meet the Li family, I want to go with him. Bibi Dong smiled. What? Are you afraid Yi Tian will run away? Not at all. Hulaina stuck out her tongue. I'm worried he might encounter danger. If I'm by his side, I can look out for him. Fine. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, not exposing Hulaina's true thoughts. With the power Yi Tian held, Even if he wanted to go out without guards, his subordinates wouldn't agree. It wasn't up to Hulayina to protect him. The reason Hulayina wanted to go was probably because of Li Jiuquan. That's fine. It would be like going on a trip. She could also take this opportunity to handle some political matters. In Donghai City, the Zhou family's council hall, Zhou Qinquan scanned the people in front of him with a gloomy expression and asked coldly, "How are the preparations on all fronts?" Zhou Dupo stood up and bowed. Reporting of father, we have found out that Tian is at the butterfly farm, and we have also investigated several major industries under his name. After finishing, Zhou Dupo clenched his fists, his heart bleeding. He only had Zhou Wu as a son. Normally, he wouldn't even scold him. He had been cherished and cared for since childhood. Rare treasures had never been lacking for him. Whatever he wanted would be delivered to him the next day. Zhou Wu was also currently the only legitimate grandson of the Zhou family, the one destined to inherit the Zhou family's legacy. He never expected that after a trip to the countryside, he would be turned into a vegetable, and the cause of it was just a mere farmer girl. Below the sole master rank, everyone else is an ant. Such lowly people aren't even worthy to carry the Zhou family's shoes. He never thought that Yi Tian would act against Zhou Wu because of a farmer girl. This was a blatant provocation. It was a threat to the Zhou family status. The real purpose of the other party was definitely not just to take revenge for a mere farmer girl. Were lowly people worth? A few gold soul coins could buy their lives. Yi Tian must be trying to challenge the position of the Zhou family and replace it. Such behavior must be met with a severe counterattack in response. The vengeance for his son must also be avenged. Yi Tian must be torn to pieces. Not only that, but all of his relatives and friends must pay the bloody price for their previous actions. This is the code of conduct of the Zhou family. Those who dare to oppose the Zhou family in Donghai City will have only one outcome: death. Facing Zhou Dupo's response, Zhou Qinquan's imposing demeanor intensified as he angrily slammed the armrest of his chair and stood up. I have already contacted the other 3 families in Donghai City. Among them are 2 soul Douluos and 11 soul saints. Even if Tian knows that we are about to take action, he won't be able to escape. Just as his words fell, a sudden sound of footsteps came from outside the conference hall. Zhou Qinquan, with his keen hearing, suddenly turned cold, and his soul power erupted. Who is the blind dog slave daring to loiter in front of the conference hall? No one answered. Instead, there was a series of bang 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 sounds, followed by screams. Zhou Qinquan was taken aback. Who dares to cause trouble in my Zhou family? Do you want to die? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men in black burst through the door, wielding strange weapons. The leader spoke coldly. It is you who do not want to live. Goodbye. Chapter 36. The stir in Donghai City. The first rays of sunlight in the morning rose from the deep sea, warmly illuminating the earth. However, the streets of Donghai City were unusually solemn. No entry. No entry. All residents, hurry home. Do not go out. A squad of soldiers charged through the streets, their expressions tense as they shouted at the top of their lungs. The soldiers seemed to have just received the order. Some even had not had time to fasten their armor. They held their weapons, on high alert in the streets. Early risers heading to the market were confused and bewildered, discussing among themselves. What's going on? Why are we being sent back? Can I still buy my vegetables? Some well-informed people were smugly revealing. You don't know yet? A major event occurred in Donghai City last night. All 4 major families led by the Zhou family were killed overnight. Does that mean the city lord and the spirit hall master are dead? Of course. This is a good thing. Those bloodsuckers who oppress us are finally dead. Exactly. The girl next door to my house was tormented by the Zhou family and couldn't take it anymore. She committed suicide. Now a hero has finally avenged her. Everyone, be cautious with your words. There are still those dog soldiers on the street. At this point, the people discussing exchanged glances and hurriedly lowered their heads to head home. Zhou family. Members of the Pope's Holy Night Order rushed to the Zhou family's entrance and were stopped by the local guards. The guards frowned, glancing at a few of them, and extended their hands. No entry for bystanders at the crime scene. A few knights exchanged smiles, and one of them took out a gilded token from his bosom with great interest. Upon seeing this, the guard's pupils contracted sharply. As a guard of the Spirit Hall, he naturally knew that this represented the highest level of authority from the Spirit Hall. Only a holy knight could possess it. The guard immediately stepped forward to open the door, not daring to show any signs of negligence. Please, gentlemen. The holy knights had no intention of blaming the guards. Their task was to investigate the situation clearly and report back to His Holiness the Pope. Time was of the essence. There was no need to waste effort on minor guards. As soon as they entered the door, an inexplicable sense of oppression washed over them. The bodies of Zhou family members lay sprawled in various places. One holy knight stepped forward to check and found that these people showed no signs of panic on their faces. Standing up from beside the body, the holy knight's expression gradually stiffened. These people died without awareness. It seems the attackers were all experts. One holy knight beside him said, "The Zhou family head was a soul, Douluo. There should be traces of a struggle with the enemy before his death. Perhaps we can find some clues from it." The leading holy knight nodded slightly and stepped forward. "Good. Let us see the body of the Zhou family head." The group arrived at the Zhou family conference hall. They found that the positions where all the bodies lay matched the places they stood during the meeting. This means that these people did not even have time to fight back before dying. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the knights couldn't help but exclaim, "Who could have done this? It's too powerful." Even a soul Douluo didn't have time to react. The opponent's strength must have reached the level of a super Douluo. Only a super Douluo could disregard and crush everything. At that moment, one holy knight noticed something amiss. "Not good. Everyone hold your breath. There is poisonous gas in the conference hall." He stepped forward to examine the bodies closely and discovered that each had a small puncture wound. The holy knight took out a dagger from his waist and dug out a sharp metal pellet from the puncture. His expression turned serious, and he turned to the others. Like the Zhou family members outside, those inside the conference hall were also injured by this hidden weapon. The only difference is that the hidden weapon in the hall was coated with a deadly poison. One knowledgeable holy knight stepped forward, examined it carefully, and with a heavy expression said, "I've seen this poison before. It's mandrake poison. The toxin is extremely domineering, taking effect immediately upon poisoning. Moreover, mandrake poison is very rare. Our spirit hall only has one vial of it as a sample." Upon hearing this, the holy knights fell silent. The swiftness of the enemy's actions and the sophistication of their methods were completely beyond their imagination. Even they, as holy knights, found themselves at a loss, let alone the fools in Donghai City. This was destined to be an unresolved case. After a moment of silence, the leading holy knight clapped his hands and stepped out of the conference hall first. There is no need to investigate further. A super Douluo-level expert is not something we can intervene in. Burn the bodies to prevent a plague and write up the situation as intelligence to report to His Holiness the Pope. At the butterfly farm, in the rooms of Bibi Dong and Hulaina, both were staring at the intelligence on the desk. After reading it, Hulaina took a deep breath. The four major families were completely wiped out overnight, and without a trace. Not even the holy knights noticed any clues. This is too terrifying. After her exclamation, Hulaina suddenly looked up and stared at her teacher's dark brows. Could this be the work of Tian's scorpion Douluo? If anyone by the East Sea possesses such terrifying strength, it can only be Tian's subordinates. Bibi Dong, still focused on the intelligence, silently shook her head. It wasn't the scorpion Douluo. At least with his 94th level cultivation, he couldn't achieve such silent and swift kills of everyone. But one thing is certain. This was done by Tian. When she learned from the intelligence that all the victims had remarkably similar wounds, dying from bullets, the answer became clear. I didn't expect Tian's subordinates to be so impressive. Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes flickered. Nana was still worried last night that Tian might suffer retaliation from the Zhou family. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, she received such a surprise. It seems that Tian's methods are not as simple as they appear on the surface. Hulaina became cautious. Suddenly, she felt a bit cold. What if Tian, after knowing the truth, does not stand on the side of the spirit hall? Given her teacher's personality, she dared not think further. That was a tragedy she did not want to see. Across from the two girls' room, Tian had just finished washing up and came out of his room. Zhou Long had been waiting at the door and handed Tian a piece of information as soon as he saw him, respectfully saying, "Young master, everything has been taken care of. The storages of the four major families have also been quietly emptied and stored in a secret base in the city." Taking the information from Zhou Long's hand, Tian smiled faintly. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou." The order to empty the storages of the four major families was given by him. Since he was determined to destroy the four major families, their wealth naturally could not be overlooked. Otherwise, who would reimburse the ammunition consumption of the Polaris team? After carefully looking at the list of gains from the storages on the information, Tian gradually squinted his eyes. The four major families really are a few little fat sheep. Chapter 37. Heading to Golden Tortoise Island. The four major families, with their hundreds of years of heritage, have a staggering total of 17 million gold soul coins just in their private collections. Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness, these gold soul coins are enough to account for 1/5 of my savings." It's important to note that he earned money quickly, but spent it even faster. Previously, He had spent 20 million on the construction of a steel smelting furnace for making firearms. Therefore, throughout the year, he hardly had any cash flow. Facing this number, Tian couldn't help but laugh. If only there were a few more short-sighted families, he could put these gold soul coins to better use and accomplish more. At the end of the information, Tian suddenly paused. 30,000-year-old ice sculpture snow lotus? The ice sculpture snow lotus is a rare treasure that can only be found in the distant Arctic. One could be worth 5 million gold soul coins, and it is priceless in the market, making it impossible to purchase in the eyes of ordinary soul masters. Consuming the ice sculpture snow lotus can enhance the cultivation of ice-type soul masters. Tian scoffed at this. If it were directly given to an ice-type soul master, it would be a sheer waste. The greatest use of the ice sculpture snow lotus is to refine it into the Tai ice soul pill. During the pill refining process, it can eliminate the negative effects brought by the extreme coldness of the ice sculpture snow lotus. Even if one is not an ice-type soul master, they can still take it. The Tai ice soul pill can enhance a soul master's talent, thereby breaking the shackles and providing the possibility of advancing to a higher level. This is an extremely terrifying existence. It's important to know that a regular soul master's talent is essentially fixed at the moment of their martial soul awakening. If their innate soul power doesn't meet the standard, there's basically no way to advance to title Douluo. However, if one takes the Tai ice soul pill, it can basically guarantee advancement to title Douluo. If the effects of the Tai ice soul pill were to spread across the continent, it's likely that all the soul masters would flock to it, fighting to the death for it. However, this is a formula gifted to Tian by the system, and only he knows about it. The soul masters of the continent are not fortunate enough to enjoy it, although he himself may not need it. His future wife will definitely find it useful. Tian handed the paper back to Zhou Long and instructed, "Make sure to properly store this ice sculpture snow lotus in the warehouse at the Haijun mountain base. I will have great use for it in the future." "Yes," Zhou Long replied, bowing deeply and respectfully. It was breakfast time. Tian and the others were dining at a stone table in a small courtyard. Li Jiuchuan, who arrived late, looked troubled. She walked to the opposite side of Tian and sat down. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "Have you heard? Something big has happened in Donghai City." "What big thing?" Tian asked nonchalantly, continuing to pick up food. Li Jiuchuan, with a pale face, picked up her chopsticks and sighed lightly. "I just learned from the guards that the 4 major families in Donghai City were destroyed overnight." Huliena Yatinga Wadamgun mumbled, "Do you have relatives among them?" "No." Li Jiuchuan shook her head lightly, looking serious. "Then why are you so worried?" Huliena asked, taking a big bite of her bun and chewing, somewhat confused. Li Jiuchuan absent-mindedly picked up a piece of spicy cabbage, her expression complicated. "This might be related to pirates, and I don't know if my Li family can escape this disaster." Hearing this, Huliena chuckled and lightly patted Li Jiuchuan's shoulder. "Sister Jiuchuan, you're overthinking it. How could this possibly be related to pirates?" After saying this, Huliena couldn't help but want to see Tian's expression, but she held back. Upon hearing Huliena's reassurance, Li Jiuchuan nodded seriously. "I hope it's unrelated to pirates. Due to my grandfather's serious illness, I've been quite worried these days. Any little disturbance makes me feel like a startled bird." Tian put down his chopsticks and said nonchalantly, "The incident in Donghai City was probably done by the Spirit Hall. After all, the actions of the 4 major families are too despicable." "How could it be the Spirit Hall?" Huliena shot him a glare and immediately retorted, "Even if the Spirit Hall took action, they wouldn't launch a sneak attack at night." Oh, Sister Nana, you have withdrawn from the Spirit Hall, haven't you?" Tian squinted and said, "Nana seems to have deep feelings for the Spirit Hall. She has never spoken ill of it in front of me. Anyway, it definitely wasn't the Spirit Hall that did it." Huliena stretched her neck and said with an unnatural expression, "Everyone, let's not mention this anymore." Bibi Dong spoke up, "It's early in the morning. Eating is more important." "Okay, The group continued to eat. After a while, Huliena stared at Tian and tapped his bowl with her chopsticks. "Brother, I have a request." "What is it?" Tian, sipping his porridge, looked at Huliena's expectant face. "I want to go with you to Golden Island. I want to protect you, brother." Huliena raised her arm, indicating that she was strong. This made Tian laugh, and he put down his bowl, saying, "You protect me?" Huliena pouted, dissatisfied. "Why not? With my Spirit Emperor strength, I can take on 100 of you." Saying she wanted to protect him wasn't too much. "All right," Tian replied calmly, knowing that with Zhou Long around, even if Nana went, she wouldn't be in any danger. Seeing Nana's smug expression, Tian couldn't help but shake his head. The other person's mindset was really not very mature. If she dated in the future, she would probably just have a love-struck brain. If she encountered bad people, she would likely be sold and still happily help count the money. This comment made Li Jiuchuan, who was nearby, feel envious as he took small bites of his meat bun, not daring to look up. The two really were a perfect match. In the evening, Tian and his companions rode their horses to the port of Donghai City. Gazing at the azure sea, Hulaina felt relaxed and delighted. It was her first time seeing the ocean after so many days by the Donghai shore. Looking at the sunset scene, she sighed, "It's truly beautiful. If we go to Jinao Island, we can see an even more beautiful sunrise." Li Jiuchuan, wearing a long windbreaker, walked over and smiled slightly. "Really?" Hulaina looked up at Tian beside her and said, "How about we watch the sunrise together when we get to Jinao Island, brother?" "Not interested." Tian looked at the shimmering sea surface, rippling with golden light. The wind on the sea was strong, so he wore a formal jacket. Hulaina lowered her head, looking a bit dejected. She slowly approached Tian, silently linking her arm with his. Raising her head, her big Castellan eyes gazed eagerly at Tian. She extended her right index finger and, with her left hand, shook Tian. "Just this once, brother, please agree." Tian looked at Hulaina in surprise and couldn't help but take a step back. "Sister, where did you learn that look? Who can withstand this?" "Helpless." He waved his hand. "All right, I promise you." Hulaina showed a victorious expression, tilted her head to the side, and made a gesture of victory. "You're really the best, brother. That's enough." Tian frowned and could not help but pull his hand away from Hulaina's grasp, taking 2 steps back. Hulaina wanted to act cute again, but when she glanced sideways and saw Li Jiuchuan next to her, her expression returned to normal. She brushed her hair and said, "We should get going." "Yes, I asked the guards to bring the boat over." Li Jiuchuan nodded, stepped forward, and prepared to signal to the guards. Tian raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Miss Jiuchuan, there's no need. I have a ship prepared." As he spoke, a huge, dark vessel emerged from the water's surface with a bubbling sound. Chapter 38. The pirate group and the Purple Pearl, seeing the ship suddenly surface from beneath the water, Li Jiuchuan blinked in disbelief. She hesitated and looked at Tian beside her. "Is this a submarine?" Tian calmly replied, "You can understand it as a ship that sails underwater." As they were talking, the submarine's entry hatch opened. Several soldiers from the Tian Su army, dressed in casual clothes, lowered a rubber boat from the submarine's deck and rowed towards the shore. Li Jiuchuan glanced at Tian, then at the submarine. The Li family was in the shipping business and was very familiar with all kinds of ships. However, this was the first time she had seen a vessel that could navigate underwater. It was truly astonishing. She had never imagined that ships could also sail beneath the water. She couldn't help but be secretly amazed by Tian's capabilities to possess such a vessel. Beside her, Hulaina was also extremely surprised. Gazing at the submarine from a distance, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems like a chunk of iron. How can iron float on the water?" The material of the submarine was indeed beyond Hulaina's imagination. Normally, wouldn't iron sink when placed on the sea surface? Tian chuckled lightly, placing his hand on Hulaina's shoulder, and explained, "An object will only sink when its overall density is greater than the buoyancy. Right now, the submarine is empty inside, and only the outer shell is made of metal, so its relative density is very low, and it won't sink." Hulaina, scratching her head, looked completely puzzled. What is Tian talking about? She clearly recognizes every word, yet she doesn't understand anything at all. Seeing Nana's expression, Tian couldn't help but chuckle. With her level of physics knowledge, she's probably not even as knowledgeable as an elementary school student. It seems that the world's math and science need him to save it. Immersed in cultivation, they are oblivious to the fact that science and technology are the primary productive forces. This reminds Tian of a saying, "Cultivation cannot save the Douluo continent." Tian smiled lightly and stepped onto the rubber boat. "Stop thinking and get on quickly." Hulaina scratched her head and followed closely behind. Li Jiuchuan paused and asked, "Do you need my family's boat to follow behind?" "No need," Tian replied, a bit speechless. His intention of using the submarine was to avoid exposing his whereabouts and to use Li's boat as a smokescreen. If they follow behind, what secrets could he still keep? "Inform the captain to leave a little later and take another route to Jinao Island," Tian instructed. Hearing this, Li Jiuchuan understood Tian's meaning. He nodded lightly and said, "Got it." Zhou Long was the last to enter the submarine. After closing the hatch, the submarine's pump began to fill the ballast tank with seawater, and the submarine slowly started to sink. This submarine was mainly used for fishing observation, so it had a glass observation window. The two girls couldn't help but lean against the glass, looking outside. At this time, night had fallen and visibility outside was poor. But they could vaguely see fish swimming around the submarine. There were also some glowing jellyfish emitting fluorescence. "It's really beautiful," Hulaina couldn't help but exclaim. Li Jiuquan beside her nodded slightly. "Although my family is on an island, it's also my first time seeing the underwater scenery." Yi Tian was not interested in this and went to the cockpit alone. Two soldiers were fully focused on driving. The submarine, made in Douluo continent, was not comparable to a real submarine. Navigation had no radar and relied almost entirely on visual observation, making the journey very slow. However, since it would not be detected by ships on the surface, it was safer. This was also the reason why Yi Tian chose to travel by submarine. There was another advantage to traveling underwater. One would not be affected by the turbulence of the sea, making it feel like walking on flat ground. In the dark environment, it was easy to fall asleep. Gazing at the pitch-black water outside the cabin, Yi Tian's eyelids kept fluttering. However, Hulaina and the other girl were restless. They walked to the cockpit and looked Yi Tian up and down. "Ah, brother Yi Tian is asleep," Hulaina remarked, feigning surprise as she observed Yi Tian's profile for a while. Yi Tian dozed off for a moment and was startled awake by a voice. He glanced at Hulaina beside him and said helplessly, "With you here, how could I possibly fall asleep?" Seeing Yi Tian wake up, Hulaina was full of anticipation. "Brother, both Jiuquan and I are very curious. How does the submarine move?" I walked around inside the submarine and didn't see anyone rowing. Upon hearing this question, Yi Tian felt a toothache coming on. Goodness, they really ask everything. How could such a secret be revealed? He looked at Hulaina calmly and shook his head, saying, "It's not something I can say." "All right." Hulaina shrugged, feeling a bit dejected. But she secretly vowed to herself that she must understand this question. After 2 days of traveling, the submarine finally arrived within the waters of Golden Turtle Island. Yi Tian and the three of them were playing do di ju. "With a bomb, I only have one card left. You all lost again." As the landlord, Yi Tian expressionlessly placed his last 3 on the table. Hulaina, whose forehead was covered with sticky notes, widened her eyes. Li Jiuquan, with his fair face also dotted with many sticky notes, exchanged a glance with the two girls, both sighing. "Hey, there's no sense of game experience at all." Hulaina looked a bit dissatisfied. "Then let us not play anymore." Yi Tian was delighted. Ever since he taught the two girls to play do di ju yesterday, he had hardly slept. He was secretly regretting why he taught the two girls to play do di ju. "No way." Sure enough, Hulaina pressed down on Yi Tian's hand, her gaze firm. "Next time, I will definitely win." Li Jiuquan smiled and put down the cards in his hand. "Nana, you've lost 17 rounds a row. I have to say, do di ju is really fun. With just a few simple cards, it can change in countless ways. Next time for sure," Hulaina declared confidently, reaching out to shuffle the cards, looking determined not to give up. She, Hulaina, had never lost so badly before. This time she would definitely turn the tables. "All right." Yi Tian's expression was relaxed as he picked up 2 nearby notes and the faces of the two girls. Hulaina, being carefree, expressed her discontent. Li Jiuquan felt Yi Tian's warm hand touch her face and suddenly froze. Her eyes quickly lowered, not daring to meet Yi Tian's gaze. Just then, Zhou Long walked over and leaned close to Yi Tian's ear, saying, "Young master, we have a group of warships above us." "Warships?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's expression narrowed. It seemed there was a situation. "What's wrong?" Hulaina asked curiously, looking up. "We encountered a group of warships," Yi Tian casually replied. He stood up and walked out of the lounge to the observation room. The soldiers in the observation room immediately saluted and made way for the periscope upon seeing Yi Tian arrive. Yi Tianchao nodded slightly, walked to the periscope, and looked up. Dozens of ships of varying specifications clearly appeared in the periscope. Between the ships, there were deck connections, suggesting they were part of the same group. After watching for a while, Li Jiuquan, who followed Yi Tianchao, waved his hand. "Come over and take a look, see if you recognize any." As a member of the Li family, Li Jiuquan often sailed the seas, so the chances of recognizing the ships would be greater. "Okay." Li Jiuquan, looking worried, nodded in agreement. At this time, the only ones that could appear around Jinao Island, besides pirates, were hard to think of. After observing, her expression became increasingly serious. "Do you see anything?" Yi Tian asked. Li Jiuquan nodded lightly, her expression not looking good. She spoke. "Most of them I don't recognize. But there are 2 ships I'm very familiar with. The largest warship on the sea is named Coral, owned by the renowned pirate group Fong Yuan. And it's said that the captain is a titled Douluo. The long ship in the middle of the fleet is named Purple Pearl, and they're said to often rob the rich to help the poor. The captain, Purple Pearl, is the most wanted pirate by the Tian Empire. Purple Pearl? Tian silently recited in his heart. This person he was very familiar with. Chapter 39. Treatment of Li Haitian. After hearing Li Jiuquan's words, Tian smiled slightly. The pirate Purple Pearl is exactly the one who brought the Shrek's 7 monsters to Sea God Island, right? This continent is truly small. I didn't expect to encounter a character from the storyline here by the East Sea. Fortunately, it's just a minor character. Even if they meet, it doesn't matter much. It won't affect his goal of continuing to stay by the East Sea and surviving. Perhaps these pirates are targeting your Li family. Tian looked up and gazed at Li Jiuquan. The Li family had been operating ships for decades and had developed many grudges with pirates. Now that the head of the Li family was in critical condition, these pirates would naturally not miss the opportunity to take a slice from the Li family and reap some benefits. It was even possible that the solid shell of the Li family's delectable fruit would be pierced, revealing the luxurious delicacies inside. The Li family had been in the maritime business for decades, and their wealth was no less than that of the 4 major families of Donghai City. They certainly had millions of gold soul coins. That would be enough for the pirates to make a fortune. Faced with such enormous benefits, it would be hard for the pirates to remain unaffected. Hearing Tian's words, Li Jiuquan's expression darkened, and he sighed. I hope my Li family can pull through. In response, Tian did not indicate any intention to help. He had no ties to Li Jiuquan and did not want to get too involved. He only wanted to fulfill his promise and save Li Jiuquan's grandfather. As for the rest, let the Li family worry about it. Zhou Long stepped forward and bowed, saying, Young master, what should we do now? He lightly moved his fingers, sending a signal to inquire whether they should attack. For defense, the submarine had brought 8 torpedoes. Although these torpedoes did not have the overwhelming power to shake mountains and break seas, they might not even be able to kill a soul master of the soul fighting level on the sea. However, if they were just to deal with wooden warships, it would be too easy. A single shot could turn a pirate ship's bottom into ruins, and the opponent would not even be able to find the source of the attack. Tian raised his hand, chuckling as he looked at Zhou Long, and waved his hand. What else can we do? We can't fight them. Let's take a detour. Zhou Long understood that this was the young master's way of avoiding trouble. He immediately bowed and said, Understood, sir. Li Jiuquan looked at Tian and said, There is a secret port of my Li family on the back mountain of Jinao Island. We can enter the island from there. All right, Jiuquan, lead the way to the cockpit. Tian nodded lightly. After circumventing the fleet of pirates under Li Jiuquan's guidance, the submarine successfully arrived at the secret port of Jinao Island. Subsequently, the submarine surfaced and took Tian and the others ashore. Tian turned to the submarine commander and said, You all dive down first to avoid being discovered. Yes. The commander respectfully responded to Tian. After giving instructions to the submarine commander, he followed the pace of the others and headed towards the Li family. Jinao Island is actually not large. Half of it is steep mountains, while the other half has a tall castle surrounded by high walls. Looking around, the castle is heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed every meter. This also indicates that the Li family has recognized the impending crisis. The soldiers guarding the castle clearly recognized Li Jiuquan. As they approached the city wall, a small gate was quickly opened. Once Tian entered the small gate, he discovered that the Li family's castle had a multi-layered structure. Inside, there was another city wall, with a level of defense that was no less than the outer one. This made Tian nod secretly. The Li family truly deserves to be a family that has thrived at sea for 100 years. Just these 2 city walls are enough to withstand several rounds of attacks. After passing through the second city wall, Li Jiuquan could no longer suppress his eagerness to return home and quickened his pace towards the ancestral residence. Tian curiously observed the buildings inside the castle. The streets were narrow and there were many corridors, making it easy to get lost if one wasn't careful. As he was looking around, Li Jiuquan had already almost disappeared from sight. Tian then withdrew his thoughts and quickly followed. After entering the ancestral home, Tian and his group encountered a thin old man. The old man's face was anxious as he approached the crowd and looked at Li Jiuquan. Jiuquan, you're back. It's so dangerous outside. I was just about to send someone to look for you. Li Jiuquan stepped forward to comfort him, saying, I just went to Donghai City for a while. Elder, you don't need to worry. How is my grandfather? Hearing Li Jiuquan's question, the old man fell silent and sighed deeply. He woke up once yesterday, but his mind is still a bit unclear. He had some porridge. After saying this, the old man fell into another silence. As for the patriarch's condition, Juchuan already knew and there was no need for further words. Seeing the elder's expression, Li Jiuchuan felt as if her head was about to explode, and she could no longer absorb any more words. With red-rimmed eyes, she hurried towards her grandfather's bedroom. Yi Tian followed closely behind and entered a luxuriously decorated bedroom. On a bed made of pear wood, a middle-aged man with grayish-white hair lay down. Judging by his appearance, he was almost 40 years old. However, his face looked like a withered bone, as if the oil in a lamp had run out. Yi Tian did not find this strange. People in the Douluo continent generally married young, and since the other party was already a titled Douluo, his lifespan was nearly double that of an ordinary person. Looking young was quite normal. Li Jiuchuan glanced at his grandfather, tears welling in his eyes as he turned back to Yi Tian, struggling to control his trembling emotions, and said, "Please." Yi Tian nodded emphatically, stepping forward to place his hand on Li Haitian's pulse. The pulse was weak, even weaker than that of an average person, feeling traces of poison emanating from the pulse. Yi Tian's expression changed slightly as he looked up and asked, "How many days has your grandfather been poisoned?" This question had never been answered by Li Jiuchuan. At this moment, Li Jiuchuan finally spoke slowly for the first time, half a year. Upon hearing this answer, Yi Tian felt his scalp tingle. They really could drag it out. But upon further reflection, it became understandable. The Li family only had Li Haitian as their sole fighter. If news of his predicament were to leak out, the Li family would probably have been reduced to nothing by now. To be able to keep it hidden for half a year was already quite a struggle for the Li family. Over the past 6 months, they must have sought out many famous doctors. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to him. Once he figured all this out, everything made sense. Li Jiuchuan's eyes were red. Her small hands pressed against her chest, trembling as she asked, "My grandfather, I'm not saying you shouldn't grieve," Yi Tian said lightly, which eased her expression considerably. But his next words made Li Jiuchuan's heart race again. "Your grandfather's condition is very serious. Fortunately, I'm here." Li Jiuchuan's heart relaxed again. Gulaina couldn't help but step forward to comment, "Goodness, you're playing a seesaw here," one wave after another. Lightening the mood, Yi Tian said casually, then began to treat him. He summoned his martial soul, the Tai divine needle, holding it between his index and middle fingers. What he had said earlier was not an exaggeration. The problems with Li Haitian were indeed significant. As soon as he arrived, he noticed that the poison Li Haitian had suffered from was not just from the tooth-poisoning sea lion. There was also a lethal toxin from the underworld river jellyfish. The toxin carried by the underworld river jellyfish is lethal in just 1/10 of a drop, capable of killing a cow. This type of jellyfish generally lives in the deep sea and does not actively attack humans. Yi Tian guessed that it was probably the tooth-poisoned sea lion, which had just finished preying on the river Styx jellyfish when it encountered Li Haitian, who was there to capture a soul ring. After being bitten by the tooth-poisoned sea lion, he was infected with its toxin. The tooth-poisoned sea lion, as a soul beast, can neutralize the toxin of the river Styx jellyfish. However, Li Haitian was unfortunate. The jellyfish toxin easily erodes the brain. This is the reason why Li Haitian has been in a coma. If he were not a titled Douluo with strong resistance, he might have already passed away. However, the toxin had silently eroded his internal organs over the past 6 months, which was quite troublesome. There would be work to do today. Yi Tian gently inserted the Tai divine needle into Li Haitian's forehead, guiding the golden soul power into his body to replicate the meridian network within. Only by understanding the meridian network could he surround and intercept the toxins, gradually clearing them out. Just then, a group of people suddenly walked into the bedroom. The leader was a voluptuous girl with a mole at the corner of her mouth. She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at Yi Tian, saying, "What are you doing? How dare you lay hands on my grandfather?" Immediately, she pointed at Li Jiuchuan with an accusatory tone. "Li Jiuchuan, you ungrateful wretch, bringing outsiders here to plot against grandfather." Chapter 40, Poison Douluo Dugabo. Stop it right now. The voluptuous girl's expression darkened, her voice sharp. Li Jiuchuan instinctively took 2 steps back upon seeing this. "No, sister, his name is Yi Tian, and I invited him to treat grandfather." The girl in front of him was named Li Man, the legitimate granddaughter of the Li family. Treating him? Li Man crossed her arms and glanced at Yi Tian with a sneer. "I don't know which backwoods village doctor you brought in, but he is not fit to treat my grandfather." Seeing Li Jiuchuan made Li Man feel annoyed. Her father was the legitimate eldest son of their grandfather, and she was the rightful eldest daughter of the Li family. Yet Li Jiuchuan was merely the granddaughter of a friend of her grandfather and not even a blood relative of the Li family. Over a decade ago, Her grandfather's friend fell ill and entrusted the newly born Li Jiuchuan to the Li family. From the day Li Jiuchuan arrived, she took all the good things in the Li family. Even her grandfather treated Li Jiuchuan with more warmth than he did her. All the reasons for this were because of Li Jiuchuan's existence. It could be said that Li Jiuchuan was the shadow that haunted her childhood. Over time, Li Man even believed that her grandfather would pass the inheritance of the Li family to Li Jiuchuan in the future. Such a thing absolutely could not happen. Thinking of this, Li Man's expression gradually turned cold as she pointed and said, "Li Jiuchuan, you ungrateful wretch with parents but no one to raise you. How dare you conspire with a village doctor to harm my grandfather? I'm giving you a chance now. Disappear from the Li family immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for using family discipline." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuchuan's face turned resolute as she looked expressionlessly at Li Man. "Li Man, don't mistake my tolerance for your license to act recklessly. I just want to treat grandfather." She had never thought about competing with Li Man for any property of the Li family. But Li Man would never let her go and would seize every opportunity to humiliate her. Li Jiuchuan had had enough. If it weren't for Li Haitian still managing the family, she would have left this home long ago. After hearing Li Jiuchuan's words, a burly youth next to Li Man stepped forward and mocked, "Don't worry about grandfather's illness. I've already spent a fortune to invite the renowned poison Douluo from the Tian Empire to treat him. Once Douluo comes into action, it will be an easy task." After saying that, the youth looked at Tian with disdain. "You're not even that old. Yet you dare to impersonate a doctor and take on the family head's illness. You're really bold. Get out of my sight, Zhao Go." A guard beside Zhao Go stepped forward, scanning Tian's group and shouting, "This is the son of the Black Panther Duke from the Tian Empire. You lowly people, hurry up and roll away. What is all this noise?" At that moment, an unhappy voice came from outside the door. Soon after, a burly old man with a beard walked into the bedroom with his hands behind his back. Seeing the newcomer, Zhao Go hurriedly stepped aside, bowing and saying, "Old Master Douluo, I'm sorry to disturb you with such a trivial matter." Douluo raised an eyebrow and scanned Tian's group, expressing his dissatisfaction. "My time is very valuable. I apologize," Zhao Go said, bending even lower. He pointed at Li Haitian on the bed and said, "Please, old Master De, lend a hand to save him." Beside them, Li Man glared fiercely at Li Jiuchuan. "I'll deal with you later, you little wretch." After Douluo arrived, Li Jiuchuan had remained silent. In fact, she didn't know what to say anymore. After a long while, she looked apologetically at Tian beside her. "I'm sorry, I didn't know Li Man would invite old Master Douluo." Tian smiled faintly and waved his hand lightly at Li Jiuchuan. After seeing Douluo enter, he was a little surprised at first. After the surprise, he couldn't help but sneer. He thought the other party would invite someone over, but it turned out to be Douluo. This was a character who appeared many times in the original work. The other party's martial soul was the Phosphor Snake Emperor, a master of poison. However, it had nothing to do with healing. So he was curious to see how the poison Douluo had become a divine doctor capable of treating the poisoning from the netherwater jellyfish. In the corner, Hulaina took the opportunity while everyone's attention was on treating Li Haitian and quietly slipped away. To be honest, she was shocked when she heard Douluo's name. As part of the golden generation of the Spear Hall, she had personally observed Douluo as titled crowning ceremony back in the day. Moreover, they had met several times, so it could be said they were acquaintances. If she were to be recognized now, it would be disastrous. If she had known Douluo would come here, she definitely wouldn't have come to Golden Oysters Island. But now that she was here, the only option was to slip away. She suppressed her own aura and quietly headed towards the bedroom exit. But just as she took a step out, she was spotted by Zhou Long nearby. Zhou Long looked at Hulaina with confusion. Noticing Zhou Long's expression, Hulaina blushed and put her index finger to her lips, silently saying, "I have a stomachache." Hearing this, Zhou Long nodded lightly, not suspecting anything. This made Hulaina breathe a sigh of relief and continue to sneak out until she finally exited the bedroom. At the same time she was slipping away, Douluo had also begun to treat Li Haitian. Standing aside, Tian saw Douluo exploring Li Haitian's body, guiding his vital blood to flow towards his right arm. He couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Wasn't this the method Tang San taught Douluo to eliminate the backlash from the Phosphor Snake Emperor, guiding the toxins within the body to his soul bone? This old guy had learned it quite well. However, this method was really harmful. It was like hurting the enemy by 80 but injuring oneself by 100. Not only would it halt one's cultivation, but once the soul bone fused with the body, a considerable portion of the toxins would enter the bones. At best, it It would greatly reduce lifespan. At worst, it could directly affect the neurons, leading to paralysis. More importantly, this method was only effective against ordinary toxins. If Li Haitian had only been poisoned by the tooth-poisoned sea lion, Douluo might accidentally cure him. But the netherwater jellyfish toxin had already penetrated deep into the brain and could not be guided out through the bloodline. This treatment method was practically useless. Upon hearing a light laugh from behind him, Douluo immediately turned around, frowning and asking, "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Hearing this, Zhao was furious, pointing at Tian and shouting, "What are you? How dare you stay in my Li family? Even with Elder Douluo here, you still dare to be arrogant. Someone, throw him out, beat him with 80 strokes, and toss him into the sea to feed the fish. Who dares to make a move?" Li Zhuchuan stood up with a stiff expression. She had already let Tian leave empty-handed, and if he were to be injured again, her guilt would be immense. Li Man, seeing this scene, crossed her arms with a mocking expression. The traitorous little person, finally shows her true nature. Then her expression turned cold. "Guards, take these two out and throw them out together." Yes. Two burly soul saints walked in from outside and strode forward. Li Zhuchuan looked at Tian in panic, feeling a bit at a loss. But Tian was her invited guest, and at this moment, she absolutely could not let him suffer humiliation. Suddenly, the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black lit up, and she warned Li Man, "Don't bully people too much." "Oh, I didn't expect my little sister to fight back," Li Man said with a playful smile. Then her expression turned icy. "You little brat, don't you see what your cultivation level is? Someone drag her out." "Yes." The 2 soul saints responded and stepped forward. Tian, standing to the side, observed the scene calmly. It seemed that Li Zhuchuan was not well regarded in the Li family. Even if she was not well regarded, she still came to the EC to invite him to treat Li Haitian's illness, even using herself as a bargaining chip. This further revealed her commendable character. Facing the 2 aggressive soul saints, Tian was not flustered at all. Looking at Li Zhuchuan, he sighed softly. "Zhuchuan, don't be too sad. It seems I won't be able to earn this money. Goodbye." Upon hearing this, Li Zhuchuan's heart sank. She knew Tian wouldn't say such things lightly. Grandpa's illness probably could only be treated by Tian. If Tian were to leave, it would truly be beyond saving. On the other side, Li Man was furious after hearing Tian's words. "You dared to curse my grandfather to death." 6 soul rings on his body lit up simultaneously, ready to personally teach Tian a lesson. Just then, Zhou Long took a step forward, releasing a powerful aura belonging to a title de law, coldly sweeping his gaze over everyone. "Noisy, how dare you disrespect young Master Tian with your presence? If it weren't for young Master Tian being too lazy to argue with you insignificant beings, you would have already become a pile of cold corpses." The powerful aura emanating from Zhou Long shocked everyone present. 2 soul saints were knocked to the ground, especially Li Man, who was so shaken that she spat out blood. She looked at Zhou Long in disbelief, her hands trembling. The other party was actually a title Douluo. Tian's bodyguard is actually a title Douluo. Who exactly is Tian? He actually has a title Douluo as a bodyguard. Young Zhao was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at Tian. He didn't expect the other party's identity to be so terrifying. It is worth noting that even the prince of the Tian Empire does not have a title Douluo as a personal bodyguard, and he is just the son of a small duke, with no title Douluo in his family. The reason he was marrying Li Man was to fulfill his father's wish and to establish a connection with the newly appointed title Douluo, Li Haitian. Unexpectedly, before he could establish that connection, he offended a noble. Zhao was instantly scared silly, collapsing on the ground, not daring to move. The anger of a title Douluo is enough to annihilate a duke's family. Moreover, Tian's identity is probably even more terrifying than that of a title Douluo. He immediately begged for mercy. "Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me and let me go." Li Man glared angrily at Zhao and said indignantly, "What a spineless guy." Zhao shot her a glare. "What good is having backbone if it can't save my life?" Tian didn't pay any attention to the 2 of them. Such characters were not worthy of his notice. He looked at Douluo with indifference, chuckled lightly, and shook his head. "You can't even deal with your own snake venom, yet you want to help others cure their ailments. How ridiculous." Upon hearing this, Douluo frowned and stared at Tian. To be honest, he was surprised when he sensed Zhou Long's strength earlier, but it was just a moment of surprise. So what if the other party was a title Douluo? He was also a title Douluo and was not afraid at all. However, Tian's words did leave a significant impact on him. How could Yi Tian know that he was suffering from the torment of the Wuhuan snake poison? And what does it mean that it hasn't been resolved yet? A few years ago, in the Sunset Forest, that kid Tang San did tell him the method to solve it. He also felt that the treatment was very effective. It was precisely because of this confidence that he agreed to Zhao Gou's generous offer to come and treat Li Haitian. To think that the other party said it was ineffective is truly absurd. Douluo waved his big sleeves and sneered. Humph. Don't think that just because you know a bit of mediocre skill, you can dictate the world. As soon as he finished speaking, a cough came from behind him. Douluo turned around and saw that Li Haitian had woken up. With a look of pride, he pointed and said, "See, this is what a divine doctor looks like. When I make a move, the illness is cured." He approached Li Haitian and smiled. "Patriarchally, how do you feel?" The fact that he woke up is the best proof of his superb skills. This little guy beside him is really too arrogant. Patriarch Li let out a long breath, and the murkiness in his eyes dissipated a lot, revealing a relaxed smile. "Thank you. Poison Douluo, I feel much better." TSK, gravely ill yet still unaware. Yi Tian glanced at Li Haitian with indifference, unable to help but shake his head. The performance of the Li family truly disappointed him. He had already decided not to get involved any further and was about to leave. However, Douluo was relentless and blocked his way. "Kid, if you don't clarify things today, won't you be tarnishing my reputation for no reason?" Seeing this, Zhou prepared to step forward and teach the poison Douluo a lesson, but was stopped by Yi Tian raising his hand. He calmly looked at Li Haitian and said with a light smile, "Let clan leaderly circulate his soul power, and everything will become clear." Upon hearing this, Li Haitian began to circulate his soul power. However, before he could complete even one cycle, he suddenly felt a surge of pinned-up energy in his chest. With a sudden wow, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and promptly collapsed. "Grandpa!" Li Jiuchuan, with red eyes, hurried forward to support Li Haitian. Tears streamed down his face. "Grandpa, what happened to you?" Douluo's expression froze at this scene, and he looked at Yi Tian in a bit of panic. What on earth is going on?" Yi Tian said slowly, "Forcibly injecting poison into the soul bone can indeed temporarily alleviate the toxin. However, in the long run, the poison will seep deep into the marrow through the soul bone, like drinking poison to quench thirst, leaving one powerless to recover." Upon hearing this, Douluo was taken aback. "How do you know my method?" He was somewhat flustered. He never expected that the method Tang San had told him was merely drinking poison to quench thirst. No wonder over the years, he always felt that his nerves were weakening and his physical control had significantly declined. It turned out that the toxin had already seeped into his marrow. Does that mean his granddaughter is in the same situation? Douluo froze in place, too afraid to think further. Seeing Yi Tian about to leave, Li Jiuchuan immediately knelt down. With tears in her eyes, she pleaded, "Young Master Yi, please help save my grandfather. I am willing to repay you with my life." Upon hearing this, Li Man beside her lowered her head in shame. It turned out she had truly wronged Li Jiuchuan. Not wanting to die, Li Haitian also let out a mournful voice. "Please, young Master Yi, help save this old man. I am willing to exchange the wealth of the Li family for your assistance. Money is all virtual. Without life, not a single cent can be spent. Moreover, he is the pillar of the entire Li family. If he were to die now, and their enemies came knocking, the entire Li family would likely become a living hell." Injured, Li Man also set aside her pride and knelt before Yi Tian. "Please, young Master Yi, help save my grandfather. I am willing to pay any price for my previous recklessness." Chapter 42. The sea god appears. Yi Tian stared at Li Jiuchuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and sighed softly. If it weren't for the other party's sincerity moving him, he wouldn't care about Li Haitian's life or death. "Well, I'll lend a hand this once." "Thank you, young Master Yi," Li Jiuchuan said with red-rimmed eyes, bowing his head in gratitude, but was pulled up by Yi Tian. "No need to thank me. It's just business," Yi Tian said. This made Li Jiuchuan even more grateful. She knew that with Yi Tian's status, he was not short of money at all. When he said to pay for the service, he simply didn't want to add to her psychological burden. Yi Tian walked up to Li Haitian and looked at him calmly. "During my treatment, do not run your soul power, or even the gods won't be able to save you." Li Haitian weakly nodded, "I understand." After saying this, Yi Tian summoned his martial soul, the Tai Divine Needle, before Li Man and the others had entered. He had already replicated Li Haitian's meridian shape in the sea of consciousness. Therefore, he could start the treatment directly. His first needle was inserted into Li Haitian's Tianqi acupoint. The second needle was inserted into the Jingming acupoint. Both acupoints are important channels for entering the brain's meridians. It would not be an exaggeration to call them main pathways. If one wants to seal all the meridians of the brain, starting from here and then slowly permeating is the most appropriate approach. After occupying these two major acupoints, Tian began to operate his technique. He was not a soul master and could not seal the meridians of a titled Douluo, solely relying on his own soul power. Therefore, he needed the technique as assistance. The cultivation method that Tian practices is the heaven and earth chi induction method, which is in harmony with his martial soul. It could draw on the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. This is a technique specifically designed for medical treatment and cannot be used for cultivation. What Tian needs to do now is to use himself as a furnace, guiding the power of heaven and earth through the Tai divine needle into Li Haitian's body, thereby sealing his meridians. This process must not go wrong. Otherwise, it will trigger a backlash from the forces of heaven and earth, causing the treated person to explode and die. Therefore, Tian is very cautious with every circulation of the celestial cycle. An hour quickly passes. Tian's movements did not stop. Although there were many people in the bedroom, it was exceptionally quiet, fearing to disturb Tian. Everyone's gaze was focused on Tian, their hearts aching, especially Li Jiuchuan, who had been crying. Li Haitian could be said to be her only relative in the Li family. If anything went wrong, she would truly become an orphan. Standing silently at the back, Douluo watched Tian, the astonishment in his eyes never fading. He did not expect that the opponent's martial soul was the Tai divine needle. Wasn't this the sect martial soul of the long-lost Taishan sect? Very few people knew that there were two mysterious sects on the continent, namely the Taishan sect and the Body sect. Their level of mystery even surpassed that of the Haotian sect. Perhaps these two sects were not the most powerful on the continent, but their inheritance was definitely the oldest. No other sect could compare. For thousands of years, the two major sects had almost disappeared from the continent. If he were not a descendant of a named disciple of the Taishan sect, he would have almost forgotten this secret. No wonder Tian's medical skills were so remarkable. Douluo's doubts gradually dissipated. Having the Tai divine needle meant that the other party was a direct descendant of the Taishan sect. According to seniority, he might even have to call Tian Shu ancestor. Meeting Tian was truly his fortune. Perhaps the drawbacks of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor could be completely eliminated, and he could also have the possibility of advancing to Super Douluo. Thinking of this, Douluo's heart surged with excitement. He understood that the cost of getting Tian to take action might be enormous, but everything was worth it. Gradually, Douluo made up his mind that no matter what, he had to cling to Tian's thigh. While Douluo was pondering, in front of the bed in the bedroom, Tian slowly withdrew his power. He looked at Li Haitian's forehead, where the black gas had dissipated significantly. This was a sign of the brain's meridians being isolated from the body. Tian's song let out a sigh of relief, finally completing the first step. Next, he needed to start detoxifying. Tai divine needle. Tian's expression tightened, and he held 4 divine needles in each hand. His movements were extremely fast, swish, 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 as he inserted them into various parts of Li Haitian's brain. Tian's movements appeared fast, but in reality, they were extremely difficult. The brain is the most precise organ in the human body. A slight mistake, or a needle inserted too deep or too shallow, could trigger a catastrophic reaction. Fortunately, Tian's technique was exceptionally skilled, with each needle inserted accurately. After placing 8 Tai divine needles, Tian summoned another 8 divine needles and followed the same method. In the end, 49 needles were inserted into Li Haitian's head, forming a Tai reversal formation. Arranging a formation within the human body would surely cause anyone who understood formations to exclaim in madness. To actually use a formation for healing. But this was indeed the best treatment plan to completely resolve the toxins of the Netherwater Mother. After setting up the formation, Tian slowly infused it with the power of heaven and earth, guiding the formation to operate. As soon as the power of heaven and earth was introduced into the formation, a hissing toxic gas began to emerge from the needle holes. Witnessing this scene, Douluo widened his eyes. It was truly unbelievable. Tian's technique can simply be referred to as divine. Is this the power of the Taishan sect? Douluo's hands trembled with excitement. He had actually witnessed a miracle today. The entire process lasted a full half-hour. It wasn't until every divine needle's insertion point stopped emitting black toxic gas that it concluded. Tian Kai slowly withdrew his hand. At this moment, his forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and the back of his clothes was also soaked through. Li Jiuchuan, feeling sympathetic, took out his handkerchief and stepped forward to wipe Yi Tian's face. He then asked, "Young Master Yi Tian, is the treatment finished?" Yi Tian shook his head expressionlessly. "I have only cleared the toxins from the brain. Other areas have not been cleaned yet. The most difficult part is done, and the rest will be much simpler. However, this 1.5 hours have really drained my mental energy. I need to rest for a while before I can continue the treatment." Maintaining a state of mental vitality is also responsible for Li Haitian. While Yi Tian was drawing on the powers of heaven and earth to treat Li Haitian, on a distant island, a gigantic statue suddenly revealed a golden phantom. The phantom looked calmly towards the direction of Golden Ao Island, with a slight smile at the corner of its mouth. Drawing on the great powers of heaven and earth? Interesting. Not long after the phantom appeared, a woman wearing a phoenix-winged golden crown, holding a purple crystal scepter and with long white hair appeared before the phantom. The woman placed her right hand on her chest and slightly bowed, under the crown of the sea god. The phantom glanced at the woman indifferently and casually tossed out a golden light. "This is my legacy mark. You will personally take it to the one who just drew on the great powers of heaven and earth." Upon seeing the legacy mark, the woman was taken aback. Her eyes filled with disbelief. "Crown, your divine position's heir has already been designated for Tang San, hasn't he? He, who said the legacy mark can only be given to one person. Choose the good one and follow it. This person is much better than Tang San. Just do as I instructed." "I understand," the woman replied respectfully and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 43. 200,000 for medicinal materials. 480,000 for the prescription. In the Leaf family castle, in the bedroom, as Yi Tian delivered the last needle, countless strands of black energy surged out from Li Haitian's body. Li Haitian's murky eyes became increasingly clear. Finally, he exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Li Haitian joyfully said, "The feeling of toxin erosion is gone, and my body has regained its sense of touch." Yi Tian's expression was calm as he gently swept his arm across Li Haitian's entire body, transforming all the Tai divine needles on him into soul power, dissipating it into the air. Yi Tian looked at Li Haitian and said nonchalantly, "The 2 toxins in your body have been completely cleared. I've also brought some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to replenish your body's deficiencies. Take them regularly, and in less than 2 months, you'll be able to return to your peak condition." After speaking, Yi Tian waved his hand at Zhou Long. Zhou Long indifferently took out a bag of herbs from his storage belt and handed it to Li Jiuquan. Then, Yi Tian took out a prescription from his pocket and similarly handed it to Li Jiuquan. Li Haitian, who was lying on the bed, weakly sat up and clasped his hands, saying, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Yi Tianqing waved his hand. "No need to be polite. Money for services. The fee is 1 million, and the herbs and prescriptions cost 4 million, totaling 5 million gold soul coins." Hearing this number, Li Haitian gasped in shock. 5 million gold soul coins was almost half of the wealth of their Li family. Yi Tian makes money too easily. Beside him, Li Jiuquan couldn't help but open the bag of herbs that Zhou Long handed over. He found that inside were just some ordinary herbs, nothing remarkable. Seeing Li Jiuquan's actions, Zhou Long's expression turned displeased, and he raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Don't want to give?" "Not all." Li Haitian quickly smiled and said, "Although it's a bit expensive, it's completely worth it." His promotion to title Douluo means that the power of the Li family will advance even further. With a title Douluo stationed in the Li family, they will be able to earn more money in the future. 5 million gold soul coins are just the result of over a decade of effort. Compared to his promotion to title Douluo and the longevity gained, it's hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, he can also gain Yi Tian, this mysterious and powerful friend. In any case, the Li family is the one benefiting. After a pause, Li Haitian turned his gaze to Li Man and waved his hand. "Li Man, hurry and prepare the reward for young Master Yi." Li Man looked at Yi Tian deeply and nodded. Yes. She understood that Yi Tian was not someone the Li family could provoke. Since he saved her grandfather, the reward must not be lessened by even a bit. Zhou Long snorted coldly beside them and threatened, "Don't think that your Li family has suffered any loss. Many of the herbs in this medicine are ones you can't even buy." "Uncle Zhou, don't be rude." Yi Tian waved his hand, interrupting. The medicinal herbs were indeed precious, but not rare. There were plenty at the butterfly farm. If calculated at market price, these herbs were worth at most 200,000 gold soul coins. However, the remaining 3,800,000 gold soul coins could not buy an unparalleled recipe. This is the value of knowledge. He had no ties to the Li family, so he naturally couldn't make the trip for free. Thus, a price of 5 million was justifiable. At this moment, Li Haitian was already able to get out of bed and walk. He first cupped his hands to Zhou Long, his attitude sincere. What you say is too modest. I have no doubt at all. Then he approached Yi Tian and bowed, saying, Young Master Yi has worked hard to treat me. Today I will host a banquet to warmly welcome young Master Yi, and I hope you will honor us with your presence. It will be disrespectful not to comply. One should not strike someone who offers a smile, especially since Nana wanted to watch the sunrise on the island. There was no way to leave today. The poisoned Douluo, who was standing by the wall, also walked up to Yi Tian at this time. Gritting his teeth, he finally set aside his pride and bowed to Yi Tian. Young Master, please instruct me on how to completely eliminate the snake poison from my body, and I will not hesitate to part with my wealth. Yi Tianyu looked up and glanced at Douluo. He remembered that in the original work, this old fellow was very close to Tang San and was even the honorary dean of Shrek Academy. During the process of the Shrek 7 monsters defeating the Spirit Hall, Douluo contributed a significant amount of effort. However, he and Tang San were not enemies. He also had no malicious intent to trip the other party up. In business, one should act according to business principles. Since Douluo came forward to plead for medical treatment, he had no reason to refuse. Yi Tian extended his index finger and slowly said, The price is 4 million gold soul coins. I'll provide the medicinal materials and the prescription all at once, and the payment must be made in full at once. This price is very reasonable. Douluo is suffering from a chronic poison of the martial soul. Although it has penetrated deep into the bones, it is not lethal. Therefore, it's easy to clear, and we might not even need to use the Tai Divine Needle. We just need to take a few doses of medicinal materials that counteract the Baihun snake venom, allowing Douluo to develop resistance to the snake poison himself. Thus, there are no consultation fees, only the cost of the medicinal materials. 4 million? Douluo found it hard to believe. Isn't that too expensive? I am not from a prestigious family like the Li family, which has accumulated wealth over hundreds of years. I'm just a lone ranger. Moreover, cultivation is a very expensive process. If I had money, I would definitely buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance my cultivation first. Right now, my total assets don't even add up to 1 million gold soul coins. If I had money, I wouldn't have traveled all the way to Golden Ao Island to take on the task of treating Li Haitian. 4 million gold soul coins is simply beyond my reach. Seeing Douluo hesitating, Yi Tian shrugged. It seemed this deal was not going to happen. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the bedroom. After taking a few steps, Douluo caught up and politely inquired, Young Master Yi, would it be possible to only buy the prescription? The cost for just the prescription shouldn't be too much, right? This way he could afford it. Yi Tian instinctively touched his chin and smiled. The prescription is worth 380,000 gold soul coins, and the medicinal materials are 200,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, most of the medicinal materials can only be obtained from me. If you only buy the prescription and take it back, it won't be of much use. Upon hearing this, Douluo was stunned. 380,000 gold soul coins for the prescription? That's really expensive. Even if it were extortion, you can't just ask for that much at once. I must say, with Yi Tian's abilities, it is indeed worth that price. However, as a rank 92 titled Douluo, unless there are unexpected circumstances, I won't be able to gather that kind of money in less than 20 years. Douluo completely gave up on the idea of purchasing with money. He inquired politely, Young Master Yi, I wonder if there's a way to obtain it without spending money? At that moment, Zhou Long stepped forward and sneered, looking at Douluo. Yes, that would be robbery. Hearing this, Douluo's expression faltered, and he stopped speaking. He understood that Zhou Long was warning him not to resort to petty tricks. He also knew that Zhou Long's cultivation was above his own, and in a one-on-one battle, he was not a match. Yi Tian looked at Douluo indifferently and smiled. My medicinal materials and prescriptions didn't come from the wind. If Lord Douluo has no money, I have no way to help. After saying this, he walked out of the bedroom without looking back, leaving Douluo deep in thought. Chapter 44. Can't handle Li Jiuchuan. Li Haitian saw Douluo lost in contemplation and stepped forward politely, saying, The poisoned Douluo has come from afar to treat my poisoning. Although there may be no merit, there is still hard work involved. Why not stay with young Master Yi and be our guest? No need. Douluo waved his hand and strode out of the bedroom. Staring at Yi Tian's back, Douluo gritted his teeth. It seemed that without shedding some blood, the other party wouldn't help him. But if he could take a step further and become a super Douluo, it would all be worth it. With this in mind, he stepped forward again and called out to stop Yi Tian. Young Master Yi, please wait. Zhou Long, who stood behind Yi Tian, showed a look of displeasure and raised an eyebrow. Poisoned Douluo, what do you mean by that? I've already said that young master Yi won't act for no reason. Douluo ignored Zhou Long and instead stared at Yi Tian, who had turned around, saying, I know a place called the Eye of Ice and Fire, where there are countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, right? Yi Tian chuckled lightly and shrugged. Doesn't poison Douluo see that I'm not a soul master? No matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there are, what use do they have in my hands? Moreover, I'm not without heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yi Tian could see that the old man Douluo was determined to obtain the method to cure the biling snake venom. He had even revealed the ice and fire eyes. The next step would probably be to offer his granddaughter. However, Yi Tian had no interest in these matters. The treasures within the ice and fire eyes were indeed precious, but when calculated based on their medicinal effects, they were only worth about 1 to 2 million gold soul coins. With his alchemy skills, he could easily compensate for the lack of age with the quantity of medicinal materials. Douluo couldn't hold back any longer. He truly hadn't expected that Yi Tian even knew about the ice and fire eyes and looked down upon the treasures on the opposing side. This left Douluo without any leverage. He laid out his bottom line and said, as long as I can accept it, feel free to state your price. Throughout his life, he had pursued strength. Now that there was a possibility of advancing to a super Douluo, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Hearing this, Yi Tian was also surprised at Douluo's obsession with completely eliminating the hidden danger of the snake venom. A title Douluo was indeed important, especially since there was a chance for advancement to super Douluo. A super Douluo could be considered a strategic figure on the Douluo continent. It wouldn't be wrong to say it was important. Without his help, the opponent would likely have no hope of advancing in this lifetime. Yi Tian thought carefully for a moment. The chaos in the Douluo continent was about to arrive. Douluo held a significant position in the Tian Empire, and who knows, his connections might be useful in the future. With this in mind, he looked calmly at Douluo and said, for the sake of our fate, I won't ask you to agree to anything. Let's just be friends. 1 million gold soul coins, no less. 1 million. Douluo couldn't help but click his tongue. Even 1 million was something he couldn't afford. I don't have that much money on me, Douluo said with a bitter expression. This left Yi Tian face-palming in disbelief. Was the other party really that poor? He couldn't even come up with 1 million. Douluo knew that 1 million gold soul coins was already a generous offer from Yi Tian. He didn't ask for a discount, but rather said tactfully, Young Master Yi, can I owe you the money for now? Once I gather the funds, I will pay you back immediately. Then Douluo felt that this was somewhat inappropriate. After all, 1 million was hard to earn. So he spoke again, how about I work for you for free, Young Master Yi, to pay off the debt? Hearing this, Yi Tian and Zhou Long exchanged glances, nearly bursting into laughter. It really was 1 million that stumped a title Douluo. Douluo was, after all, a person of status, so they couldn't push him too hard. Zhou Long stepped forward to ease the atmosphere, saying, Young Master, the properties under your name may need to expand into the Tian Empire in the future. Douluo might be able to help. So why not let him work off the debt? Yes, work off the debt. Douluo cast a grateful look at Zhou Long. Indeed, in crucial moments, one had to rely on fellow soul masters. Since Zhou Long spoke up for Douluo, Yi Tian couldn't refuse. His business was large enough to afford one more Douluo. All right, in a few days, I will open a branch in the capital of the Tian Empire. You can oversee it there. Thank you so much, Young Master Yi. Douluo was extremely grateful. However, overseeing a branch was too easy. Who knows? By latching onto Yi Tian's big leg, he might gain quite a bit of benefit from it. For the rest of his life, Douluo would be secure. With this thought, Douluo was overjoyed. Yi Tian said, I don't have any extra herbs with me. You can go to the butterfly farm by the EC and find a person in charge named Jian to get them. Just tell Jian your symptoms, and he will write you a prescription. After speaking, Yi Tian took out paper and pen from his storage soul guide and wrote a recommendation letter for Douluo. Jian had been by his side for 3 years. It could be said that most of the medical theories he knew, Jian was aware of as well. The mere Bihuan snake venom was nothing to worry about. Douluo took the recommendation letter and bowed again, saying, Thank you, Young Master Yi. There is no time to lose. I will go get it now. He was already eager to obtain the antidote. He had no mood to stay on Golden Island any longer. Yi Tian nodded lightly. After Douluo left, Yi Tian noticed something. He looked up and asked Zhou Long, what is going on? Where's Nana? She was just here, but now I can't see her. Zhou Long replied. Miss Nana said she has diarrhea and probably went to the bathroom. Hearing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but facepalm. Given Nana's level of gluttony, she probably stole something to eat again, which is why she has diarrhea. This is also good. It will teach her a lesson. Before long, Li Jiuchuan came out of the bedroom. Upon seeing Yi Tian, he smiled and approached, suggesting, "How about I take young Master Yi for a stroll around Golden Island?" After Li Haitian's poisoning was resolved, Li Jiuchuan's mental burden was lifted, and he seemed much happier. Yi Tian waved his hand and said, "No, Nana doesn't know where she went. I'll wait for her here for a while." Mentioning Nana, Li Jiuchuan's smile slightly turned awkward, and he nodded lightly. All right. He felt a bit envious in his heart. Nana was really happy. The three of them stood in the courtyard chatting. After a quarter of an hour, a sneaky figure quietly appeared in the courtyard. Seeing the golden-haired girl, Yi Tian squinted his eyes and said, Hey, golden-haired girl, I see you." Upon hearing this, Hulaina straightened up in embarrassment, looked around, and only approached Yi Tian after confirming that Douluo was not nearby. Puffing out her chest, she lightly huffed. "Why do I feel like you're calling a little dog?" Yi Tian stroked his chin, pondering, "So it's not impossible." "You." Hulaina crossed her arms and turned her head to the side, lightly blowing her bangs. Seeing Hulaina's proud expression, Yi Tian remained indifferent. "You think this will work?" He slowly turned to Li Jiuchuan. "Sister Jiuchuan, I heard there are good fishing spots on Golden Turtle Island. How about we go fishing together?" The address of Sister Jiuchuan left Li Jiuchuan speechless. Her entire face flushed red like an apple. Her mind went blank, unable to think of a response. She stood there, staring at Yi Tian in a daze. After a long while, she finally managed to say, Chapter 45, Pirate Attack. Hearing Li Jiuchuan's agreement, Yi Tian's lips curled up slightly as he took her hand and strode out of the courtyard. Zhou Long said nothing and silently followed behind, leaving Hulaina alone in the wind, her expression a mess. Her resentful eyes seemed ready to burst into tears. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and jogged after them. Yi Tian is too bad. He actually used Li Jiuchuan to threaten her. I have to say, Li Jiuchuan is indeed a threat. It seems I need to leave Jinao Island as soon as possible. That way, Yi Tian will only have her by his side again. Wait for me. Hulaina walked over quickly. Yi Tian looked back and smiled at Hulaina. I didn't invite you, Nana. Hulaina shook her hand and raised her head. I want to be with Jiuchuan. That can't be wrong, right? As the smell of gunpowder grew stronger, Li Jiuchuan showed an awkward expression. She could see the jealousy on Nana's face. Stepping forward and wrapping her arms around Hulaina's waist, she looked at Yi Tian and said, We're all guests on Jinao Island. Let's all go together. Yi Tian did not refute. Hulaina deliberately leaned closer to Yi Tian, rolling up his sleeve. Let's go, she said, glancing at Yi Tian. There are no fishing ground around Jinao Island. It's essentially a port with boats coming and going. Even if there are schools of fish, they will be scared away. However, this did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm for fishing. Although, besides Yi Tian, the others had almost no catch. Nearby, Zhou Long, seeing a few fish in his basket, could not help but use his mental power to probe the sea below. 20 meters to the left, there's a knife fish. Upon hearing Zhou Long's hint, Hulaina expressed her confusion but quickly understood. Her bright, sparkling eyes gleamed as she swiftly reeled in her fishing rod towards Zhou Long's indicated direction. Sure enough, as soon as the hook was cast, the fishing line began to tug with force. The poor knife fish stood no chance against Hulaina's strength. With no semblance of ladylike behavior, she pulled and tugged, and the knife fish had almost no room to resist before being dragged to the shore. This knife fish is really beautiful, Hulaina said proudly, using her soul power to stun the fish and place it in her basket. Li Jiuchuan clapped and praised. Sister Nana, you are amazing. Watching Nana's delight, Li Jiuchuan's compliment felt sincere, and Yi Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, leisurely moments like this were the most enjoyable. Being a soul master wandering the continent only added unnecessary troubles. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen that path initially. However, the pleasant fishing time did not last long. The weather at sea was unpredictable. Just a moment ago, it was sunny and calm. Before long, a strong wind suddenly picked up. The waves crashed against the shore, splashing seawater onto the two girls. However, the servants from the Li family who had come with Li Jiuchuan seemed to have anticipated this situation. An older woman brought over 2 cloaks and handed them to Li Jiuchuan and Hulaina, reminding everyone, young Master Yi, Mrs. looking at the sky. It seems a typhoon is coming. We should quickly leave the shore. Having lived on the island for a long time, the servant's instincts about the weather were seldom wrong. As a time traveler, Yi Tian also understood how to read the clouds. He held his hand up in front of him, gazing at the sky. It was definitely a windy day. All right, he clapped his hands and stood up, looking at the 2 girls. Safety comes first. Let's head back quickly. Okay, Hulaina replied. looking somewhat reluctant. Li Jiuchuan gazed at the sea for a long time, her interest waning. This typhoon came really suddenly. It's likely to be accompanied by heavy rain. Having lived on the island for years, she had some understanding of the patterns of typhoons. At this moment, Zhou Long, who had been silent, suddenly became alert. Look over there. Zhou Long pointed towards the distant sea. Hearing Zhou Long's words, Yi Tian stepped back a few paces, climbed onto a large rock, and looked deep into the ocean. A dark fleet of ships appeared in his view. What's wrong? Li Jiuchuan, being shorter, could not see the distant scene, so she followed Yi Tian's steps to the large rock. Following Yi Tian's gaze towards the ocean, when she caught sight of the skull flag on the leading ship of the distant fleet, her expression abruptly changed. The sea, pirates. Zhou Long stepped forward, warily speculating. It seems the typhoon arrived too suddenly, and with no nearby harbor to take shelter, the pirates are preparing to attack Jinao Island early. Upon hearing this, Li Jiuchuan immediately jumped down from the rock, not bothering about everyone else, and ran off with her skirt lifted. I need to quickly inform Grandpa. Watching Li Jiuchuan's departing figure, Zhou Long approached Yi Tian and whispered, Young master, should we leave early? Or, he did not finish his sentence, leaving the choice to Yi Tian. The typhoon and heavy rain would not affect submarines, even if they left now. The journey back to the East Sea coast would not be threatened by the weather. Yi Tian squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance. The pirates said, Leave? We haven't even gotten our money yet. The 5 million for treating Li Haitian hasn't arrived at all. If we just give it to the pirates, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? I understand now. Zhou Long bowed and said, I'll go to the port and inform the submarine to prepare for battle. After speaking, he stepped away and headed toward the port. On the other side, Hulaina approached Yi Tian and smiled lightly. With you here, the pirates dare to come. It's really too rampant. She had already informed the Holy Knights of the Pope about their arrival at Golden Ao Island. A high-spec patrol team from the Spirit Hall had been circling the outskirts of Golden Ao Island, secretly protecting their safety. Therefore, Hulaina was not afraid of the pirates coming. If the pirates did come, the Spirit Hall patrol team wouldn't mind doing a good deed for the EC. Hearing Laina's words, Yi Tian ruffled her golden hair and chuckled. Don't raise me too high. Who knows? Perhaps a group of pirates will come and take you away as their wife. Will you come to rescue me then? Hulaina looked up at Yi Tian, sincerely asking. Yi Tian smiled slightly. This is an easy question. He gently tapped Hulaina's forehead. Silly sister, how could you possibly be captured? Hulaina felt warmth in her heart. Looking at Yi Tian, her expression softened a lot. Brother's really nice. But Yi Tian's next sentence made Hulaina's blood pressure soar. If you were captured, it must be because I secretly conspired with the pirates. Why would I go and rescue you? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Looking at Yi Tian's back, Hulaina glared at him fiercely. Breathing heavily, her small mouth puffed up, she huffed. I am your sister that you can never shake off. Yi Tian tugged at the corner of his mouth, squinting his eyes. You can't say such things too confidently. Sooner or later, you will get married. Hearing this, Hulaina's face turned red, and she lowered her head. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, her body stiffened. She felt Yi Tian's arm resting on her shoulder. This made her blush uncontrollably as she looked at Yi Tian, who was so close. What do you want to do? Hulaina covered her chest, her heart racing. What do I want to do? Yi Tian revealed a perfectly timed smile, staring into Hulaina's eyes. Your thoughts are too obvious, aren't they? Chapter 46, I like you what? What thoughts? Hulaina's expression wavered, feeling a bit panicked, and she instinctively took a half step back. Yi Tian stared into Hulaina's eyes, getting closer and closer. This made her somewhat unable to bear it. Her heart, racing almost to the point of jumping out, and she instinctively closed her eyes. It would be best not to have any overstepping thoughts. Hulaina suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. You're all set, and you say this to me? Just this? I can't stand it. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Yi Tian from behind, her soft, tender, and warm lips instinctively kissing him. After all, it wasn't the first time. As long as she wasn't afraid, it was Yi Tian who should be afraid. Feeling the soft and moist sensation coming at him, Yi Tian widened his eyes in surprise. Laina was indeed strange. This surprise quickly turned into initiative. His hand that had been resting on her shoulder slid down to her waist, holding her tightly. Little thing, still wanting to compete with him. He wasn't easy to deal with. A minute later, almost breathless, Hulaina pushed Yi Tian away. She gasped for air. Her pretty face flushed to the extreme, not daring to look directly at Yi Tian. Yet Yi Tian acted as if nothing had happened, waving his hand and saying, Go back, the pirates will be here soon. Then, he quietly sneered, Sister Nana still needs to train. Hulaina shot him a glare, but said nothing. Tian is really bad, taking advantage of her. Soon, Hulaina felt something was off. It seemed like she was the one being proactive. No. It was clearly the other party's temptation. Her mind was in a state of confusion. At this moment, Tian had already returned with a fish basket from the seaside. He reached out and lightly flicked Hulaina's head. Still thinking? Your behavior reminds me of someone. Who? Hulaina suddenly became alert before her. Tian couldn't possibly have someone he liked, right? This made her recall Tian's earlier actions. They were way too skilled. Hulaina. Tian said seriously. Huh. Hearing this name left Hulaina stunned. Her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she was discovered? No way. She hadn't revealed any clues. Could it be that Tian was testing her? She pretended to be calm and raised her head to ask, Do you know Hulaina? I don't know. Tian smiled and shook his head. I've never even been to the EC. How could I possibly know the saintess of the Wuhuan temple? Hearing this, Hulaina's anxious heart finally calmed down. It seemed that Tian truly didn't know her real identity. Outside, there were rumors that she was the saintess of the Wuhuan temple, but in reality, it was just a compliment. Her status as a saintess had not yet been officially determined by the Wuhuan temple. At most, it was just a preliminary designation. Tianlian doesn't know this at all, so how could he recognize her? If you don't know, how do you know that I look quite a bit like her? Hulaina raised her head and questioned. Tian slowly said, Although I haven't met Hulaina, I know she's a little cutie without a brain. Having read the original work, he was well aware of Hulaina's personality. When it comes to romance, her IQ is almost 0. Sister Nana is the same. When her head gets heated, she can't think at all. Hulaina hesitated for a moment, her expression blank, and thought, no brain. Suddenly, she raised her head and stared at Tian with an unhappy expression. Are you saying I lack intelligence? What a joke. Although her IQ couldn't compare to Tian's. She was still quite smart, okay? No. Tian waved his index finger back and forth, shaking his head. I'm not saying you lack intelligence, but that you don't have enough judgment and are easily influenced by external factors. In other words, what I'm saying now. Tian stared into Hulaina's eyes and softly said, I like you. I like you too, Hulaina replied, her face flushed to her neck, her nostrils exhaling warm air as she lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Tian sighed, gently rubbing his forehead in helplessness. He merely wanted to say, I like you. How would you react? Unexpectedly, Laina directly agreed. This made Tian wonder if Laina was even more naive than that saintess from the Spear Hall. Is this the intelligence-diminishing effect that love brings? Of course, everything needs to be explained from a scientific perspective. The concept of a halo is indeed too abstract. Looking at Laina's reaction, she was probably just too nervous. Nervousness can lead to insufficient blood supply to the brain, affecting a person's thinking. His guess was indeed correct. Laina was just a love-struck fool. Tian said earnestly, lightly tapping Laina's forehead. If he gets sold in the future, you might even help them count the money. Hearing this, Hulaina was stunned for a long time before she realized that Tian was merely trying to reason with her and not truly confessing. This made her feel so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. How humiliating. She looked around, relieved that there was no one nearby. Her expression softened significantly. With her big, sparkling eyes, she seriously looked at Tian and said, As long as I stay by your side, I won't get sold. I'm not very smart, but I'm very obedient and would make a great girlfriend. She wanted to say wife, but didn't dare to voice it. Tian pouted and waved his hand. I don't like the silly ones. His white moonlight is like someone as impressive as Bibi Dong. Sister Nana is really too far off. Upon hearing this, Hulaina couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment and loss in her heart. She drooped her head, instantly losing her spirit. Let's go back. Tian took Hulaina's hand and said casually. Feeling the warmth coming from Tian's fingers, Hulaina felt revitalized. There are no girls around Tian. Being close to the water tower, one can get the moon first. She has a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Hulaina instantly felt full of determination. Tian hummed, sooner or later, she will easily have him under her control. Outside Jineo Island, on the pirate flagship, the Coral, a group of fierce-looking pirate leaders gathered together, discussing the upcoming attack on the Leaf family. This time, the boss of Coral issued an order to gather us brothers' fleets. Truly a grand event. I heard that the Leaf family possesses wealth as high as a mountain, especially Lee Hayton's 2 granddaughters, TSK. Damn it, look at your ambition. As long as we can annihilate the Leaf family, The entire EC will fall into the hands of our brothers. Yes, by then, how much wealth will we want? As the crowd talked, a dirty, emaciated pirate leader cast a lewd glance at a voluptuous woman beside him, his fingers misbehaving, resting on her perky buttocks. Boss Purple Pearl, don't you think so? Purple Pearl raised an eyebrow. The next moment, a dagger was pressed against the dirty pirate leader's neck. The pirate leader felt a chill at his neck and immediately knelt down. Boss Purple Pearl, I was wrong. Purple Pearl's voice was cold. You better keep your dirty thoughts to yourself. If I kill you, I would feel disgusted with my own dagger. If it weren't for the powerful Coral boss issuing the order, her Purple Pearl ship wouldn't have gotten involved in the plundering of the Lee family. Seeing this scene, the other pirate leaders fell silent. Who in the East Sea doesn't know the reputation of Purple Pearl? To provoke her is simply asking for trouble. Enough. Just then, a cold voice came from the cabin of the Coral. A middle-aged man draped in a white navy cloak with a prominent scar on his face walked out onto the deck with a gloomy expression, scanning everyone. This made the crowd quiet down immediately. Even Purple Pearl instinctively lowered her dagger. Everyone bowed and saluted Boss Coral. The person in front of them was the biggest pirate along the East Sea, the leader of the Coral fleet, known as Douluo, alias Coral. As for his real name, no one has ever known. Chapter 47. I come to protect brother. Tian the sea was raging with strong winds, rustling the clothes of the pirate leaders, making it extremely cold. The arrival of Coral made the hearts of the pirate leaders chill suddenly. This kind of coldness was the chilling sensation of being scrutinized by murderous intent. It was much more frightening than the sea breeze. Who doesn't know that the infamous Coral kills without mercy along the East Sea? Encountering Coral and coming away with just a missing limb would be considered good luck. Most of the pirate leaders were seeing Coral for the first time today. Contrary to the fierce rumors, Coral, with a scarred face, could even be considered somewhat handsome. However, the murderous aura emanating from him overshadowed all his other traits, causing those nearby to not dare to look him in the eye. Purple Pearl stood among the pirates, silently watching Coral, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Clearly, Coral summoned these pirates with ill intentions. Most likely, he intended for them to act as the vanguard for the Coral pirate group and clash with the Lee family. The pirate group she led had always been involved in killing the rich to help the poor, targeting the wicked wealthy, and aiding the truly impoverished. Attacking the Lee family contradicted the original intent of Purple Pearl's pirate group. However, they had no choice but to respond to the call of the Coral pirate group. It is well known that Coral is notoriously ruthless. Those who dare to defy him only meet a tragic end. She herself was alone, without family, and not afraid of Coral's threats. But most of her crew had families now. More importantly, over the years, she had not only killed the rich to help the poor, but also taken in many refugees who could not survive on the mainland. These refugees and the families of her crew lived on several islands in the East Sea. If she refused Coral's demands, the refugees on the islands would likely meet a terrible fate. After much contemplation, Purple Pearl ultimately decided to comply. At this moment, the scarred Coral slowly spoke. We are about to enter the territory of the Lee family's Gnao island. I do not wish for you to engage in any infighting or self-preservation tactics at this critical moment. Although his voice was calm, the chill in his words made everyone feel particularly frightened. Coral's sharp gaze turned towards Gnao island, then slowly lifted to the dark sky, continuing, a typhoon is about to arrive. Therefore, if we cannot take Gnao island today, we shall all feed the fish together. Upon hearing this, the pirates fell silent. They had been active at sea for so long that they understood the signs of an approaching typhoon. Initially, they thought Coral was being reckless by not paying attention to the weather. Now it seemed that Coral was preparing for a desperate battle. The pirates suddenly felt a sense of urgency. If they did not succeed in attacking the Lee family today, they would be doomed. Among the crowd, Purple Pearl was also secretly surprised to hear Coral's words. She did not expect Coral to be so ruthless as to use the approaching typhoon to force them to launch a strong assault on Gnao Island. It is important to note that there was only one sheltered island nearby, Gnao Island. If they cannot take it, the chances of perishing in storm would be extremely high. Return to command your fleets. Everything will follow my orders. Coral did not elaborate further, waving his hand to signal everyone to return to their pirate ships. What a joke. How could the Lee family be taken down in a day? At this moment, a pirate captain in red grumbled in dissatisfaction. In his view, Coral was completely giving nonsensical orders. Who fights in a typhoon? One idiot. He looked at the others and said unhappily, you all go play. I don't care for the Lee family's wealth, goodbye. After saying that, he stepped away. Seeing such a defiant pirate captain, the crowd fell silent, murmuring among themselves. Is he crazy? He actually dared to confront Boss Coral. Is this brother so bold? It's over. This guy is finished. The crowd sighed, but more of them were gloating. A pirate leader who was friendly with the red-clad captain stepped forward and whispered, "The strongest patriarch of the Leaf family is already poisoned and cannot wake up. With so many of us, taking Jinao Island is not impossible. Quickly apologize to Boss Coral. Who knows, you might still have a way out." The red-clad pirate captain snorted coldly, his soul power surging. "I'm an 83rd level soul, Douluo. I don't believe that bastard Coral dares to do anything to me." Puff. Before he could finish speaking, the red-clad pirate captain clutched his neck, unable to utter a word. His eyes widened as he looked down, seeing that his neck had been pierced by a spear. The other end of the spear was held by Coral. After killing the red-clad pirate captain, Coral acted as if nothing had happened, retracting his spear martial soul. He casually glanced at the crowd. Are there any more dissenters? The pirates were directly stunned. Just moments ago, they all knew that Coral would take action, and they were all watching closely. Yet, under such circumstances, they still failed to capture the moment Coral made her move. By the time they saw clearly, the captain of the red-clothed pirates had already been pierced through the neck. Such strength was beyond what a typical title Douluo could achieve. The pirates felt a chill in their hearts, followed by a sense of relief. They were glad they did not defy Coral, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they would die. Zhejian Pearl, who had not yet left the deck, looked at this scene with a heavy heart. She did not expect Coral to be so powerful. This was not a strength that an ordinary title Douluo could possess. Would the poor Leaf family survive this joint attack? While the pirates were making their final mobilizations, the Leaf family was also busy reinforcing their defenses. 6 months ago, when Li Haitian had just been poisoned, he anticipated that there might be a pirate attack on the Leaf family. Therefore, the Leaf family had prepared a large number of military crossbows and other long-range weapons. At the port of Golden Turtle Island, they had set up several barricades with iron anchors and tattered fishing nets to prevent a pirate raid. Tian carried the fish basket and returned to the Li family castle with Hulaina. Upon hearing the news, Li Haitian personally came out to greet them. Li Haitian's expression was solemn as he slightly bowed to Tian. The pirates have attacked, and for safety reasons, it seems we must trouble young Master Yi to stay in the underground secret chamber for now. It's no trouble. I have great confidence in the Li family's defensive capabilities. Tian had no signs of worry on his face and waved his hand lightly. Li Haitian showed a bitter smile. Young Master Yi trusts him, but he does not trust himself. The incoming group is the most famous coral pirate brigade in the area. Even at its peak, the Li family would not confront the coral pirates head-on. Now, the other side has united with nearby pirates to jointly attack Golden Turtle Island. He has not yet regained his former strength. Whether the Li family can escape this crisis is still unknown. Li Jiuchuan stepped forward and looked at Yi Tian apologetically. Young Master Yi Tian, it has already caused our Li family great distress to have you trapped. If anything were to happen to you, our Li family truly cannot bear this responsibility. It's okay. With me protecting brother Yi Tian, there won't be any danger. Hulaina said seriously, stepping forward. On the way back, she had already signaled the patrolling team of the Spirit Hall that was wandering in the distance. As long as the pirates dare to attack, they will ensure that the attackers come and do not return. Chapter 48. Unintentionally winning over the Li family, Hulaina's words made Li Tian and the others unable to hold back their laughter. Youth is indeed a good thing. Innocent and naive. I think Miss Nana still doesn't understand the situation outside. The leader pirate named Coral is a title Douluo, and even I cannot guarantee if the Li family can withstand the attack of nearly 10,000 pirates outside. Miss Nana, it's better not to be overly ambitious. Li Tian advised with a heavy expression. The two people before him are both nobles of the Li family and may have significant powers behind them. If they fail to protect Yi, Tian, and Nana, even if the Li family drives off the pirates, they would likely suffer devastating consequences from the major powers. Such consequences are beyond what the Li family can bear. Hulaina stuck out her tongue and did not refute Li Tian's words. She turned to Yi Tian. Brother, since the Li clan leader is worried about our safety, let us just stay quietly in the courtyard. Yi Tian chuckled lightly. Before this, Zhou Long had already gone to deploy the submarine. With the pirates attacking, it was the best testing ground for submarine combat. Such a good opportunity. How could he let it slip away? If he could record it in detail, it would also accumulate data for future upgrades of the submarine. He raised his hand and calmly said, Rest assured, Zhou Long will help your Li family. The pirates will not breach the Li family castle. Li Haitian was extremely grateful. Zhou Long was at the level of a title Douluo, and with his participation in the defense, there was no need to worry about insufficient high-end combat power. With this thought in mind, Li Haitian no longer insisted on keeping Yi Tian in the secret underground chamber. He only instructed Li Jiuquan beside him, Jiuquan, take more guards to protect young Master Yi. I understand, Grandpa. Li Jiuquan nodded in response. Seeing Li Haitian turn to leave, Yi Tian stepped forward to stop him. He took out a jade vial from his storage space at his waist and handed it to Li Haitian. Li Clan leader, this is a strengthening golden pill. It can help you recover your title Douluo cultivation in a short time. But the cost is that you cannot use soul power for a month after taking it. It can be used as an emergency item in critical moments. Li Haitian solemnly accepted the jade vial, feeling immensely grateful. A great favor is not to be thanked with words. After this, the entire Li family will look up to young Master Yi. Yi Tian smiled calmly and waved his hand. He didn't expect that it would be so easy to win over Li Haitian. Having one more vassal family seemed like a good idea. Before long, several expert guards arranged by Li Haitian arrived in the courtyard, all bowing and greeting young Master Yi. Miss Jiuquan. Li Jiuquan stepped forward and looked at Yi Tian. Young Master Yi, what do you plan to do? The task her grandfather assigned to her was to protect Yi Tian. If Yi Tian wanted to go in a battle personally, she absolutely could not agree. That would be too dangerous. On the city wall, Yi Tian appeared calm. He only wanted to record data on submarine combat. He wasn't concerned about anything else. On the city wall, Li Jiuquan hesitated a bit. Being on the front lines was nearly as dangerous as fighting personally. Seeing the worry in her eyes, Yi Tian waved his hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That's right. No matter how rampant the pirates are, they're still just pirates. Hulaina said, extending her pink fist. She was actually quite pleased that Yi Tian would go to the city wall to watch the battle, as that way he could clearly see the Wuhuan Temple Patrol unintentionally passing by Golden Ao Island and conveniently dealing with the pirates. This would undoubtedly increase Yi Tian's goodwill towards the Wuhuan Temple. Thinking of this, Hulaina smiled mischievously. She really was a clever little girl. Okay, Li Jiuquan no longer argued, but instead looked determined. If the pirates attack you, young Master Yi, I will stand in front of you. This statement gave Hulaina a sense of crisis. Goodness, was she trying to win Yi Tian's favor? She stepped forward, stood in front of Yi Tian, and smiled at Li Jiuquan, more vigilant than anything. Sister Jiuquan doesn't need to worry so much. I will protect my brother well. Li Jiuquan's face turned awkward, and she didn't speak, just nodded slightly. Yi Tian glanced at Hulaina lightly. Is she treating him as a subconscious boyfriend? That's tricky. However, he didn't say anything. After all, Nana is still young. Of course, this refers to her psychological age. Under Yi Tian's lead, everyone arrived at a remote section of the city wall. This part of the wall is a certain distance from the port, which can effectively avoid being attacked, while still providing a good view for observation. In fact, Yi Tian originally planned to watch from the main city wall, but was strongly advised against it by Li Jiuquan. Reluctantly, he could only come to this section of the wall. Unfortunately, he didn't bring binoculars, otherwise, he could see more clearly. Looking out the pirate ships on the distant sea, Yi Tian sighed softly. Binoculars? Li Jiuquan, who heard this term for the first time, exclaimed softly with a puzzled look, his finger on the corner of his mouth. It's a mirror that can see far. Hulaina chuckled softly, finding Li Jiuquan's expression reminiscent of her own when she first saw binoculars. Oh, Li Jiuquan nodded, seemingly understanding. Just then, a voice came from the pirate ship. The people on Jean Ao Island listened. This is our grudge with the patriarch of the Li family. Everyone put down your weapons. We do not kill the innocent. The voice reached the island through soul power, almost spreading across the entire island. Hearing this voice, Yi Tian sneered. These pirates are quite professional, knowing how to shift the blame. Li Jiuquan's expression was serious. Half of the people on Jean Ao Island are from our Li family. The other half are steadfast vassals of the Li family and will not believe in such tricks. Yet Yi Tian remained unconvinced. If Li Haitian had not regained his strength, the pirates' taunts might have had some effect. In the face of danger, one cannot generalize about people's thoughts, let alone the vassal families. Even the direct descendants cannot be relied upon. However, Yi Tian did not voice this opinion. At a critical moment, one cannot undermine morale. The pirates should not be so arrogant. I am here, and if you wish to attack, try to get past me. The one responding was Li Haitian, as the head of the Li family. His reply at this moment could effectively stabilize the morale of the Li family and surprise the pirates. It should be noted that these pirates had gathered precisely because there was no head of the Li family present. Now, with Li Haitian's loud response, it was a slap in the face to the pirates. Sure enough, after Li Haitian spoke, the pirates fell silent and ceased their taunts. They clearly understood that with Li Haitian present, their words had lost their effect. Thus, they directly hoisted their sails and entered battle mode. At this moment, due to the impact of the typhoon, the winds and waves at sea were quite strong. This posed a significant disadvantage for ships that had been at sea for a long time. However, for the attacking ships, it was undoubtedly a considerable advantage. Once the sails were raised, the pirate ships surged toward the port of Janeo Island like arrows released from a bow. Chapter 49. Black Oil Barrel. The pirates, who had been active at sea for many years, were very familiar with the common defensive tricks used in harbors. Before entering the port, dozens of small boats were launched from the pirate fleet. They paddled in groups toward the harbor, quickly clearing away fishing nets and iron anchors. Upon seeing this scene, the Li family reacted swiftly. Under Li Haitian's command, 5 attack ships released arrows toward the pirate boats. For a moment, arrows rained down, causing countless casualties. However, this kind of casualties only lasted for one round of attack. The pirates who came to clear the rotten fishing nets and iron anchors were mostly soul masters, clad in armor, and were not afraid of the incoming arrows. The ones who died were merely cannon fodder. On the city wall, Tian looked at the scene from a distance and sighed. The actions of these pirates are really swift. Beside him, Li Jiuquan had a serious expression. I have participated in escorting the Li family ships and dealt with pirates multiple times. They are mostly arrogant, lazy, and evil people. They wouldn't risk arrows and their lives to clear fishing nets. I'm afraid these are the elites of the Coral Pirate Group. Hulaina raised an eyebrow and asked, is the Coral Pirate Group so well known? Why does your expression change every time they're mentioned? Li Jiuquan explained. The Coral Pirate Group is not just an ordinary gang. They're highly organized, with traces of their activities found both along the East Sea and in the Northern Sea of the Tian Empire. An organized group cannot be compared to scattered pirates. Having a titled Douluo stationed, they must be formidable, Tian said lightly. Hulaina nodded in agreement, feeling secretly pleased, as this would further highlight the strength of the Wuhuan Temple Patrol team. Before long, a shadow flew towards Tian and his group, causing the Li family's guards behind them to become tense. Upon seeing this, Li Jiuquan waved his hand to signal. Don't worry, this is young Master Tian's guard. Lord Zhou Long slowly descended onto the city wall, pointed towards the distant port, and bowed to Tian. Young Master, the submarine has entered the main port from the secret harbor in the back mountain. Tian nodded slightly. Since the submarine was in position, there would be a good show to watch next. After hearing that the submarine was about to strike, Li Jiuquan showed gratitude and bowed to Tian. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Tian. It's no trouble. Tian smiled slightly and waved his hand. After the war, you just need to pay for the weapons. My Li family will definitely pay double, Li Jiuquan said with a determined gaze. In her view, although the attack power of the submarine was not great, its symbolic significance was enormous. At the same time, it could catch the pirates off guard. Paying Tian double was a way to establish a good relationship and compensate the other party. Oh ho! Tian smiled and stared at Li Jiuquan, casually asking Zhou Long behind him, Uncle Zhou, how much is a torpedo per shot? Zhou Long truthfully reported, young master. It's 200,000 gold soul coins per shot, and the submarine is equipped with a total of 8 shots. 200,000 for 8 shots is 1.6 million. Li Jiuquan's pupils gradually widened. What kind of weapon is this? Isn't it too expensive? Moreover, she just mentioned the double price. Doesn't that make it 2 million? Adding in Tian's earlier fee, the Li family's resources would probably be drained in one go. Selling her wouldn't even be worth that price. Thinking of this, Li Jiuquan suddenly felt like crying without tears. Seeing the person beside him silent for a long time, Tian chuckled lightly and patted Li Jiuquan's shoulder. We won't need the double price, but 1.6 million cannot be less. Although it was to test the submarine's attack power, overall, it was also helping the Li family. It's only natural for the Li family to pay. Okay, Li Jiuquan replied slowly, her heart racing, secretly clicking her tongue at Tian's high price. However, thinking of Zhou Long beside her, who, as a titled law, would also help the Li family, she felt more balanced. If they simply invited a titled law to fight, it would cost around 1 million gold soul coins. Adding the price of the torpedoes, the Li family could still stabilize their costs. While everyone was discussing, the fishing nets at the port had already been cleared by the pirates. The pirate ships continued to set sail, collectively rushing into the port. Hulaina watched this scene and asked, Brother Tian, When will you make your move? As one who knew Yi Tian's background, Hu Laina was even more eager than Li Jiuquan to see the submarine in action. It is known that the Tiansu army under Yi Tian is capable of dealing with super Douluos. A large submarine is unlikely to be weak. Yi Tian waved his hand slowly and said, "There's no rush. The best time for us to launch an attack is when the pirate ship has only half entered the harbor. At that time, we can target the fleet in the middle, cutting off the pirates' communication from the front and back." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan's eyes lit up. If they could cut off the pirate fleet, it would undoubtedly be much easier to deal with. She beckoned to a guard and said, "Quickly go inform my grandfather and have him cooperate with young master Yi Tian's strategy." "Yes." The guard respectfully saluted and ran off. Glancing at the departing guard, Hu Laina rested her forehead and thought. Once Yi Tian cut off the front and back parts of the pirates, the patrol team of the Spirit Hall could also take the opportunity to join forces with the Leaf family, launching a pincer attack on the pirates. With this thought in mind, Hu Laina immediately showed a desire to slip away. The visibility here seems not very good. I'll go take a look over there. She needed to get out of Yi Tian's sight range and use a flag to send a message in code to the patrol team outside the Spirit Hall. All right, just don't run too far. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Given Nana's personality, she wouldn't cause trouble at this time, so he didn't take it to heart. With the strong winds aiding them, the pirates moved quickly. As a small portion of the ships entered the harbor, Zhou Long stepped forward and said, "Young master, it's my turn to take action." You go over and give the orders directly. Let the submarine take action." Yi Tian waved his hand. Watching Zhou Long respond and leave, Li Jiuquan beside him felt a sense of tension in her heart. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and prayed. "You must win." Yi Tian smiled and comforted. "Don't worry. With 2 tidal Douluo stationed and the Li family fighting a local defensive battle, the chances of winning are very high. We could just watch the battle with peace of mind." Li Jiuquan glanced at Yi Tian with a complex expression and nodded seriously. In the distance, the catapults on the pirate ships began to launch attacks on the Li family's vessels. Burning barrels of black oil soared through the sky, trailing thick black flames, crashing down towards the Li family ships. Pirates are known for being frugal and would not waste weapons. Their attack indicated that both sides had entered the effective range for combat. Boom! The black oil barrels exploded on the sea, and the scalding oil inside spread and ignited instantly, creating a sea of fire on the surface. The Li family's warships were all made of wood. If hit by the black oil barrels, it would create flames that are extremely difficult to extinguish, causing great damage to the hull. Chapter 50. The Spirit Hall Patrol Team. Turn the helm, turn the helm. On the flagship of the Li family, Li Tian shouted loudly amidst the fierce waves, trying to evade the pirates' attacks with the oil barrels. However, the barrels fell like raindrops, overwhelming the area. Some ships managed to notice in time and could dodge, but those that reacted slowly were doomed. The deck instantly turned into a sea of flames. Li Tian felt immense pain. Those were ships built with heavy investment by the Li family. The crew were all blood relatives of the Li family. At that moment, Zhou Long flew close to the water surface and arrived at the Li family's flagship. "Don't panic, Li clan leader. I'm here to assist you." Upon hearing this voice, Li Tian was overjoyed. "Brother Zhou, I can't thank you enough for coming." He then looked into the distance and sighed. "I didn't expect the enemy to attack with oil. You must know that oil is a rare commodity, and even in places where there are mines, extraction is extremely inconvenient. All these factors lead to the high price of oil. The total cost of these barrels of oil is enough to build several oak warships. The pirates must have been planning this for a long time. They have backup plans, and so do we," Zhou Long said calmly. He took out a firework shell from his bosom and slowly raised it. Li Tian asked in surprise, "At a time like this, Brother Zhou, are you in a mood to set off fireworks?" Zhou Long chuckled without explaining. "You'll know soon, clan leader." He pulled the fuse, and with a boom, the firework shell shot into the sky, bursting into a large, round, colorful firework. The Li family members participating in the battle saw the fireworks rise from the flagship and began to discuss among themselves. "What's going on? Is this a signal?" The clan leader didn't say anything. On the pirates' side, upon seeing the fireworks, they burst into laughter. "This is hilarious, setting off fireworks during war. Damn, is the Li family digging their own graves? Haha, probably. Brothers, charge. Countless treasures and women await us ahead. And fireworks." On the Purple Pearl ship, the captain, Zhenzhu, looked serious upon seeing the fireworks in the sky. Her first mate asked, "Boss, what's going on?" "I guess the Li family is about to use their backup plan. Our ships have already entered the port. There's no turning back. We need to quickly separate from the main fleet she replied. Her sixth sense had always been accurate. Ever since joining the coral ship, she had felt uneasy. For such a large family as the Li family, with title Douluo stationed, how could they have no backup? The fireworks in the air were an obvious signal. Yes, the first mate replied. Zhizhenju was very authoritative and decisive in the pirate group, so the first mate did not question her. Just as the Purple Pearl ship was separating from the fleet, there was a strong tremor from beneath the water. Seeing the rapidly moving silhouette below, the first mate was horrified. Is that a sea spirit beast raised by the Leaf family? He knew that some large families have a tradition of raising guardian beasts. Zhizhenju's beautiful eyes moved slightly, but she remained silent, staring intently at the movements beneath the water. They seemed to be heading towards the fleet. To be honest, she had never seen such a fast-moving sea creature. The next moment, boom, a deafening sound exploded next to the fleet. A massive explosion sent waves soaring dozens of meters high. Some small ships were directly capsized. But that wasn't the end. Boom! Another explosion sounded. Waves once again lifted many small boats. Some large ships had their bottoms blown out, and countless seawater rushed in. Even if the decks of these ships were intact and undamaged, the hulls had been blown apart, and it wouldn't be long before they sank. The rapid changes in the scene stunned the pirates. At the port entrance, there were cries of despair. The water was filled with floating figures. Moreover, due to the destroyed ships, the powerless vessels became obstacles for other ships entering the port. On the Purple Pearl ship, Zhizhenju, witnessing this scene, was unable to recover for a long time. She had just seen a pirate ship larger than the Purple Pearl being hit by an unknown object, blown in half, and sinking into the sea. This scene struck her deeply. It was simply too shocking. Her first mate next to her was also stunned, mouth agape, unable to speak. What? What is that? So terrifying. Pirate ships that hadn't entered the port, upon seeing this scene, immediately disregarded Coral's orders and turned around. What a joke. How can we stop that? There's still a chance to escape. Attacking is simply a dead end. Almost all the pirate captains were secretly cursing Coral for being a fool, attacking without thoroughly investigating the Li family strength. On the city wall, Li Jiuchuan clicked his tongue, trembling as he said, "Young Master Yi, is this an attack from a submarine? It's so shocking, really too shocking." She had taken a submarine back to Golden Turtle Island, which was only of medium-sized ship dimensions. At that time, she and T felt any pressure on board. Now it seemed its power was greater than that of a 100,000-year-old sea spirit beast. Her heart raced. Beside her, Tian was truly unfathomable. Seeing the distant scene, Hulaina was also deeply shocked, her pupils widening. She originally thought that Tian's forces could only display great power on land. Now it seemed she was gravely mistaken, and wildly so. Tian's army is even more powerful at sea. On land, high-ranking title Douluos can still dodge artillery attacks. But at sea, such evasion becomes a luxury. Moving at the turtle speed of ships makes them sitting ducks. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded before them. 8 torpedoes all hit. Subsequently, the pirate fleet scattered like birds and beasts. This made Hulaina's heart tense. Slow down. The patrolling team of the Spirit Hall hasn't arrived yet. If they all run away, who will the patrol team target? As the initiator of the orders, Tian also clicked his tongue slightly. He truly underestimated the impact of the torpedoes on the pirates. He originally thought that the torpedoes could only affect a maximum of 8 ships. However, after witnessing the power of the torpedoes, the pirates were completely stunned. They no longer had the courage to continue attacking. Whether it was the ships in the harbor or the pirate ships outside the harbor, they all turned to flee. This display of deterrence being greater than attack power was something Tian had not anticipated. However, the effect was extremely favorable for the situation. It could be considered a kind of positive feedback. No retreat. At that moment, a furious roar came from the pirate ship. Even Tian could hear it clearly. "Whoever retreats, I will kill." He was anxious. Hulaina covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Jiuchuan looked somewhat serious. Coral has a great reputation among the pirates. His anger is likely to intimidate quite a few pirates into turning back. Our danger is not yet eliminated. Hulaina chuckled lightly. Not necessarily. You all look at the distance. Everyone followed Hulaina's gaze and looked into the distance. Suddenly, they saw a fleet of the same size quickly heading towards the harbor. Li Jiuchuan panicked. Could this be the Coral Pirates' reinforcements? Haha, Jiuchuan, you silly. Didn't you see the Spirit Hall flag on the fleet? Is there? Tian showed a surprised expression and turned to stare at Hulaina. How did you see that from so far away? I have good eyesight, Hulaina said with an uncertain expression. Chapter 51. Coral takes action. The aura of a super Douluo, facing Hulaina's lie about her good eyesight. Li Jiuquan was completely oblivious and couldn't help but praise. Sister Nana, what great eyesight. The distance between the city wall and the Spirit Hall fleet is at least 5 kilometers. Being able to see the flags on the ships from that distance is not something an ordinary person can do. If Nana can see it, she must have a special talent. Gazing at the distant shadow of the Spirit Hall ships, Li Jiuquan's gaze shifted slightly. She couldn't understand why the Spirit Hall fleet would appear here. What is their purpose? The Spirit Hall's reputation these days is similar to that of street thugs. When Spirit Hall personnel encounter business people, they are sure to extort. The Li family has been in business for decades and has often been taken advantage of by the Spirit Hall. Therefore, Li Jiuquan has a poor impression of the Spirit Hall. She wondered if the Spirit Hall and the pirates were in cahoots. If they take advantage of the situation, it would be a disaster for the Li family. Li Jiuquan lowered her eyes, sighed lightly, and felt somewhat powerless. In the face of great power, was a Li family just a floating weed, a lamb ready for slaughter? What are you talking about, Jiuquan? Hulaina puffed her cheeks, frowning slightly in dissatisfaction. How could the Spirit Hall, as a force for justice, collude with pirates? Moreover, the patrol team of the Spirit Hall was specifically dispatched to help the Li family. Unexpectedly, Li Jiuquan had already preemptively defined them as an evil entity. Is the Spirit Hall's reputation really that bad? This made Hulaina fall into a small self-doubt. Earlier, through the incident at the Spirit Hall branch in EC City, she witnessed the corruption at the grassroots level of the Spirit Hall. She originally thought this was due to the Spirit Hall's insufficient control over remote areas and weaker control over spirit families. However, the Li family, as a business family, has been to many places. She never expected that they would think of the Spirit Hall as a dark force. This implies that the dark phenomenon of the Spirit Hall is widespread. Thinking of this, Hulaina lightly patted her forehead, showing a worried expression. It seems that, as Tian said, if the Spirit Hall does not reform, they might truly be attacked by other forces on the continent. Nana, who used to be a maid in Spirit City, hated it when others spoke ill of the Spirit Hall. Tian smiled, gently ruffled Hulaina's hair to comfort her, and looked at Li Jiuquan, explaining, so that's how it is. Li Jiuquan suddenly realized and glanced at Hulaina with surprise. He didn't expect that she had actually worked in the Spirit Hall. No wonder her demeanor was so calm. She must have been accustomed to grand occasions. Sister Nana, you may not know, but the reason I have such thoughts is that the Spirit Hall has committed too many heinous acts. Last year, my family went to a port in the Tian Empire, and we had already paid taxes to the port. However, the patrol personnel from the Spirit Hall, after seeing our booming sales, insisted that we had violated regulations to enter the port and extorted several thousand gold soul coins from us. This was a personal experience of mine. Every year, my family encounters many similar incidents. My family, the Li family, is considered a large family, so the Spirit Hall doesn't dare to go too far. If it were some smaller families, the exploitation by the Spirit Hall would be even harsher, even involving outright robbery. Li Jiuquan Siga. The Spirit Hall has the most soul masters in the world and is very powerful. Ordinary forces would not dare to defy it or oppose it. When faced with threats, they could only pay to settle the matter. This left Hulaina with a complex expression, not knowing what to say for a moment. Indeed, the higher one is, the more they are blinded by those below them. She knew that every year she would follow her teacher to visit many branches of the Spirit Hall. Everywhere she went, there was a scene of peace and prosperity. When asking the common people, they all praised the Spirit Hall for its righteous actions. For this, her teacher even personally awarded several branch leaders for their good governance. Now it seemed that most of it was just for show, deceiving her teacher. Hulaina secretly clenched her fists. This situation must be changed. She then secretly glanced at Tian. If he was willing to help the Spirit Hall, she believed these problems would surely be resolved. No wonder her teacher was so determined to get Tian. His abilities were truly invaluable. As the saintess of the Spirit Hall, she decided to help her teacher and gain Tian's support. Thinking of this, Hulaina's face turned slightly red. For the Spirit Hall, for her teacher, sacrificing her appearance when necessary was acceptable. Yes, everything is for the Spirit Hall. While contemplating, beads of sweat began to form in the palm of Hulaina's hand. This was indeed a difficult decision. Fortunately, Tian and Li Jiuquan's gazes were not on her. Otherwise, her psychological changes would have been fully captured. Nearby, Tian extended his hand, looking far out at the sea surface outside the port. The sea breeze was getting stronger, indicating that the typhoon was slowly approaching. On the sea surface outside the port, the scattered pirate ships began to gather again. This was not the effect of Coral shouting. Under the instinct for survival, people would not heed anyone's advice. It was just that these experienced pirates understood that the only safe harbor nearby was Golden Turtle Island. The speed of the approaching typhoon was too fast. At this moment, it was already too late to escape. On the other hand, the arrival of an unknown fleet also accelerated the pirates' spontaneous gathering. Hiss! Whose fleet is that? How can it be so large? The first pirate to spot the Spirit Hall patrol ships exclaimed. This quickly attracted the attention of many pirates. My God, this fleet of 5 ships. Every vessel is larger than Coral's flagship. Steel ramming horns. They have steel ramming horns installed. This is terrible. If our ships collide with them, they will probably fall apart immediately. Wait, look quickly. What flag is that ship flying? It's actually the flag of the Spirit Hall. How do we provoke the Spirit Hall? We're doomed. The pirates were extremely frustrated, but the Spirit Hall patrol had no intention of giving the pirates any chance. The 5 ships formed a triangular attack formation and swiftly approached the pirate ships. It wasn't just the Spirit Hall patrol that was surrounding the pirates. Inside the Golden Turtle Island port, under the leadership of Li Haitian, the Li family's warships were also pursuing and intercepting the pirates, especially the Scorpion Douluo, Zhou Long, whose aura as a tidal Douluo enveloped him. His martial soul manifested behind him as he jumped onto a pirate ship and began slaughtering. Upon seeing Zhou Long, the pirates were immediately terrified. One Li family was already hard to deal with, and now another tidal Douluo had suddenly appeared. They couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. Driven by the instinct for survival, they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground to surrender. For a moment, the ship was filled with wails. The pirate captain was quick to react. He dashed forward, immediately kneeling on the ground, hands clasped together, repeatedly begging Zhou Long, "Your Excellency, spare me, spare me." Boring. Zhou Long snorted coldly, retracting his soul power. He was not a bloodthirsty killer. The urgent task at hand was to eliminate the threat posed by the pirates. Faced with these surrendering pirates, he chose to let them go for the time being. After taking care of the pirate ship beneath him, he suddenly darted to another ship to continue fighting. At that moment, at the entrance of the port, a powerful killing intent erupted from the Coral pirate ship. An aura belonging to a super Douluo rose from the Coral pirate ship. Li Haitian, do you remember me? Coral's voice was extremely cold, even laced with a hint of mockery. I never expected that, in just a few decades under your leadership, the Li family has become so powerful. After saying that, Coral's voice suddenly turned vicious. I'm afraid you didn't expect that I, Coral, am not dead. Moreover, I have advanced to Super Douluo. Today, I will personally take action and slaughter your Li family. For the sake of my beloved, I will avenge my hatred. Coral originally did not want to take action. He did not want to reveal more of his strength. Unfortunately, these assembled pirates were a bunch of useless fools. To say they were bad is to flatter them. Faced with such a situation, it was impossible to just watch from the sidelines. However, it was also good. He could personally experience the thrill of killing his enemies and vent his pent-up hatred. Coral's eyes were filled with cold frost as he stood steadily on the sea, his spear martial soul manifesting in his hand. In the previous battle, he had already spotted the Li family's ship where Li Haitian was located. With a clear target, Coral moved swiftly across the surface of the sea towards Li Haitian. Li Haitian, who was directing the battle, felt the weight of Coral's voice and became serious. Now was not the time to hide. He immediately took out the strengthening golden pill given to him by Tian from his pocket. After swallowing the golden pill, a warm sensation spread throughout his body. The weakness caused by the poison disappeared in an instant. Li Haitian felt a surge of power fill his body. This left him with a stern expression. Since advancing to tidal Douluo, this was the first time he felt his body brimming with the strength of a tidal Douluo. Is this the power of a tidal Douluo? Li Haitian looked at his hands, murmuring, "This feeling is truly incredible." When he looked up and saw Coral again, his heart couldn't help but feel heavy. Even the tidal Douluo was so strong. How powerful could Coral, Super Douluo, be? "Elderly, you don't need to worry. I am here to assist you." A loud voice came from afar. Li Haitian looked up and saw Scorpion Douluo, Zhou Long, quickly moving towards him. This made him feel slightly reassured. He had fully observed Zhou Long's performance just now. With 2 tidal Douluo dealing with 1 Super Douluo, the situation didn't seem so bad. However, this meant that the Li family owed a larger debt of gratitude to Tian. Li Haitian's face showed bitterness. It seems the Li family could never repay Tian's kindness. On the city wall, Tian and the others were still watching the battle. When Coral appeared with the aura of a tidal Douluo, Li Zhuchuan's heart was in his throat. His beautiful eyes stared blankly into the distance, forgetting to speak. Coral turned out to be a super Douluo. Could my grandfather and the others withstand her? The originally clear situation was instantly reversed by Coral's display of strength. This is the power of a strong individual. A super Douluo can change the situation in an instant. Hulaina couldn't help but feel anxious. The Spirit Hall patrol team couldn't deal with a super Douluo. This was going to be disastrous. She cautiously tugged at Tian's collar and whispered, "While we still have control over the situation, let's hide quickly." In Hulaina's eyes, the Li family was nothing more than a fleeting cloud, insignificant. If Tian encounters danger, it will be the biggest loss of this battle. This kind of loss, Hulaina cannot bear. Nor does she want to bear it all. Who would have thought that Tian, however, remained calm, pressing his hands down to signal the two women not to panic. Trust me, a Super Douluo won't cause much trouble. Could it be that Zhou Long has already advanced to Super Douluo? Hulaina hesitated. If that's the case, then Coral really won't survive under the joint efforts of Zhou Long and Li Haitian. No, Tian shook his head. Super Douluo is not something as common as cabbage. It's not that easy to advance. Then why are you so confident that we will win? Hulaina asked, her finger resting on her lips. As the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, she could be said to be among the most familiar with the strength of titled Douluos. After all, unlike the Spirit Hall, other places do not have a large number of titled Douluos. Others also do not have the opportunity to interact with so many titled Douluos like she does. One must know that the gap between an ordinary titled Douluo and a super Douluo is not simply one level. It is a gap of several titled Douluos. This is the terrifying aspect of Super Douluo. Is Coral's strength fake? Hulaina guessed again. Not really. Tian smiled and continued to shake his head. His eyes were not strong enough to accurately judge Coral's strength just by looking at her. Seeing Hulaina's curious big eyes gradually becoming frantic, Tian slowly explained. Zhou Long has a secret weapon. As the commander of the Tian army, Zhou Long is not just a simple titled Douluo. He is equipped with almost all the high-end weapons that Tian can manufacture. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhou Long is like a humanoid robot. With the means Zhou Long possesses, dealing with a super Douluo is not a difficult task. What secret weapon? Hulaina asked foolishly. Tian shot her a glare with irritation. If I could tell you, it wouldn't be a secret. Nana really should pay attention to the occasion. Hearing this, Li Jiuquan suddenly felt like an unnecessary extra. Her expression became somewhat awkward. However, her heart felt relieved. She knew that, given her identity, she was not qualified to know the secrets of young Master Tian. Hulaina also sensed something and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Right? There were so many people around, and they were all outsiders. If this was revealed, it would expose Tian's secrets. She leaned closer to Tian's ear and whispered, "Then, brother, can you find a private place to tell me? Okay?" Tian strategically took a step back, looking at Hulaina with a peculiar gaze. As if to say, "What do you think?" Forget it if you don't want to say it." Hulaina playfully responded. In reality, she wasn't interested in Tian's secret. She just wanted to show off her affection in front of Li Jiuquan. Glancing at Li Jiuquan's fluctuating expression, it was clear her goal had been achieved. Hulaina happily linked her arm with Tian's and said, "Since there's no danger, I'll observe the battle between titled Douluos with my brother here. This way, I can also learn some combat knowledge." Tian nodded with a smile. Observing battles between experts could indeed teach a lot. However, he wasn't a soul master, and even watching wouldn't be of much use to him. Compared to the radiant smiles of Tian and Hulaina, Li Jiuquan's expression was somewhat forlorn. Facing the sea breeze, she wrapped her coat around herself. "It's really cold today." In the distance, the battle between the three titled Douluos had entered a heated phase. Each move created enormous splashes of water. The originally chaotic fight among the pirate minions and the Li family members gradually ceased, with everyone's gaze turning towards the battle of the three titled Douluos. Everyone understood that the outcome of the battle between the three titled Douluos would almost determine the outcome of the war. Upon seeing Coral in a favorable position, the pirates looked pleased. Haha, Coral is indeed the boss. Truly impressive. The two Douluos on the opposite side are bound to lose. Exactly. How dare they compete with Boss Coral? What a foolish move. Brothers, once we enter the Li family castle later, the girl will be ours to enjoy. Ha ha ha. Let's cheer for Boss Coral. Go boss. Chapter 53. A sword/kill. While the pirates cheered for Coral's advantage, the Li family members, sharing in the honor and disgrace, grew increasingly anxious. Some even considered fleeing. However, the typhoon was getting stronger. At this point, fleeing would only lead to death. Patriarch, attack Coral from below. The left side's defense needs attention too. Scorpion Douluo should flank from the back. Patriarch, be careful of Coral's spear. Scorpion Douluo's performance is too poor. The Li family members watched with bloodshot eyes, wishing they could personally transform into titled Douluos and dual Coral. After all, this battle determined their fates. Losing meant leaving themselves at the mercy of the pirates. Their families and wives would also suffer the pirates' ruthless torment. On the sea, after shaking off Zhou Long's attack, Coral surged with power, coldly looking at Li Haitian. Humph. Today is your day of doom. Li Haitian was injured after a series of collisions. At this moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, his expression was incredibly resolute, with his martial soul, the Xiangui shield, held in front of him, his voice firm. Then let's see. Coral unleashed tremendous power. Infused with that power, his martial soul spear emitted a fierce intent. His intention was clear. First deal with the weaker Li Haitian, then turn a deal with Scorpion Douluo. Zhou Long, little did he know. Zhou Long was waiting for the opportunity when Coral's attention was diverted. He immediately adjusted his state and dissipated the true form of his scorpion martial soul. Although he was a titled Douluo at level 94, his martial soul was not a high-end one. Moreover, before encountering Tian, his soul rings were almost the most worthless existence. With a worthless martial soul, his soul rings were also worthless. If it weren't for meeting Tian, even if he hadn't been severely injured, he would have no hope of advancing to title Douluo in this lifetime. Therefore, the power Zhou Long could unleash using his martial soul could only be considered average. But no one knew that in his storage space, he still had a sword. This sword was named Heavenly Tungsten Sword. As the name suggests, Heavenly refers to the fact that this sword was made by Tian. Tungsten refers to the main material of the sword itself. Tungsten is an excellent metal material, which is virtually non-existent in the Douluo continent. The materials used to forge the Heavenly Tungsten Sword came from a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite. Young Master Tian spent 3 million gold soul coins to acquire the Heavenly Tungsten Sword. The weight of the sword is dozens of times that of fine iron, and its sharpness can cut through iron like mud. When the sword was completed, young Master Tian used a secret method to place it in the volcanic region of Haijun Mountain, absorbing the power of an entire lava vein. This gave the Heavenly Tungsten Sword a hint of earth-fire attribute, greatly increasing its power, making it comparable to a top-level martial soul. If used in battle, the Heavenly Tungsten Sword would be much stronger than his own Scorpion martial soul. However, Zhou Long knew that such a powerful weapon should not be underestimated. Good steel should be used on the blade. With a weapon comparable to a top-level martial soul, one must quickly resolve the battle to avoid exposing all the secrets of the Heavenly Tungsten Sword and causing trouble for young Master Tian. At that moment, Coral was focusing all his attention on Li Haitian, which was a good opportunity. He quietly took out the Heavenly Tungsten Sword from his storage soul guide, suddenly exerting force with his feet on the sea surface, leaping into the air. All his soul power poured into the Heavenly Tungsten Sword as he shouted, "Coral, die!" Coral thought this was just an ordinary sneak attack and became extremely angry, coldly saying, "You don't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Trying to show off here." He flexed the muscles at his waist, turning the spearhead to redirect the attack toward Zhou Long. "Since you want to die so badly, I'll send you on your way first." Just as he spoke, Coral's expression changed the next moment. The Heavenly Tungsten Sword collided with his spear martial soul with a crunch. The spear broke directly. The damage to his martial soul caused a backlash, and he coughed up several mouthfuls of essence blood, splattering all over himself, a gruesome sight. Coral's eyes were filled with disbelief as he pointed at Zhou Long and exclaimed, "How is this possible? You actually have a dual martial soul." Previously, Zhou Long had a beast martial soul, but now suddenly transforming into a weapon martial soul left him utterly shocked. "No matter what my martial soul is, die." Zhou Long did not stop his movements, bringing the sword down to behead Coral. Until his death, Coral did not realize that what killed him was merely a large sword that had been forged. Li Haitian, who witnessed this scene up close, was left speechless. "Zhou, Brother Zhou, you actually have a dual martial soul." Li Haitian no longer dared to call him Brother Zhou. After all, Zhou Long was truly formidable, able to deal with even a 95-level Super Douluo. He was utterly shocked. Zhou Long did not explain. Being mistaken for a dual martial soul was fine. After all, creating a weapon comparable to a top-level martial soul was the most incredible thing. If this secret were to be exposed, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble for young Master Tian. He looked seriously at Li Haitian and said, "Patriarchally, please do not let my secret out." Li Haitian immediately assured him, "Brother Zhou, rest assured, my mouth is absolutely reliable." He understood that if the secret leaked, it would not only break the relationship between the Li family and Yi Tian, but could also bring catastrophic consequences for the Li family. This made Li Haitian deeply feel the terror of Yi Tian's identity. The guards around him were all dual martial souls, with combat power comparable to a super Douluo. How powerful must Yi Tian's backing be? He feared it would not be weaker than the number one sect, the Haotian sect. Thinking of this, Li Haitian gasped in shock, his body swaying slightly. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Zhou Long looked at Li Haitian's unstable form and said lightly, "Although Coral is dead, the pirate chaos has not been eradicated. You and I still need to work hard." What Brother Zhou said is right. Li Haitian bowed. He truly did not dare to treat Zhou Long as an equal. After all, the person in front of him had just beheaded a super Douluo with one sword. An hour later, with the joint efforts of the Spirit Hall patrol team and the Li family, the pirate turmoil was finally quelled. All pirate ships were anchored along the port coast, except for over 2,000 pirates who were killed or injured in the earlier battle. The remaining more than 6,000 pirates all surrendered and were taken to the Li family castle for detention. At that moment, a gray drizzle began to fall from the sky, and the wind grew stronger. On the city wall, looking at the gray, lined-up pirates waiting to be imprisoned, Li Jiuchuan finally let go of the worry in his heart. She couldn't help but tear up, leaning in Yi Tian's embrace and crying. "The Li family has finally been saved. Thank you, young Master Yi Tian. Without your help, it is certain that the Li family would have perished today. Yi Tian is truly a great benefactor to the Li family." Li Jiuchuan, for a moment, didn't know what words of gratitude to say. Hey, no need to be too polite." Hu Laina quickly stood in the middle, pushing the two apart. This Li Jiuchuan clearly just wanted to take advantage of Yi Tian. What is there to be grateful for? The Spirit Hall patrol team also contributed. Why doesn't Li Jiuchuan go thank them? She had to stop this kind of behavior, using excuses for ulterior motives to make contact. She and Yi Tian had hardly hugged a few times. How could she let Li Jiuchuan take advantage of the situation? Chapter 54. Dealing with pirates. Hu Laina took Yi Tian's hand, her star-like eyes gently gazing at him. "Brother, let's go back." "Okay." Yi Tian nodded. Since the pirates had all been captured and the power of the submarine had been recorded, there was no need to stay on the city wall in the rain. He stepped forward first, walking along the tower. Hu Laina, who was being pulled by his hand, followed behind. As they were leaving, she slyly glanced at Li Jiuchuan. The smile on her face was incredibly sweet, with a hint of provocation. Li Jiuchuan felt a sense of shame and lowered his head, not daring to meet Hu Laina's gaze, his expression showing a bit of loneliness. He understood that Yi Tian was not someone he could aspire to. Thus, he followed behind with heavy, lost steps. When Yi Tian and the others arrived at the Li family's courtyard again, Li Haitian and Zhou Long had already returned. Although Li Haitian sustained quite a few injuries during the battle, he still appeared spirited. It felt incredibly satisfying to take down a super Douluo. If this news spread, the Li family status would undoubtedly rise another level. Such fame was far greater than having a title Douluo in their ranks. Li Haitian, caught up in his excitement, accidentally overdid it and began to cough violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This sight pained Li Jiuchuan, who was approaching, and he hurried forward, only to be preempted by Li Man, who was already by Li Haitian's side. "Grandpa, what happened to you?" Li Man asked with concern, gently patting Li Haitian's shoulder. Upon seeing Li Man, Li Jiuchuan's expression dimmed a bit, and his approach slowed. However, he did not retract his words of concern. "Grandpa, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Li Haitian replied, still smiling and waving his hand, signaling Li Man not to help him. "I'm just too happy. I didn't expect our Li family to achieve victory against the strong attack of the pirate coalition." After saying this, he looked at Yi Tian with gratitude and bowed, saying, "Meeting young Master Yi is truly our Li family's greatest fortune." Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled lightly and waved his hand, saying, "Li Patriarch, you flatter me. I'm just a businessman with some medical skills, not of high status. Calling a fortune is truly an overstatement." Li Haitian understood that this was Yi Tian's modesty, but he did not continue to flatter him. He knew that someone like Yi Tian, who was young, talented, and exceptionally low-key, did not appreciate flattery. Li Haitian bowed again and said, "Great kindness does not need to be thanked. In the future, our Li family will definitely follow young Master Yi." After that, Li Haitian looked at Li Man and waved, saying, "Xiao Man, please copy the property inventory and business accounts of our Li family and deliver them to young Master Yi." "Okay, Grandpa." Li Man secretly glanced at Yi Tian and nodded in agreement. These two items could be said to be the lifeblood of the family. Handing them over to Yi Tian meant allowing him to grasp the economic lifeline of the Li family. Life and death were in a single thought. It seemed that Grandpa was really committing to Yi Tian without leaving a way out. This made Li Man feel ashamed. She had previously humiliated young Master Yi. Fortunately, he was magnanimous and did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, with her worthless life, she could never compete with Yi Tian. There's no need for that. As Li Man turned to leave, Yi Tian spoke up to stop her. Yi Tian waved his hand calmly. It's more appropriate for you to manage the Li family's assets yourself. The Li family's business scope is mainly in shipping, which holds some weight, but to me it's trivial. I won't help others for no reason, nor will I acquire wealth that doesn't belong to me. Such ill-gotten gains would make me uneasy. Hearing this, Li Haidan was taken aback and slightly shocked. He didn't expect Yi Tian to turn a blind eye to the Li family's wealth. This exceeded his judgment of Yi Tian. It's important to note that although the Li family is not considered a top family on the continent, they are still a prominent family. The family's annual income exceeds $1 million, with a net profit of several hundred thousand. Such wealth could attract thousands of pirates looking to seize it. Yet, presented before Yi Tian, he remained unmoved. This made Li Haidan respect Yi Tian even more. Young Master Yi Tian is a person worth getting close to. Moreover, he absolutely brings tremendous benefits to the Li family. Report to the Patriarch. All the pirates have been detained within the Wang city. What should we do next? Just then, the lean second elder of the Li family approached and inquired about Li Haitian's thoughts on dealing with the pirates. Li Haitian did not dare to be arrogant. Looking at Yi Tian and Zhou Long, he respectfully said, "Young Master Yi, what do you think we should do with these pirates?" "Dealing with the pirates?" Yi Tian raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "You can hand it over to the government of the Tian Empire or the Spirit Hall to handle. Either is fine. Why do I need to ask him about such matters? I don't want to get involved." However, Li Haitian found himself in a difficult position and rubbed his hands together, saying, "This is indeed a tricky problem." Hu Laina leaned closer to Yi Tian, intentionally brushing against him, and asked in confusion, "Chief Li, what's so difficult about this?" "Miss Nana doesn't know." Li Haitian glanced at Hu Laina and shook his head. "Recently, most of the officials from the Spirit Hall in EC City were slaughtered by a mysterious force, and now they can't operate. But if we hand the pirates over to the officials of the Tian Empire, given their bad habits, they might indiscriminately capture and execute not only the pirates, but also their families." Li Jiuchuan stepped forward to explain his grandfather's words. Many of these pirates were exploited and oppressed by the Tian Empire and the Spirit Hall, which forced them to become pirates. Most of them are not deserving of death. If they are indiscriminately killed, it will lead to nearly 10,000 grieving families. Hearing this, Hu Laina couldn't help but feel disheartened. Why is it that the Spirit Hall is always involved in bad deeds? After listening to everyone's accounts, Yi Tian had a general understanding of the situation. Indeed, if the pirates were handed over to the officials of the Tian Empire, given their nature of pursuing profit and prestige, they would certainly define all the pirates as extremely wicked individuals. Indiscriminate slaughtering of these pirates would not only enhance their political achievements, but also temporarily strengthen local security. This was a great temptation for the officials' career advancement. Little did they know that the real source of pirates was the oppression of the common people by the nobility and the Spirit Hall. Even if all the pirates were killed, it wouldn't be long before new pirate forces would emerge. With this in mind, Yi Tian sighed lightly and waved his hand. "First, detain the pirates in the Wang city. After the typhoon passes, transport them to the EC and let the local common people identify them. Execute all those who are truly wicked. The rest, you can leave from the Li family to arrange some work for them, giving them a chance to survive. This way, we can maintain fairness and justice as much as possible. For the pirates, this can also be considered a kind of mercy." "Understood," Li Haitian said respectfully. Chapter 55, Summoning Purple Pearl. After making a definitive decision regarding the pirates, Li Haitian hesitated for a moment and said to Yi Tian, "Young Master Yi, I just remembered someone." "Who?" Yi Tian asked. "Purple Pearl," Li Haitian said. Purple Pearl is a well-known pirate along the East Sea. The pirate group she leads punishes evil and promotes good, helping the poor, and has gained quite a reputation. So, I want to classify the pirates through Purple Pearl first to facilitate subsequent handling. Of course, all of this must be carried out with young Master Yi's consent." Hearing the name Purple Pearl, Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. He was familiar with this person. He remembered that when he came to Golden Osprey Island, Purple Pearl's ship was among the pirates. "Purple Pearl has also been captured?" he inquired. This piqued Hu Laina's curiosity. "What? Do you know this pirate, Brother Yi Tian?" "Not exactly," Yi Tian replied. I have lived by the EC for a long time and have heard a bit about her reputation. Tian explained, I see. Hulaina suddenly lost interest. At this moment, Li Haitian expressed his thoughts. Purple Pearl is quite renowned among the pirates and is a person of justice. I believe we can understand the extent of wrongdoing of each pirate through her. It will also facilitate the subsequent judgments against the pirates. On the other hand, the heavy rain accompanying the typhoon is about to arrive. We can't let such a heroic figure be caught in the rain. It would tarnish the reputation of the Li family. Tian nodded slightly and waved to the second elder beside Li Haitian, saying, Please invite the Purple Pearl here, elder. The second elder nodded in agreement. He could tell that the clan leader held great respect for Tian. Tian's words had become something that must be executed in the Li family. Therefore, without waiting for Li Haitian to issue another command, the second elder set off, which showed respect for Tian. While waiting, Li Haitian waved for Li Jiuquan to make tea. The typhoon had arrived, and the air had turned quite cold. Drinking some hot tea will be good to warm up. Before long, a woman wearing a pirate hat and a purple jumpsuit with a hot figure entered the room under the guidance of the second elder. Tian looked up and saw the expressionless woman in front of him, who was probably Zijinju. The captured Zijinju had a hint of faint disappointment in her expression, but more of it was disdain, extremely proud. Sitting next to Tian, Hulaina rested her forehead on her hand and curiously looked at Zijinju. When she saw Zijinju's curvaceous figure and the snow-white waves about to burst forth in front, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and swallow hard. Then, she looked down at herself for comparison. Ultimately, she concluded that Zijinju's figure was just too impressive. So big, it was almost on par with the teacher. This made Hulaina resentfully glance at Tian beside her. Indeed, a man's words are deceptive. He had just claimed he didn't know who Zijinju was. Now it seemed like it was just Tian's lie. This guy, having stayed by the EC for a long time, must have heard about Zijinju's figure and looks long ago and had been coveting them, harboring illicit thoughts. No wonder Tian had previously said he liked women like the teacher. It turns out he preferred voluptuous figures. Hulaina lowered her head and looked at her own chest again, grinding her teeth in frustration. How infuriating. Tian must have a bias against body types. He even said he doesn't like his clumsy appearance. It's all just an excuse. The Purple Pearl in front of him doesn't seem very smart either. And looking at Tian's expression, he looks like his soul has been taken away. The more Hulaina thought about it, the angrier she became, and finally, all her anger transformed into a proud little huff. Hearing Nana's huff, Tian turned to look at her, ruffled her hair, and asked, What's wrong? Why are you so unhappy? Hulaina expressed her dissatisfaction, puffing out her cheeks, and said, I'm just afraid that some bad brother has his mind elsewhere and not on his sister. After saying that, she shot a fierce glare at the Purple Pearl with malice. Following Hulaina's gaze, Tian looked at the Purple Pearl again and couldn't help but smile. He probably understood why Nana was angry. That proud expression couldn't escape the fact that she was jealous. He had indeed been a bit lost when he first saw the Purple Pearl. But that sense of being lost was merely a bit of nostalgia. Apart from Douluo, this was the second familiar person he had encountered. Tian still remembers that the other party's previous identity was the saintess of the Spirit Hall. As for the voluptuous figure of the Purple Pearl, it only occupied 1/5 of his thinking time. After all, he is also a boy. It's perfectly normal to have some reactions and take a few more glances when seeing a beautiful woman. Tian glanced at Hulaina's proud and aggrieved expression. He once again stroked her hair and comforted her, saying, All right, what's there to be angry about? Look, I'm sitting right next to you. Facing Nana, Tian felt somewhat helpless. The other party was naturally charming, and when she showed her grievance, it was a bit hard to bear. With such a sister, he could only comfort her with affection. For now, I'll trust you once. Hulaina felt much better and returned to her usual demeanor. She knew that being spoiled had to have its limits. Otherwise, if she failed to be cute, she would end up being distanced, which would be unfortunate. Having finally won Tian's favor, she couldn't give up halfway. Seeing Nana's mood improve, Tian straightened his expression, looked at Miss Purple Pearl, and extended his hand, saying, Miss Purple Pearl, please take a seat. First, I can assure you that we mean no harm. If possible, I think we can sit down and talk. Upon hearing this, an expression of surprise appeared on Purple Pearl's fair face. Years of being a pirate had honed her keen judgment. It was clear that in the whole room, this young man was the backbone. Next to the young man was a beautiful golden-haired girl flirting with him. This gave Purple Pearl the first impression that he was a dashing playboy. However, when the young man spoke, Purple Pearl realized his composure and calmness. His tone was not at all arrogant and completely lacked the demeanor of a victor. This was not a quality possessed by just anyone. Facing such a victor, Purple Pearl knew in her heart that she was lucky. She couldn't afford to disrespect him. She slightly bent her waist and greeted Pirate Purple Pearl. Pleased to meet you all, she self-deprecatingly added. As a pirate that everyone wants to catch, I won't dirty your sofa. Hearing this, Tian smiled slightly and invited again, no problem. He then glanced at Li Haitian and said, anyway, it's not my family's. Young Master Tian, you truly humble me. Li Haitian laughed heartily and turned to look at Purple Pearl. Miss Purple Pearl is also a hero among pirates, fully deserving to sit on the sofa. I'm delighted to have Miss Purple Pearl here. How could I possibly mind? Tian, you are Tian. Purple Pearl completely ignored Li Haitian. Her pupils contracted, and she suddenly froze, incredulously staring at Tian. She never expected to encounter Tian in the Leaf family castle. For a moment, she felt a mix of emotions, unsure whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Chapter 56. Hail is falling. Why is it such a big problem? Oh dear. Tian chuckled dryly, growing interested. He had never met Purple Pearl before. So how did she know him? Just as he was about to ask, Hulaina, who was lying on the sofa, hugged Tian's arm and asked with wide eyes, how do you know Brother Tian? Purple Pearl found it somewhat amusing and explained, 2 years ago, a typhoon destroyed most of the farmland in the East Sea. It was young Master Tian who quietly purchased a large amount of grain to help the common people through their hardships. I have a few islands at sea, and the people there also received assistance from young Master Tian. Even though young Master Tian concealed his identity very well during the relief efforts, I, as a pirate, still managed to find out it was him through clues. After speaking, she looked deeply at Tian and bowed, saying, on behalf of the people on the pirate islands, I thank you, young Master Tian. Although this gratitude comes a bit late. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's spirits lifted as she hugged Tian's arm and playfully pressed her face against it, saying, it seems you've done a lot of good deeds, brother. This made Hulaina feel greatly in agreement, and she couldn't help but marvel at how accurate her teacher's judgment was. Tian's character is truly remarkable. If he could become my husband, I would probably be the happiest person in the world. Thinking of this, Hulaina secretly encouraged herself. Hulieno. The opportunity is right in front of you. You must seize it. Standing in a corner of the sofa, Li Jiuquan heard this and also showed a look of surprise. She had long heard that Tian was kind-hearted and had a good reputation along the East Sea. She thought that was all there was to it, but unexpectedly, he had done even more good deeds behind the scenes. Li Jiuquan couldn't help but steal a glance at Tian, her heart inexplicably fluttering. Doing good without seeking recognition. He is truly a humble person. Seeing Zi Zhenju bow in gratitude, Tian calmly shook his head. It's just a small effort. Indeed, it was just a small effort, nothing remarkable. In the face of Tian's humility, Zi Zhenju admired him even more. At such a young age, he would surely achieve great things in the future. After that, Zi Zhenju no longer pretended and sat quietly opposite Tian. After learning about Tian and Li Haitian's intentions, Zi Zhenju nodded solemnly. On behalf of the pirates of the East Sea, I sincerely thank young Master Tian for giving them an opportunity. I will make sure to write down all the information I know accurately as a reference for you, young Master Tian. After speaking, Zi Zhenju expressed her deep feelings. If the governing official of the East Sea was you, young Master Tian, how could there be so many people willing to engage in such a dangerous business? Tian smiled, but did not deny it. However, there was not a trace of longing. Seeking an official position was truly not something he wanted to do. In the evening, after dinner, the typhoon arrived as scheduled. The violent hurricane swept past the Leaf family castle with great force. Countless crashing sounds rang out like beans falling. After dinner, Tian was assigned to a luxurious bedroom to rest. Although it was called a luxurious bedroom, it was relative. The sound insulation of the room was very poor, and the noise of the howling wind was like it was right next to his ear. The clattering was maddening. At that moment, Hulaina quietly pushed the door and entered. Tian immediately caught sight of her and raised an eyebrow. Why didn't you knock? I did knock. Hulaina tilted her head, widened her eyes, and looked completely unfazed. It's just that you didn't hear it. Tian let out a light laugh through his nose, moving his wrist a bit, and said, my hearing is quite good. How can I not know whether you knock or not? Nana's courage is really getting bigger. Fortunately, he was still wearing pajamas at this moment. If she had come in while he was sleeping, it would have been a huge loss. Anyway, I did knock. Hulaina pouted, looking as if it was up to him whether he believed it or not. Tian had also gotten used to Huaina's little actions. He shook his head, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and handed it over. Huaina happily took the tea that Tian poured, eagerly took a sip, and immediately stuck out her tongue. It's really hot. Tian couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, can't you feel it? Is this hot tea? I just wanted to feel the warmth that my brother offered right away. Huaina pouted and said aggrievedly, That's enough. It's getting more and more ridiculous. Although she complained, Tian's smile remained bright. Who wouldn't like a sister like this? Of course, if she were to be a wife, it would be a bit lacking. Huaina held the warm cup with both hands, walked to the bedside, and sat down. It's hailing outside. When I just entered your room, I took a glance in the courtyard, and the hail was huge. It was truly a spectacular scene. Huaina exclaimed. She had hardly seen hail in her life. Seeing it today on Golden Claw Island was truly magnificent. As she spoke, she didn't forget to extend her delicate hand, pinching her thumb and index finger to demonstrate the size of the hail to Tian. It's this big. No wonder it sounds so loud. Tian looked at the tightly closed windows, lost in thought. Typhoons accompanied by hail are rare, but they are a normal phenomenon. Hail often comes with extremely cold weather. This is not a good sign. The typhoon has already caused enough damage to the crops, and if it is further compounded by the freezing brought by the hail, I fear there will be a total loss this year. Tian's expression gradually became serious. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided to go outside to take a look. Brother, where are you going? Huaina asked as she covered the hot teacup in her hands. Seeing Tian step towards the door. Just going outside to take a look, Tian replied. Hearing this, Huaina quickly put down her hot teacup and hurried to catch up. Wait for me. It's much more fun to watch the spectacular hail together. However, when she reached the door and caught up with Tian, she noticed that his expression was not very happy. Tian didn't seem to come to admire the hail. This made her gaze shift back and forth between the hail and Tian, and she couldn't help but ask, Is there a problem with this hail? It's a big problem. Looking at the hail falling like beans, with over 10 centimeters thick on the ground, Tian's expression was extremely serious. It can be confirmed that this year, the East Sea coast will probably yield nothing. Thinking of this, Tian's mood inevitably became heavy. This disaster is likely to lead to a large number of civilians going bankrupt and starving to death. No, this situation cannot happen under his watch. It seems it's time to make some preparations in advance. Tian had no intention of continuing to watch and turned back to the bedroom. This left Huaina quite surprised, unable to wrap her head around it, her beautiful eyes watching Tian's departing figure. Brother Tian, it's just some hail. Why is it such a big deal? Chapter 57. Silver Snow Eel Economy. Following Tian back to the bedroom, Huaina's pretty face was filled with confusion, and she had a faint suspicion. Brother, could the hail cause a disaster? The hailstones outside are indeed quite large. If they hit someone on the head, it would probably hurt a lot. Yeah, Tian replied distractedly. This extreme hailstorm was really too much. He estimated that the industries in his hands would also be affected. Not to mention, the 100,000 fire spirit chickens on Sea Soul Mountain would be in trouble. If hail hit the chickens' heads, they would either die or be severely injured. Just this alone would result in a loss of nearly 10 million gold soul coins. As for the crops on the farm, it goes without saying. He didn't just have the butterfly farm as a planting base. Any farm growing crops would probably suffer losses. Business was going to be tough this year. Tian couldn't help but sigh. A typhoon with hail really took him by surprise. He looked at Huaina with a worried expression and waved his hand lightly. It's getting late, Nana. You should go back and rest. Oh. It was clear that Tian was not very happy. Huaina felt reluctant to disturb him any further and left with her head down, hands clasped together. The hail and typhoon lasted a full week. The weather gradually cleared up afterward. Once the typhoon dissipated, Li Haitian immediately sent people to assess the damages on Golden Turtle Island. The results were severe. Many small boats in the port were destroyed. Additionally, the independent outposts on the island, these wooden houses, were almost all in ruins. The hail on the ground had formed a continuous mass, resembling a crystal ice continent. Fortunately, the Li family had many servants, and soon the pathways connecting various courtyards were cleared. Tian walked from the bedroom to the courtyard. Looking up at the not-so-bright sun in the sky, he stretched lazily. This was the first time in a week he had come to the courtyard. Gazing at the sky filled with white clouds, Tian knew it was time to return to the EC shore. Young master, Miss Nana is waiting for you outside the other courtyard. At that moment, Zhou Long approached and bowed to report. Okay, I understand. Tian smiled and retracted his hand that was raised in the air. He stepped towards the outside of the courtyard. A few days ago, when the pirates attacked, a fleet from the Spirit Hall had come to assist. Due to the typhoon, The Spirit Hall's personnel were temporarily staying on Golden Tortoise Island. The leader seemed to be familiar with Nana. Tian only learned this information yesterday. No wonder Nana hadn't come to play with him these days. It turned out she had met someone she knew. As he stepped out of the courtyard, before he could see Nana, he unexpectedly bumped into Li Jiuquan, who was carrying something. Dressed in a long dress embroidered with cherry blossoms, Li Jiuquan smiled brightly upon seeing Tian, raising the delicate lunchbox in her hand. Young Master Tian, this is the silver snow eel I fried myself. I would like to invite you to taste it. After saying that, she opened the box, revealing neatly arranged golden eel pieces in front of Tian. Steam was still rising from them, indicating they had just come out of the pan. Thank you, Jiuquan. Since he had already brought it over, it would be rude not to eat it. Rubbing his hands together, he gently picked up a piece from the lunchbox and put it into his mouth. The outer skin was crispy and crunchy, while the fish meat was incredibly tender, melting in his mouth. Even someone like him, who usually had a strong resistance to delicious food, found this to be an exceptional treat. Tian was tasting when a voice came from behind. What is this? Hulaina, attracted by the smell, came to Tian's side. She stared with her big eyes at Li Jiuquan. Li Jiuquan smiled sweetly and pointed to the lunchbox in his hand. Silver snow eel. Hearing this name, Hulaina's eyes lit up. Wow, that's amazing. This is a rare species extremely hard to come by. I've only seen it once in the Spirit City. She almost let something slip. She remembered that one year, the Tian royal family had offered this fish as tribute to the Spirit City. However, this fish, which lives in the deep sea, is incredibly difficult to catch. So the tribute was only that one time. It must be said that the meat of the silver snow eel is truly a delicacy, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Sister Nana, you should give it a try too, Li Jiuquan said with a smile, pushing the lunchbox forward. Hulaina originally wanted to grab it eagerly, but then remembered that Li Jiuquan was right in front of her. So her movements became elegant. Haha, then I won't be polite. She took a small bite, nodded, and praised it's really delicious. If only I could eat this often. The silver snow eel lives in the deep sea and is not commonly seen. Li Jiuquan also took a small piece and began to eat, explaining to the two, recently, due to a typhoon, a group of silver snow eels got disoriented and swam into the near shore because of the disturbed currents. The fishermen who were catching fish managed to catch a dozen of them. She raised the exquisite lunchbox in her hand and smiled, so it won't be easy to eat this again next time. Tian stared at the half piece of silver snow eel in his hand, pondering. Jiuquan, do you have any left? Li Jiuquan replied. The fishermen are reluctant to eat it, so they sold it all to my family, the Leaf family. They're all being kept in the kitchen. Young Master Yi, if you want, I can give you all of them. Hulaina thought that Tian was helping her ask for them. Her eyes lit up, and she nudged Tian beside her. Brother is the best. Looking at Hulaina's sparkling eyes, Tian helplessly said, this is not for eating. The silver snow eel can grow not only in deep sea, but also in shallow waters. So, I want to take them away to breed. Breeding? Upon hearing Tian's thoughts, Hulaina immediately felt discouraged. The fact that they couldn't be eaten right away made her interest drop by half. At the same time, she couldn't help but admire Tian's intellect. If silver snow eels could be bred on a large scale and sold to nobles, he could probably make a fortune. Li Jiuquan beside them was surprised. Young Master Yi, you know how to raise fish? A little. Tian chuckled lightly, modestly replying. It's not a big deal. Ever since the system rewarded him with books on breeding, he had been exploring various breeding techniques. Not for any other reason, but to cultivate a group of skilled talents, so that when needed, he could utilize them immediately. The fire spirit chickens raised in the butterfly farm are a good example. Before the hailstorm came, raising fire spirit chickens brought him millions of gold soul coins in profit every year. In fact, he had not only sold beast breeding, but also several fish breeding farms. However, they were all in a break-even state, and he even lost some money every year. The reason is simple. The marine development of the Douluo continent is still in its initial stage. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Catching fish is far more profitable than breeding. But varieties like the silver snow eel are different. They are not easy to catch, so their price has always been high. But they are completely suitable for breeding. As long as he can obtain fry, he can breed them in large quantities in a short time. A new profitable industrial chain is quietly rising. Hearing Tian's affirmation, Li Jiuquan was amazed. Indeed, excellent people excel in every aspect. She also understood that silver snow eels are valuable. One can sell for over 1,000 gold coins. But she had never thought of breeding them. Perhaps the gap between her and Tian lies in this aspect. It must be said that Tian is really impressive. He can quickly discover the value of silver snow eels and has corresponding methods to convert it into gold soul coins. Chapter 58, I Am No Saint Nana. What are you discussing? At that moment, a middle-aged man with a golden earring on his left ear and a beard walked over with his hands behind his back. Hulai turned around and smiled. Uncle Shilong, we are discussing how to make money by breeding silver snow eels. She then introduced Yi Tian and Li Jiuchuan. This is Elder Shilong from the Spirit Hall. A while ago, he was sent here to investigate the assassination case in EC City. Shilong took over the conversation. His expression calm. When we arrived in EC City to prepare for the investigation at sea, we unexpectedly encountered a pirate attack on the Li family. After dealing with the pirates, we encountered a typhoon, so we are temporarily staying on Golden Turtle Island. This was all part of the script that Hulai had prepared earlier, and Shilong recounted it without missing a word. There was no hint of emotional fluctuation. The performance was impeccable. It should be enough to pass as a cover. Hulai chuckled and added, linking arms with Yi Tian. When I was a maid in the Spirit Hall, I received a lot of guidance from Elder Shilong in my training, so we can be considered good friends. The latter part was the truth. As a candidate for the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, her training program was of extremely high standards, with every teacher being a titled Douluo. Shilong was one of them. Hearing this, Li Jiuchuan felt envious. Nana actually has a teacher-student relationship with an elder of the Spirit Hall. Her background is really strong. The elders of the Spirit Hall hold high authority, far beyond what a small family like the Li family can compare to. Facing Shilong, Yi Tian smiled slightly and extended his hand in a slight bow. Greetings, Elder Shilong. I apologize for not visiting you these past few days. It is truly a breach of etiquette. Shilong's purpose was to investigate the EC City case. Then he had indeed found the right person. However, with the Spirit Hall's current investigative methods, they might not be able to find anything on him, so there was no need to pay attention. Seeing Yi Tian's calm expression and his respectful bow, Shilong was secretly astonished. No wonder he could win Hulai favor as an ordinary person. His temperament is not something an average person can compare to, but the fact that he is not a soul master makes his identity quite awkward. After all, Hulai is the future Holy Maiden, destined to inherit the Pope's position. Such a noble identity could never marry an ordinary person who is not even a soul master. It seems necessary to find an opportunity to remind Hulai. Since he was polite, he couldn't appear aloof. So he replied with a light smile, not bad. Young man, at such a young age, you have a knack for making money. You will surely become a wealthy man in the future. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled. A wealthy man? Isn't he one already? However, he didn't refute it. It's best to say less in front of an experienced titled Douluo like Shilong. Yi Tian then expressed his deep condolences for the victims in EC City and condemned the brutality of the perpetrators, showing support for Shilong's work. Hearing this, Zhou Long, who had been silently standing behind Yi Tian, secretly chuckled. Young Master Yi is condemning himself. Is that okay? After hearing the news that Yi Tian was leaving Golden Ao Island, Li Haitian reluctantly came to Yi Tian. Young Master Yi, a few days ago we had a typhoon, and I haven't had the chance to properly host you yet. Why not stay for another 2 days, so I can fulfill my duty as a host? Yi Tian waved his hand lightly. I have understood the chief's intentions. No need to say more. However, this sudden typhoon and hail have caused severe damage in the EC. I estimate that some of the workshops I manage have also suffered considerable losses. So please allow me to return first to handle the workshop matters. If I have time, I will definitely visit Jinao Island. He found a reason that Li Haitian could not refuse, brushing off the other party's invitation. In fact, Yi Tian disliked these polite formalities the most, but there was no way around it. When the other party approached warmly, he couldn't just dismiss them harshly. In that case, I shouldn't stay too long either. Li Haitian sighed lightly and extended his right hand to salute, saying, Young Master Yi, take care. You too, chiefly. Take care of your health and take your medicine on time, Yi Tian replied with a calm smile. Next to Li Haitian, Li Jiuchuan, with her brows furrowed, secretly glanced at Yi Tian. She didn't dare to step forward to bid farewell. However, Yi Tian still noticed her and waved, saying, Sister Jiuchuan, goodbye. Come visit the EC when you have time. Gee, goodbye, Li Jiuchuan stammered after a moment, extending her small hand in response. Her voice was very soft, her eyes downcast, and beneath her forced smile was a hint of disappointment. When she raised her head to look at Yi Tian again, he had already turned and boarded the ship. Yi Tian held Hulaina's hand in his right hand, leaving her in a daze for a long time. What's going on? Have you fallen for young Master Yi Tian? Li Tian suddenly spoke, interrupting Li Jiuchuan's daza. Facing his grandfather, Li Jiuchuan did not hide anything. Her face slightly flushed as she gently nodded. "Sigh, just forget it. Young Master Yi Tian is not someone our small Li family can aspire to." Looking at Yi Tian's back, Li Haitian couldn't help but sigh. The other party status was simply too high. The distance between their Li family and Yi Tian was truly vast and unattainable. When he caught sight of his granddaughter's extremely disappointed face, he felt a bit of pity. He lightly patted Li Jiuquan's shoulder and said, "With your talent for cultivation, if you are willing to work hard, perhaps you could become young Master Yi Tian's concubine. But that might be a bit unfair to you." Upon hearing this, Li Jiuquan's eyes suddenly brightened. She looked firmly at Yi Tian's back, secretly making up her mind. She would definitely work hard and follow in his footsteps. Even if there was only a slight possibility, she would chase after it. Yi Tian did not return by submarine. With Shilong and his group beside him, he honestly took a ship instead. Moreover, it was a sailboat from the Spear Hall. Although the typhoon had ceased, the winds at sea were still somewhat residual. Therefore, the sailboat made good progress, reaching Donghai port in just a day and a half. Shilong needed to settle in Donghai City to handle local affairs temporarily. It was not for the sake of solving a case. According to Yi Tian's understanding over the past 2 days, Shilong had already determined that the case in Donghai City was caused by the pirate coral. This was essentially a headless case. Finding someone to take the blame was considered a way to maintain the panic among the citizens of Donghai City. Shilong would stay in Donghai City until the new home master took office. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Tian anymore. After disembarking, he bid farewell to Shilong and prepared a ride home. On the way home, Yi Tian saw for the first time the damage caused by hail and the typhoon to Donghai. The fields on both sides of the road were almost devoid of farmers working. The wheat seedlings, which were half a meter tall, were all flattened. He dismounted to check a few, and, as expected, the seedlings had died. Along the way, there was not a single wheat field that had escaped unscathed. Not only that, but most of the peasants in the rural areas still lived in thatched houses, with the typhoon and hail wreaking havoc. The roofs of the thatched houses had little chance of surviving. The journey from the port to his villa took half a day, and Yi Tian deliberately passed through several villages. It was a scene of desolation everywhere. Countless livestock had died, and many people were injured. However, since each village had a village doctor, the injured received timely treatment, which reduced the number of deaths significantly. Following Yi Tian, Hulaina could not help but feel heartbroken at this scene. Is no one taking care of them? Donghai City is not just under the Spear Hall. According to the national borders, it is still a city under the Silvis province of the Tiando Empire. How could anyone care? The passing farmers, seeing Hulaina's distress, showed a hint of mockery. The noble families have also suffered losses. Who has the mood to care about us? What will you do next? Do you have anything to eat? Hulaina continued to ask. Facing this cleanly dressed, noble girl, the farmers were disdainful to answer. How could someone like her understand their suffering? But they were also afraid of retaliation. After all, nobles were not something they, as farmers, could provoke. So they self-deprecatingly said, "What else can we do? Our houses collapsed. We have to fix them ourselves. As for food, we still have a bit left, but we have to save some to replant in the fields. So, we definitely won't last until the new crops grow. When the next year comes and the old and new crops do not overlap, many people are likely to starve to death." At this point, the farmer sighed numbly and silently walked away. Watching the disheartened figure of the farmer, Hulaina fell silent. She had spent many years in the Spirit City, facing only the improvement of her cultivation and combat skills every day, never considering these matters. She only knew of soul masters who died for the sake of improving their skills and soldiers who fought desperately because of the outbreak of war. She had never thought that commoners would worry about mere food and lose their lives over it. For a moment, she felt a bit lost, not knowing what to do. "Don't just stand there. Let's go," Yi Tian reminded her beside her. Hulaina then came back to her senses, looking at Yi Tian with some expectation, and said, "Brother, you won't just stand by and do nothing, right?" With Yi Tian's ability, if he were willing to spend money to support these disaster victims, he could definitely help them through the tough times. However, Yi Tian responded calmly, "I am no saint and cannot help all of them. Moreover, the area affected by this typhoon is simply too vast. The number of affected people is probably unimaginable. If I were to carry out large-scale relief efforts, my identity would be exposed. This would only attract the attention of those with ulterior motives and put me in unnecessary danger, which is not worth it. Helping others must at least be under the premise that it does not harm oneself. I have not reached the level of sacrificing myself to save others. I will help where I can, but I will never ignore my own safety." Hearing this, Hulaina looked bewildered. But after thinking it over carefully, she felt relieved. Indeed, she should not blame others for not selflessly contributing. This matter should be discussed with her teacher as soon as possible. As the largest power on the continent, the Spirit Hall cannot turn a blind eye to the disaster victims. Chapter 59. Tian's doubts. Tian and his companions rode back to the farm. Upon learning that Bibi Dong was reading in the study, they walked straight up and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Sister, I'm back. Inside the study, Bibi Dong, who was immersed in handling official business, heard Tian's voice and looked outside with her beautiful eyes. At the same time, her hands didn't slow down at all. As she stored important documents from the table into her storage ring, she casually picked up a book and placed it on the table, pretending to read. After a moment, Tian pushed the door open and walked in. Bibi Dong put down her book and smiled, asking, "How's the situation with Golden AO Island?" "It's fine. We encountered some pirates along the way, but fortunately, a patrol team from the Spirit Hall passed by and took care of them." Tian shrugged and said casually. He didn't want to mention the dangers of the trip to the Lee family. Anyway, it's all in the past. Speaking of it would only cause his sister unnecessary worry. By Dong nodded slightly and began to talk about the recent experiences of the farm. The typhoon had a significant impact on the butterfly farm. Only 1 in 10 fire spirit chickens on the mountain survived, and many crops were frozen to death. Tian had anticipated this situation. He asked, "What about the dead fire spirit chickens? How did you handle them?" Jian had offered to give them away for free, and the surrounding farmers took them. By Dong closed the book, her beautiful eyes flickering, and explained, "That's fine too." Tian sighed lightly and gave it to the farmer, which was better than wasting it. After hearing that Tian had returned to the butterfly farm, it wasn't long before Jian and San arrived together. Upon seeing Tian, Jian handed over a written report. His expression was not good, and he whispered, "This is the loss from the various farms under your name. Young master, the conservative estimate is that the loss exceeds 20 million gold soul coins." Hearing this figure, Tian raised his eyebrows slightly. However, natural disasters are unavoidable. He simply glanced at the report and handed it back to Jian. There was no need to worry about how much was lost. "Lao, please organize the reserves of the major farms under my name. We're going to make a big move soon. Behind disasters, prices often soar, and people live in hardship. There will inevitably be some speculators who drive up prices and profit from the disaster. What Tian is about to do is to teach these speculators a lesson. By the way, he aims to recover the losses incurred during the disaster." Upon hearing this, Jian's eyes flickered as he nodded and said, "I understand." Then, Tian looked up at San and waved his hand, saying, "Let's talk somewhere else." San understood and followed Tian to an empty patch of grass. After confirming that there was no one around, Tian calmly said, "You need to send an elite team to Wuhan City to investigate the recent movements of the Wuhan Hall." Investigate the Wuhan Hall? San was a bit puzzled, as this was the first time his intelligence agency would carry out a remote mission, and the target was the #1 power in the world, the Wuhan Hall. This made San feel a surge of excitement. Could it be that young Master Tian is starting to plan for the competition for dominance in Douluo? Of course, as a subordinate. He shouldn't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Despite his numerous doubts, he immediately bowed and replied, "Understood." Tian noticed San's hesitation. His expression became serious as he explained, "I have a strong feeling that the Wuhan Hall will take action in EC City. This isn't just a baseless suspicion. It's a conclusion I've drawn through reasoning. The branch master of EC City was assassinated, and normally, the Wuhan Hall's main hall in the Silvis province should send someone to investigate. At a higher level, it would only be the Holy Hall in Tiando City sending someone over. However, the Wuhan City immediately dispatched a titled Douluo elder to investigate right after the assassination. That is extremely unusual. This is only one aspect. It's important to note that prior to this, elite scouts from the Wuhan Hall had already been active along the EC coast. Based on the strength and reconnaissance capabilities displayed by these scouts, they at least belong to one of the 3 elite night groups of the Wuhan Hall. The problem is the East Sea coast is just an inconspicuous little place. Nothing special at all. The Wuhan Hall has poured high-end forces into this area in a short period of time. It's hard not to raise suspicions. Upon hearing Tian's explanation, San still had some doubts. "Young master, what kind of intelligence do we need to gather once our intelligence team arrives at Wuhan City?" Tian waved his hand lightly. "No need to infiltrate deliberately, just need to find out the recent public movements of the Wuhan Hall. If the Wuhan Hall has any actions externally, they will inevitably mobilize military forces and soul masters in key positions on a large scale. These people coming in and out of Wuhan City cannot be hidden. With just a little inquiry, we can obtain the information. All right. 13 nodded seriously, already understanding in his heart. Since there is no need for deliberate probing, the danger level of this operation has been greatly reduced. It can instead be treated as an exercise for a remote intelligence operation. Then, Tian asked again, has there been any movement along the coast of the EC in recent days? 13 replied, after the typhoon passed. Various places along the EC are in rescue efforts, and there is nothing noteworthy. However, our intelligence personnel in the Silvis province reported a few days ago that the naval admiral of the Tian Empire, Xuanxiang Douluo Wufushuan, has gone missing. The Snow Knight Emperor sent the Crown Prince Xueqinghe to investigate this matter. Xuanxiang Douluo? Crown Prince Xueqinghe? Tian narrowed his eyes. Could this be the work of the Spirit Hall? He knew that the real Crown Prince, Xueqinghe, had long been dead. The current one was simply Bibi Dong's daughter, Tian Renxue. With Tian Renxue infiltrating the Heaven Do Empire, it was only natural for the title Douluo on the opposing side to mysteriously disappear. 13 handed over a piece of paper from his bosom and explained, this is a bounty notice from the Silvis province. Tian took the paper and examined it carefully. It was a notice similar to a missing person announcement, stating that anyone who found the Xuanxiang Douluo Wufushuan or provided clues would receive a reward of 50,000 gold soul coins. 50,000 gold soul coins were not even enough to fill the gaps for a soul master. This made Tian click his tongue. The Tian Do Empire was really stingy. He continued to read down, and there was a portrait of the Xuanxiang Douluo. He appeared to be middle-aged, with a scar on his face, and his martial soul was a spear. Wait, why did this seem somewhat familiar? Tian suddenly squinted his eyes, taken aback for a moment. After observing more closely, he immediately realized that this was none other than Pirate Coral. At that time, Zhou Long had shown him the severed head of Coral. However, due to the severe bloodstains on the other party's face, he hadn't seen it clearly. Nevertheless, the scar on the face was very distinctive. It was evident that the scar in the image was exactly the same as the one on Coral's face. Quite interesting. Seeing Tian lost in thought, Shursan asked, Young master, have you seen the Xuanxiang Douluo? Tian smiled lightly and shrugged, saying, Not only have I seen it, but the head was also personally severed by Zhou Long. 13's eyes widened in disbelief. The battle soul Douluo was actually killed by Zhou Long. If the Tian Do Empire found out, wouldn't the entire Eastern Sea be surrounded by a great army? The Tianso army only has 5,000 troops. It is not enough to confront the entire ancient Tian Do Empire. He immediately became alert and quietly asked, Young master, does anyone know about this? Tian's expression was serious as he shook his head and said, It's hard to say. During the Great Battle, the furious Xuanxiang Douluo acted personally. There were at least 800 people who saw Xuanxiang Douluo's appearance. Chapter 60. The Li family is not a good thing, especially those pirate leaders, who all seem to know what Xuanxiang Douluo looked like. The key is that he instructed Li Haidan to transport the captured pirates to the eastern coast for the public to identify. If any pirate slips up, his low-profile life would be over. It's not that he's afraid of the wrath of the Tian Do Empire. With his hidden trump cards, even if the Emperor of Tian Do mobilizes the entire nation against him, he could still leave the eastern coast calmly. He just really doesn't want to get involved in this chaotic dispute. Fortunately, due to the damage to the Li family's ships in the typhoon, the pirates haven't been sent to the eastern coast yet. Moreover, the news of Xuanxiang Douluo's disappearance hasn't spread yet. So for the time being, there's no need to worry about leaks. Tianqing patted his forehead and said helplessly, Later, you take my token and send a fast ship immediately to the Li family. Inform Li Haitian of the relevant situation and let him relocate all the pirates to the 5 islands designated by Purple Pearl, ensuring they settle there and do not enter the mainland. The 5 pirate islands under Purple Pearl are isolated from the world and serve as excellent quarantine locations. Tian also had plans. If the situation on the mainland were to collapse in the future, and the Spirit Hall and the 2 great empires entered into full-scale war, affecting the shores of the East Sea, he would take his sister and move to the island where the Purple Pearl was located to live in seclusion. Understand, 13 replied with a bow. After confirming that Tian had no further instructions, he turned and left to handle his business. Tian was left alone, gazing at the lush grass in front of him, lost in thought. He didn't quite understand why. As the vice admiral of Xiangun Douluo, he would associate with the pirate King Coral. It could be understood as a strategy to keep the enemy at bay, but it was unlikely for the Xiangun Douluo, who held a high position, to attack a small family like the Li family without reason. As he thought about this, Tian vaguely sensed something. Damn it, Li Haidan is not a good person. Yi Tian shook his sleeves, knowing that there must be reasons he was unaware of behind this. He vaguely remembered that when Coral took action herself, she had said something. However, the wind had been too strong at that time, and by the time her words reached him on the city wall, they were almost inaudible. After pondering for a while, Yi Tian decided to ask Zhou Long. After returning to the farm with him, Zhou Long had not yet returned to the Sea Soul Valley base. When he saw Yi Tian approaching, Zhou Long slightly bowed. Yi Tian chuckled lightly and handed the bounty notice to the other party. Familiar with this? Zhou Long was slightly taken aback as he picked up the bounty notice and examined it closely. Frowning, he said, "Coral? That's right, it's him." He looked a bit surprised. "I didn't expect the other party to be a naval general of the Tian Empire. I remember when you and Li Haitian fought against Coral." He said something. "Do you recall?" Yi Tian inquired, looking up. This caused Zhou Long to lower his head in thought, pondering. Coral once told Li Haitian, "Didn't he expect it?" "Huh, I'm still alive, and it seemed he wanted to take revenge for his beloved. I thought you knew about this, young master. You didn't mention it much when we were at the Li family. Damn it, the Li family is indeed hiding something from us." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian cursed loudly. So they really took him for a fool. Zhou Long's expression turned cold as he asked, "Should we send a Tian Su army?" Zhou Long made a horizontal chopping motion, indicating to wipe out the Li family. How dare they deceive young Master Yi Tian? They really must be tired of living. With the remote terrain of Jinao Island, it was the most suitable for a large-scale operation by the Tian Su army. In just one night, the entire Jinao Island could be turned into a peaceful place, ensuring that not a single living creature would remain. The other party's crimes did not stop there. Yi Tian chuckled and waved his hand. Zhou Long had been wandering the continent before, and he was used to being decisive in killing. When faced with problems, it was easy for him to act without thinking. However, this couldn't entirely be blamed on Zhou Long. The entire Douluo continent had such an environment. The environment shaped one's character. He was accustomed to solving problems through killing. By eliminating problematic individuals, all issues would naturally be resolved. This was also the reason why the Soul Master world experienced a lot of bloodshed and conflicts every year. Seeing Yi Tian wave his hand, Zhou Long realized he had been abrupt and couldn't help but bow and ask, how should this be resolved? The matter of a Xiangun Douluo had already alarmed the high-level officials of the Tian Empire. Even the Crown Prince, Xue Qinghe, had sent someone, and any slight oversight could lead to serious consequences. Yi Tian squinted his eyes and said, the death of the Xiangun Douluo is a bad thing for some people, but for others, it is a good thing. For Qian Renxue, she would love for more experts from the Tian Empire to die. This way, the chances of her seizing the throne will increase significantly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Long was slightly taken aback, somewhat confused. Yi Tian didn't explain much, smiling as he waved his hand. In recent days, we need to act low-key and cannot engage in any more small tricks. However, we must always keep a hand in reserve. After you return to Haihan Mountain, the Tiansu army must be on high alert and ready to strike at any moment. Zhou Long nodded. The Tiansu army indeed needed to be prepared for war at all times. Keeping a retreat route open would allow for flexibility. Meanwhile, in the study, Hulaina was reporting to Bibi Dong about what she had seen and heard on the road. The impact of the recent typhoon was significant. Although there wouldn't be a famine within the next 3 months, the fields that were replanted in that time wouldn't yield any food. After 3 months, it was estimated that the entire Silvis province would face famine. Hulaina said anxiously, "Teacher, can we help them at the Spear Hall?" Bibi Dong's pale face showed a thoughtful expression. Silvis province was not a traditional power zone for the Spear Hall, and their control was limited. Even if they were to provide disaster relief, it would mostly benefit the Heaven Do Empire. To be honest, it wasn't very cost-effective. However, helping these disaster victims could also enhance the reputation of the Spirit Hall to some extent. From this perspective, it might not be a bad deal. Since a famine won't occur in the short term, we don't need to worry for now. I will send someone to handle it later. The most important thing right now is to complete the transfer of officials in the Spear Hall. Gue Mei had already drafted the relevant documents and was preparing to inform the Elders Hall. Will the High Priest agree? Hulaina showed a worried expression. She knew that the High Priest was a traditional conservative. Transferring officials would cause chaos within the Spirit Hall in a short time. Such a move that could shake the foundation of the Spirit Hall would be difficult to gain the High Priest's approval. Bibi Dong lightly pressed her forehead. Her dark brows furrowed and sighed softly. This was indeed the difficulty of the policy. She could order a pilot program in her own governing area first. However, it seemed that there wasn't much time left for the Spear Hall. Therefore, it was necessary to promote it comprehensively and quickly. Completing the centralization of the Spirit Hall was essential to calmly respond to future situations on the continent. Chapter 61. I have no interest in the crown prince. It had been 3 days since Tian returned to the farm. Young master. Chun Jian approached Tian quickly. Holding an ancient scroll, he handed the scroll to Tian. His aged eyes moved slightly as he said, "This is the disaster relief document sent by the governor's office of Silvis province. It has been 5 days since the typhoon passed. Has the governor's office finally taken action?" Tian squinted his eyes, taking the document with a smile that seemed both real and fake. When he saw the content of the document, his smile became even more apparent. He chuckled. Let each city raise donations to solve the food supply for disaster relief and distribute it to the refugees. What kind of disaster relief document is this? The governor's office is really being perfunctory. Indeed, when it comes to serving the people, the governor's office has always been tight-fisted. Chun Jian smiled and said, "The governor's office has always been about making money. When have they ever lost money? They won't spend a penny, and everyone knows that. However, this time is a bit special. It is said that His Highness the Crown Prince of YearsWaiting has already arrived in the Silves province. With the Crown Prince watching, the ancient Southern Wind governor cannot remain idle. He has dispatched many special envoys to personally oversee the fundraising for disaster relief in various cities." Chun Jian bent down and whispered, "The Merchants Association in Donghai City suggests that everyone contribute a little. We can't let the envoys lose face. Disaster relief cannot be solved just by spending some money." Tian raised his head, his expression suddenly serious. "Old Chun, do you know how much the price of food has risen in the past 3 days?" Upon hearing this, Chun Jian smiled. As the person in charge of agriculture under the young master, how could he not know food prices? So without hesitation, he replied, "The price of wheat was 25 copper soul coins per pound the day before yesterday, 33 yesterday, and 45 today. The reason for such price fluctuations is not due to a food shortage. Although the farmers' homes suffered disasters shortly after the typhoon passed, they still have some leftover grain at home and can eat enough for a short time. The rise in food prices is actually due to merchants hoarding grain. These merchants know that the wheat seedlings in the fields have been damaged and that a major disaster is bound to occur in a few months. So they are buying up grain in large quantities to stockpile it, hoping to sell it at a high price later." At this point, Chun Jian expressed some concern, saying, "Young master, you have always loved to help disaster victims, but we don't have much grain stockpiled. Compared to the number of victims, it's almost a drop in the bucket. If we buy food with money, those merchants will definitely take the opportunity to raise prices, which would be counterproductive." "No problem." Tian waved his hand and said meaningfully, "Let these merchants continue to buy for a few more days. We not only can't stop them, but should also add fuel to the fire. You send some reliable people to spread the news that this year's disaster is particularly severe, and the imperial royal family is preparing to restrict large-scale grain purchases." Chun Jian was astonished and puzzled, saying, "If that's the case, won't the merchants' enthusiasm for purchasing grain increase even more? This is not conducive to stabilizing the disaster situation." For a moment, Chun Jian struggled to understand Tian's actions. Tian smiled ambiguously and said, "Old Chun, have you forgotten what is stored in the warehouse of the butterfly farm?" "Potatoes." Chun Jian instinctively replied. As soon as he blurted it out, he suddenly realized, as if enlightened, "That's right. The farm has a whole warehouse of potatoes. If these potatoes are used for eating, it would only be a drop in the bucket. But if used for planting, it would definitely be enough for several fields the size of Donghai City. You must know that the yield of potatoes is over 4,000 pounds per acre. If irrigation and fertilizers are used, it can easily reach 5,000 pounds. The key point is that the potato growing cycle is short. It can grow in just 3 months. At this time of year, replanting wheat is too late. However, planting potatoes is completely feasible. Moreover, through this disaster, if potatoes and fertilizers are promoted, it will benefit not only the farmers. It can also bring additional income to young Master Yi. Once the farmers realize that fertilization will increase their yields, will they buy fertilizers again? Of course. And in the entire Silvis province, only young Master Yi produces fertilizers. A monopoly business is the easiest to profit from. Understanding all this, Chun Jian gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. "Young master, it seems those merchants hoarding grain are destined to lose everything." Tian maintained a calm demeanor, clapped his hands, stood up from the stone chair, and said, "Old Chun, in the coming days, build a few large granaries near the butterfly farm. Soon, we will take over the grain from these merchants." "All right." Chun Jian bowed and noted it down. This would not only cause the merchants to lose all their investment, but also allow them to make a substantial profit. One must say, young Master Tian is truly impressive. Xiao Tian, what are you discussing? Bibi Dong approached with elegant steps and a smile. Seeing his sister coming, Tian stepped forward to greet her and explained, "We are discussing the disaster situation in our province. It is said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has already arrived in our province for this matter." Tian did not make his words very clear. It's best for the sister not to know about such matters. The Crown Prince? Bibi Dong was slightly taken aback. Does that mean Tian is coming to the Sils province? These days, her attention had been focused on the policy of transferring officials, and she really didn't know about Tian arrival. Just thinking about Tian made Bibi Dong let out a soft sigh. The relationship with her daughter was indeed somewhat strained. Every time they met, it ended in unhappiness. She could only hope that when Tian came to the Sils province, she would only stay in the capital and not come to EC City. Seeing her sister visibly stunned upon hearing about the Crown Prince, Tian teased with a smile. "I heard that Prince YearsWaiting is one of the most handsome men in the Tiando Empire. Sister, you weren't moved just now, were you?" "Huh?" Teacher was moved? Hulaina, who had just walked over, seemed to have heard something incredible and curiously leaned in to ask. She walked over to Tian's side, tugging at his clothing, and inquired, "What do you mean by moved?" Tian glanced at Hulaina lightly and chuckled. "Prince YearsWaiting has arrived in our Silvis province." Upon hearing this, Hulaina immediately understood. She couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "Are you saying that the teacher has feelings for the prince?" Then, Hulaina blinked her big eyes, glanced at Bibi Dong, and said with a half-smile, "It's indeed a bit true. It's normal for the teacher to have feelings for Tian, but that is familial love." Tian looked at Hulaina and nodded gently, saying, "Being the crown princess is indeed the dream of many girls." "Do you have that dream, Sister Nana?" "Not at all," Hulaina pouted. She knew that the crown prince was actually Tian. Even if she didn't know, she still wouldn't like it. The heir to the empire? She was the future heir of the Spirit Hall. In comparison, whose status is more noble is obvious. Faced with Tian and Hulaina's teasing, Bibi Dong remained calm and unperturbed. "I have no interest in the crown prince of Tiando." Chapter 62. Difficult choices. Tian smiled and said, "Sister, you are also at the age to get married, so you should choose a good husband." Saying that his sister liked YearsWaiting was indeed a tease. After all, he knew that YearsWaiting was actually Tian in disguise. But he was already of the age to marry. It was also time for his sister to find a good husband. Since she had already withdrawn from the Spirit Hall, it was only natural to live a good life. Let her find a husband? Bibi Dong chuckled softly. This good little brother was truly attentive to her. She placed her jade hand on Tian's shoulder and said, "Little Tian, you haven't found a girlfriend yet. How can I rest easy getting married?" Finding a girlfriend is not something to rush. Tian retracted his head, thinking that he shouldn't have brought this up. In the end, the focused gaze was still on him. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly and said, "The East Sea coast is too small. I haven't encountered my white moonlight." Bibi Dong said meaningfully, "Looking at you, it seems you don't intend to leave the East Sea coast. If that's the case, when will you be able to find a girlfriend?" Tian scratched his head. This was indeed a debatable issue. Then he chuckled and said, "In a few years, when the Pope of the Spirit Hall fails to resist the two great empires and retreats to the East Sea, I will descend from the heavens and rescue the beauty. Who knows, I might win the heart of Her Holiness the Pope and live a shameless life together from then on." "Huh." Hulaina, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, instantly widened her eyes. Tian is indeed unrepentant. He is still thinking about the teacher, and he is even doing it in front of the teacher. The phrase audacious is not enough to describe Tian at this moment. Hulaina covered her face, hoping for Tian's peace. Seeing Hulaina's surprise, Tian looked disdainful. "Sister Nana, what kind of look is that?" He straightened up and said seriously, "Today I will tell you, I only like someone like Bibi Dong." Upon hearing this, Hulaina's expression immediately wilted. Whether in figure or cultivation, she couldn't compare to the teacher in any aspect. It must be said that Tian's standards were indeed quite high. Seeing his sister's obvious shock, Tian's voice remained unyielding. "Sister, don't think my standards are too high. It's really that once you've seen the vast sea, it's hard to settle for just water. So finding a girlfriend is something to take slowly." Knowing that there are stunning beauties like Bibi Dong, he simply couldn't lower his standards. Hulaina blinked her eyes, not daring to speak. Tian seems to be asking for a more tragic end, deliberately raising the stakes. Bibi Dong's astonished expression quickly faded, replaced by a sense of calm. In the face of Yi Tian's wild claims, she showed no intention of pursuing the matter further. She understood that what Yi Tian truly liked was not her, but rather the Bibi Dong woven from poetry and fantasy in his heart. At Yi Tian's age, filled with dreams and fantasies, it was quite normal. Xiao Tian, you are so excellent. It's not wrong to have high standards for finding a girlfriend. However, one must not be overly idealistic. Just as you think, if you happen to marry Bibi Dong, it would naturally be a beautiful ending. But what are the odds of that happening? Based on your previous assumptions, in a more realistic outcome, Bibi Dong will undoubtedly not be spared by the two great empires. The probability of her being obliterated along with the spirit hall in the dust of history is very high. If that's the case, do you really want to grow old alone? Bibi Dong's purple eyes remained calm as they fixed on Yi Tian, exuding an unusual sense of composure. Yi Tian rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Sister, what you said makes a lot of sense. So, Xiao Tian, you need to be practical and realistic. Bai Dong lightly patted Yi Tian's shoulder, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, don't put all your eggs in one basket. With your strength, marrying a few more wives isn't too much to ask. Yi Tian immediately retreated strategically, suspiciously staring at Bibi Dong. Sister, something's not right with you. Aren't you just forcing him to be the bad guy? Bibi Dong smiled indifferently, turned around, and pulled Hulaina's small hand, pushing her in front of Yi Tian. Nana has been by my side for some time now, and I want her to marry you. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's little face instantly turned beet red. She didn't expect her teacher's hint to come so suddenly. For a moment, she didn't dare to speak. Yi Tian stared in astonishment at Bibi Dong and Hulaina, lost in thought. Next to him, Chen Jian smiled at the scene, feeling quite pleased, and tactfully left. Bibi Dong sighed lightly. I just want to have someone around you. Little Tian, who can take care of you. You must have noticed that Nana likes you very much. Sister hopes that you can give Nana a warm home. Of course, I can make Nana promise that if you meet a girl you like in the future, Nana will not interfere. Haha, sister, please don't make such jokes. Just look at Nana. Her face is almost flushed. Yi Tian glanced at Hulaina and responded with a light laugh. He truly didn't expect that his sister really wanted to match him with Nana. His emotional intelligence was not low. How could he not see that Nana liked him very much? Earlier, when he encountered Li Jiuquan, she even competed with him out of jealousy. Yi Tian deliberately avoided this matter because Nana indeed has a romantic mindset. Love puts a filter on her, making everything appear beautiful. Therefore, Nana's judgment of his character may have discrepancies. Yi Tian has been showing a gentle side these days. If Nana knew, it would be like the destruction of the Zhou family, revealing his other side that kills without blinking. Would the other party still like him? This is something that must be considered. After all, a wife is someone to spend a lifetime with. He can hide it for a moment, but he can't hide it for a lifetime. Is sister joking? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes moved lightly as she said seriously. She raised her jade hand and stroked Hulaina's hair, sighing softly. Nana is also a pitiful person. You wouldn't want her to encounter a bad person and ruin her life, would you? This was clearly telling Yi Tian. You also know that Nana is not very smart, and if she encounters a bad person, her later life will be very miserable. Teacher Hulaina's eyes were a bit red as she leaned into Bibi Dong's warm embrace. Facing her sister's reminder, Yi Tian thought again. Indeed, with Nana's personality, staying by his side is undoubtedly the safest option. Not to mention, if she were to encounter scumbags like Tang San, her entire life would be ruined. Sigh. It's really hard to choose. Yi Tian tapped his forehead. In his heart, Nana is more suited to be a little sister rather than a girlfriend. He used to think this way too. However, with the chaos in this continent and Nana being so beautiful, it is inevitable that she will attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. It is almost impossible to live an ordinary person's life. Seeing Yi Tian lost in thought, Bibi Dong continued. Actually, sister just wants Nana to stay by your side. She doesn't ask for any title. Chapter 63. Qian Renxue is coming. Yi Tian stared at his sister, then glanced at Hulaina, who was buried in his sister's arms. Is Nana's request really so low? If he were to find another girl in the future, would she not care? This left Yi Tian at a loss. Seeing that Nana showed no reaction and seemed to listen to his sister, he felt even more confused. Yi Tian hesitated and looked at Bibi Dong, asking, what about Nana's parents? For such a major event as marriage, at least the parents should know, right? Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes remained calm as she replied, Nana's parents passed away when she was very young. Yi Tian sighed lightly, realizing that it was somewhat similar to his own background. However, in the perilous Douluo continent, being orphaned was far too common to be surprising. It seemed that sister had very deep feelings for Nana, wanting her to stay by her side forever. The reason was simple. At the very least, Nana's safety could be guaranteed. Since the conversation had reached this point, it would be a bit excessive for him to disagree any further. Nana was somewhat infatuated with love, but her figure and appearance could definitely be described as that of a great beauty, even in his previous life. In an era where beauty was everywhere and pure desire was rampant, Nana's looks would have been enough to captivate many. He silently took hold of Nana's wrist, feeling her warmth, and after a long pause, he said, "Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Huolina, who was leaning against Bibi Dong, suddenly turned around, her big eyes gazing at Tian. As their eyes met, the distance between them grew closer, and soon they embraced each other. All words were left unspoken. Watching the two, Bibi Dong revealed a faint smile. Youth is truly wonderful. She crossed her arms and walked away with graceful steps, leaving the surrounding space for the two of them. Behind the distant bushes, several staff members were peeking towards Tian. "Uncle, what are you looking at?" At that moment, a confused little kid walked over and pointed at Tian and Huolina, asking, "Isn't that the young master? And there's a big sister next to him. Why are they kissing? Children shouldn't look at this." The staff members, referred to as uncles, hurriedly covered the child's eyes. The other staff members quickly lowered their heads. If the young master caught them peeking, it would be disastrous. However, the staff members felt more relieved than anything else. They knew that in the countryside, most kids of Tian's age were already in relationships. Although they were just farm workers, they cared about the fact that young Master Tian didn't have a wife even more than they did for their own children. After all, it was young Master Tian who provided them with a respectable job that allowed them to support their families. Now that young Master Tian had finally found his happiness, it was truly a joyous occasion for all. While the staff members were bowing their heads, Huolina hurriedly struggled to break away from Tian, her face flushed. As a soul master, Huolina's hearing was much more sensitive than that of ordinary people. The moment the little kid spoke, she had already heard it. She hadn't expected that there were people watching nearby. It was too embarrassing. Seeing Huolina's reaction, Tian looked at her suspiciously. "What's wrong?" Huolina instinctively pointed her right index finger towards the bushes on the left. Tian strode over and arrived in front of the bushes, facing a dozen pairs of eyes. A staff member hurriedly stood up, brushing off the grass on his clothes, and awkwardly laughed. "Ha, young Master Yi, we were just passing by." "No, they've been lying here for a long time." A nearby child stepped forward to report. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding staff members all forced awkward smiles. Tian glared at everyone, but casually said, "In a few days, we'll have wedding candies. Young Master Yi, we are really looking forward to your words." The crowd was immediately filled with laughter. The laughter reached Huolina's ears, making her face even redder. She covered her face and approached Tian, whispering, "Let's go." She considered herself experienced in many grand occasions and believed she had good inner qualities. However, when encountering such a situation, she didn't know why, but she always felt very shy. Miss Nana is truly beautiful. Seeing Huolina, everyone gave a thumbs up in praise. Being with the young master is simply a match made in heaven. Tian embraced Nana, lowering his head and saying, "Did you hear that? They are praising you. Aren't you going to greet everyone?" Huolina raised her head, her expression calming down significantly, and extended her delicate hand, saying, "Hello, everyone." "Hello, Miss Nana." The crowd responded in unison. "No, now we should call her Mrs. Nana." Someone corrected. Exactly. "Hello, Mrs. Nana." The crowd spoke again. This made Nana's previously calm face flush once more, her heart racing with excitement. She was now Tian's girlfriend. Happiness came so suddenly that she was completely unprepared. She never expected that she, who was so close, would be the first to receive such affection. At this moment, Huolina's heart was filled with excitement, leaving no room for any other emotions. It wasn't until the staff dispersed far away that she finally stepped out of this excited state. Her starry, beautiful eyes looked up at Tian's profile. She had to admit, he was really attractive. He always had an expression of wisdom, radiating confidence from every angle. Feeling Huolina's gaze, Tian turned around, gently resting his forehead against hers, wrapping his arm around her waist. Their eyelashes almost touched. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "I was thinking about how to spend the first day of our relationship with you," Huolina replied with a smile, leaning into Tian's embrace, listening to the strong beat of his heart. "I have a good idea," Tian chuckled. Huolina's eyes suddenly brightened, asking, "What is it?" "Help me find another girlfriend, to experience double the happiness." Huolina, Tian, "Oomph. Hulaina huffed in a sunder manner and turned her head to the side. Tian adjusted the golden-haired girl's head, stroking her flowing hair while staring at her proud expression, his mood growing increasingly unfriendly. What are you doing? Hulaina instinctively stepped back. However, she was forcefully pulled back by the wrist around her waist. Hee, what do you think I'm doing? Of course. I'm going to eat you. Young master, there's an urgent matter. Just as the two were about to take their next action, Chen Jian hurriedly approached to report. This made Hulaina look up at the sky, wearing an expression as if nothing had just happened. Tian's expression became much calmer as he moved his hand away from Nana's chest and placed it behind his back. He turned to Chen Jian and asked seriously, "What happened?" As his assistant, Chen Jian had a lot of autonomy in handling matters. If it were something trivial, the other party wouldn't come to him. The special envoy from the provincial governor's office has come to the farm, Chen Jian said as he walked to Tian's side, covering his ears and speaking softly. And the envoy is actually the governor's nephew, Qian Gushizhen. His purpose for coming to the farm is to requisition it in advance as the temporary palace for the Crown Prince of Tiando. The Crown Prince Shui Qinghe is coming to Donghai City? Tian inwaited. Chapter 64. Flowers on the Road to the Underworld. Tian suddenly became alert. Could it be that Qian Rinxue had heard some news regarding Coral? He had already warned the Leaf family that no personnel were allowed to leave Golden Ao Island recently. Moreover, the pirates had been transferred by the Purple Pearl, so there shouldn't be any information leaks. After careful consideration, Tian sighed lightly, realizing he was probably overthinking. Perhaps Qian Rinxue came to EC City to coordinate with some mysterious action of the Spirit Hall. He knew that the Spirit Hall had suddenly increased its attention on EC City in recent days. With this in mind, Tian understood that it was necessary to meet this special envoy named Qian Gushizhen. Now was the time when Coral was missing, and there were rumors of secret actions from the Spirit Hall. The farm must not show any unusual behavior. Otherwise, he would really have to flee overseas early. It seems to be the case, Chen Jian explained. As the heir of the empire, the whereabouts of the crown prince were always top secrets and wouldn't be clearly stated. Qian Gushizhen had only slightly revealed that he wanted to make our farm one of the prince's bases in the EC. He didn't disclose much more than that. All right, old Chen, please lead the way, Tian said, extending his hand. Hearing the two talk about Shui Qinghe, Hulaina suddenly became startled. She had just heard everything Chen Jian said. If Qian Rinxue were to come to the farm, wouldn't she encounter herself and her teacher? Qian Rinxue's current identity was that of the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. With the prince traveling, many important officials from the empire would inevitably follow. While others might not recognize His Holiness the Pope, these officials would definitely recognize him. Thinking of this, Hulaina felt a bit panicked. If both sides recognized each other, it would cause big trouble. Nana, do you want to go together? Tian asked, beckoning. Since he had already confirmed Nana as his girlfriend, something should be allowed for her to experience. He couldn't always let her live under his protective umbrella without suffering any harm. That would only be detrimental to her growth. Receiving the governor's envoy was obviously a good learning opportunity to understand how to handle human affairs. Okay, after hesitating for a moment, Hulaina ultimately agreed. Her teacher's identity and appearance as the Pope were known to many people, but she was different. She had been studying at the Spirit Hall Academy for years. Although the continent knew about Hulaina, a member of the Golden Generation, very few had seen her appearance. There was no need to worry about being exposed in front of the governor's envoy. Moreover, this was Tian's invitation, and she couldn't refuse. Tian took Nana's hand and followed Chen Jian to the farm courtyard. The eternal clock was waiting for him there. After knowing the identity of the eternal clock, Chen Jian did not delay and ordered someone to prepare a pot of Dahong Pao to send over. At this moment, in the courtyard, the eternal clock was leisurely savoring the Dahong Pao, chatting casually with a few officials who had come along. Tian walked over calmly and slightly bowed, saying, I didn't know the special envoy was coming, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I hope the special envoy won't take offense. Upon hearing Tian speak, Qian Gushizhen, sitting on a stone chair, glanced at Tian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Of course, this disdain was not directed at Tian himself, but at all the commoners. In Qian Gushizhen's eyes, those who were neither soul masters nor nobles were merely ants. If it weren't for the mission at hand, he wouldn't want to come to this farm full of commoners. He raised his hand and said, Let's skip the formalities. Your subordinates must have informed you about the prince's impending visit. It is indeed a great fortune for you to host His Highness. After saying this, he waved his hand dismissively behind him. An official approached and threw half a bag of gold soul coins into Tian's hands. Qian Gushizhen coldly remarked, According to imperial regulations, anyone requisitioning private land as a palace must provide compensation. This bag contains 1,000 gold soul coins, of which 200 is for requisition compensation, and 800 is for your hospitality towards His Highness. Weighing the bag in his hand, Tian couldn't help but scoff internally. If there were 200 gold soul coins in this bag, it would be an overestimation of Qiangu Shizhen. Qiangu Shizhen paid no mind to Tian's thoughts and continued, counting his fingers. My other identity is the chief coordinator for disaster relief in EC City. Suddenly, he looked up at Tian. You are also one of the top farm owners in EC City. Since the city has suffered a disaster, everyone has a responsibility. Asking you for 50,000 gold soul coins is not too much, is it? After saying this, Qiangu Shizhen waved his hand. The official who had originally handed Tian the gold coins came back and snatched the coins from Tian's hand, coldly saying, there are 200 here. You're still short 48,000 gold soul coins. Kid, you'd better gather the disaster relief funds within a day, or you'll be charged with treason. Hearing this, Tian couldn't help but chuckle. Not paying is treason? The other party's threats seemed truly childish. On the other hand, it appeared that they were trying to pin him down, showing no effort to disguise their intentions. Picking on him was truly a mistake. Qiangu Shizhen's expression suddenly narrowed. The young man before him remained unfazed. It should be noted that he himself was a soul sage of level 70. The pressure he exuded could overwhelm ordinary people, let alone soul masters. This made Qiangu Shizhen subtly scan the people around Tian. Suddenly, he noticed Chunjian next to Tian, who was emanating a faint soul power. After sensing it carefully, Qiangu Shizhen couldn't help but grow alert. The other party's cultivation was actually not weaker than his. No wonder this kid remained calm. It turned out he had a backing. According to the rules, those with backing could not be treated as commoners. However, since he had come, he couldn't leave empty-handed either. Qiangu Shizhen squinted and smiled. We're all family here, so there's no need for pleasantries. I'll consider this bag of 1,000 gold coins accepted. You just need to pay an additional 2,000 gold soul coins, and I will let this matter go. What if I don't want to pay a single coin? Tian stared at Qiangu Shizhen, speaking earnestly. Qiangu Shizhen smiled slightly and leisurely picked up a cup of tea beside him, taking a sip. Then I might have to use some special methods. Tian laughed heartily. Haha, since it's to relieve the disaster victims, how could I not contribute money? Elder Chun, go to the warehouse and bring out 3,000 gold soul coins. The extra 1,000 will be considered a reward for the hard work of the special envoy. As you command, Elder Chun replied, turning to send a farm worker to run the errand. Next to the eternal time needle, an official sneered. What a perceptive person. Before long, 3,000 gold soul coins were neatly delivered in front of the eternal time needle. Upon seeing the shiny gold soul coins, the eternal time needle felt refreshed and casually glanced at Tian. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the officials to leave. Watching the back of the eternal time needle, the longtime observer, Hulaina, couldn't help but whisper, Tian, why add an extra 1,000 gold soul coins? Extra? Ha! This is to let the eternal time needle spin on the road to the underworld. Tian's expression showed no signs of. Chapter 65. Evil Soul Master. The ancient time needle had just made a move, but as a seasoned healer, how could I not see the blood, evil soul power within him? Tian's eyes drooped as he coldly gazed outside the door. Hulaina was suddenly startled. Blood fiend soul power? Does that not belong to the evil soul masters? As the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, she had studied the history of the continent. In history, the Soul Master world not only had soul masters, but also a group known as evil soul masters. Their minds were corrupted by their own martial souls, and they had an intense thirst for power, willingly falling into depravity. Instead of cultivating properly, they devoured the soul power of others to enhance their blood fiend aura, paving their own path to advancement. Wherever they went, there were often corpses littered everywhere, blood flowing like rivers, sparing even ordinary people. These evil soul masters, who would stop at nothing to increase their strength, had always been the archenemy of the Spirit Hall. In the past 100 years, due to the joint suppression from various forces across the continent, their activities had gradually faded underground, disappearing from sight. It was said that in a place called the City of Slaughter, there still existed a large number of evil soul masters. If it hadn't been for the delays during her trip to the EC, she had actually planned to go to the City of Slaughter to hone her skills. Unexpectedly, she couldn't make it to the City of Slaughter and instead encountered an evil soul master in the EC. Suppressing her surprise, Hulaina took a step forward and asked, Brother, how can you sense that the other party is an evil soul master? Just now, while staying beside Tian, her spiritual power had also spread out, though faintly, over the few people present. However, she did not sense anything unusual. She never expected that Tian, who wasn't even a soul master, could actually feel it. Tian chuckled lightly, even if the other party does not deliberately show it. As long as they absorb the blood evil energy, blood evil molecules will continuously be released from their body. These molecular particles are extremely small, so you naturally cannot observe them. A doctor emphasizes observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse-taking. I have already reached a superb level in these 4 skills. Sensing the existence of blood evil molecules is effortless. I see. Hulaina seemed to understand and nodded slightly. So are you going to take action against him, brother? Taking action is certain, but not now. Tian shook his head and explained, I have some understanding of the governor of our province, Tian Gunanfeng. Their family inherits the martial soul evil dragon staff, and the most outstanding person in the family for decades has been Governor Tian Gunanfeng. Tian Gunanfeng was originally unremarkable, merely a soul zone, but 30 years ago, he had a sudden epiphany, and his strength advanced by leaps and bounds, rising to the rank of title Douluo. Tian Gunanfeng's struggle to become a title Douluo has spread throughout the history of the title Douluo and has become a story in the entire Silvis province. In the past, watching Tian Gunanfeng's struggle was nothing. But now, Hulaina pondered, does brother mean that Tian Gunanfeng's strength actually came after he allied with the evil soul masters? From the perspective of Tian Gu, it seems to be the case. Tian's expression grew heavy. Previously, he thought there was no issue with Tian Gunanfeng's deeds. However, after seeing Tian Gu, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, extending the logic in this direction. After all, the evil dragon staff is not a top-tier martial soul. Yet the current Tian Gu family not only has a title de law, but also has the young Tian Gu, whose cultivation is not weak. Moreover, with such a strong blood evil power, this poses a significant problem. Tian continued, just now I mentioned giving an extra 1,000 gold soul coins. In fact, it was a code. The additional 1,000 gold soul coins have special markings. Using purple light, these coins can be tracked. Hulaina raised her head and said, Evil soul masters usually don't act alone. There must be their hideouts in the Silvis province. Do you mean to use the flow of these coins to find their hideouts, and then capture them all at once? Hulaina showed a hint of surprise. She had to admit that Tian was indeed very thorough in his planning. You're only half right, Tian chuckled softly. Such matters are not suitable for me to handle personally. I only need to investigate clearly and secretly pass the information to the Spirit Hall. I believe they'll be very willing to take care of it. Goodness, in the end, it's actually asking the Spirit Hall to do it, Hulaina pouted. Xiao Tian, why'd I see a group of aggressive people leaving the farm? At that moment, Bibi Dong, who had just returned from her rounds, walked elegantly into the courtyard and inquired of Tian. Seeing Bibi Dong, Hulaina happily rushed over to relay the news about Qian Rinchua's imminent visit to the farm and mentioned that Tian was preparing to investigate the evil soul masters. Hearing Hulaina's words, Bibi Dong narrowed her eyes and looked at Tian, sighing softly. Tian truly was a composed person. Investigating the information about the evil soul masters and secretly passing it to the Spirit Hall would not only punish the evil soul masters, but also keep him from exposing himself. If someone like Tian were born in a time of peace, he might have been able to live a stable life as a rich young man. Unfortunately, this was a time of intense conflict in the Douluo continent. Under her guidance, Tian was destined to showcase his talents and leave a significant mark on the Douluo continent. Facing her sister's smiling gaze, Tian stepped forward and suggested, in a few days, the farm may serve as a temporary residence for His Highness the Crown Prince. With many people around, sister, you, and Nana should go to stay in the villa. All right, Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. This is not the right time to meet Qian Rinchua anyway. Since she doesn't know that I'm at the East Sea, it's better to avoid her. Then Bibi Dong lightly patted Tian's shoulder and smiled. Xiao Tian, you and Nana should get married soon. I can hardly wait. The relationship between a couple is always filled with uncertainties. Only marriage can completely bind Tian to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong knew that this might seem unfriendly to Tian, but for the future of the Spirit Hall, she had to do it. As for what she owed Tian, she would repay him slowly in the future. As long as it wasn't excessive, she could agree to it. Hearing this, Tian smiled. His sister's behavior was perhaps just a family tradition of urging marriage, something that couldn't be escaped anywhere. He helplessly shrugged and said, Okay, I will prepare. Are you losing out by marrying me? Seeing Tian's unhappy expression, Hulaina puffed her cheeks and crossed her arms, saying, You're losing out big time. Tian couldn't help but pinch Huaina's fair face, then rubbed it, as if he were playing with a piece of dough. The white moonlight in his heart, however, was Bibi Dong. Compared to Bibi Dong, Nana was far from being on the same level. But how many people on the continent could rise to the rank of title Douluo at such a young age solely based on their own strength, like Bibi? Of course, the Shrek's 7 monsters, that group of overpowered female protagonists, were not included in this calculation. Only women like Bibi Dong, who had firm beliefs, graceful figures, unparalleled beauty, and outstanding strength, were truly Tian's favorites. Unfortunately, he happened to be someone who didn't want to get involved in the continent's conflicts. Otherwise, he would have easily sided with the spirit hall and embraced the beauty. Haha, being able to have an older sister as a wife. I'd say I've hit the jackpot. Huaina didn't mind Tian's hand playing with her face at all, happily tilting her head. Chapter 66. EC School. A few days after the ancient time needle left the farm, another person was sent to the farm. They conveyed to Tian that the crown prince of the Tian Empire would be staying at the butterfly farm in 3 days. He was advised to prepare for the welcome early. Upon receiving this news, the entire farm fell into a flurry of activity. It wasn't Tian who was making a fuss, but rather a court steward who had arrived at the farm. The steward, named Ode, spoke softly to the farm staff, instructing them, "Do you know who is coming? That is none other than the heir of the entire Tian Empire, His Highness YearsWaiting. I am here today, not for any other reason, but to educate you uncultured ruffians on etiquette." He scanned everyone with disdain, covering his nose with a handkerchief, and said, "If anyone displeases His Highness with their ugliness while he is here, I won't spare you." The training wasn't just for the farm staff. Tian, as the farm owner, was also among them. None of the farm-s people were familiar with the complex and intricate court etiquette. During a break, one after another lamented, "Is this something humans can learn? Court etiquette is way too complicated. If this is a necessary condition to be a noble, it seems I'll have no chance in this lifetime. Oh, that damned eunuch really knows how to stir things up." Tian was also exasperated by this ceremony. Wiping the sweat off his body, he realized that Ode wasn't going to call it a day, and they had to keep practicing. Shunjian, an old man, secretly said beside Tian, "If Ode weren't a eunuch from the palace, I would really like to slap him to death." This thought wasn't bad. Tian smiled and shook his head. He thought it wasn't worth it to confront the Tian Empire over mere words. By evening, Ode had truly given up on the farm workers. With a look of disdain, he addressed everyone. "Well, even if we teach you for another 3 years, you still won't learn this elegant etiquette. Just remember, when in front of the crown prince, you must not make direct eye contact. And unless the crown prince speaks, you absolutely cannot do anything else." In truth, Ode was just going through the motions at work. He wasn't actually sent by the crown prince, but was delegated by the crown prince's tutor to prepare the commoners on the farm in advance. This was mainly because the crown prince requested that the farm personnel not be cleared out, so she could experience the local customs and culture. This made Ode secretly sigh. A crown prince who cares for the common people like this is rare in 100 years. It is truly a blessing for the Tian Empire and the people of Tian. Ode, the steward, reassured them, "Rest assured, everything you say we take to heart." Tian perfunctorily complimented and awkwardly performed a court etiquette to send off Chief Steward Ode. Seeing the clumsiness of Tian's manners, Ode almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. What a waste of teaching today. He then cursed and rode away. Watching Ode's retreating figure, the farm workers couldn't stop cursing. The useless eunuch finally left. Their backs ached. If they practiced for another day, they would surely be exhausted. This prince doesn't seem to be a good person either. That's right, he just came and made us commoners suffer. Young Master Tian is much better. We have been working on the farm for 2.5 years, and every household has built new houses. If young Master Tian were the emperor of the Tian Empire, the common people on the continent could live good lives. Exactly, in my opinion, young Master Tian is the most qualified person to be emperor. Hearing the discussions from the crowd, Tian couldn't help but laugh in anger. Such words cannot be said recklessly. According to the laws of the Tian Empire, discussing the throne is a serious crime. It not only harms you, but also harms me. The farmers spoke freely, but he had to remind them slightly. Shunjian stepped forward and reprimanded. "It's fine to talk about this nonsense privately, but if anyone discusses it in public again, don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. "Old Chun, we were just venting our frustrations. Who would dare to discuss it in public? Yes, we understand some of the Empire's laws and know that discussing the Emperor could lead to the exile of the entire family. We absolutely wouldn't dare to say it outside. That's for the best." Chun Jian replied calmly, waving his hand. It's getting late. Everyone finish your dinner and rest. The staff then bid farewell to Tian and Jian and headed to the cafeteria. Tian walked towards the small courtyard of the farm, with Jian following behind. Upon reaching the front of the courtyard, Tian stopped, looked into the darkness, and waved his hand. Come here. The next moment, a determined-looking soldier emerged from the shadows and bowed to Tian. Please give your orders, young master. These were the sentinels assigned to secretly protect him. Even professional intelligence agents would find it extremely difficult to spot them when approaching the farm. Tell San to withdraw all the secret sentries around the farm. Qianren is about to arrive, and her current identity is the Imperial Prince. There will definitely be troops accompanying the prince for protection. Having too many sentries will be inconvenient. Understood. The soldier bowed again and slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness. After taking care of this, Tian finally entered the small courtyard. A girl with long black hair approached Tian, dressed in a maid outfit, clasping her hands and speaking in a melodious voice. Young master, the meal is ready. Tian glanced at the girl with long black hair in surprise and exclaimed, Su Xiaoxin, your injury is healed? It's almost better under Aunt Xian's care. Su Xiaoxin replied softly, not daring to look directly at Tian. Jian smiled and explained, after Xiaoxin's injury was almost healed, she pleaded with me to come to the courtyard to take care of her daily needs. Young master. I originally wanted her to rest well for 2 months, but this little girl is just too stubborn. Tian gently rubbed Xiao Xin's head and said, You are a clever little girl. Su Xiao Xin immediately looked up and pleaded, Young master, I am all healed now. Please let me stay here to serve you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to repay your kindness. She just wanted to do her small part to repay Tian's life-saving grace. If she were to be forbidden, she truly wouldn't know what to do for Tian. I save people, but I never ask for repayment. Tian rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Looking at you, even if I stop you, it seems you won't be able to stay idle. He turned to Jian and waved his hand. Old Chun, let Xiao Xin do some lighter work in the small courtyard for now. After 2 months, when her injuries have healed, we will send her to Dong High School. Dong High School is an ordinary school established by Tian, which only teaches ordinary children to read and learn professional skills. Going to school? Is it the kind where teachers teach knowledge? Su Xiaoxin's face was full of excitement. She had never seen a school from childhood to adulthood. Jian smiled kindly. Yes, once you graduate from Dong High School, you might be able to be Master Tian's right-hand person. Hearing this, Su Xiaoxin's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly bowed to Tian. With a firm tone, she said, I will definitely study hard. Chapter 67. The secret of Dong High School can't be kept any longer while waiting quietly at the farm for Qianren arrival. Tian received a tricky piece of news. Young master, Steward Ode said that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has changed his mind at the last minute and gone to Dong High School. What? Tian, who had been leisurely sitting in his chair, stood up abruptly. Qianren went to Dong High School? This is troublesome. It should be noted that the knowledge taught at Dong High School is quite advanced on the continent. If Qianren picks up on even a hint of it, it would definitely become a tricky problem. When did the news come? How long has the Crown Prince been gone? Tian lightly tapped his forehead and sighed, hoping there was still time to remedy the situation. If Qianren had not yet arrived at Dong High School, he could take the initiative to go there and stop the current teaching to avoid exposure. His subordinate replied, The Crown Prince is traveling incognito this time and did not send a large army for protection. It was quite sudden when he set off, so we do not know when the Crown Prince departed. Jian analyzed. To ensure the safety of the students, we have many hidden sentries stationed at Dong High School. If Prince Shui Qinghe arrives, they will definitely notify us immediately. We have not received any news yet, which means there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the hidden sentries are still on their way. The other possibility is that Prince Shui Qinghe has not yet arrived. Let's hope it's the second one. Tian sighed lightly and strode out. He said to the attendant servant beside him, Quickly go and lead the horse. I'm going to the East Sea School. Jian stepped forward and suggested, Young master, how about sending some guard with you? The East Sea has not been very peaceful lately. There are also evil spirit masters on the loose, so it's necessary to ensure your safety. No need. Tian waved his hand. Although he was not a spirit master, he had mastered the Tai divine needle to an extraordinary level, and ordinary petty criminals posed no threat to him. Moreover, the East Sea School had strict security measures in place to protect the students, with hidden sentries everywhere. Even a titled Douluo would find it impossible to harm the students. The journey from the farm to the school was only half an hour, And even if he encountered danger along the way, help would arrive in time, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Soon, the servant brought a batch of black horses. Tian mounted his horse and rode out of the farm, galloping along the road towards Dong High School. He had covered more than half the distance. Tian was suddenly stopped by a large group of people on the road. What came into view were 3 horse-drawn carriages and 7 or 8 riders. "Young man, slow down. Why are you rushing? Are you up to no good?" shouted a burly man with a fierce appearance, riding a tall brown horse and carrying a long sword at his waist. He seemed to be an official. Tian, who had important matters to attend to, didn't want to explain too much after being stopped by the official. "I'm a local resident. Just in a bit of a hurry due to some urgent matters," he said, deliberately moving closer to the burly man to show that he was not a soul master. In this era, if one wasn't even a soul master, they were basically judged to be of the lower class. They not only lacked social status, but also didn't even qualify for the label of dangerous. Noticing that Tian was not a soul master, the burly man relaxed slightly. He lost interest in Tian and impatiently waved his hand. "No speeding on the road. If I see you rushing like a monkey again, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Xiao Shunzi, hurry up and catch up with the group. Who are you lagging behind, chattering away?" At that moment, a head suddenly popped out from the carriage ahead, calling out to the burly man. The burly man immediately put on a smiling face and flattered, "Master Supervisor, I'll catch up right away." The head that appeared from the carriage did not respond to the burly man's words, but hesitated and looked at Tian beside him. Tian, the owner of the butterfly farm? Hearing someone call his name, Tian instinctively looked toward the carriage. It was indeed a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. He unexpectedly ran into the eunuch's supervisor, Odor, on the road. After glancing at the number of carriages, Tian realized that this was likely the entourage of Qian Ruxue. He hadn't expected to encounter Qian Ruxue on the road. Facing Supervisor Odor, Tian, a commoner, naturally could not be disrespectful. He stood on his horse and slightly bowed. "Master Supervisor Odor, long time no see. What brings you here? What are you doing here?" Odor hesitated to ask. Tian's expression was calm. "I was just about to head to Dong High School, but I was stopped by your subordinates because I was riding too fast. Since we have met, there's no need to hide it. I must go to Dong High School. Without me to maintain order, the entire school would likely be turned upside down by Qian Ruxue, leaving no secrets intact. This situation cannot happen." Boldly, he asked, "How did you know we were going to Dong High School?" Chief Steward Odd suddenly changed his expression and looked at Tian with vigilance. Tian chuckled lightly. "I think there is a misunderstanding here. I didn't know that you were going to Dong High School." In fact, he could only say he didn't know. Although Ode had sent someone to inform him, according to normal timing, it was estimated that the messenger would take another half an hour to reach the butterfly farm. Tian knew right away. In fact, due to the role of his undercover informants, he intended to take advantage of the time difference to go to Dong High School and prevent the leak of teaching secrets. However, he didn't expect to be a step late and encountered Qian Ruxue's convoy on the way. Tian explained, "The Dong High School was established with the funds I raised, and I'm still the principal there. I go to the school almost every few days." This was the truth, and he wasn't afraid of being investigated. The reason he hadn't been there these days was simply because his sister had returned. "You are the principal?" Upon hearing this, Od was taken aback. Looking at Tian's age, he could believe that he was a senior student at the school, but to say he was the principal of Dong High School was truly laughable. A young kid with no experience being a principal. That showed how terrible the school must be. Prior to this, he had heard that all the students at Dong High School were commoners. Connecting this, Od had already formed a rough judgment in his heart. This was completely a second-rate school. Only the kind-hearted prince would find a school without nobles attending to have some novelty. This made Od feel a twinge of emotion. The prince was indeed the most outstanding prince of the Tiando Empire in a century. Even such a lousy school was worth his visit. How much willpower must it take to be like the prince? Although Tian had revealed his identity, Od had already lost interest in him. He waved his hand impatiently. "His Highness the Prince is here to inspect your school, so you could just follow behind." "Okay, Chief Od," Tian nodded in agreement, but internally, he felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed that the secrets of Dong High School would be exposed to some extent. The next 10 minutes of travel felt very long to Tian. However, all journeys must come to an end. In front of the school, a few militia disguised as sentinels stopped the prince's inspection carriage. Maintaining security at the school was necessary. In fact, the security situation across the Douluo continent was not very good. Murders and robberies were almost commonplace, even in Donghai City, controlled by the 4 major families. There were often incidents of bullies forcibly taking women. let alone the countryside, which had no soldiers guarding it. Chapter 68. Elementary school students can smelt refined iron. The Dong High School was an important asset for Tian, and all the students here were ordinary commoners with no combat capability. If there were no soldiers to protect it and bandits broke in, it would truly be like sheep entering a wolf's den, leading to a massacre. Stop. No entry for idle people. The militia reached out to stop them as everyone moved forward. Have you lost your eyesight to dare block us? A sissy, whose voice was even sharper than OD's, stepped forward and shouted. The militia sneered. It's our duty to protect the student's safety. If you think you can, then come in. Shut up. The sissy's 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings instantly appeared, ready to teach the blind soldier the lesson. However, he did not know that in the darkness, several black sniper rifles had already quietly aimed at him. As long as he dared to act, the entire carriage team would become corpses. Just then, a slightly feminine male voice came from the middle carriage. We are here incognito, not to show off our power. The voice was devoid of emotion and carried a sense of authority. The sissy immediately fell silent and retreated quietly. Inside the middle carriage, 2 beautiful maidens were the first to step out. One lifted the curtain, while the other lowered a wooden stool covered with golden silk. Subsequently, a tall young man with golden hair stepped out of the carriage, elegantly stepping down onto the ground. The action of the other party getting off the carriage made Tian, who had been silently following, glance sideways slightly. Although he had never seen Qian Renxue, he could tell from the aura that the person was undoubtedly Qian Renxue. Of course, her current identity was Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Tian Empire. A brief glance at Qian Renxue's chest made Tian inwardly click his tongue. How hard must one be on themselves to bind such a large chest so flat? It was fortunate that Tian City was located in the north, where it was cold for most of the year. Nobles also liked to wear long robes. Otherwise, even if it were tightly bound, her exaggerated pectoral muscles would expose her disguise in front of the nobles of the Tian Empire. Since Qian Renxue had already stepped out of the carriage, Tian could no longer hide in the back. He dismounted, walked up to the militia guarding the school, and spread his hands, saying, "This person is a big shot from Tian City, so please don't be rude." Upon seeing Tian's appearance, the militia members relaxed their tense expressions. They had originally prepared to greet Tian, but upon hearing his words, they stopped their intention to bow. A big shot from Tian City? That's not necessarily a good thing. Young Master Tian once taught that the more one is in the presence of important figures, the more one should keep a low profile, even to the point of not showing off at all. The 2 militia members exchanged glances and withdrew. Who are you? Facing the suddenly appearing Tian, Qian Renxue cast a faint, inquiring glance at him. Before Tian could respond, Outa stepped forward, bowing and saying softly, "Your Highness, this is Tian, the owner of Butterfly Farm, and also the principal of Dong High School." Upon hearing Tian's name, Qian Renxue recalled that when she visited Dong High City a few days ago, she had considered staying at Butterfly Farm. She had heard Tian's name mentioned once or twice among her subordinates. However, after arriving in Dong High City, she changed her mind and decided to inspect the school that was entirely composed of commoners. She didn't expect that Tian had transformed into the principal of Dong High School. Qian Renxue couldn't believe there could be such a coincidence in the world. She could roughly guess the real situation. It was likely that Tian wanted to gain face by welcoming her, the crown princess. Moreover, the ancient clock had accepted Tian's ill-gotten money, which allowed him to welcome her. When she temporarily changed her mind and did not go to the farm, Tian, not willing to give up, became the principal instead. This made Qian Renxue frown slightly. She generally disliked those who flattered the powerful to gain fame and status. However, since she came primarily to investigate the people's sentiments, she decided to let this petty matter slide for now. She glanced at Tian indifferently and said, "Since you were the principal of the school, take me in for a tour." "Of course, Your Highness," Tian replied with a slight bow, feeling somewhat reluctant in his heart. He secretly pondered where to take Qian Renxue. Dong High School was large, providing everything from elementary education for 6-year-olds to vocational skills education for 18-year-olds. Except for the highly confidential subject of firearms manufacturing, everything else could be found within school. From simple farming techniques to complex metallurgy, shipbuilding, and medical treatment, all could be seen at Dong High School. As they walked, Tian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Dong High City region had been bustling for a month now. First, it was visited by elite spies from the Martial Soul Hall, and now Qian Renxue had also arrived. If there weren't any conspiracies behind this, he wouldn't believe it himself. He needed to investigate thoroughly, Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. While lost in thought, Tian decided to take Tian to the elementary school section first. To avoid exposing the advanced technological education of Dong High School, he could only let a group of children take the lead. At Tian's age, she probably liked children the most. The elementary school section was located at the far west of Dong High School and was an independent courtyard. Additionally, the elementary school section had the largest number of students in the entire Dong High School. It would be best to make Tian believe that the whole Dong High School was just teaching elementary students. That way, the true strength of Dong High School would not be revealed. Tian thought to himself. However, before he entered the courtyard of the elementary school department, he heard a clattering sound coming from inside. Tian was a bit surprised and approached a female teacher who was holding books and preparing to teach. What's going on? Why is it so noisy in the elementary department? The female teacher looked up and, upon seeing that the inquirer was Tian, immediately broke into a smile. In Dong High School, everyone regarded Tian as an idol. The female teacher was no exception. She quickly responded respectfully to Tian's question. Young Master Tian, according to the teaching plan, this week is the internship week for the elementary department. Each student will be assigned some iron ore and will smelt it into a piece of pig iron as their assignment for the internship week. Behind Tian, the chief steward Ode sneered disdainfully after hearing the female teacher's words and said to Tian beside him, "This school is really teaching recklessly. Refined iron is extremely rare. Even a master blacksmith cannot guarantee producing refined iron in one go. How can a bunch of elementary school students possibly refine it?" As expected, a wild chicken school is truly a wild chicken school. These kids have no common sense. Doesn't the teacher know that? It seems that the teachers at Dong High School are just a bunch of country bumpkins. They have never experienced any high-level education at all. This is not teaching. It's simply teaching them to brag. Tian looked indifferent and glanced at Tian in front of her. I actually want to see how this refined iron is made. Hearing this, Tian hurriedly walked in front of Tian and waved his hand. Your Highness, what you just said was just a joke. How could a group of elementary school students refine refined iron? He also forgot that this week was the students' internship week. The idea of elementary school students refining refined iron was indeed shocking. If Tian in front of him was unwilling to believe it, that would naturally be the best. He could take this opportunity to temporarily cancel the student's internship on refining refined iron to prevent the technology from being exposed. Joke? How dare you deceive His Highness the Crown Prince? That's a serious crime. Next to Tian the burly Shunzi stepped forward, looking at Tian with mockery. If we don't see refined iron today, you're finished. Chapter 69. Internship Manual. The palace chief steward Ode looked at Tian's troubled expression with a hint of malicious comfort, saying, Tian, don't worry. His Highness is just here to visit the students of Dong High School. He is not here to make trouble for you. Even if you can't produce refined iron, it's understandable. Shunzi's words are just a joke. With His Highness here, how could he trouble a mere commoner like you? In Ode's view, Tian's troubled expression clearly showed that he was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of the prince, which could lead to punishment. Little did he know that the prince was cultured and easygoing and would never punish his subordinates casually. A commoner like him didn't even have the qualification to be punished by the prince. He was overestimating himself. Thinking of this, Ode couldn't help but feel self-satisfied. His Highness was truly the most exceptional prince in 100 years, with a heart that was too good. If His Highness could inherit the throne of the Tian Empire, it would be the luckiest thing for the entire country. Thank you for the reminder, Chief Steward Ode. Tian absent-mindedly thanked Ode. In fact, what he was worried about was not these things, but the fear that the secret of refining refined iron would be leaked. However, at this point, it was already too late to turn back. Forget it. Anyway, even if the other party obtained the technology to refine refined iron, they wouldn't be able to quickly improve their strength. So what if it got leaked? Tian comforted himself. Even if Tian obtained the technology for refined iron, she would only use it to make cold weapons. This wouldn't have much impact on the overall situation of Douluo continent. Having thought this through, Tian no longer worried. He took the lead and walked into the elementary school department, bringing Tian and others to observe the students' internship activities. Upon entering the gate of the elementary school department, a square came into view. At this moment, dozens of high furnaces stood in the square. Some of the furnaces had chimneys emitting thick black smoke. More furnaces had yet to be ignited. Groups of 7 or 8 elementary school students were filling the furnaces with coal. Seeing the scene, the steward Ode rubbed his chin and nodded in approval. It does look quite impressive. As the palace steward, Ode had seen a lot. Almost every blacksmith shop had such a furnace. One difference was that blacksmith shop furnaces were generally low. The young assistant next to Ode, seeing the furnace and the student's actions, let out a sneer. He was born into a blacksmith family before entering the palace. The furnace before him could be said to be exactly the same as those in blacksmith shops. With such a furnace, they wanted to refine refined iron? That was simply daydreaming. Haha, Tian, is your furnace made of gold, or is the fuel made of silver? With this broken furnace, how could refined iron be produced? Wouldn't the price of refined iron on the continent plummet to the ground? Hearing this, the attendants behind Tian Rinxue also joined in the mockery. I see this furnace doesn't seem any different from other iron refining furnaces. Not to mention there's no difference. Can't you see this furnace is taller? Haha, if being a little taller could refine refined iron, wouldn't the iron refining furnaces on the continent have to reach the sky? Not to mention anything else. Just based on the fact that the iron refining operators are a group of elementary school students, they can't refine refined iron. If they could refine refined iron, I dare to eat shit. Hee, little brother speaks the truth. I never speak empty words. Facing the crowd's merciless ridicule, Tian smiled lightly and said to everyone, one of the young gentlemen is indeed correct. The secret to refining refined iron lies in the height of the furnace. What everyone is seeing now is actually a new type of iron refining furnace called a blast furnace. Want to eat shit? Tian sneered in his heart, then let him fulfill his dreams. What he said was not a lie to Tian Rinxue and the others. The secret to refining high-quality iron lies in the height of the furnace. If the furnace is high enough, a stable chemical reaction chain can form during the smelting process. The early iron smelting furnaces on the continent failed because they were not tall enough, resulting in insufficient carbon monoxide to reduce iron oxide to metallic iron, which led to the high impurities in the iron produced. Upon hearing Tian's explanation, even Ode, who usually values etiquette highly, couldn't help but laugh. It was too ridiculous. Raising the height of the furnace could solve the problem of refining high-quality iron? What a laughable notion. If he weren't the knowledgeable court steward, he might have almost believed the serious nonsense coming from this commoner. Tian, stop showcasing your wrinkled talents in front of the prince. Ode disdainfully looked at Tian and said coldly, those who follow the prince are all elites of the empire. Someone like you, spouting nonsense, is only fit to be a small merchant. Don't flaunt your poor talents in front of the prince. Tian Rinxue, who had been silent, looked at Tian calmly at this moment, her voice revealing no emotion. Whether high-quality iron can be refined or not, we'll know after trying it out. Tian's eyes were squinting with a smile, and he didn't feel like explaining the principles of blast furnace iron smelting to Tian Rinxue. It would be best if she didn't believe that this method could produce refined iron. However, Tian Rinxue clearly hadn't lost interest, gracefully walking over to a lit blast furnace. She bent down on her knees and asked the little girl who was struggling to fill the furnace with coal, is it heavy? Not too bad. The little girl stuffed coal into the furnace, wiping the fine sweat from her forehead, unknowingly smearing some soot on her face as well. Oblivious to this, the little girl excitedly said, big sister, smelting iron is a really fun process. Why don't we do it together? Ode stepped forward and scolded. Where did this wild girl come from? This is His Highness the Crown Prince, a boy. Upon hearing this, the little girl immediately fell silent, instinctively shrinking back and looking at Ode with wide, panicked eyes. It's fine. Tian Rinxue smiled slightly and waved her hand. Children speak without thinking. It seems my disguise is too neutral. My disguise skills still need improvement. Tian Rinxue squatted down and gently picked up a piece of coal, saying to the little girl, I'll help you. Thank you, big brother, the little girl said shyly. Seeing this scene, Ode wiped his eyes, tears streaming down his face. The Crown Prince truly is the most outstanding prince of the Tiando Empire in a century, not even shying away from dirty coal. So great. With Tian Rinxue's help, the little girl quickly completed the coal-filling work. Finally, they tossed the crushed iron ore, piece by piece, into the blast furnace, forcefully pushing down the furnace lid. Is that it? The little girl asked. Not yet. She shook her head and quickly ran to the side where her backpack was stored. She took out a practical manual from her backpack, flipped through it, and handed it to Tian Rinxue, saying, Big brother, look, after the blast furnace is closed, it needs air blowing to speed up the smelting process. Chapter 70. The Tian Rinxue stared at the vivid illustrations in the practical manual, secretly amazed. She didn't expect the usage of the blast furnace could be illustrated. Such a presentation method is much more concise than dry text. Moreover, it is clear to glance. Even illiterate people can understand it. This school is really interesting, and Tian Rinxue developed a strong interest in it. At this moment, The little girl guided Tian Ringshu to the other side of the blast furnace. A round pipe extended from the furnace wall, connecting to a small blower. The blower, resembling a bicycle wheel, had pedals that the students could operate with their feet to drive the blower. In fact, the smelting furnaces in the workshop used mechanical blowers. These blowers in front of them were specially made for students to practice, and they could be connected like candied haws to deliver air to the blast furnace. Ode, standing beside Tian Ringshu, laughed at the clover-like blowers. Is this really called a blower? It's too childish. Nowadays, high-end blowers are made from sheepskin or cowhide, functioning like human breathing, inhaling and exhaling air for the furnace. This bizarrely shaped blower doesn't even use a bit of sheepskin or cowhide. How could it possibly have a blowing effect? Hearing Ode's laughter, Tian Ringshu frowned slightly and asked, Chief Ode, what are you laughing at? Ode couldn't stop smiling, pointing at the blower and explaining, this blower is really strange. I've never seen anything like it. It's truly embarrassing. You haven't even seen a blower before. Let me demonstrate. A mischievous little kid walked over and, without thinking, said, I'll show you. Then he made a face at Ode. Sitting on the blower's support, he started pedaling the drive shaft with his feet. The blower gradually picked up speed, and the smoke from the furnace's chimney became thicker. Oomph! Facing the little kid's mockery, Ode angrily flicked his sleeve. With the crown prince beside him, as the palace steward, he couldn't stoop to the level of a little kid. Seeing the child's actions, other kids joined in, riding the bicycle like blowers and pedaling the drive shafts. The combined effort of 7 or 8 children generated quite a bit of airflow. The air was sent into the blast furnace, which began to emit loud noises and spew black smoke and sparks. At this moment, the little girl, not knowing where she found a crucible, brought it to Tian Ringshu and introduced, this is the pot for holding molten iron. She pointed to a small opening on the other side of the blast furnace, saying, the molten iron will flow out from here later. We just need to wait patiently. Tian Ringshu nodded lightly. Nearby, Xiao Shunzi, hearing the little girl's words, let out a disdainful snort. Coming from a family of blacksmiths, he already understood the situation. The process of Tian smelting iron is no different from other blacksmiths. At most, it's just a more advanced blower. Can this really produce refined iron? Absolutely impossible. He looked coldly at Tian. You are truly wasting His Highness's time. Faced with Xiao Shunzi's continuous ridicule, Tian frowned. What if I can produce it? Are you going to eat dung like that guard? What if I can't produce it? Xiao Shunzi narrowed his eyes and said, how about we make a bet? As a merchant from Donghai City, you must have a lot of money. It's time to take down this arrogant merchant. As long as he keeps an eye on the furnace and doesn't give Tian a chance to switch, this bet is definitely a sure win. A bet that can only win, if not placed, would be a huge loss. Hearing Xiao Shunzi's provocative bet, Tian secretly chuckled. He really is a narcissist. Those who only believe in their own experience will eventually yield to the truth. All right, let's make a bet. Tian responded lightly. Gotcha. Xiao Shunzi was delighted and said, if you lose, you must give His Highness a treasure worth 100,000 gold coins. This tactic is called borrowing flowers to present Buddha. In Xiao Shunzi's view, 100,000 gold coins would be enough to bankrupt this arrogant merchant Tian. This is the fate that the arrogant Tian deserves. Taking Tian's money to present to the crown prince is just perfect. If the crown prince is pleased, he could become prosperous through this relationship of offering treasures. Good. But since it's a bet, you also need to put up an appropriate stake. My requirement is not much. If you lose, you have to do 100 frog jumps around the school. Tian accepted the bet from Xiao Shunzi while stating his own conditions. The reason he didn't let the other party eat poop was that Xiao Shunzi belonged to Tian Ringshu. One must consider the owner when dealing with a dog. If Xiao Shunzi really had to eat poop, it would be a serious matter. I agree. Xiao Shunzi replied without a second thought, completely oblivious to the scale of Dong High School. With his physique, if he had a frog jump 100 circles, he would definitely be on the verge of death. However, Xiao Shunzi didn't think he would lose. After all, coming from a blacksmith family, he knew that the kind of furnace used would produce nothing but ordinary iron. This iron had numerous impurities, was very brittle, and could break with a single strike. It was fine for making farming tools but useless for crafting ordinary weapons. Not to mention, high-quality refined iron was out of the question. Meanwhile, Tian Ringshu listened quietly to the bet between Tian and Xiao Shunzi, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Since you both sincerely want to bet, I shall serve as the judge. At the same time, Tian Ringshu took out a jade pendant from her waist and waved it in the air. This jade pendant of mine is a precious soul-guiding artifact that has a calming effect. Why not add it to your wager? Whoever wins will take it. Thank you, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shunzi's eyes immediately lit up. To him, this jade pendant seemed like a sure win. Moreover, its calming effect was simply invaluable. Yi Tian glanced at the jade pendant with indifference, feeling no interest at all. Using external objects to calm one's mind was a method that should have been eliminated long ago. The jade pendant was of no use to him. However, Tian Rinxue's current identity was, after all, that of the crown prince. If she appeared too indifferent, it would be easy to reveal her true intentions. She put on a facade of delight, repeatedly looking at the jade pendant, showing an expression of being very moved. This made Tian Rinxue frown slightly. She had taken out the jade pendant with the intention of giving it to Xiao Shunzi. Xiao Shunzi was a eunuch sent by the Tiando emperor to take care of her daily needs. While it was said to be for her care, he also had the responsibility of monitoring her behavior as the crown prince, regularly reporting back to the Tiando emperor. Therefore, she actually wanted to take this opportunity to win over Xiao Shunzi, turning him into her ally. This would undoubtedly make her plans for usurping the throne much smoother. However, the expression of the merchant Yi Tian in front of her was quite displeasing. That guy from ancient time who took the black-hearted money really deserved to die. How could he let someone as greedy for money and arrogant as Yi Tian be responsible for welcoming her? After Tian Rinxue waited disinterestedly for half an hour, the molten iron finally began to pour out of the furnace. Chapter 71. Is this for real? The appearance of the molten iron attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shunzi, eager to win the bet, had already prepared a basin of cold water. Seeing that the crucible was nearly full of molten iron, Xiao Shunzi immediately stepped forward and used iron tongs to place the crucible into the water to cool it. With a sizzling sound, the scorching molten iron quickly cooled into a silvery iron block, falling from the crucible into the basin. Whether this iron meets the standard can be known with a single strike of the hammer. Xiao Shunzi mockingly looked at Yi Tian, holding the silvery iron block in his hand. If the quality of the iron did not meet the standard, then under the impact of the hammer, this iron block would shatter like ice. In Xiao Shunzi's view, he had already won this bet. Yi Tian was just a commoner, probably never having stepped out of the East Sea coast in his life. He actually wanted to bet against him. He really didn't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Yi Tian glanced coldly at Xiao Shunzi, a half-smile on his face as he said, "Then let Gong Shun test it out. Don't cry later." Xiao Shunzi sneered, holding a piece of iron in his hand. With that, he walked to a public forging platform in the square. He placed the iron block on the platform and picked up a large hammer nearby. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shunzi's colleagues began to discuss among themselves. Xiao Shunzi was sure to win. Yi Tian is such a fool. Everyone knows that fine iron requires repeated forging. How could it possibly be produced just by increasing the height of the smelting furnace? Yi Tian is going to lose badly this time. The bet is 100,000 gold coins. That is probably all his wealth. Standing in front, Tian Rinxue also watched Xiao Shunzi's actions with great interest. While observing Yi Tian's expression, although the outcome of the bet seemed certain to Tian Rinxue, Yi Tian still maintained a calm demeanor. This surprised Tian Rinxue. Such a tranquil mindset is not something everyone can possess. If the person who has it is a soul master, one could say that this person's achievements will not be low. To Tian Rinxue, seeing this mindset in Yi Tian seemed quite strange. After all, how old could Yi Tian be? Judging by his appearance and skeletal development, he definitely looked younger than 20. Most nobles of Yi Tian's age are still in school, engaging in clever games with teachers, playing tricks, teasing female classmates, and experiencing romance. Yet at this age, Yi Tian already possesses such wealth, which can be considered the mark of a successful businessman. At this moment, Tian Rinxue recalled some information she had overlooked. Yi Tian's identity is not that of a noble, but rather a commoner. As the heir of the angel family, and having infiltrated the Tiando Empire for several years, Tian Rinxue understands one thing. In the Douluo continent, commoners without soul master talent have almost no upward mobility. They can only be vassals of the noble lords for their entire lives, mere objects to be manipulated by the powerful, with no human rights to speak of. Moreover, such commoners, even if killed by nobles, will find no one to stand up and seek justice for them. They wouldn't even have to spend time in prison. It can be said that in the Douluo continent, commoners are the lowest existence, with no possibility of elevating their social status. However, Yi Tian before her has shattered Tian Rinxue's preconceived notions of commoners. Not only does he possess a small family business in these difficult times, but he has also established a school specifically for training commoner students. From this perspective, Yi Tian is undoubtedly a successful person who remembers to dig the well after drinking water. He also has some talent. Tian Rushue's beautiful eyes flickered as she rested her jade hand on her chin and thought. Bribing the ancient clock to welcome me probably also aims to use this opportunity to enter the noble class and change his humble identity. With a bit of talent and ambition and a good mindset, Tian Rushue secretly decided to recruit him. Of course, Tian is not a soul master, which doesn't hold much value for her. Her intention to recruit him is more about attracting talented individuals, making them see that even someone from a commoner background like Tian can secure a decent position by her side. Would they dare to be neglectful? With this thought, Tian Rushue had a rough strategy in mind. Even if Tian loses this bet, she wouldn't take his property. After all, it's just 100,000 gold coins, which means nothing to her. If she could buy Tian's loyalty for 100,000 gold coins, it would be an incredibly good deal. Moreover, Tian has no background and comes from a humble origin, making him the easiest to be touched and used. She was about to take action against the Snow Knight Emperor and needed a loyal group of subordinates. In her thoughts, the little Shunzi in front hammered down heavily. With a loud bang, the iron hammer bounced off. Due to the force, Shunzi's hand felt numb, and his head buzzed. As a three-ring mixed master, his strike had a force comparable to 3 times that of an ordinary person. After smashing, Shunzi didn't even look at the result and mockingly stared at Tian. Are you going to admit defeat now? Shunzi was so confident because he came from a blacksmith family and was very familiar with smelting. There was no suspense at all. However, Tian showed a look of disdain, as if looking at a fool, and said to Shunzi, "You might want to turn around and check the result before you talk to me." Upon hearing this, Shunzi was taken aback. He turned to look at the iron block on the forging table. Then, Shunzi was stunned. The iron block was not shattered as he had imagined. It merely had a dent from the hammer strike. This dent indicated that the iron's purity was extremely high, soft, and ductile, which was exactly the specialty of refined iron. How is this possible? Shunzi's pupils dilated as he muttered to himself. Could it be that Tian swapped it? But that was impossible. He had personally cooled the iron from the molten state and placed it on the forging table to prevent Tian from swapping it. Tian had not participated in the entire process at all. This meant there was no possibility of a swap. Shunzi swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. So, by increasing the height of the smelting furnace, it really can produce refined iron? The crowd saw Shunzi's expression turn awkward and looked at the iron block that had not shattered. They began to murmur. No way. Could this little piece really be refined iron? It's very possible. Look at the luster of that iron. Only true refined iron can emit such a pure silver-white color. Hiss, could it be that raising the furnace height can really improve the quality of the iron? That's terrifying. If it were that simple, why has no one discovered it before? For a moment, everyone was shocked. Their gazes turned to Tian. They never expected that what Tian had said earlier was true. Chapter 72 found the whereabouts of the Xian Gun Soul Master. You adults actually doubt Brother Ye's words. In our school, who doesn't know that Brother Yi is the smartest person? A bold little girl stood up and stuck out her tongue at the people led by Chief Ode. This made Ode and others grit their teeth in anger. However, they could do nothing about it since she was just a little girl. It wouldn't be proper to argue with a little girl. That would be too demeaning. Tian Rushue, who had been watching this scene, was also extremely surprised. She blinked and looked at Tian in astonishment. She never expected that Tian would win this wager. It turned out that he was not an arrogant person, but rather that she and her subordinates lacked knowledge. This made Tian Rushue's chest rise and fall slightly. The prouder found it hard to accept this fact for a moment. Just then, Shunzi's voice came. No, you must have tampered with it. Otherwise, how could this broken furnace produce refined iron? He glared at Tian fiercely. Swinging his hammer, he stepped forward and said threateningly, "Speak. Did you tamper with it?" Shunzi secretly regretted betting against Tian. If he had to hop around Donghai City 100 times, he would lose face completely. So at this moment, he had to firmly accuse Tian of cheating. After all, the judge was the crown prince. No matter what, he was close to the crown prince, while Tian was just an outsider. In terms of judgment, he naturally had the advantage. You handled everything from the molten iron to the test. I didn't participate at all. Are you trying to back out of the wager? Tian was completely unafraid, his expression calm as he curled his right index finger. This was actually a signal to the sniper hiding in the distance. From the moment they entered the East Sea School, the sniper had been observing every move of Tian Rushue and the others. If there was any action that posed a threat to Tian, the sniper would not hesitate to pull the trigger. However, Tian did not want to have any conflict with Tian Rushue, given her dual identity. Any unexpected incident would not only involve him, but could also bring great trouble to the entire EC city. Just as Xiao Shunzi was about to step forward and threaten Yi Tian again, Qian Ruxue spoke up, her tone very cold. Enough. Do you still think it's not embarrassing enough? Xiao Shunzi was truly overstepping. Someone with such a character was not worth winning over. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shunzi immediately fell silent. He did not expect Qian Ruxue to speak to an outsider. For a moment, he was at a loss. At this time, a primary school student stepped forward and said, "Brother, you should be an honest good kid." Other students echoed, "Didn't your teacher teach you to be honest?" Hearing this, Xiao Shunzi trembled with anger, looking at Qian Ruxue with pleading eyes, hoping that the crown prince would speak up and spare him from having to run. If he had to run 100 laps around the EC school, he might lose half his life. However, Qian Ruxue completely ignored Xiao Shunzi's intentions. Her gaze fixed on Yi Tian. She reached out and took out a lifelike jade pendant, handing it to Yi Tian. "This crown prince is willing to gamble and accept defeat. This jade pendant is yours." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yi Tian responded perfunctorily, showing a surprised expression as he caught the jade pendant. He casually waved it in Xiao Shunzi's direction. Seeing the jade pendant, Xiao Shunzi was filled with shame, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Today was truly a huge embarrassment. Yi Tian said lightly, "Shun Gonggong, if you're willing to bet, you must be prepared to lose. With such a little friend watching, you shouldn't let them learn to be dishonest." Xiao Shunzi trembled all over and pleaded, "Yi Tian, can we make a half? If I lose, will you let me take only 50,000 gold coins?" Yi Tian squinted his eyes and asked indifferently. After speaking, he casually glanced at Qian Ruxue. He was looking forward to how Qian Ruxue would respond next. In the face of this, Qian Ruxue fell into a moment of thought. On one side was the commitment to the bet, and on the other was the little follower she wanted to win over. Although the little follower's character was not worth winning over, he was after all a person of the Snow Knight Emperor, and his identity was very important. If the little follower were to embarrass himself here, then the idea of winning him over could probably be dismissed. However, if she violated the bet and tried to recruit Yi Tian, that would also be out of the question. After all, no one would follow a lord who did not keep his promises. At that moment, Odd stepped forward to mediate. He came to Yi Tian's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said softly, "The bet is just for lightening the mood. The EC City School is so big. Making the little follower hop 100 circles would be overkill, wouldn't it? Listen to this manager's advice. If you can spare someone, then spare them. Don't make things difficult for yourself." How could Yi Tian not hear the hidden meaning in Odd's words? This was actually a warning to him, merely from a small commoner. On the other hand, Xiao Shunzi, as a palace eunuch, held a prestigious position. Seeking a moment of satisfaction is certainly good, but what follows is bound to be revenge. Xiao Shunzi, who gained the favor of the Snowy Night Emperor and was assigned to the crown prince, was not someone who acted foolishly. After seeing Odd help persuade Yi Tian, he stepped forward again, intending to bow and apologize to Yi Tian. "I have to say, Yi Tian, you are a very talented person. My insight was shallow, and I am willing to accept the penalty of the bet." After saying this, Xiao Shunzi really left, preparing to jump 100 circles. However, his departure was quite slow, clearly waiting for Yi Tian to speak. Yi Tian glanced at Qian Ruxue, who seemed to be deep in thought. He chuckled lightly and walked over to Xiao Shunzi, pulling him by the shoulder. "What I said earlier was just a moment of bravado. How could I let you, Master Shun, jump 100 frog leaps?" Hearing this, Xiao Shunzi was immensely grateful and once again lowered his head in shame, cupping his hands and saying, "Thank you." At this moment, Qian Ruxue finally came out of her contemplation and approached Yi Tian. With a slight movement of her beautiful eyes, she said, "Yi Tian, I find you quite talented. Would you be interested in working under me?" Yi Tian was slightly taken aback by Qian Ruxue's offer. He had never considered that she would recruit him. However, he did not hesitate too much and bowed to refuse, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. I have gotten used to staying by the EC and do not have any grand ambitions. I fear I wouldn't be able to bear the prince's favor." Qian Ruxue shook her head with a hint of regret, saying, "With your talent, it's a pity not to hold an official position." Yet, she felt a sense of surprise in her heart. Yi Tian was surprisingly indifferent to her solicitation. Could it be that she had previously jumped to conclusions? Thinking Yi Tian was after fame and fortune, and was wrong? This left Qian Ruxue's thoughts in a momentary chaos. Just then, a knight in armor arrived at the elementary school department. Reporting, the knight dismounted quickly and knelt beside Qian Ruxue, saying, "Your Highness, The ancient timekeeper said he has found the whereabouts of the Navy General Xuanxiang Douluo. Chapter 73. Discovered? Have we found the missing Xuanxiang Douluo? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Tian Rushue's beautiful eyes. Her main task in going to Silvis was to investigate the case of Xuanxiang Douluo's disappearance. Unexpectedly, this ancient timekeeper had some skills. In just a few days, he had learned the whereabouts of Xuanxiang Douluo. Where is the ancient timekeeper now? Tian Rushue asked. The soldier respectfully replied, at the port. According to the ancient timekeeper, Xuanxiang Douluo is on a small island. Hearing this, Tian was secretly astonished. Damn, could it be that the ancient timekeeper really found him? If the other party finds out that Xuanxiang Douluo was killed by him, it would be a huge problem. It shouldn't be. Tian shook his head. Even the people near Donghai City didn't know the whereabouts of Xuanxiang Douluo. The ancient timekeeper had only arrived at the Donghai shoreline a few days earlier than Tian Rushue. How could he possibly know? The chance of him guessing correctly was very slim. He probably wanted to show off in front of Tian Rushue to gain some rewards. But regardless of whether this matter was true or not, he had to be prepared. Better safe than sorry. If the ancient timekeeper happened to guess right, and he wasn't prepared, wouldn't he be in trouble? With this in mind, Tian glanced at Tian Rushue. She was clearly very interested in the news about Xuanxiang Douluo and was already itching to leave. This made Tian breathe a slight sigh of relief. Once Tian Rushue left, he would have the opportunity to mobilize his forces and take some precautions to prevent the worst from happening. As Tian expected, Tian Rushue spoke to those around her. Since we have the whereabouts of Xuanxiang Douluo, we cannot miss this opportunity. Let's pause the inspection of Donghai School. Everyone hurry to the port of Donghai City. Yes. Her guards all responded in unison. Tian was just about to bow to send off Tian Rushue when she turned around and stared at him, her red lips moving. Tian, you are a local, so you must be familiar with the roads. Please lead the way for this prince. Odell stepped forward arrogantly and said, Tian, to serve the prince is your fortune for 3 lifetimes. Hurry up and thank His Highness the Prince. Thank you, Your Highness, Tian replied with a professional smile. Feeling helpless in his heart, Tian Rushue really knew how to command people, which made Tian a bit worried. There were also his people at the East Seaport, but they were few and not enough to form a deterrent force. As the saying goes, one should not engage in a battle without preparation. Putting oneself in danger was something Tian did not want to see. He flickered his eyes and said, Your Highness, may I change to another horse? The previous horse is already tired, and if I ride it to the East Sea City port, it might delay us on the way. All right, Tian Rushue replied casually, not thinking much of it. Odell waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and come back. His Highness's time is very precious. Okay. Tian pretended to be overly anxious and jogged out of the elementary department's courtyard. In fact, his temporary departure was not to change horses, but to relay a message to the guards. Finding a secluded place, Tian made a special signal. Immediately, a staff member dressed in ancient attire approached with a resolute expression. Young master, what are your orders? Tian calmly said. You immediately notify the Polaris team to head to the port. Understood. The staff understood and immediately walked away, as if they had never spoken to Tian. After giving the orders, Tian went to the school stable and casually switched to another horse. He returned to Tian Runshue's side. At this moment, Tian Rushue and the others had already mounted their horses, waiting for Tian. Hurry up. Aoda looked at Tian with some impatience. The prince's time was very precious. Tian did not respond, only exchanging a knowing glance with Tian Runshu before urging his horse forward. Taking the small path to the port of EC City, everyone rode at a swift pace. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the port. Qiangu Shizhen, accompanied by several soldiers, was already waiting outside the port. Upon seeing Tian Runshue's figure, Qiangu Shizhen immediately bowed and greeted, Greetings, Your Highness. I am currently traveling incognito, so no need for excessive formalities, Tian Runshu replied calmly while riding a white horse. First, tell me the information you have gathered. Qiangu Shizhen raised his head and glanced at the entourage accompanying Tian Runshu. When he saw Tian among them, he was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the other party to connect with Tian Runshu so quickly. However, it didn't matter. The other party only had some financial resources. In terms of strength, they couldn't even compare to a soul master. Such a person had no capability to challenge him. He adjusted his expression and respectfully explained to Tian Runshu, Your Highness, I heard about the news regarding the Xuanxiang Douluo from fishermen. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A honest-looking middle-aged fisherman stepped forward. kneeling before Tian with great fear and trepidation. "Greetings, Your Highness." Upon seeing the middle-aged fisherman, Tian's heart sank. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly suppressed it. Could it be that he was truly discovered? If he were found out, he would really have to sever ties with the Do Empire. Not to mention, he would definitely be treated as the #1 wanted criminal by the Do Empire and captured, at least for several years. He would absolutely be unable to stay on the continent. Tian subconsciously took a half step back, ready to leave at the first opportunity. As long as the fisherman said something unfavorable to him, he would have to prepare to run. At this moment, Ode stepped forward and impatiently exclaimed, "I already said, no need for excessive courtesy." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged fisherman nodded repeatedly, hurriedly standing up and saying, replying to Your Highness the Crown Prince, "I encountered the Douluo in a place called Swallow Island. About half a month ago, a typhoon struck the EC. The typhoon came very suddenly, and I was fishing at sea at the time. In a panic, I had to take refuge on a nearby island. That island is called Swallow Island. At that time, hail had already begun to fall, and I was struck so hard that I covered my head, almost losing body temperature in the cold. Fortunately, I was saved by a powerful man with a scar on his face, which allowed me to escape." Hearing the fisherman's serious account, Tian almost laughed out loud. At this moment, he was no longer worried at all. This fisherman was just talking nonsense. When the typhoon struck, the Douluo was commanding the pirate fleet to attack the Leaf family. So how could he appear on Swallow Island? Clearly, the fisherman was a pawn sent by the ancient time needle, specifically to deceive Tian. However, knowing that the fisherman was lying, Tian had no intention of exposing him. He wanted to see what tricks the fisherman had up his sleeve. As for whether Tian would be deceived, that was beyond his concern. It was none of his business. Chapter 74. Unwilling to go regarding the fisherman's words. Tian showed great interest. "Could you describe in detail the appearance of that scar-faced strong man?" The fisherman replied earnestly, "I hid on the island for 5 or 6 days, so I remember my benefactor's appearance very clearly. He is about 1.8 meters tall, quite handsome, but has a scary scar on his face. Moreover, my benefactor is also a soul master. At that time, the typhoon was raging. An ordinary person would be blown away in an instant. But my benefactor was able to face the typhoon and catch fish in the sea. If it weren't for him, even if I managed to escape to Swallow Island, I would probably have starved to death in the typhoon." The ancient time needle stepped forward to confirm with Tian. From the fisherman's description, all the physical characteristics matched the Douluo's appearance. It must be him. He then turned to the fisherman and asked, "Do you know why your benefactor was on Swallow Island?" Hearing this, the fisherman scratched his head and said, "I was also curious at the time about why my benefactor lived alone on that small island. But my benefactor always acted like a reclusive master, smiling but not speaking." The fisherman hesitantly shared his guess. "From my observations over those few days, my benefactor is probably troubled by love." After hearing what the fisherman said, Tian nodded slightly. After receiving the order to investigate the disappearance of the Douluo, she had read through the records about him. Before he joined the Tian army, he indeed had a tragic love story. It seemed that the feelings in Douluo's heart had never been resolved. Tian sighed inwardly. This was quite tricky. After all, she was still young and could not fully comprehend what love was, something so ethereal. She couldn't guide the Douluo at all. On the other hand, the Douluo could be said to be one of the few high-end combat powers of the Tian Empire. If she could resolve his emotional entanglement and bring him back to the Tian Empire, her weight in the heart of the Snow Knight Emperor would undoubtedly increase significantly. In the future, inheriting the throne would become a matter of course. Therefore, she had to do her utmost to resolve the matter concerning the Douluo. She looked up at the simple fisherman and asked, "Do you still remember the way back to Swallow Island?" The fisherman patted his chest and replied, "Of course I'm familiar with it. Swallow Island is not some remote island. Any seasoned fisherman knows this place." Hearing this, Tian felt relieved. It seemed that the Douluo did not intend to completely hide away. Otherwise, he would have chosen an island that no one could find. From this perspective, she still had a chance to resolve the Douluo's emotional issues. And all of this hinged on meeting the Douluo. Before Tian could speak, the ancient time needle respectfully stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I've already rented a large ship in advance. Shall we head to Swallow Island to meet the Douluo?" "Good eye." Ode stepped forward and patted the ancient time needle on the shoulder. The ancient time needle revealed a gentle smile. "It's all thanks to the guidance of the chief steward." This made Ode feel refreshed. and he bowed to Tian Renshue, suggesting, "Your Highness, if you want to invite the Xuanxiang Douluo back, you must show sufficient sincerity. You should personally go to invite him. This prince has the same intention." Tian Renshue's gaze shifted slightly. The Snow Knight Emperor had sent her to handle the matter of the Xuanxiang Da, which was also a test. Only by passing this test could she move one step closer to the center of power in the Tian Empire and achieve ultimate victory in this game of power. On the other side, Tian, having realized that the fisherman was lying, showed no interest in the matter. He approached Tian Renshue and bowed, saying, "Since I have brought His Highness the Crown Prince to the port, I have completed my mission. I still have many teaching tasks to finish at the EC Academy, so please excuse me." Upon hearing this, the ancient time needle squinted his eyes. He felt a bit envious of Tian's luck. If he stayed, well, "What do you mean, Tian?" Ode expressed dissatisfaction. "Staying beside His Highness the Crown Prince is such a burden to you? Do you know how many people in the Tian Empire want to get close to His Highness, but cannot? Truly ungrateful," as expected of the chief steward of the palace. Tian felt a bit embarrassed. Ode always managed to find a way to flatter Tian Renshue. Tian found it somewhat amusing. If the other party knew that the prince he respected in his heart was actually Tian Renshue, what would they think? Hearing Tian say he was leaving, Tian Renshue turned slightly, a bit surprised. "Aren't you coming with us to Swallow Island? Do you know that as long as we invite the Xuanxiang Douluo back, everyone who follows will achieve great merit? For someone like you, a commoner, this merit is enough to elevate you past the rank of lord and grant you the title of baron. The prerequisite for gaining this merit is that the Xuanxiang Douluo must be present on Swallow Island." Tian remained indifferent. It should be known that the head of the Xian Gundo Luo had already been severed by Zhou Long. How could one possibly summon Xian Gundo Luo back now? It was simply absurd. "Your Highness, you flatter me. My aspiration is merely to be a wealthy man by the shores of the East Sea. I truly do not wish for titles or nobility. Not being able to serve the Empire and your Majesty has already made me feel ashamed. If I were to receive rewards without merit, I would probably blame myself for a lifetime." "You're quite a noble person," Ao said coldly. In his view, Tian's actions were entirely for the sake of gaining fame in front of Tian Renshue. How could there be such a person in this world who does not crave fame and fortune? Upon hearing this, Qiangu Shizhen also looked at Tian with new eyes. Tianqin has such lofty morals and a certain background. He will surely become a key figure in the Silvis province in the future. Thinking of this, Qiangu Shizhen chuckled to himself. His plan this time was originally aimed at Xueqinghe. As long as he could trick Xueqinghe into going to Island to kill him, and then frame the Spirit Hall for the crime, it would inevitably provoke a war between the Tian Empire and the Spirit Hall. At that time, the evil soul masters could take advantage of the chaos to establish a foothold on the continent. But since Tian has already arrived at the port, it wouldn't be difficult to trick him into being killed. Indeed, this would also eliminate a potential enemy. Qiangu Shizhen's eyes gradually brightened. He faced Tian and laughed, saying, "This is the prince's intention to appreciate you. You must seize this opportunity and not make the prince unhappy. Otherwise, even if the prince is magnanimous and doesn't hold it against you, I won't let you go." This statement was clearly threatening. Tian only found it amusing. A necromancer on the brink of death dared to boast in front of him. If it weren't for his desire to understand the connections behind the ancient timepieces necromancer network, the Tianso army would have already moved out to kill the ancient timepiece. He appreciated the good intentions behind the reminder from the ancient timepiece lord, but he really did not want to go to Soloro Island. Chapter 75, Tian's Diminished Presence. Tian slightly glanced at Tian Renshue and said, "I don't think His Highness the Crown Prince would make things difficult for a small person like me." This was actually a reminder to the other party in Tian Renshue's identity. After all, she is now the Crown Prince of Tiando, and he is just a small commoner. Forcing a commoner would not be a graceful matter. Tian Renshue, who values her reputation, should not ruin her name because of him. Upon hearing Tian's words, Tian Renshue smiled lightly. "A small person? I don't think so. With your talent and ability, even in Tiando City, you would not be out of place." Her beautiful eyes suddenly locked onto Tian's, and she said seriously, "Are you not going because you have something to hide?" Tian's heart sank. The guess was spot on. The ancient timepiece was undoubtedly related to the evil soul master. It would be hard to believe there were no hidden agendas on this trip to the island. This was the real reason he didn't want to go. Then why do you refuse so strongly? Tian Renshue raised an eyebrow. Tian's polite yet firm refusal truly left her somewhat dissatisfied. Having been pampered since childhood, she had never been rejected by anyone. Whether at the Spirit Hall or in Heaven Do City, everyone she encountered either praised her or went above and beyond, let alone refuse her. How dare you refuse His Highness's invitation? Chief Steward Odd's voice was sharp and commanding. The eternal clock chimed in with a light laugh, adding, "The Crown Prince has already asked you for the second time. Tian, if you refuse again, it would be a bit disrespectful. If you don't want to miss this opportunity to gain merit, it's not a big deal for His Highness to say a word." Hearing this, Tian had no rebuttal. The eternal clock was determined to encourage him to go. Tian became even more suspicious, feeling that there was an ancient conspiracy behind this journey. He gazed into the sea with a wandering expression, and at the edge of his spiritual awareness, a vague black shadow appeared in the depths of the ocean. Tianxin understood that the Polaris Team-S submarine was in position. Since his escort was already in place, it wouldn't be a problem to go with them. Tian sighed and saluted Qian Renshua, saying, "Your Highness's warm invitation. How could I dare to refuse?" Upon hearing this, Qian Renshua smiled indifferently. She had overestimated Tian's integrity. She did not expect that after just a little insistence, he would be forced to agree. This made Qian Renshua lose interest in Tian immediately. With a lack of enthusiasm, she waved her hand, saying, "Let's board the ship." Qiangu Shizhen quickly responded, inviting Qian Renshua onto the ship, then turned to Tian with a beaming smile. "Don't worry, His Highness won't target you. With His Highness's temperament, you're not even worth his attention." Although saying this, Qiangu Shizhen secretly ridiculed Tian in his heart. Once we arrive, I'll feed you to the fish." Facing the smiling tiger, Qiangu Shizhen, Tian also wore a cheerful expression. "Thank you for the reminder, Lord Qiangu." If Qiangu Shizhen had no ulterior motives, it would be fine. He could still slowly gather intelligence and compile the final report to hand over to the Spirit Hall. In that case, Qiangu Shizhen could live a few more days. However, if Qiangu Shizhen made any moves, he could not be blamed for being impolite. The Special Forces Polaris that he had invested heavily in cultivating were not to be taken lightly. Everyone had their own thoughts as they boarded the large ship. Strong sailors raised the sails, and with the help of the sea breeze, they quickly set sail towards Solar Island, located in the deep sea. The distance from Solar Island to the port was not far. With the wind in their sails, they arrived in just 3 hours. Ahead of them was a desolate island. Besides some visible moss and plants, there was nothing else. Looking at the rocky and rugged Solar Island, Qian Renshua raised an eyebrow and asked a nearby fisherman, "Are you sure that Xuanxiang Douluo lives on such an island?" The fisherman looked terrified and said, "Even if you gave me a few bear hearts and leopard guts, I wouldn't dare to deceive your highness. That's for the best," O'Delly suddenly added. He walked over to the fisherman and whispered fiercely, "If there's no one on the island, you could just stay there." The fisherman stepped back in fright, instinctively looking at Qiangu Shizhen. A hint of shadow crossed Qiangu Shizhen's eyes. "You worthless fisherman, what are you looking at him for? If you're discovered, won't that expose us?" He then burst into laughter, reassuring the fisherman, "The steward is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." Tian, who was quietly standing in a corner of the large ship, looked at everyone calmly, trying to minimize his presence. Xuanxiang Douluo had long been dead. He wanted to see how the people in front of him would find the whereabouts of Xuanxiang Douluo on Solar Island. Tian's gaze was subtly focused on the ancient time needle. The other party's hand was continuously making some unknown signals, probably preparing some small tricks. Not far away, Qian Renshua frowned slightly after hearing the fisherman's explanation. She waved her hand and said, "Let's go take a look." "Yes," the ancient time needle replied respectfully, closely following behind. Upon arriving at Soul Island, everything seemed to become tense. Qian Renshua's group fixed their eyes on the Xuanxiang Duo on the island, while the ancient time needle's thoughts were constantly revolving around Qian Renshua. Meanwhile, Tian, who quietly distanced himself from the crowd, was left on the boat, ignored by everyone. Tian was too lazy to step forward, leisurely leaning against the ship's railing, casually glancing at Qian Renshua and the others. Not everyone on the ship had disembarked. A few sailors remained inside the cabin chatting. Soon, the sailors noticed that Tian had not gotten off the ship. One of them stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, why didn't you follow us down?" This made Tian laugh. "Why does it concern you whether I get off the ship or not? Why does it concern me?" The sailor repeated, looking back at the other sailors and bursting into laughter. Then, the sailor mockingly said, "If you don't go, of course, it concerns us." Another one added, "What a hassle. It seems we're going to have some blood on our deck." The sailor standing at the front continued, "Everyone, this kid is just an ordinary person. No need for you to bother. I'll handle it." Yi Tian's expression was relaxed, with his hands resting on the deck, showing no intention of escaping. He looked at the sailors with amusement. It seems you want to make a move against me. But dying without understanding the reason doesn't seem very good, does it? The sailor at the front, with his 4 soul rings glowing yellow and purple, revealed the characteristics of the cheetah, martial soul, and looked at Yi Tian with disdain. Well, since we are all about to die, let us at least make sure you understand your death. We are the subordinates of the Great One of ancient times. Our main purpose today is to kill the Crown Prince of Heaven Do and pin the blame on the Spear Hall. So don't be too sad. You want to be the only one dying. To die alongside the Crown Prince of Heaven Do is a blessing for you in 3 lifetimes. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian leaned against the railing behind him and closed his eyes. The sailor smiled wickedly. You really are a smart person. Knowing you can't escape, you've given up struggling. Don't worry, I'm also a straightforward person. A quick strike and your head will roll in the blink of an eye, without a hint of pain. And don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm just doing it for the money. As he spoke, the sailor stepped forward, preparing to finish off Yi Tian. 2 meters away from Yi Tian, he began to gather his soul power, his claws slowly raising, ready to attack Yi Tian. When the claws reached their highest point, a sound pierced the air. The sailor suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. He slowly looked down and found blood staining his chest. The warmth he felt was the blood. The sailor could only feel his bodily functions rapidly deteriorating. Chapter 76. Blood Fiend Array due to the decline in his bodily functions. The sailor's martial soul transformation state could no longer be maintained. Even the soul power on his body turned into specks of starlight, dissipating into the air. His movements became slow. He looked at Yi Tian in disbelief. The other was still in a state of closed eyes, showing no signs of having made a move. Yet the injury on his chest was a tangible reality. With a thud, the sailor's body softened, collapsing onto the deck, never to awaken again. Until his death. He had no idea how he had died. The other sailors were dumbfounded by this scene. The change had happened too quickly. They hadn't had time to see what had occurred. It should be known that at least among them, they were all at the level of 4-ring soul masters. Yet even so, they couldn't see how Yi Tian had made his attack. For a moment, the remaining sailors' legs felt weak. They didn't know how to face the now mysterious Yi Tian. However, time would not give these sailors a chance. With a sound identical to before, it rang out on the ship once again. Following that, it was a series of sounds, one after another. With each sound, another sailor lay in a pool of blood. There were no exceptions, nor were there any cries, because everything was just too fast. It was like lightning striking. When Yi Tian opened his eyes again, the entire deck was covered in blood. Not a single living creature remained. This made Yi Tian sigh slightly. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Perhaps these sailors were not evil soul masters at all, but the moment they chose to hustle for money, they were destined to stand on the opposite side of survival. Yi Tian sighed, not for the lives of these people, but for their lives. After half a lifetime of toil and struggle, dying far from home in a desolate sea is the ultimate fate of these people before him. What does it matter to become a soul master? What they gain is still not power and glory, but a path of no return fraught with danger. After decades of hard work, they're not even worthy of making sacrifices for others. With a slight sigh, Yi Tian withdrew his thoughts and gazed far towards Salo Island. Since Salo Island has no port, Tian and the others took a small boat to get there. At this moment, standing on the large ship, he could vaguely see a few figures, but their identities were no longer distinguishable. At this time, several grappling hooks clung to the railing of the large ship. Then, 7 or 8 soldiers from Polaris, dressed in diving suits and armed with sniper rifles, climbed up the ropes and arrived on the deck, saluting Yi Tian. Yi Tian slightly raised his hand and said lightly, "Check if there are any living beings on the ship and throw all the corpses into the sea. The ocean is the best cleaner. These corpses will be eaten clean by the fish in no time." Then Yi Tian fixed his gaze on the leading commander and said, "Give me your binoculars." "Yes," the commander respectfully replied, taking the binoculars from his waist and handing them to Yi Tian. Taking the binoculars, Yi Tian glanced faintly towards Solo Island. In his field of vision, Tian and her group had already landed on the island. Qian Gushizhen's face was full of smiles, and he walked with a bit of spring in his step. The fisherman walked in front, pointing to a damp hole ahead, and said, "This is the cave where Xian Chong Douluo lives." Qian Rinchue's beautiful eyes glanced indifferently at the entrance. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Although this prince seldom came to the seaside, he knew that such an entrance would definitely be flooded by seawater after high tide. How could such an environment possibly be habitable? Hearing this, The fisherman was terrified. They had already arrived at Solo Island, and no matter what lies he told, he could not hide the fact that he was a fraud. The fisherman dumbly looked at Tian Shizhen beside him. Ha ha ha. Tian Shizhen, however, wore a calm expression, casually walking up to the fisherman and lightly patting him on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Your acting is poor. The prince hasn't even entered the cave, and you've already been exposed. Saying this, he suddenly exerted force with his palm. The fisherman's pupils suddenly dilated, and blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and ears. Without even a struggle, he collapsed to the ground. Tian Shizhen, what are you doing? Odd suddenly became alert. Do you know that deceiving the prince and wantonly killing innocent civilians are enough to strip you of your rank and put you in prison for 10 years? Oh dear, I'm so scared, Tian Shizhen said with wide eyes, gritting his teeth. Then he burst into wild laughter. Everything is the work of the spirit hall. What does it have to do with me? Tian Shizhen. Hearing this, Odd's face turned pale as he stepped back repeatedly, pointing at Tian Shizhen's face in anger. You want to assassinate the prince and frame the spirit hall? Ha! Now you realize? It's too late. Tian Shizhen mocked. Then he scanned the crowd. Since everyone is here, why is someone missing? Tian Shizhen suddenly remembered that Tian was not among them, probably still on the ship. Well, lucky guy. Tian Shizhen spat. However, since you're here, you can't escape. What a big talk. Odd was furious. Tian family, everything you eat, wear, and use, as well as your current status and glory, were all given by His Majesty. I never expected that in the end, you would raise a white-eyed wolf. Today, I will see how you can harm the prince. Earth Dragon Martial Soul, go. As soon as he finished speaking, 6 soul rings lit up around Odd. As the chief steward of the Crown Prince's East Palace, his cultivation had already reached level 63. Moreover, his martial soul was quite special, possessing a trace of dragon bloodline. If he unleashed it without regard for his life source, he could even contend with a soul sage. Odd's eyes turned red. His voice filled with anger. Even if I risk my life today, I will leave you on Solo Island. Noisy. Tian Shizhen smiled wickedly. Do I not know that you possess the Earth Dragon bloodline and can temporarily resist a soul sage? However, as he spoke, Tian Shizhen's expression suddenly turned cold. I am an evil soul master. With a loud bang, a terrifying blood evil power erupted from Tian Shizhen's body, causing his voice to turn gloomy. He glanced at his subordinates. What are you still dawdling for? Attack. Yes. With Tian Shizhen's command. More than a dozen guards he brought release their cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of overwhelming blood, energy, mixed with soul power were unleashed, turning the surroundings into a blood mist. This was Tian Shizhen's killing move. The blood mist combined could exhibit a power similar to that of a domain. In this domain, his strength was greatly amplified, comparable to a soul, Douluo. I will kill you. Odd was extremely furious, his earth dragon scales protruding, aiming directly at Tian Shizhen's vital point. Tian Shizhen swept his right leg and did not retreat, his evil dragon staff martial soul suddenly appearing, striking down with a bang. With a loud thud, it struck Odd's head directly. Odd barely had time to scream, and his power was completely ineffective before he perished. After dealing with Odd, Tian Shizhen looked at Tian Renshue with interest and approached her. Prince, I apologize. I will now send you to hell. Chapter 77. Tian Renshue versus Tian Shizhen. Seeing the people around her fall one by one, Tian Renshue's fair face was filled with seriousness. But she did not act rashly, not even summoning her martial soul. Facing Tian Shizhen, who was approaching step by step with the evil dragon staff, Tian Renshue tightly clenched her jade fist. I have to admit, you managed to deceive my eyes. Tian Shizhen smiled lightly. It is not that I deceived you, but that my family deceived the Tiando Empire. You would never think that a family loyal to the royal family for nearly 100 years would suddenly betray one day. He approached step by step, his expression proud. This is not that your vigilance has lost its effect, but that my Tiangu family has endured for decades. Tian Shizhen spread his hands, not in a hurry to deal with the snow Qinghe in front of him. Solo Island is a lonely island. Once you arrive here, it is difficult to fly away. Didn't he expect it? I am an evil soul master, haha. Hearing this, Tian Renshue's expression was unchanged, but her jade hands were tightly clenched into fists. You have violated the principles of being a soul master. Principles? Tian Shizhen deliberately widened his eyes, then shamelessly mocked Tian Renshue. Since my uncle's generation, our family has fully embraced the evil soul masters. This continent will surely become the world of evil soul masters in the future. You talk to me about principles? Let me tell you. The principle of the continent is that the strong are respected and the weak are prey. Throughout history, the Spirit Hall has been like this, and the two great empires are the same. We evil soul masters are merely implementing this principle to the end. What justice are you pretending to speak of? As the prince of the Tian Empire, you have drunk more blood than I have. Qiangu Shizhen gradually lost patience, the blood evil energy around him becoming increasingly violent. Killing you and framing it on the Spirit Hall will surely bring about a storm of war on this continent. Rest assured, when we evil soul masters unify the continent, this battle will surely be recorded in history, and you will die in a worthy manner. Qian Rinchue's expression gradually turned cold. Then let me see if you have that ability. Swan martial soul. Suddenly, a pair of swan wings appeared behind Qian Rinchue. She also soared into the air. Her martial soul was actually the six-winged angel. However, Qian Rinchue had no confidence in this battle. Therefore, her identity still could not be exposed. The reason she waited for her attendant to die before taking action was also due to this concern. It should be noted that before Xue Qinghe's death, he was already a soul king at the 5-ring level. This meant that the first 5 soul rings were already known to the people around him. When she disguised herself as the crown prince, she wouldn't easily use force, so there was no risk of exposure. But now that she had to fight, she had to use her soul rings. If her attendant were still alive, her identity could not be protected. She didn't want her nearly 10 years of undercover work to be ruined just like that. Therefore, her attendants had to die. Now, only she remained. She could fight without restraint. Angel Assault. Qian Rinchue's first ring lit up as she silently chanted her skill. Golden soul power formed a sharp, holy sword around her, the sword light gradually becoming abundant in front of her. Seeing Qian Rinchue launch an attack, Qiangu Shizhen squinted his eyes and smiled. Interesting, I really didn't expect you to be a soul emperor. According to the information he had received, Xue Qinghe was only at the soul king level. But now it was clear that the other party had deliberately concealed their cultivation. However, his voice quickly turned cold. Soul Emperor must die. 5th soul skill, strike the yellow dragon. This battle was not only interesting to Qiangu Shizhen. On a large ship, Tian, who had been watching the battle on the island through a telescope, also had a smile on his lips. Interesting. I have to say, Qiangu Shizhen is really talented. To kill Xue Qinghe and frame the Spirit Hall, he really found the right person. After all, Xue Qinghe was indeed killed by the Spirit Hall. However, with Xue Qinghe dead, Qian Rinchue would have to take the blame. If Qian Rinchue were to die in this battle, it could very well trigger a war between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Do Empire. Once the two forces went to war, the Douluo Empire would certainly not sit idly by. The entire Douluo continent would be thrown into chaos. Tian furrowed his brow. It's truly a tricky problem. If Qian Rinchue were to die on Douluo Island, regardless of whether war would break out swiftly, the various forces would first turn the East Sea coast upside down. This is something Tian does not wish to see. Young master, should we take action? The commander of the Polaris team stood silently behind Tian, observing his expression, and respectfully inquired. No rush. Let them fight a bit longer. Also, the one with the golden hair needs to be captured alive. If he didn't specify clearly, it was likely that a charge from the Polaris team would lead to the death of all living beings on Douluo Island. Tian had no feelings of pity for Qian Rinchue. As long as she didn't die, everything else was irrelevant. On Douluo Island, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Even though there were many people on the side of the ancient time pointer, they couldn't control Qian Rinchue at all. Instead, Qian Rinchue charged recklessly, killing several lower-ranked soul kings in succession. The ancient time pointer's eyes were filled with rage. Those who followed him to the island were all trusted confidants, cultivated at great cost and effort. Every loss meant the annihilation of thousands of gold soul coins. Your Highness, I never expected your swan martial soul could unleash such great power. The ancient time pointer was furious and directly used his strongest 7th soul skill. The blood fiend power surged throughout his body. Dragon soul, I don't believe you can escape under my strike. Qian Rinchue had a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, coldly staring at the ancient time pointer. It must be said that after absorbing the blood fiend power, the ancient time pointer's martial soul was no weaker than a top-tier angel martial soul. Moreover, with the support of the blood fiend formation, it was a level above her. Continuing to fight like this would only put her at a disadvantage. But her name was Qian Rinchue. In her dictionary, there was no such thing as fate. Faced with the ancient time pointer's powerful 7th soul skill, Qian Rinchue forced herself to lift her spirits and look to the sky. The setting sun still had its last ray of brilliance. Seeing this, she made up her mind. In the next moment, golden soul power surged throughout her body, forming a complex six-pointed star formation. This was a unique mark of the angel martial soul. Once activated, it could borrow the true flame power of the sun. However, Tian had not yet awakened the angel domain, and forcibly borrowing the true flame from outside the domain would cause backlash. But at this moment, she couldn't care less. In the instant she connected with the sun, a layer of golden flame enveloped Tian. However, due to the forceful connection and her insufficient strength, her dantian felt as if it had been struck hard, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Tian suppressed the tearing pain in her body and refocused on the ancient time pointer. 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar. 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. Using the brief true flame power, Tian unleashed 2 soul skills in quick succession to counterattack the ancient time pointer. Chapter 78, Drag Away Trivial Skills. Seeing Tian actions, the ancient time pointer was full of disdain. His movements did not slow down at all, and the evil dragon staff struck directly at Tian chest. A third of a second later, there was a loud bang as the 2 soul skills collided, producing a tremendous roar. Tian 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar, directly hit the ancient time pointer, but it merely caused him to pause for a moment before he continued to attack Tian. Taking advantage of the ancient time pointer's brief pause, Tian slightly turned her body, and the holy sword formed by her 5th soul skill thrust directly at the ancient time pointer's abdomen. In the next moment, Tian suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Without a doubt, she had been hit. The 1,000-pound force from the evil dragon staff smashed into her. Bright red blood instantly stained her shoulder. She could feel that not only her shoulder was injured, but the bone within had also been shattered by the blow. However, the ancient time pointer was not having an easy time either. Before attacking, he had secretly reinforced himself with a defensive soul skill. He never expected that Tian holy sword would be so powerful. The defensive soul skill had not provided any protection. After breaking through the defense, the holy sword penetrated into his lower abdomen. Fortunately, he dodged in time, and the destructive power of the true flame carried by the holy sword did not harm his internal organs. Moreover, with other evil soul masters continuously supplying him with blood fiend energy, his strength was hardly affected. But Tian was different. Losing an arm meant her combat power dropped by over half, which was non-exaggeration. Enduring the pain in his abdomen, the ancient time pointer raised the evil dragon staff again and sneered, "What a pity. A single misstep in the game." Tian coldly stared at the ancient time pointer, not uttering a word. She forced herself to lift her spirits again and used her left hand to unleash the 5th soul skill, Holy Sword. However, this time the holy sword she conjured was evidently much paler than the last. This was due to the diminishing soul power in her dantian. The ancient time pointer also noticed this. He understood that as long as he launched another attack, even if he couldn't kill Tian, he could exhaust her soul power completely. "Die for me." The ancient time pointer thrust the panlong staff straight toward her. In the distance, on the ship, Tian was still using the telescope to observe the battle. When he saw the blood spreading across Tian shoulder, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. After all, the other party could be considered a top-tier combat force in the future of Douluo continent. How could they be so easily injured? He originally thought Tian would be able to handle the fight herself, but now it seemed impossible. Tian waved his hand and instructed the commander of the Polaris team beside him. "Send someone to act." Yes, the commander, receiving the order, took out a signal flare from his waist and shot it into the sky. In fact, before the battle between Tian and Tian began, some soldiers had already submerged from the water to the island's coastline, but they had not revealed themselves until now. As the signal flare rose, the members of the Polaris team immediately entered combat mode. They surfaced from the water and launched an assault on the island. In the first instance, they aimed at the minions within Tian camp. The lowest strength of the Polaris team members was Soul Saint, although only 5 members had landed on Soloro Island. Even without considering anything else, in a pure contest of soul master strength, Tian would undoubtedly be defeated. Of course, under Tian's rigorous training, the Polaris team members were all seasoned veterans. They only sought to kill the enemy quickly and would not adhere to any martial ethics. Therefore, as soon as they landed, they quickly opened fire. The minions behind Tian fell like cut wheat. Sensing the blood evil formation rapidly dissipating, Tian immediately became alert. Then he was shocked. His subordinates had all died in an instant. Moreover, they all died in the same manner, suffering from some kind of irreversible injury. This reminded Tian of a murder case that occurred a month and a half ago in Donghai City. The 4 major families of Donghai City were wiped out overnight. They had died from such injuries. Who is here? Tian was like a startled bird, looking around and forgetting about killing Qian Renxue. When his gaze focused on the coastline, he instantly spotted 5 individuals in black uniforms carrying standardized canisters. These 5 black-clad individuals held something special in their hands. Although he had never seen it before, the instinctive sense of crisis made Tian realize that the iron objects in their hands must be top-notch hidden weapons, capable of killing invisibly. Who are they? Tian heart raced. Unable to find an answer, his emotions became a tangled mess. How did they get here? Could they be the guards beside YearsWaiting? At this thought, Tian heart sank. He realized one thing clearly. As the heir of the Tiando Empire, how could YearsWaiting not have powerful protection around him? I really underestimated you. Tian looked at Qian Renxue in a frenzy. Qian Renxue's beautiful eyes moved slightly, confused about what he was saying. In fact, upon seeing the minions behind Tian fall, she was also shocked. However, due to the backlash from forcibly using the Sun True Flame, combined with her serious injuries, her vision had become somewhat blurry. She could only see a few vague shadows approaching the coastline, unable to perceive anything else. At this moment, Tian had become somewhat deranged, completely ignoring Qian Renxue's expression. He arrogantly shouted, "But you have also underestimated me. For the great cause of my family, what does it matter if I die?" Saying this, Tian swung the evil dragon staff one last time. He bit his tongue, drew a mouthful of his own blood, and swallowed it. The blood that entered his abdomen instantly transformed into a vast blood-evil aura, pushing his strength to the extreme. At this moment, even without using the blood-evil formation, he could exert the power of a soul Douluo. His purpose was clear, to perish together with YearsWaiting. As long as YearsWaiting died, the war on the continent would inevitably erupt uncontrollably. Although he could not enjoy the glory that followed, his family would become a revered existence because of him. YearsWaiting. He did not believe that he was so close to YearsWaiting that he could not eliminate him before the enemy's hidden weapon attack arrived. However, just as Tian was about to hit YearsWaiting, his chest was turned into a sieve. Bang, bang, bang. Due to the reflex of the neurons, Tian hand trembled uncontrollably. His eyes were filled with shock. He mumbled, "In the end, I was still a step too slow." Then, he fell heavily to the ground. Seeing Tian die, the members of the Polaris team all breathed a sigh of relief. They almost failed to complete the mission. "What about the other target?" one team member asked. Another person beside him replied, "The target has potential aggression. Use tranquilizer darts and drag them away." Okay, Chapter 79, Throw It Over. It was night. Tian was holding a short-haired girl with golden hair as he returned to the villa. The door was opened by Uncle Fu. Upon seeing the girl with a large area of fresh blood staining her chest, Uncle Fu was somewhat shocked and asked, "Young master, what happened?" Tian's expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of pity or panic. He casually said, "If she broke a bone while fighting with someone else, you should prepare some surgical supplies. I'll set the bone for her." "All right." Uncle Fu nodded in agreement and left at a leisurely pace. As an outstanding butler, he could tell that the young girl in front of him was not important to the young master at all. The young master's act of saving her was purely out of humanitarianism, without any emotional involvement. Tian carried the unconscious Qian Renxue into the villa and directly tossed her onto the sofa. Although she was gravely injured, he had stopped her bleeding before she was anesthetized, so there was no immediate danger to her life. At this moment, Qian Renxue had her mask removed, revealing her true appearance. Perhaps due to wearing a mask for so long, her delicate face was extremely pale, with smooth, tender skin. Despite being stained with blood, it did not detract from her stunning beauty. It was clear that she was a beautiful girl. However, Tian only felt a momentary attraction and had no desire to think further. After all, Qian Renxue's identity was quite complicated. Holding on to her was simply a big trouble. Tian wiped the sweat off his forehead and waved to call a young maid. "Go to the kitchen and get something to eat. It's so late, and I haven't had dinner yet." "Yes, sir." The maid secretly glanced at Tian and nodded slightly. After giving instructions to the maid, Tian walked into the bathroom next to the bedroom. After a long day and into the night, he needed a hot shower. The sound of rushing water washed away Tian's fatigue, gradually relaxing his nerves. Today's events were truly thrilling. He had thought that the ancient time needle might engage in some petty tricks, but he never expected it to escalate to such a degree. actually attempting to provoke a war on the continent. Fortunately, he intervened at a critical moment. Otherwise, the war in Douluo continent might have broken out prematurely. After killing the ancient time needle, the Polaris team found many letters in his storage belt. These letters were daily correspondences between the ancient time needle and his subordinates. By investigating the contents of these letters, they could uproot the entire network of evil soul masters in the Silvas province. What surprised Tian was that one of the letters came from the city of Slaughter. It is known that the soul masters residing in the city of Slaughter cannot be said to be absolutely innocent. At the very least, they deserve their fate. If he guessed correctly, the headquarters of the evil soul masters was likely hidden in the city of Slaughter, and it had a close relationship with the king of Slaughter. Otherwise, the letters would not be able to move freely in and out of the city of Slaughter. This made Tian feel somewhat amused. If he remembered correctly, the ruler of the city of Slaughter was named Tang Chun, who was Tang Hao's grandfather and Tang San's great-grandfather. The Tang family could be said to have connections in both the black and white worlds. Tang San truly deserved to be called the overlord of the continent. Not only was he incredibly powerful himself, but his background was also so profound. He enjoyed a comfortable shower for a while. Tian felt refreshed as he changed into a new outfit. When he arrived in the living room, the maid was already waiting for him with a tray of food. Since it was already late at night, the chef had gone home. Only the maid was on night duty, so the late-night snack was quite simple. 2 poached eggs, a piece of bread, and a few slices of sole beef jerky. The chef had made porridge the previous night, preparing it for tomorrow's breakfast. I tasted it, and it seems to be ready. Young master, would you like some? I'll serve some. Extremely hungry. Tian was too lazy to use chopsticks and directly put the jerky and poached eggs into the bread, enjoying his meal heartily. The maid nodded lightly and stepped back slowly. At that moment, Butler Fu had changed into a white lab coat and walked over with a roll of bandages in his hand. 3 years ago, before Tian became successful, there were very few people around him. For a period of time, Uncle Fu served as a surgical assistant. Now that he's back to his old profession, he has become quite skilled at it. Seeing Tian eating bread, Uncle Fu looked a bit perplexed and asked with concern, "Isn't this girl anxious about the surgery?" A Soul Emperor in his 60s is still in good health. He won't die anytime soon. Tian casually replied. The other party was not in any danger. And what was more important than eating before surgery? Only with a full stomach could one have the strength to undergo surgery. What was that smell? Who was poisoning the air in the middle of the night? Hulaina, drawn by the scent, groggily appeared on the second floor, rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking down. In her blurred vision, she saw the figure of a young man, and suddenly her eyes brightened. Tian? She joyfully descended the stairs from the second floor and bumped into Tian. Long time no see. I've missed you. Feeling the overwhelming softness in front of him, Tian couldn't help but pout and said, "It seems like it's only been 4 days. 4 days is not short," Hulaina defended. Suddenly, as she made eye contact with Tian, she noticed a figure on the sofa. That silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. Hulaina instinctively looked towards Qian Renchue's face. Then, she was astonished. Isn't that Qian Renchue? Qian Renchue was injured and looked severely hurt, hiding the shock and worry in her heart. Hulaina separated from Tian's embrace and asked, "Who is that on the sofa? How did they get such serious injuries?" Tian glanced at Qian Renchue and chuckled lightly. Her? She is quite the background. The crown prince of the Tiando Empire. The injuries on her body were caused by a sneak attack from the ancient time needle. He briefly summarized the situation, holding back her curiosity about the injuries. Hulaina feigned surprise. Isn't the crown prince male? Tian leaned close to Hulaina's ear and said, "The real Shui Qinghe has long been dead. The person in front of you is Qian Renchue." What? Hulaina's pupils suddenly constricted, and her expression revealed an unmistakable shock. How does Tian know everything? Seeing Nana's shocked expression, Tian thought she was stunned by Qian Renchue's identity. He smiled and said, "Look at you, scared to death. With me here, no matter how powerful Qian Renchue is, she can't hurt you." Hulaina hesitated and said, "That's true, but is Qian Renchue's injury serious?" This was her biggest concern. After all, Qian Renchue could be considered her sister. Given such a severe injury, she had to care about it, both emotionally and logically. "It's fine," Tian calmly replied. "Qian Renchue has profound cultivation and good physical function. It's just a high-intensity fracture, nothing serious." In reality, Qian Renchue was still unconscious, mainly due to the effects of the anesthetic. A fracture? Hulaina's heart raced. Can it be treated? Absolutely no problem, Tian said confidently. He had seen many such injuries and was quite experienced. It's late now. You should go rest. He waved his hand. What about Tian Renshue? Hulaina couldn't help but ask. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Was she being too concerned about this matter? This could expose risks. However, Tian did not sense anything unusual and simply smiled. What else? We'll treat her arm and send her to the Seoul Hall in Donghai City. Chapter 80. Erasing the Ancient Family. I believe they will handle Tian Renshue's situation. Coincidentally, there is an elder stationed at the Seoul Hall in Donghai City right now. With Elder Shilong's rank, the news of Tian Renshue's injury will reach the Seoul City immediately. There's no need to worry about the follow-up handling. All right. Hearing Tian's assurance, Hulaina nodded lightly and left in a daze. She hadn't expected Sister Tian Renshue to suddenly appear in front of her, and moreover, to be injured. It was truly a distressing event. Back in the bedroom on the second floor, when Hulaina opened the door, she looked up and found that her teacher had actually woken up. Nana, where have you been? Bibi Dong, dressed in pajamas, gently supported her forehead. I had a nightmare. Tian hasn't returned. Hulaina wanted to conceal it, but immediately felt that this matter couldn't be hidden from her teacher. After all, her teacher was Tian Renshue's mother. Bibi Dong's expression was calm as she warmly gazed at Hulaina. Your ears are really sharp. The teacher didn't hear Tian return, but you knew right away. Hulaina mustered her courage and whispered. Sister Tian Renshue came back with Tian, and she was injured. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, who had been calm, suddenly stood up. Her expression changed dramatically, but was quickly suppressed. She walked to the door, picked up a coat, and put it on. With an unperturbed expression, she said, You rest first. I'll go check on Xiaoxue. I'll accompany you. Teacher. Hulaina could hardly sleep and quickly followed Bibi Dong. As they walked down the stairs again, Tian had already put on his work clothes and was using alcohol to disinfect cotton balls, cleaning the bloodstains on Tian Renshue's body. Looking at Tian Renshue, whose eyes were tightly closed and breathing was steady, Bibi Dong's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. The girl on the sofa was none other than her daughter, Tian Renshue. As a mother, the bond of blood was clearer than ever. Since Tian Renshue went to Heavendo City, Bibi Dong had not seen her for several years. Unexpectedly, their first meeting in years turned out to be such a scene. As the Pope, Bibi Dong had a good grasp of her emotions. The complex emotions on her face appeared for just a moment before quickly vanishing. She walked gracefully to Tian's side and silently watched Tian Renshue. Hearing footsteps behind her, Tian turned to look and chuckled softly. It turned out that his sister was still awake. Bibi Dong smiled gently and said, I heard from Nana that you had returned, so I came to take a look. Was there a lot of risk in welcoming Xueqing this time? Tian nodded gently. Yes. I didn't expect that the Eternal Clock would attempt to achieve the goal of a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the Heavendo Empire by assassinating Xueqing. I also didn't expect that Xueqing was actually disguised by Tian Renshue. The latter part of my statement is actually nonsense. I had already known that the real Xueqing was dead, but to reasonably explain things, I could only deceive my sister like this. Fortunately, Xiao Tian, you stopped it in time. Otherwise, the continent would really be shrouded in war clouds. Bibi Dong sighed softly. Tian turned around and continued to clean the bloodstains on Tian Renshue's body. Without raising his head, he said, The purpose of saving Tian Renshue is to prevent the continent's attention from overly concentrating on the East Sea shore. As the saying goes, even the most meticulous plan has its flaws. Too many eyes will force us to step out from the shadows into the light. As he spoke, Tian summoned his martial soul, the Tai divine needle, to seal the meridians in Tian Renshue's shoulder. Then, he gently sliced with the needle tip, cutting through Tian Renshue's delicate skin, revealing the clearly visible meridians and broken bones. This made Hulaina instinctively cover her eyes. It was simply too frightening. Bibi Dong was somewhat better, only frowning. However, deep inside, she was already filled with intense rage. How dare the evil soul master harm her daughter? Those who harmed Tian Renshue must not be spared. Throughout the entire bone-setting process, Bibi Dong did not utter a single word, fearing that she might disturb Tian and affect the treatment of Tian Renshue. In reality, Tian did not perform at his best. In his view, Tian Renshue was merely an unrelated person. A simple treatment would suffice before handing her over to the Spirit Hall. Thus, the entire procedure was focused on speed. Half an hour later, the broken bones in Tian Renshue's right shoulder were reconnected. Subsequently, Tian stitched up the wound. After washing the blood off his hands in a basin nearby, Tian waved to Fu Bo, saying, Send a few people to throw Tian Renshue at the entrance of the Spirit Hall in EC City. Hearing the word throw, Hulaina was somewhat taken aback. Tian, Qianrenxue has just suffered a serious injury. Isn't it a bit too violent to throw her over there? Moreover, she's just a girl. Isn't it inappropriate to throw her there at night? Tian smiled lightly. I didn't expect you to think this through, Nana. Since you reminded me, let's have Qianrenxue stay in the villa overnight. Tian said. He wanted to send Qianrenxue away quickly, mainly because he was afraid that Nana would feel jealous. After all, having such a beautiful woman at home, whom he had just saved, could lead to Nana overthinking things. Among those who went to Solar Island, only he and Qianrenxue returned, regardless of whether he sent her to the spirit hall. The first thing Qianrenxue would do upon waking would surely be to ask him about the situation. Keeping Qianrenxue in the villa also had its advantages. At least it would help her recognize the situation that he was the one who brought her back from Solar Island. As for how the ancient time needle was destroyed, Tian had already thought of a reason. Don't ask, just say it was saved by the Xuanqiang Douluo. After all, the Xuanqiang Douluo had already died, so there was no witness to contradict it. Thinking of this, Tian secretly chuckled. How fortunate for the Xuanqiang Douluo. He has been dead for half a month and could still gain some fame. Let Qianrenxue sleep with us. She is injured, and if there are any after effects, we can inform you immediately. Bibi Dong's purple eyes stared at Tian. Without waiting for Tian to agree, she lifted Qianrenxue and walked upstairs. All right, Tian shrugged, expressing helplessness. After working in the spirit hall for many years, his sister probably had some inexplicable feelings for this young master of the spirit hall. Since she took the initiative to take care of Qianrenxue, he couldn't stop her. After Bibi Dong returned to the bedroom with Qianrenxue in her arms, the coldness in her eyes lowered the temperature of the entire room. Hulaina's chest heaved with anger as she said, Damn the ancient time needle. How dare it harm sister Qianrenxue? Nana, write a letter and secretly send it to Elder Shilong. Let him use all the spirit hall resources available around to investigate the ancient family. No matter what, those who dare to harm Xiaoxue must be wiped off the continent. Bibi Dong said with icy determination. Chapter 81. A big fish arrives as night gradually brightened. Tian, who had rested for half the night, washed up and came outside the villa, looking at the blue sky and stretching his lazy body. As a person with a very regular schedule, even though he had not slept in the first half of the night, his biological clock would still wake him up on time. Looking around, Tian noticed that the villa's sentinels had increased significantly. He wondered what's going on. The butler Fu Bo approached and bowed respectfully, saying, These were all added by Uncle Zhou. The heir of the angel family has been brought back home by you. So, young master, you are in great danger now. That's not the right wording. Tian laughed and waved his hand, saying, What do you mean by brought back home? Uncle Zhou and the others don't know. But Fu Bo, you should know, right? You personally opened the door for me last night. You were well aware of the situation regarding Qianrenxue. Unexpectedly, Fu Bo spoke softly. If young master can seize this opportunity, you could soar to great heights. Tian rolled his eyes in annoyance. So was this. Tian understood that although Zhou Long, Fu Bo, and the others had joined him for several years, deep down, they still held Eidolon mentality. They believed that with his talents, even if he didn't establish a nation or unify the world, he should at least set up a sect and become a large sect like the Haotian sect. It must be said that vying for power and fighting through blood and slaughter to carve out a throne is indeed very passionate and attractive. Not to mention anything else. As long as Tian had this idea, a call to action would surely gather support along the East Sea, leading to abundant resources. After that, it would be easy to create a bit of fame on the continent and recruit a group of strong fighters. But what about afterward? Competing for territory with the two great empires? Battling the spirit hall? Struggling for power? If that were the case, it would be better to set up a roasting oven on the farm and roast a few chickens for a supplement. If he spent every day scheming and plotting against others, it would be surprising if Tian didn't go mad. Unfortunately, being accustomed to a life of comfort, he simply could not adapt to the intrigues and rivalries. Tian pressed his hand down. Uncle Fu, there's no need to say more about this. Let's not talk about the fact that I don't have such thoughts. If this gets out, it will only lead to more misunderstandings for Qianrenxue. In the original story, Qianrenxue is a very strong-willed girl. If she feels that her reputation is at stake, it won't be long before Tian is in danger of being assassinated. These heartfelt words are only spoken in front of the young master. I won't reveal a word in front of others. Uncle Fu immediately expressed his stance. He said it only to give Tian another perspective to consider, with no other intentions. Once Tian makes a choice, he will absolutely adhere to it without questioning or making any minor adjustments. While the two were talking, a distant sound of the duff from hooves approached. Young master, good morning. Shunjian, riding on horseback, dismounted, and walked over to greet Yi Tian. Yi Tian smiled and asked, "How did you come to the villa?" Chen Jian had a broad smile on his face and leaned closer to Yi Tian, saying, "We have a big fish in Donghai City." "Big fish?" Yi Tian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "What big fish?" Chen Jian straightforwardly replied, "Have you ever heard of the Lightning Chamber of Commerce?" "It's probably a chamber of commerce from the Xinghua Empire," Yi Tian said thoughtfully. Although he hadn't been to the Xinghua Empire, he knew a bit about the situation there. The Lightning Chamber of Commerce was affiliated with the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. Because the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family supported the Xingluo royal family, they held a superior position. Thus, the Lightning Chamber of Commerce enjoyed great privileges in the Xinghua Empire, operating on a large scale, and their presence could be seen in almost every main city of Xinghua. "The Lightning Chamber of Commerce has come to Donghai City to do business with us?" Yi Tian inquired. "Not exactly to do business with us, but they have set their sights on Donghai City due to the recent disaster. They want to speculate on food prices and make a big profit," Chen Jian explained. "Oh," Yi Tian exclaimed. "Earlier, a local chamber of commerce was already involved, trying to profit off the disaster victims. I didn't expect even the Lightning Chamber of Commerce to be attracted." Yi Tian's interest was piqued. "Isn't this just looking for a way to jump into the pit? Since they're here to jump, why not take advantage of it?" Chen Jian said, "According to our investigation, the Lightning Chamber of Commerce has quite a background. So, I would like to ask you, young master, should we fish for this big fish?" Yi Tian smiled calmly and instructed Chen Jian. "Since the Lightning Chamber of Commerce wants to make money this way, how can we not accompany them to the end and show our hospitality?" Understanding the implication of Yi Tian's words, Chen Jian nodded seriously. "How many people have they brought? How much wealth have they prepared?" Yi Tian asked. "It's estimated to be around 7 million gold soul coins," Chen Jian replied thoughtfully, as this was an estimated figure from the intelligence personnel and couldn't be that accurate. However, it was certain that the Lightning Chamber of Commerce aimed to disrupt grain prices. Chen Jian then provided an example, chuckling, "Young master, you once sent someone to spread rumors about a severe disaster, and as soon as the Lightning Chamber of Commerce arrived, they immediately hired our people to help them continue spreading rumors. As a result, in recent days, grain prices have further risen." Hearing this, Yi Tian said with a half-smile, 7 million gold soul coins, that's quite a lot. This isn't just about disturbing the grain prices in the entire Silvis province. Nearby provinces are likely to suffer too. As one of the instigators, Yi Tian understood deeply that rumors are formidable. Once news of a grain shortage is spread, a large number of small merchants and farmers will flock to it. It's akin to the stock market in later years, where there are always naive investors who, believing they have insider information, rush to jump into the pit with their money. Yi Tian pondered for a moment and said, "I think the little food we have stored is probably not enough. The Lightning Chamber of Commerce wants to target the price of grain, and they will inevitably buy up and hoard a large amount of grain." Yi Tian's grain reserves had already been sold to the local Chamber of Commerce several days ago. At this moment, the storage room was completely empty. He said to Chen Jian, "You can contact the Li family." After defeating the pirates, the Li family gained a large number of ships, significantly strengthening their maritime transport capabilities. They could find a way to transport some grain back from other ports. Now that Qian Renxue is injured, the focus of the Tiando Empire will definitely be on the Qian family. As for the case of the Xuanqi Douluo, just tell Qian Renxue that she was saved by the Xuanqi Douluo and everything will be resolved easily. Hearing this, Chen Jian smiled and suggested, "Young master, the Lightning Chamber of Commerce will probably rent grain warehouses rampantly near Donghai City. Should we rent our empty warehouses to them? That could work." Yi Tian chuckled softly. By the time the Lightning Chamber of Commerce spends all their money buying grain to store in the warehouses, they will find that the grain cannot be sold at all. In order to recoup their losses, they will inevitably sell off at low prices. At that time, we can let Chen Jian take the opportunity to take over, saving the trouble of transporting the grain. Chapter 82. Two letters. Yi Tian and Chen Jian were discussing the Lightning Commerce Association when the members of the association had just arrived in Donghai City. At the forefront was a graceful young man riding a brown steed. Beside him, an old servant named Gao Yao respectfully asked, "Young Master Tianheng, where shall we stay?" "Of course, we will stay at the best hotel." Yu Tianheng carefully examined the architecture of Donghai City and observed the bustling crowd, exclaiming, "The public security here is quite good." Gao Yao chuckled and explained, "Not long ago, the 4 major families of Donghai City were wiped out by an unknown force. This place has been taken over by Elder Shi Longmian from the Spirit Hall, so the public security is indeed good. This is also why we chose Donghai City as our base. With a title Douluo in charge, no one will dare to cause trouble. Facing Gao Yao's explanation, Yu Tianheng felt somewhat impatient. As for making money, you can handle that. I don't know what my father is thinking, sending me here to take charge personally. He harbored some resentment. As a Soul King at level 53, his primary task was cultivation. Being asked to deal with something as trivial as making money was truly beneath his dignity. Gao Yao, however, respectfully explained, young Master Tianheng, the family head is also doing this for your own good. Long-term cultivation cannot lead to rapid improvement. The path of cultivation should be balanced. Only then can there be long-term development. You all speak so well. Yu Tianheng snorted lightly, shaking his sleeves. He looked earnestly at Gao Yao and said, "But I must remind you, even though my father sent me here, I will not participate in trade. I've heard that the Sea Soul Masters here are quite formidable. Go find me some sparring partners. I need to practice real combat." Upon hearing this, Gao Yao felt quite helpless. Young Master Tianheng was good at everything, except for his obsession with cultivation. However, Gao Yao understood this. After all, Yu Tianheng was the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and the burden on him was not light. I understand. Gao Yao finally agreed to Yu Tianheng's request, without the family head present. Yu Tianheng's words were orders that he could not defy. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall branch in Donghai City, Elder Shilong stared at two sealed documents on the table. He hesitated to open them because the sources of these documents were too targeted. One was from the Elder Hall, and the other was from Pope Bibi Dong. Shilong was considered a relatively neutral elder within the Spirit Hall. He was neither loyal to Qian Douluo nor overly concerned with Bibi Dong. He had always done his own job diligently. Although he had not entered the core power circle of the Spirit Hall, he was regarded as an outstanding senior and worked conscientiously. As an outsider, Shilong clearly understood the covert struggle between the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall. "I hope I won't be forced to get involved," Shilong silently prayed. He then made up his mind to first open the letter from Pope Bibi Dong. After all, the Pope was in Donghai, and although Shilong didn't know what secret matters Bibi Dong was up to, he knew that Bibi Dong placed great importance on time. If there wasn't something extremely important, she wouldn't stay by the EC for nearly 2 months. As he opened the letter and saw the handwriting, he couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. This letter was not written by Bibi Dong herself, which indicated that it wasn't an official document. When necessary, Shilong could choose not to comply, and this would not violate the rules of the Spirit Hall. However, as he read further, his expression grew increasingly serious. "Qian Renxue has been severely injured?" Shilong's heart sank. It was important to note that Qian Renxue was currently the crown princess of the Tiando Empire. There could be a risk of exposure. The relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall was already quite tense. If Qian Renxue's incident were to be exposed, the situation across the continent would become precarious. When he reached the end and saw that Bibi Dong ordered him to thoroughly investigate the Qian Gu family, Shilong felt a chill in his heart. He understood that if he did not seek revenge for Qian Renxue, it would not be easy to explain to either Bibi Dong or Qian Douluo. However, another problem arose. Qian Renxue's identity was now that of the crown princess of the Tiando Empire. Although the Qian Gu family had certain connections to evil soul masters, logically speaking, if something happened to the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, the Spirit Hall would be glad, not likely to help the Tiando Empire deal with its enemies. Therefore, he should not act hastily. The onlookers are clear, Shilong sighed. As a mother, Bibi Dong was probably in a very bad mood right now. However, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, he could not neglect his responsibilities to the Spirit Hall. It would be better to suppress matters regarding the Qian Gu family for now and see how the Tiando Empire would act. He pondered and then set down the letter in his hand to open the other one, which was from the Spirit City. After opening it, Shilong also observed the handwriting first. The strokes were powerful and flowing, unmistakably a letter written by Qian Douluo himself. Upon realizing this was Qian Douluo's letter, Shilong took a long breath before beginning to read. His expression grew increasingly serious as he read on. The contents of this letter were much heavier compared to the one from the Pope, and it was about the Pope. Personnel adjustments? Implementing comprehensively? Upon seeing these words, Shilong slammed the letter down. He had to admit that Bibi Dong's idea was undoubtedly a groundbreaking initiative. However, such a large-scale adjustment might turn the Spirit Hall upside down. The families affiliated with the Spirit Hall had been entrenched in their localities for hundreds of years and had long since merged with the area. Moving them would not be easy at all. In the letter, Qian Douluo also mentioned this point, so he was firmly against it. He even harshly criticized Bibi Dong, saying, "Don't think that just because you're the Pope, you can do whatever you want. I'm still alive." At this point, Shilong could already imagine the dignified expression of the grand offering. A sense of endless frustration surged through Shilong as he picked up the letter again. He understood that the grand offering was not simply venting his frustrations to him through this letter. There were important matters he needed to address. Despite all precautions, he was still caught up in the struggle between the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall. Shilong sighed. He continued reading, and sure enough, at the end of the letter, Douluo instructed him to personally deliver the message to Bibi Dong, warning her not to act recklessly. Otherwise, her time as Pope would come to an end. Upon reading this sentence, Shilong felt a chill. How could he dare to act recklessly in front of Bibi Dong? After all, Bibi Dong had been able to hold the position of Pope for over a decade and remained unperturbed. Her power should not be underestimated. He was just a mere elder. How could he reprimand her? Wasn't that pushing him into the fire? However, he had no choice but to carry out the grand offerings orders. Shilong's expression grew even more bitter. It seemed that meeting the Pope was unavoidable. Chapter 83. Tian awakens. My shoulders feel so heavy. On the bed in the bedroom, Tian lay drowsily, feeling as if her right hand was filled with lead, unresponsive to her commands, accompanied by a burning sensation. She slowly opened her eyes, and the glaring light flooded her vision. As her pupils gradually widened, the brightly decorated, low-luxury bedroom became clearer. Where am I? Tian wondered. She instinctively turned her head to look and saw a girl with slightly pink hair standing by the bed, dozing off. The way she kept bowing her head was incredibly cute. Nana? Tian exclaimed in surprise. Her relationship with Hulaina was decent. Although they weren't close friends, they could be considered friends. If Hulaina was here, didn't that mean she was in Spirit City? Thinking of this, Tian felt a mix of emotions, more accurately, a complex feeling. She was going to see that woman again. She then recalled her journey to Solo Island and how she was plotted against by the ancient Time Needle. Before she fainted, there seemed to be a team of mysterious soldiers who killed the ancient Time Needle. This made Tian uncertain whether those soldiers were from the Spirit Hall. Sister Shui, you're awake? Hulaina, who had been dozing, suddenly opened her eyes upon hearing Tian speak. She didn't forget to advise, your shoulder is fractured severely. You need a rest for a month. Tian tried to sit up, but the injuries she sustained were not limited to her shoulder. Even a slight movement caused pain in her heart and lungs. The intense pain surged together, violently impacting her mind. Ultimately, she had to give up struggling and asked, Am I in the Spirit Hall? She hesitated slightly. In her impression, the decoration style of the Spirit Hall was not like this. Hulaina shook her head. You are still by the EC. It was Tian who brought you back. Upon hearing that name, a blurry figure appeared in Tian mind. That person had very poor etiquette, but always maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. She had just considered many possible ways of being rescued. But Tian was not one of them because this boy, who wasn't even a soul master, was too easy to overlook. Suddenly, Tian instinctively touched her face. The skin suit was gone. This made her expression a bit wary. Did he know my identity? Yes, Hulaina said, pursing her lips. Hearing this, Tian felt somewhat uneasy and silently thought, my infiltration mission is not over yet. I can't let Tian escape. He poses too great a danger to me. As she spoke, Tian felt her tone was a bit heavy, so she added, at least until I complete my infiltration mission. Tian must remain in a monitored state. Haha, you don't have to worry about that, Sister Shui. Hulaina waved her hand with a smile. Her little face slightly flushed. By the way, Tian is already considered half a member of the Spirit Hall. Tian keenly caught the change in Hulaina's expression and asked in surprise, you guys aren't. Hulaina's face radiated happiness. But then she hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. It's not what you think. We haven't married yet, but it should be soon. The sister know? Tian calmly inquired. The sister she referred to as Bibi Dong. That woman had never cared for her, so she had no right to be called mother. The information in Hulaina's earlier words was indeed overwhelming. Madin Yitian. Hulaina was the future saintess of the Spirit Hall. Yitian. What virtue or ability does he have to be worthy of Hulaina? Moreover, with Hulaina's status, her marriage is not something she can decide for herself. Everything must prioritize the interests of the Spirit Hall. This is also the price she has paid for being heavily nurtured by the Spirit Hall over the years. Hulaina smiled faintly, unable to conceal her joy. This marriage was personally approved by her teacher. Tian obviously looked surprised. Bibi Dong personally approved? It should be noted that in that woman's heart, the Spirit Hall is more important than her own daughter. Before this, Bibi Dong had already shown her intentions. As the heir to the Pope, Hulaina's future husband, at the very least, must be at the Super Douluo level, if not top talent. It was unimaginable that Bibi Dong would change her mind and betroth Hulayina to Tian, who was not even a soul master. This filled Tian Rinchue's heart with great doubt. No wonder Tian had previously declined her invitation. It turned out he had latched onto the spirit hall support. For a moment, she was a bit confused. How was I saved? I don't know. Hulayina shook her head. You were brought back late last night. And both the teacher and I were very anxious, focusing only on your injuries and not thinking about anything else. Hearing this, Tian Rinchue's expression revealed a hint of complexity. She didn't expect that woman would also worry about her. While the two were talking, Bibi Dong entered the bedroom holding a bowl of rice porridge. Upon seeing that Tian Rinchue had already woken up, a smile spread across her tired face. You're awake? First eat. Tian Rinchue hesitated as she looked at Bibi Dong. Was this still the woman she knew? She actually asked her to eat. This was the first time in her life. For a moment, Tian Rinchue felt a bit emotional. However, she held back. She absolutely could not cry in front of Bibi Dong. Thank you. She said the two words stiffly and unnaturally. Bibi Dong raised her eyes and gave Tian Rinchue a glance, but did not respond. Meanwhile, in the fields of Zizhu village, Tian, wearing a felt hat, stood on the ridge looking out. In the nearby fields, farmers were diligently digging the ridges. The method of digging the ridges was taught and spread by Jian. There is a certain difference between planting potatoes and planting wheat. Wheat can be planted on flat land, while potatoes need to be planted in ridges to grow better. As Tian watched, Jian approached him wearing a felt hat similar to Tian's. He smiled gently and said, planting potatoes requires a large spacing, which indeed reduces a lot of planting time. Tian stood with his hands behind his back, smiling. The nearby 10,000 acres of farmland need to be quickly promoted for planting. As for other areas, let's wait a bit, giving the Lightning Chamber of Commerce some time to purchase. Although this will delay the potato harvest season, it won't be delayed for too long. With just a little relief, the common people will be able to a bountiful potato harvest, allowing them to live a life with food to eat. Haha, in this way, the Lightning Chamber of Commerce will truly jump into the big pit of purchasing grain. Jian smiled calmly. Tian said meaningfully, if even the life-saving money in the hands of ordinary people can be exploited, who else can we deceive? Young master, urgent report. At some point, Shursan had already come to his side. His face showed a rare look of anxiety. Seeing Shursan's expression, Tian wondered, oh, could it be that there is news from Wuhuan City? He remembered that he had sent Shursan to dispatch intelligence personnel to Wuhuan City some days ago. No, it probably still needs a week or two from Wuhuan City. Shursan shook his head and explained, then handed Tian a small piece of paper. It was written in Morse code, and before he could translate it, Shursan had already presented it. Tian sensed a hint of danger and inquired, what is going on? Please elaborate. Chapter 84. Actually holding hands with Bibi Dong? Shursan spoke anxiously. The army of the entire Silvis province has begun large-scale mobilization since yesterday. Their target is clear. It's our East Sea City, with approximately 50,000 troops. Hearing this, Tian's expression turned serious. The Tian Empire has strict military regulations. Mobilizations involving over 1,000 troops must be approved by the emperor himself. A mobilization of 50,000 troops would not be without purpose. Have you found out why they are mobilizing? Tian asked, looking up. No, Shursan sighed. Our intelligence personnel secretly inquired with some mid-level officers, but those officers didn't know the reason either. They only knew that it was an order from the Snow Knight Emperor, using the Tiger Tally to mobilize the troops. Jian remarked, it seems something big is about to happen in our East Sea City. Not necessarily. Tian suddenly raised his head in vigilance. This troop mobilization is very likely a fabrication by Governor Qinggu Nanfeng. How could the timing be so coincidental? Qinggu Shui just arrived in East Sea City, and the army is mobilizing right afterward. According to the law, even if the Snow Knight Emperor wanted to mobilize troops, it should be Qinggu Shui, as a prince, who oversees the situation and is responsible for the mobilization. Upon hearing this, Shursan was also taken aback. Qinggu Nanfeng wouldn't be preparing to betray the Tian Empire, would he? You have to know that Qinggu Nanfeng's family is a complete soul master family. Their betrayal is not surprising. Very likely, Tian said thoughtfully. Qinggu Shi's actions against Shui Qinghekudenti have been without informing Qinggu Nanfeng. Moreover, this could very well be a scheme set up by Qinggu Nanfeng, simply executed by Qinggu Shi. Qinggu Shi has not given feedback to Qinggu Nanfeng after the assassination mission. Qinggu Nanfeng must know that Qinggu Shi's mission has failed. The consequences need not be mentioned. Assassinating the empire's prince is enough to exterminate 9 clans. Qinggu Nanfeng is already on the verge of exposure. Thus, the possibility of him fabricating the edict in Tiger Tally to mobilize the army is quite large. What should we do now? Chen Jian showed worry. Should we let the Tiansong army move? No need. Yi Tian refused with a wave of his hand, then pondered for a moment and said, this matter can be handed over to the Wuhuan Temple to resolve. Qinggu Shui is an important figure in the Wuhuan Temple, and this is a significant issue. The Wuhuan Temple will not allow Qinggu Nanfeng to act recklessly. It seems I need to personally make a trip to inform Duke Shilong saying this. Yi Tian took off his felt hat and instructed Chen Jian, you take care of the potato planting matter. Sure, San. You will accompany me to East Sea City to meet Duke Shilong, understood. Shursen nodded with determination and prepared to ride with Yi Tian to East Sea City. However, they hadn't gone far before they unexpectedly ran into Shilong and his group. This surprised Yi Tian, and he inquired discreetly, I wonder what brings Duke Shilong here. Shilong, with deep cunning, laughed and said, I'm just here for a casual visit to your home and to see Nana. In reality, he was there to meet Bibi Dong. But since Bibi Dong's current identity could not be revealed, he used this excuse instead. Hearing Shilong's words, Yi Tian pondered quietly. He could probably understand the other party's intent. It was likely related to Qinggu Shui. This made Yi Tian marvel at the Wuhuan Temple. Their information was indeed well informed. It is one day, they already knew that Qinggu Shui was with him. However, such tacit understanding was actually not something that should be actively disclosed. He slightly bowed to Shilong and politely said, it is my honor that Duke Shilong has come to my humble abode. Yi Tian waved to the nearby Shursen. Quickly go notify Uncle Fu. Let the kitchen prepare a table of good wine and dishes. I want to properly entertain His Highness Shilong. Saying this, Yi Tian made a gesture of invitation toward Shilong. Your Highness, my villa is just ahead. Nana and the others are there too. Why don't we go there to chat? That's exactly what I had in mind. Shilong laughed heartily, riding behind Yi Tian. The group swiftly crossed the flat cement road, and after passing a small stream, they arrived in front of the villa. At this moment, Bibi Dong and Hulaina were outside basking in the sun while pushing Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue's angelic martial spirit was quite special. Under the sunlight, it not only accelerated cultivation, but also sped up wound healing. Upon seeing Bibi Dong and the others, Shilong's eyes flickered, with Yi Tian present. He couldn't engage in conversation with the Pope. It seemed he had to think of a way to get Yi Tian to leave. When Yi Tian arrived in front of the villa, he also saw Hulaina and the others. He dismounted with a smile, approached the three, and looked at Qian Rinxue with a beaming smile. I didn't expect that your highness is actually a woman. In front of Qian Rinxue, he certainly couldn't reveal that he knew her secret. Otherwise, it would only bring more trouble. Qian Rinxue had already learned everything about Yi Tian through Hulaina. So in response to Yi Tian's surprise, she appeared very calm. Everyone has their own secrets. This prince hopes you can keep it well. Also, thank you for saving me. Yi Tian chuckled and shook his head, telling the well-crafted lie. It wasn't me who saved you, but rather Xian Chong Douluo. He was the one who appeared on Sororo Island and rescued both of us. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue pressed her lips together, trying to suppress a laugh. However, she concealed her emotions very well, showing no signs of amusement, and instead appeared somewhat surprised. Oh, is that so? It really is like that. Yi Tian said seriously. Xian Chongduo also mentioned that he doesn't want to get involved in the turmoil of the continent anymore, and hopes that His Highness the Prince will not seek him out again. This prince understands. Qian Rinxue suppressed her inner laughter and replied cheerfully. After explaining to Qian Rinxue, Yi Tian took Bibi Dong and Hulaina's hands and said with a smile, today we have 2 distinguished guests, His Highness the Prince and Lord Shilomian here. Let's go prepare some ingredients and personally entertain them. Yi Tian said this just to provide a space for Shilong and Qian Rinxue to converse. Of course, he wouldn't have thought that Shilong was actually there to find Bibi Dong. Seeing Yi Tian's actions, Shilong's pupils contracted. It was one thing to hold onto Hulaina's hand, but he dared to hold Bibi Dong's hand? Wasn't that a death wish? However, Bibi Dong showed no sign of anger, lightly nodded, and followed Yi Tian away. This left Shilong standing in place, secretly clicking his tongue. What was going on? The Pope was being held by someone and had no reaction? This was a bit absurd. Of course, he didn't dare to step forward and reprimand Yi Tian. Since the Pope herself said nothing, if he jumped out to scold, it would be tantamount to seeking his own death. If Bibi Dong got angry, a single slap could kill him. Chapter 85. Testing Yi Tian. Seeing Bibi Dong being taken away by Yi Tian, Tian Rinchue's eyes were filled with surprise. Although Bibi Dong had never cared for her growing up, she understood Bibi Dong very well. From appearance to the core, she was an extraordinarily aloof woman. For more than a decade, there had been no lack of super Douluo-level powerhouses secretly pursuing Bibi Dong, but all were rejected with a single word, without even a chance for softening, let alone holding hands. Although Bibi Dong's current public identity was not as Pope, but as Tian's sister, allowing Tian to hold her hand was still quite abnormal. Of course, Tian Rinchue didn't think of it in other ways, but believed that Tian held an unusual weight in Bibi Dong's heart, even surpassing Hulaina and herself. This made Tian Rinchue feel a bit uncomfortable inside. To be honest, hadn't she ever longed for Bibi Dong's love? A love she had never experienced before. As Tian Rinchue grew up, she never understood where she had offended Bibi Dong. Why did Bibi Dong always have a cold face when she saw her? Why was Bibi Dong willing to cultivate Hulaina but would not spare a shred of love for her? This was also the reason she had resented Bibi Dong for not calling her mother for more than a decade. With the growth of her age and experience, she had begun to suspect that there might be an unusual story behind this. But who could make up for the familial love that was lacking in her childhood? Based on this psychology, when she saw Tian able to hold Bibi Dong's hand, her eyes were particularly complex, even carrying a hint of envy and jealousy. Bibi Dong and Tian had known each other for less than 2 months, and their relationship had become so close. Yet she, as Bibi Dong's daughter, had known her for over a decade. But let alone the mother-daughter relationship, they weren't even friends. The Pope actually left. Shilong looked up at Tian's back and sighed softly. He didn't understand the reason behind Bibi Dong's hidden identity. He didn't dare to expose it, and could only come to Tian Rinchue's side and softly report. I might have a lot of trouble if I report directly to the Pope. So I thought it would be the same to report to you, young master. What is it? Upon hearing this, Tian Rinchue raised her eyebrows and looked at Shilong. Shilong smiled and took out the letter that Qian Douluo had written to him. From the content of the envelope, it was clear that Qian Douluo actually wanted to deliver the letter directly to Bibi Dong. However, since Bibi Dong had not left the communication address, he had no choice but to pass the letter to Shilong. Tian Rinchue took the envelope with a puzzled expression and opened it. My grandfather wrote this? She immediately recognized her grandfather's handwriting on the envelope. Then she read the letter from start to finish. Her expression was almost identical to Shilong's when he first read the letter, with her brows raised. She sighed. Sister's preparations for the new policy are quite ambitious. The personnel adjustments seem to only have a few lines, but the amount of information and the extent of its impact is truly enormous. Shilong nodded deeply in agreement. I think the grand offering's concerns are not without reason. With 2 major empires and the 3 sects surrounding us, the reforms in the Wuhuan Palace won't be easy to carry out. Young master, after you deliver the letter to the Pope, you must present the pros and cons clearly. He said calmly. The ideal state of reform may greatly benefit the Wuhuan Palace, but the steps are simply too large. 1 step is called innovation. 2 steps, and it becomes a collapse. Tian Rinchue slightly lowered her eyes, her delicate white right hand resting on her chin. I have a different opinion from you. Shilong, who had been in the Wuhuan Palace for many years, rarely communicated with the higher-ups of the 2 empires. However, I have been undercover in the Tiando Empire for over 10 years and am very aware of the policy inclinations of the Tiando Empire. In the past decade, the Tiando Empire has been making material preparations for war every year, and the training of militia has been gradually strengthened. In addition, the nobles are increasingly dissatisfied with the Wuhuan Palace's expansion of power. The resistance against the Wuhuan Palace has been growing. She fixed her determined gaze on Shilong. According to my estimates, within 10 years, a war is bound to break out on the continent. With our Wuhuan Palace's strength, it would be more than enough to deal with either the Tiando or the Xingluo or even the 3 sections. But Shilong, have you considered how it would be if a powerful lion appeared in a place where a pack of wolves were fighting each other? Shilong instinctively replied. The wolves would temporarily abandon their internal consumption, gather together to deal with the lion. Although the lion is powerful, it would probably struggle against the pack of wolves. Tian Rinchue's expression remained unchanged. Our Wuhuan Palace is the same. The Wuhuan Palace appears to be the strongest force on the continent, but in reality, it is caught in an invisible net, being restrained from all sides. You may not know this, but at the request of the Snow Knight Emperor, I have already taken Ning Fengji as my master. The prince of the Tiando Empire has taken the master of one of the 3 sects, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as his master. The implications are self-evident. Shilong's complexion darkened. An alliance between the empire and the sects was not a good thing for the Wuhuan Palace. Tian continued. The situation with the Xingluo Empire is probably similar. The Xingluo royal family has always been very close to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Therefore, while our Wuhuan palace appears to be immensely powerful and has plenty of time, in reality, enhancing our strength is an urgent matter. I reserve my support for my sister's actions. I'm afraid what you say doesn't count. Xilong sighed lightly. To issue the order for adjustment, let alone carry it out, even if the news leaks, it will cause a huge uproar among the various subordinate families of the Wuhuan palace. He paused and lowered his voice. Moreover, you know the grand offering's temperament, young master. Douluo is notoriously stubborn, and once he decides, he won't change his mind. The adjustment policy is already touching the basic foundation of the Wuhuan palace. Convincing the usually steady and cautious conservative leader, Douluo, seems quite difficult. Tian, who had grown up beside her grandfather, naturally knew her grandfather's temper. From her grandfather's handwritten letter, it was also evident that her grandfather held 1,000 opposing opinions on her sister's policy. She lightly tapped her forehead. This was indeed a tricky problem. Moreover, she could not personally return to Wuhuan City to explain the situation to her grandfather, so this matter would likely be difficult to handle. In the midst of her overwhelming situation, Tian suddenly thought of Tian. She suddenly recalled that the policy of adjustment was something her sister had thought of during her time by the EC. This made her somewhat suspicious that this policy might have originated from Tian's hands. This could also explain why her sister was so concerned about Tian. Coming up with such a groundbreaking policy, no matter where it is applied, is indicative of an exceptionally rare strategic talent. As she pondered this, a thought suddenly popped into Tian mind. Since Tian could come up with such epic-making policies, could he also have solutions to policy problems? She felt a slight stir in her heart. It seemed she could use this difficult problem to test Tian's abilities, to see if he truly had genuine talent and knowledge. Chapter 86, Exaggeration. While Xilong and Tian were discussing outside the villa, the kitchen inside the villa was also bustling with activity. Why did it smell burnt? Tian, who was cutting carrot shreds, sniffed the air and looked around. He saw Huilina anxiously adding water to the pot. With a sizzling sound, the excessive hot oil in the pot immediately boiled over upon the addition of water, splattering hot oil everywhere. Not only that, but the hot oil also ignited the coal fire beneath the pot, causing flames to shoot up high. In an instant, Huilina, who was less than 50 centimeters away from the pot, was dumbfounded. She stood frozen in place, unsure whether to retreat or to put out the fire. Quick, cover the pot. Tian took a step forward, snatched the lid from Huilina's hand, and placed it on the pot, which finally extinguished the flames. Did it splash on you? Tian let out a sigh of relief and took Huilina's small hand, observing it carefully. No, Huilina replied slowly, her face pale. Beside them, Bibi Dong stepped forward, lifted the entire pot off the coal stove, and sighed. I've said it before, don't act recklessly. Huilina pouted, feeling a bit wronged. I just wanted to try cooking something myself. Hearing this, Tian felt somewhat helpless. Today, he also learned for the first time that Huilina couldn't cook. He pressed down on her head, which bore an expression of grievance. You can't cook, yet you still want to volunteer. I wanted to make something for you to eat, Huilina said, her eyes reddening, looking down like a student who had done something wrong. The feeling of being unable to help was truly discouraging. How about helping to pick vegetables? Tian patted her shoulder, comforting her. If you really want to learn how to cook, I can teach you in a few days. Pouring water into hot oil. I can't believe you thought of that. Next time, remember this lesson. Huilina looked into Tian's eyes and nodded seriously, her pretty face slightly blushing. Although she was being scolded by Tian, her heart still felt warm. Just then, Shursan walked to the kitchen door, looking at the three people in the kitchen. His expression was bitter. Young master, it seems your lunch cannot be settled. After a pause, he continued, the vanguard of the Sylvester Legion has already arrived near the villa. Their purpose is very clear. They want to surround us. Earlier, you ordered the Tiansu army to remain silent, so we did not intercept them. Tian furrowed his brows, walked over to the faucet, and rinsed his hands. Come take a look with me. I have to say, the movements of Qiangu and Feng were very swift. It's likely that these troops did not rest at all during the night and rushed over directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have arrived right in front of us, only to be discovered by the intelligence personnel under Shursan. The villa where Tian lives has 4.5 floors. On the top half floor, there is an observation deck. In this remote village, where most buildings are only 1 story high, the height of the 4.5-story villa allows for a complete view of the surroundings. Following the stairs, Tian made his way to the observation deck. On the observation deck, there were already 2 teams of snipers on guard. Upon seeing Tian, they all gestured in salute. "Good day, young master." Tian gently nodded. Behind him, San extended a hand, offering a telescope. Taking the telescope, Tian looked into the distance. Sure enough, 3,000 meters to the north of the observation platform, dozens of cavalry were wandering and advancing in small groups. Then, Tian looked in other directions, and it was the same. San spoke up. "These soldiers combined probably amount to about 1,500 cavalry. The other soldiers are still on their way." He then speculated. "Perhaps it was your recent involvement in receiving the news of the Crown Prince of Tiando that was too conspicuous, which is why the ancient southern wind is specifically targeting you." Tian put down the telescope and smiled slightly. "The luck of Qiangunan Feng is really good. A blind cat has stumbled upon a dead rat, truly the right person." San bowed and said, "The Tiansu army led by Zhou Long is ready to go at Hai Hun Valley, waiting for your command, young master." "No." Tian waved his hand. "I still want to stay by the East China Sea and live a quiet life. The Tiansu army cannot move. If the strength of the Tiansu army is exposed, it would be a major crisis." He said to San, "Since this is a political event, it needs to be resolved with political means. Don't forget, the Crown Prince of Tiando is still by our side. These soldiers are merely being used by Qiangunan Feng. The chances of them betraying the Tiando Empire are slim. We just need Xueqinghe to make a slight appearance, and all problems will be easily resolved." Hearing this, San felt somewhat reassured. Even so, the problem can be solved without the Tiansu army's involvement. "However, young master, please be sure to pay attention to your safety. If something happens to you, we will lose our backbone. Rest assured." Tian smiled lightly. "No one pays more attention to their own safety than I do." He was not a reckless young man. He wouldn't take risks without certainty. The Tiando Empire has ruled the Silvis province for many years. It cannot be swayed by a few promises and lies from Qiangunan Feng. Among the 50,000 troops, perhaps a few hundred are Qiangu Nanfeng's confidants, but the rest would not rebel alongside him. After understanding the situation, Tian walked down the observation tower along the stairs. Right now, Xueqinghe needs to calm the scene. It is time to put a leash on Qian Rinshui again. He walked out of the villa along the stairs and saw Shilong and Qian Rinshui still engaged in conversation. This made him smile lightly. The two truly showed no restraint. The relationship between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall is poor. How could the Empire's crown prince discuss matters with a powerful elder from the Spirit Hall? Anyone with ulterior motives seeing this would surely cause trouble for the crown prince role played by Qian Rinshui. Tian was very clear in his heart, but he pretended to be unaware. He strode toward the two with heavy footsteps, intending to let them know he was approaching. There was a reason for this approach. If he were to overhear some confidential information, it would inevitably lead to more trouble. Tian's footsteps were so loud that it was hard not to be noticed. Qian Rinshui and Shilong turned their heads at the same time. Shilong smiled and said, "Young Master Yi, is lunch ready?" Yi Tingu sighed lightly. "It seems we can't settle down to eat." He then recounted the matter of mobilizing the army of Qiangunan Feng. With a knowing smile, he said, "Now, just a few miles outside the villa, are the troops of Qiangunan Feng." He looked meaningfully at Qian Rinshui. "Your Highness, I suspect they are coming for you." Qian Rinshui, who had originally shown a hint of a smile, gradually became serious. This could be a bit troublesome. With her current appearance, she couldn't solve the problem. She looked at Yi Tiangu with some difficulty, "I don't know my." Before she could finish, Yi Tiangu cheerfully took out a leather case from his storage space and handed it over. "Your Highness is looking for this, right?" "Exactly." Seeing the leather case, Qian Rinshui breathed a sigh of relief. She could continue to play the role of Xueqinghe, and everything would be manageable. She extended her uninjured left hand to take the leather case. However, she found it difficult to put it on with one hand. "Let me help you." Yi Tiangu stepped forward. Over the past 2 days, he had also gained some understanding of the Soul Guide leather cases. A single leather case didn't have a good transformation effect, but with Qian Rinshui's soul bone that had mimetic capabilities, the effect would be different. The combination of the two could easily create a perfect disguise. After helping Qian Rinshui put it on, Yi Tiangu propped his chin and carefully examined her. He felt that something was off. Suddenly, his gaze shifted downward, and he pointed out, "Your Highness, your pectoral muscles seem a bit exaggerated right now." Chapter 87. Disguised as the Crown Prince, Qian Rinshui was initially taken aback by Yi Tiangu's words. Exaggerated? She instinctively looked down, but her view was blocked by the 2 snowy peaks in front of her. Realizing what Yi Tiangu meant, her brow twitched, and she fell silent. Then, she raised her left hand and pressed down on her right chest. "No need to press anymore. With your current injuries, you can't support wrapping your chest, Yi Tiangu said. What should we do? Qian Rinxue furrowed her brows. This was indeed a particularly tricky problem. The leather case was on, but there was no way to reduce her chest size. Shilong, who was nearby, spoke up. When I came here, I brought a few soul master guards. Why not let them escort you away first? In his view, temporarily leaving this place was a good way to shift the crisis. Upon hearing this, Yi Tiangu chuckled softly. The villa was already surrounded by the army. Moving now would inevitably lead to a conflict with the soldiers. Wouldn't that be like covering one's ears while stealing a bell? Even if there were no problems, such an action would give Qiangu Nanfeng leverage to manipulate public sentiment even more. While speaking, Qian Rinxue looked up and down at Yi Tiangu and said, "Our heights are quite similar." Indeed. Yi Tian glanced at Qian Rinxue's alluring long legs and nodded in agreement. Soon after, he sensed something unusual. At this critical moment, Qian Rinxue couldn't possibly be thinking about comparing heights. Do you mean for me to temporarily take the place of Xue Qinghe? Is there a problem? Qian Rinxue nodded. In her view, Yi Tian's personality was stable, which was evident from their first meeting. Therefore, having Yi Tian temporarily disguise himself as the noble Xue Qinghe was completely fine. Whether it was these cavalry or Qiangu Nanfeng, they only had a superficial connection with me. As long as you wear the hood and combine it with my mimicry skill, there will be no flaws. Qian Rinxue slightly raised her beautiful eyes, waiting for Yi Tian's next words. How far does your mimicry skill reach? Yi Tian pondered for a moment and asked. About 2 meters, after all. The skill comes from the soul bone, so the range isn't large, Qian Rinxue replied. Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled bitterly. This isn't much help. I estimate that standing up is a bit difficult for you right now. As the crown prince, I can't just push your wheelchair, can I? That would raise suspicion from others. Indeed, Qian Rinxue fell into deep thought for a moment. Sigh, at a time like this, why am I still worried about these details? Shilong bluntly reminded. What do those big soldiers know? As long as they see Xue Qinghe in person, they'll put down their weapons. Would they really question the crown prince pushing a beautiful woman? This statement was not without merit. Yi Tian seemed to suddenly understand and nodded. He almost forgot that Qian Rinxue was a beautiful woman. It was perfectly normal for Xue Qinghe to have a pretty girl by his side. He chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had been overthinking. As he spoke, Yi Tian pressed the switch located at the back of Qian Rinxue's head, injecting a thread of fine soul power into it. This surprised Qian Rinxue a bit. The switch was the core of the soul guide. It was difficult for someone who didn't understand the structure of soul guides to find it. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian wasn't even a soul master, yet he immediately found the core of the soul guide. It seemed that he was at least not as ignorant about soul masters as he appeared. Yi Tian did not notice Qian Rinxue's expression and put on the leather suit by himself. It must be said that this is an excellent soul guide. After the leather suit was applied to his face, there was not much discomfort. He touched it, and the texture was almost the same. Let's test it out, Qian Rinxue, who was in a wheelchair, said. Yi Tian nodded lightly. As Qian Rinxue activated the mimicry, the edges of the leather suit gradually blurred, eventually merging with the skin. From Yi Tian's perspective, there was no sense of incongruity at all. It was just the clothing that was a bit too plain. However, it was not a big deal. After all, Xue Qinghe had just experienced an assassination, so damaged clothes were quite normal. I have to say, you look more like a prince than the prince himself. Qian Rinxue exclaimed in amazement. Your Highness truly overwhelms me. Yi Tian chuckled lightly and waved his hand. How could I dare to compare with your Highness? Qian Rinxue smiled, finding Yi Tian too humble. Indeed, you do have a bit of the demeanor of someone in power, Shilong commented from the side, laughing heartily. If you disguise yourself as the prince, then I shall temporarily become your bodyguard. He needed to stay by Qian Rinxue's side and protect her. After everyone had assigned their roles, not long after, a cloud of dust appeared in the distance, getting closer and closer. A group of cavalry from the Tian Empire, armed with lances, approached majestically in front of everyone. With a cold voice, they questioned, Who is Yi Tian? Yi Tian secretly cursed. This old guy, Nanfeng from ancient times, really came to find him. He raised an eyebrow. What do you want with Yi Tian? The cavalry captain raised his head high. In the name of the governor, Yi Tian is suspected of attempting to assassinate His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and we are here to apprehend him. He coldly scanned the crowd. So, you better think carefully about where Yi Tian is. Shilong sneered. Open your dog eyes and see who is standing in front of you. Upon hearing this, the cavalry captain was furious, but he still instinctively glanced at the others. Suddenly, he felt that the young man with golden short hair in front of him looked somewhat familiar. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The cavalry captain's pupils gradually dilated, and in fear, he fell off his horse and half knelt on the ground. Tian remained calm and explained indifferently. The ancient southern wind has deliberately rebelled, and this attack on the crown prince was actually orchestrated by the ancient family. Quickly find the cavalry commander. I have important matters to announce. Hearing this, the cavalry captain was utterly shocked. What? The ancient lord is betraying the country? He momentarily found it hard to react. This was truly shocking. One must know that treason is punishable by the execution of the 9 clans. If this were to be counted, wouldn't he become an accomplice of the ancient family? Seeing the cavalry captain's shock, the older and steadier Shi Long comforted him, saying, His Highness the Crown Prince has said that this rebellion only concerns the ancient family. Others are unaware and will be pardoned. After hearing Shi Long's explanation, the cavalry captain felt somewhat relieved. It seemed that His Highness the Crown Prince was indeed, as rumored, almost humane. He nodded solemnly to Tian. Yes, Your Highness. Not long after the cavalry captain left, a burly man clad in silver armor rushed over. When he arrived in front of Tian, he was also taken aback. It really is His Highness the Crown Prince. So you're not dead. The burly man quickly knelt down and said, General Liu Fei arrives late. And I was misled by the ancient southern wind's words. I truly deserve to die 1,000 times. What crime does General Liu Fei have? Tian still wore an expression of indifference. Am I not standing right in front of you? Hearing this, the expression on Liu Fei's face softened considerably. In his heart, he thought it was bad. This dead crown prince was still alive, which would not be good for the ancient lord over there. However, he was merely a sole king, while YearsWaiting clearly had a titled Douluo guard by his side. In a fight, he was simply no match. After thinking for a moment, Liu Fei stepped forward with a determined expression. Your Highness, there are currently 3,000 cavalry around, which can ensure your safety. The infantry legion led by the ancient southern wind will probably not reach East Sea City until tomorrow. I earnestly request that you take refuge in East Sea City. With its high walls and 3,000 cavalry, we can hold out until reinforcements from the surrounding provinces arrive. Upon hearing Liu Fei's words, Tian found it somewhat laughable. Cavalry is generally the elite of a legion. If he were the ancient southern wind, he would definitely place his own people among these elites, so that after the uprising, he could control the cavalry to the greatest extent. Therefore, he did not trust Liu Fei at all. Moreover, Liu Fei's previous statement had also raised his vigilance. The identity of a crown prince is incredibly precious. If Liu Fei were truly a loyal minister, he would surely take him directly to other provinces, rather than staying in East Sea City like a turtle in a jar. He sighed lightly. General Liu Fei, you do not know, but I have sustained serious internal injuries and cannot be jostled or moved. Staying in the villa is the safest. Even if Douluo were here, he might not be able to kill me. So Tian did not want to go anywhere. Hearing that Tian was seriously injured, Liu Fei felt immensely pleased. Although he had not lured the crown prince to East Sea City to be confined, keeping the other party in the villa would surely be easier to guard. He immediately bowed and said, In that case, my cavalry should guard beside the crown prince, never leaving his side. Well, I appreciate General Liu Fei's efforts. Tian nodded lightly, his expression not revealing the slightest ripple. Liu Fei's eyes darted around. Then he spoke again. Your Highness, there must be many deceived individuals around the ancient southern wind. If we can win them over, the ancient southern wind will immediately become isolated. Want to send a message? Tian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. What a loyal fellow. He feigned difficulty. Most of my main attendants are basically dead. Who should I entrust such a heavy task to? Liu Fei resolutely patted his chest. Such matters are my duty. Good. General Liu Fei is indeed a man of loyalty and righteousness. Tian clapped his hands in approval, greatly agreeing with Luffy's actions. However, he secretly mocked. As long as the ancient southern wind dared to come, the rebellion could basically be considered over. There's no time to lose. General Luffy, hurry on your way, he urged. Upon hearing this, Luffy found it somewhat ridiculous. This YearsWaiting, perhaps still in the dark? If you're urging me to set off, then I'll listen to you one last time and quickly send you on your way to the afterlife. He laughed heartily on the surface, not forgetting to give Tian a formal salute. Take care, Your Highness. After saying that, he mounted his horse and left in a hurry. Tian, who had been listening to their conversation, now spoke with some confusion. Tian, it's too inappropriate to have General Luffy infiltrate beside the ancient southern wind to incite other officials. Tian seemed to smile as he looked at Tian and explained. This Luffy is actually the person from the ancient southern wind. Ah. Upon hearing this, Tian Rinchue's face was greatly astonished. Tian can determine that Luffy is 1,000 based solely on this brief conversation.